Kevin traversed into the world of Harry Potter, having grown up in an orphanage without any exposure to magic. It was not until the fateful day of his 11th birthday that he received his acceptance letter to Hogwarts. Given a second chance at life, he yearned to relish this enchanting journey through the realm of magic. However, as time unfolded, he inevitably found himself deeply entwined in it. Severus Snape remarked, "Kevin, merely a somewhat gifted little imp." Albus Dumbledore observed, "Kevin is truly a commendable child, always willing to stand up for his friends." Lord Voldemort declared, "Kevin, that despicable scoundrel devoid of wizarding ethics. He has ambushed me in every one of my lives with his treachery." Chapter 1. The Hogwarts Acceptance Letter. Ding! Successful transmigration. Detecting that the host has successfully traversed into the world of the Harry Potter films, system activation. Beginner's task: ensure the host grows healthily until the age of 11 and successfully enrolls in Hogwarts. Task reward: intelligence 10. In a haze, an electronic voice echoed in Kevin's mind. Yet, in that moment, Kevin's thoughts were a tumult of confusion. He lacked the capacity to contemplate anything. Instinctively, he flailed his limbs and opened his mouth wide, and the next instant, wow, wow, wow. On a dimly lit street in England, a baby's cry resonated in front of the orphanage's gate. In the blink of an eye, 11 years had passed. In the morning at the orphanage, 11-year-old Kevin diligently engaged in his routine exercise, jogging steadily along the perimeter of the orphanage wall, completing several laps, approximately running 2 to 3 kilometers. Upon finishing his final lap, Kevin slowed to a walk, just as the voice of the orphanage director echoed, "Kevin, breakfast is ready. Come back and wash up for your meal." The director was a kind old gentleman, known to Kevin simply as Mr. Hops, who had never mentioned his surname. He typically wore a black and white robe and a hat, resembling an informal priest. "All right, Grandpa Director," Kevin replied cheerfully as he jogged back. Arriving at the washroom, Kevin gazed at his youthful reflection in the mirror, slightly tousled bangs, deep black eyes, and a cherubic face. Despite seeing it daily, he couldn't help but marvel at it. It had been 11 years since he had traversed into this world. In his previous life, he had been introduced to the Harry Potter films by a friend, and on a single weekend, he watched all 6 movies in succession. Given that they had been filmed over a decade ago, the technology at the time was likely insufficient, leaving Kevin bewildered by many plot points, likely due to numerous edits. Especially the outrageous romantic subplot that sent his blood pressure soaring. Just as he was about to begin the 7th film, Kevin met an untimely demise. Then he found himself in the world of the Harry Potter films indeed. Upon his arrival, the system had declared it, so that he was an orphan without any official identity, starting his journey at the orphanage's entrance, taken in by the director. A tag hung from his neck, bearing his name Kevin on one side and 1980711 on the other, presumably his date of birth. Thus, in this new life, he naturally adopted the name Kevin, devoid of a surname, as the director had deemed the name sufficient. As the years gradually passed, Kevin swiftly became acquainted with the language, continuously gleaning knowledge about the world from books and the adults around him. The world resembled his previous life in many ways, yet he could uncover no information regarding magic. It was unclear whether the wizarding community was particularly adept at secrecy or if the very essence of the world prevented him from early exposure. He endeavored to sense any peculiar energy or magical force within his own being indeed. There was a remarkable sensation, yet he found himself unable to harness it. Even the thought of unleashing a surge of magic proved futile, as if he were ensnared in an invisible constraint. Ultimately, he had no choice but to relinquish that pursuit. He resolved to embrace the journey ahead, focusing on mastering his youthful form. Thus, Kevin engaged in daily physical training and immersed himself in various tomes. Since he could not access magic prematurely, he was determined to remain proactive. Although magic was the predominant force in this realm, he firmly believed that possessing a robust and healthy body, coupled with a wealth of knowledge, would enable him to navigate the magical world with grace and caution. That on occasion, when the headmaster ventured out for supplies, Kevin accompanied him to witness the splendors of 20th century Britain. The experience was rather unremarkable. Until today, July 11th, 1991, the day he officially turned 11, marking the age at which he could enroll at Hogwarts. "Kevin, dinner is ready." Coming. After breakfast, as was his custom, Kevin rushed to the headmaster's office, retrieving a book from the extensive collection on the shelves. The headmaster had a penchant for reading, resulting in an eclectic assortment of volumes like the tea times. A particular book might not offer any substantial benefit to Kevin, yet he diligently read through it, aspiring to cultivate a commendable reading ability. After all, the system had been dormant for 11 years, and he was reluctant to place all his hopes upon it. Having traversed into this new world, he was unwilling to settle for mediocrity. He yearned to witness firsthand the dazzling world of magic. Just as he prepared to delve into his reading, A sudden series of knocks echoed from the office window. Upon glancing up, he was astonished to see an owl perched outside, clutching a yellowed envelope in its beak. A glimmer of excitement sparked within him. Could it be that on the day of his 11th birthday, the letter from Hogwarts had arrived? He approached the window, and as he opened it, the owl flapped its wings a few times before landing gracefully on the desk, depositing the letter before him. Kevin observed the envelope adorned with a crest, featuring the likenesses of a lion, serpent, badger, and eagle. It was unmistakable this was indeed the letter from Hogwarts. He grasped the letter in one hand while gently petting the owl with the other, relishing the soft, fluffy feathers beneath his fingertips. As he opened the letter, he read, "Dear Kevin." With swift comprehension, he absorbed its contents, which conveyed his invitation to attend Hogwarts, along with a note that a professor would visit his home that evening. After finishing the letter, he released the owl and hurried to discuss the matter with Headmaster Hops. As anticipated, the headmaster wore a look of astonishment, affirming that he would accompany Kevin to meet the Hogwarts professor that evening. Filled with excitement, Kevin resumed his reading in the morning and continued his physical training in the afternoon. After finishing dinner, he did not go for a night run, but rather sat in the hall of the orphanage, quietly awaiting the visit of a professor from Hogwarts. Dean Hops accompanied Kevin, and the two engaged in a casual conversation about magic. It was evident that the dean was encountering such topics for the first time, displaying a sense of curiosity. At 8 o'clock, a knock resonated at the orphanage door, prompting the dean to step outside immediately. Kevin stood in the hall, gazing out to see a remarkably elegant and tall woman, Professor McGonagall. Memories of watching movies in his past life flooded Kevin's mind. "Good evening, Mr. Kevin." Professor McGonagall greeted him warmly as she entered the orphanage alongside the dean. "Good evening to you as well, Professor," Kevin replied politely, nodding in acknowledgement. Professor McGonagall regarded the well-behaved and composed young boy with eyes full of affection. Children in orphanage often exhibit varying degrees of psychological challenges, manifesting in behaviors that can be impulsive, rude, hyperactive, or melancholic, making a child like Kevin quite rare. Mr. Kevin, I trust you have read the letter from this morning and are aware of my purpose here, as well as the information regarding Hogwarts. Nevertheless, I would like to reiterate it for you and Mr. Hops to ensure a clearer understanding of the Magical Academy," she stated. After exchanging greetings, Professor McGonagall accompanied the dean to his office, where they all took their seats to commence a formal discussion. She introduced the history and background of Hogwarts to Kevin and Dean Hops, while also shedding light on the Wizarding World. Although Kevin had gleaned some knowledge from films in his previous life, having a genuine Hogwarts professor share this information felt distinctly different. He listened, intently, filled with longing. This was the typical demeanor of an ordinary Muggle child. However, Kevin's yearning stemmed from weariness with the monotony of his past life, igniting a desire for new adventures. Chapter 2. Diagon Alley. Soon, the following day arrived. Professor McGonagall had alleviated many of Kevin's and Dean Hops's uncertainties the day prior, and they had arranged for her to accompany them today to procure the necessary items for the upcoming school term. There was no need to worry about finances. Loans were available. After breakfast, Dean Hops led Kevin to the designated location, the Leaky Cauldron. However, it seemed Dean Hops was unable to perceive the pub. "Where? I can't see it," he inquired, even as Kevin pointed towards the establishment. Despite Kevin indicating the direction, Dean Hops remained oblivious to the pub's presence. Boldly situated on the street, this pub was undoubtedly extraordinary. It must be under some enchantment, perhaps a confundus charm, or a Muggle-repelling charm. Kevin took the initiative and guided the dean directly to the entrance. It was only then that Dean Hops finally beheld the pub before him. "Oh my presbyopia seems to be worsening," he exclaimed, staring in astonishment at the suddenly visible establishment. The two entered the pub, bustling with patrons. Upon noticing a Muggle elder accompanied by a child of around 10, many speculated that they must be new students of Hogwarts, given the time of day. Professor McGonagall had been waiting inside and, upon seeing the pair arrive, approached them to lead them to the back alley. "Mr. Kevin, this is the entrance to Diagon Alley. Please observe closely and remember how to enter," Professor McGonagall instructed, raising her wand towards Kevin. She tapped specific points on the brick wall before them. In the next moment, the wall began to shift, rotating and gradually forming a small archway. "Welcome to Diagon Alley," she announced. Dean Hops looked on in astonishment at the spectacle, marveling at the wonders of the Wizarding World. Kevin, meanwhile, had long yearned for this moment, meticulously surveying Diagon Alley, which appeared larger than depicted in the films. The peculiar shops that had once eluded his comprehension now made perfect sense, enhancing the uniqueness of this experience. As Kevin stepped into Diagon Alley, the dormant system within him suddenly sprang to life. Ding! Host has officially entered the Wizarding Realm. Panel unlocked. Magical powers unsealed. Professor McGonagall, sensing a shift, glanced back at Kevin. "Child, do not be afraid. This is the world of wizards, and you too shall become a part of it," she reassured him. She noticed the surge of Kevin's previously dormant magic, mistaking his startled reaction to the sudden surroundings as a loss of control over his powers. As the system chimed, Kevin felt the magic within him that he had long been unable to access finally stirring. Initially, it threatened to overflow, but he quickly regained stability. "Thank you, Professor. I feel much better now." Although aware of McGonagall's misunderstanding, Kevin refrained from clarifying, finding it fitting for someone inexperienced in the world. "Oh, it seems you possess a commendable control over your magic," McGonagall remarked, pleased to see Kevin swiftly regain composure. Perhaps he was indeed a child of considerable talent. Subsequently, Kevin continued to follow Professor McGonagall, while Dean Hobbs gazed around like a child in wonder. Their first destination was Gringotts, the bank of the Wizarding World. They needed to apply for a loan using their acceptance letters to purchase the necessary items. Along the way, Kevin scrutinized the system panel before him. Name: Kevin. Attributes: average for a normal adult, 10. Constitution: 15. At the age of 11, fearful of school bullying. Magic power: 7, greater than most young wizards of his age. Intelligence: 10, an excessively ordinary IQ. Item slot: none. Available attribute points: 0. This system is indeed quite systematic, Kevin mused. Before long, they arrived at Gringotts, a white edifice reminiscent of its portrayal in films from his previous life, evoking a plethora of memories for Kevin. In time, Harry Potter would come here to reclaim his parents' inheritance, which stirred feelings of envy within Kevin. Envious of someone without parents? Indeed, I have none. Professor McGonagall produced Kevin's acceptance letter and presented it to the goblin at the counter, swiftly securing a student loan. Weighing the bag in his hand, he realized that at such a young age he bore the burden of debt. To be honest, he had little understanding of financial matters. After all, orphans had no need for money when their basic needs were provided by the orphanage. Professor McGonagall instructed Dean Hobbs to take Kevin to have his school uniform tailored, purchase a wand, and acquire first-year textbooks. She then departed to prepare some other necessities for Kevin. "Let us proceed, Dean," Kevin said, taking the lead, though he had no idea where the tailor was located. However, he reasoned that with this one road, they would surely find it. The uniform fitting was uneventful, unless one considered Mrs. Malkin's compliment on Kevin's appearance to be particularly noteworthy. The pair then arrived at Ollivander's, the wand shop reputed to have a legacy spanning over a millennium. As they pushed open the ancient glass door, the sound of a bell chimed. Inside, an array of peculiar noises ensued, and shortly thereafter, a sprightly old man with white hair emerged. "Good day, sir. I am a new student at Hogwarts this year and wish to purchase a wand that belongs to me," Kevin politely addressed the venerable shopkeeper. "Oh, of course, my child. Every young wizard deserves a wand of their own. Come, let me have a look," the old man replied, stepping closer to Kevin and studying him intently. Excuse me, sir," Kevin stammered as a long-buried memory resurfaced, leaving him wishing he could slap himself. Ollivander and Dean Hobbs exchanged bewildered glances as Kevin fidgeted awkwardly. Sir. I am right-handed." He once again attempted to redirect their attention. "Oh yes, right hand indeed. Let me see." After a moment's contemplation, Ollivander finally showcased his expertise, swiftly retrieving a box from the towering stacks of wand boxes and presenting it to Kevin. "I believe this will be quite suitable for your child. The wand's shaft is crafted from exquisite red sandalwood from the east, measuring 10 1/10 inches, with a core of phoenix feather. A harmonious and powerful combination. Here, give it a try." Kevin took the wand, its surface smooth yet imbued with a substantial feel. With a gentle flick, a sphere of magical light danced around him. "Excellent. Excellent. It seems this wand is indeed a perfect fit for you. It is available for the modest sum of 10 galleons. As Kevin exited the wand shop, he toyed with his newfound companion, a wand that would accompany him on future adventures. The two continued their search and eventually found a bookstore where they could procure their textbooks, only to discover that Professor McGonagall had been waiting for them. Perhaps they had taken longer than anticipated due to their lack of familiarity with the area. "Children, these are for you." Professor McGonagall indicated towards a conspicuous cauldron and several bags filled with essential items for the school, along with an owl, which was also a gift for him. "Thank you, Professor McGonagall." Kevin expressed his gratitude as he regarded the items. Professor McGonagall was a deeply caring teacher, strict at times, but always for the benefit of her students. "You're welcome, dear child. I hope you will become an outstanding young wizard at Hogwarts," she replied warmly. She had not charged Kevin for these items, as she held a fondness for this well-behaved and thoughtful boy who had grown up in an orphanage and exhibited such maturity. He had certainly endured his share of hardships. With a gentle touch, Professor McGonagall affectionately ruffled Kevin's hair. Kevin could surmise her thoughts, yet he remained profoundly grateful for her kindness. It was remarkable that she could care so much for a child she had just met. She truly deserved her position as deputy headmistress of Hogwarts. Ultimately, Professor McGonagall assisted Kevin in selecting his first-year textbooks and also purchased a few volumes concerning the Wizarding World and Hogwarts itself. Once everything was acquired, it was time to part ways. The school year commenced on September 1st, and an owl would deliver the train tickets the day before, along with some important information. The following day, he could take his luggage to the train station and locate the express train to Hogwarts. I look forward to seeing you again, dear child. Remember to thoroughly read the materials regarding the Wizarding World and Hogwarts. They will be immensely beneficial to you. With that, Professor McGonagall patted Kevin's head once more before vanishing into the bustling crowd of Diagon Alley. Kevin returned to the orphanage with Headmaster Hobbs, eagerly anticipating the beginning of his story. Chapter 3, The Hogwarts Express. Back at the orphanage, Kevin resumed his daily regimen of training and studying. He had no friends within the orphanage, as most of the children had endured challenging childhoods, making communication difficult. The system had chimed once on their trip to Diagon Alley, only to fall silent again. It was fortunate for that single chime, as he was uncertain if the system was still functioning. The novice task would likely not be completed until he officially stepped into Hogwarts. During this period, he diligently read through all the books pertaining to the Wizarding World and Hogwarts, making annotations and notes to reinforce his impressions of the Harry Potter films. Most of the plot lines he could barely recall, while certain historical events from the Wizarding realm were absent from the movies, either due to his incomplete exploration of the entire series in his previous life or the existence of derivative works and compendiums that filled in the gaps of the lore. He had not viewed the last two films, The Deathly Hallows Parts 1 and 2, having only encountered minor spoilers and related short videos. He distinctly remembered Dumbledore drinking some peculiar water for one of Voldemort's Horcruxes, becoming somewhat delirious and severely weakened, only to later summon flames to rescue Harry. Ultimately returning to Hogwarts, where he was swiftly taken away by Professor Snape. Although he had only watched the first 6 films in his previous existence, he had familiarized himself with some of the lore, thus he was aware that Snape had pulled off a covert operation, revealing himself to be a hero. Nonetheless, he felt a tinge of absurdity regarding Dumbledore's death, sensing it bore the mark of contrived narrative. However, those were mere reflections of the past, primarily evoking memories from the 6th installment, particularly a potions textbook annotated with the wealth of the Half-Blood Prince. It was uncertain whether Snape had intentionally left it for Harry or if it had simply remained there, awaiting a worthy finder. Regardless, Kevin deemed it imperative to acquire it, as it undoubtedly represented a substantial fortune. He merely skimmed through the texts on charms and transfiguration, opting not to study them in depth, recognizing their inherent dangers. After all, he was merely an ordinary individual, not a prodigy. Yet, he thoroughly examined the potions and herbology sections, anticipating that upon his arrival at Hogwarts, he would have the opportunity to learn from specialists. Time flew, and soon the day of the new term arrived, September 1st, accompanied by Headmaster Hobbs. Kevin arrived at the train station. Mimicking the young witches and wizards from the films, he pushed a cart on which all his belongings were securely bundled. Before long, he spotted the pillar situated between platforms 9 and 10. If memory served him correctly, he could simply charge straight into that pillar, right? Children, hurry up. The train is about to depart. Just then, a resonant female voice echoed, prompting Kevin to turn his gaze. He quickly recognized some familiar yet unfamiliar figures, a mother accompanied by 4 boys, holding the hand of a girl. The entire family sported striking orange-red hair, the Weasley family. Behind them, however, was the object of Kevin's greater interest, a bespectacled young boy. It must be said, Harry was undeniably adorable in the first film. With his sleek black hair and emerald green eyes, a perfect blend of charm and delicacy. Well, perhaps that was not entirely inappropriate. No. Kevin shook his head, banishing the peculiar thoughts that invaded his mind. He had anticipated this moment for 11 years, finally encountering the protagonist of this story, feeling a surge of joy and excitement. For all of this was indeed real. Soon, Percy, the 3rd son of the Weasley family, hurriedly pushed his luggage into a pillar. Harry widened his eyes in astonishment, and Kevin raised an eyebrow. The special effects seen in the movie differed slightly from the reality unfolding before them. Next came Fred and George, the mischievous twins of the Weasley clan, who playfully teased their mother before grinning and dashing into the pillar. As the moment of parting approached, Kevin turned to the headmaster beside him and said, "I believe I have found the train. Headmaster, you may leave me here." Headmaster Hobbs was momentarily taken aback, mistakenly thinking Kevin referred to the train adjacent to them. "Very well, off you go, Kevin," he replied with a smile, patting Kevin on the shoulder, saying little more, as he recognized the boy's intelligence from a young age. After bidding farewell to the headmaster, Kevin pushed his luggage toward the Weasley family, intending to strike up a conversation and get acquainted with those 2 delightful goofballs. At that moment, goofball number 1, Harry, stepped forward to initiate conversation. Sensing the opportune moment, Kevin followed suit, pushing his luggage along. "Excuse me," Harry stammered, slightly bashful, as Mrs. Weasley, the matriarch of the Weasley family, turned at the sound, encountering 2 charming boys. Harry, noticing Kevin trailing behind, felt uncertain about how to greet them, lowering his head momentarily before glancing at Mrs. Weasley. Excuse me, how do we access platform 9? My friend and I seem to have lost our way." Harry's words were hesitant and shy, prompting Kevin to take the lead. Harry nodded appreciatively, offering Kevin a grateful smile. "Oh, of course, my dear children," Mrs. Weasley replied warmly, unable to resist the charm of the two delightful boys as she stepped forward to embrace their shoulders. "Do not worry, dears. This is my youngest son, Ron, who is also attending Hogwarts for the first time this year." Beside them, goofball number 2, Ron, offered an awkward yet polite smile. "You simply enter between platforms 10 and 9. If you're feeling nervous, you can run straight through." Mrs. Weasley pointed toward the pillar ahead, encouraging Harry and Kevin. She gently patted their shoulders, signaling them to proceed. The small girl nearby was Ginny, the youngest daughter of the Weasley family. According to comments from the movie in a past life, she seemed to be Harry's future wife. She smiled at Harry and Kevin, wishing them good luck. Kevin and Harry expressed their gratitude to Mrs. Weasley and Ginny before both boys dashed into the pillar. Upon entering the platform, an old-fashioned steam train from the last century appeared before them, its front adorned with the inscription Hogwarts Express. Kevin took a moment before moving, choosing instead to engage Harry in conversation. "Hello, my name is Kevin. It is a pleasure to meet you." "Oh, hello, my name is Harry Potter. I am also delighted to meet you," Harry replied, still in awe of the scene before him. But Kevin's words snapped him back to reality, fostering a sense of camaraderie toward the boy who had just come to his aid. "I am familiar with you. You have been mentioned in the compendium of the Wizarding World, making you quite a celebrity among wizards." "Thank you, but I have never been involved in matters of magic, and I am not well informed." "Isn't that delightful? Everything feels so novel." "Indeed," Harry smiled. Soon, the two of them set off together to store their luggage and found an empty compartment to sit in. He had intended to seek out another young witch, yet he was uncertain of her whereabouts, so he opted to sit with Harry, trusting that the young witch would appear in due course. As the departure time approached, Harry and Kevin engaged in conversation within their compartment. It was Harry's first encounter with the Wizarding World, and he had numerous inquiries. Kevin appeared approachable and knowledgeable, providing Harry with the perfect opportunity to ask questions. Kevin, in turn, revealed that he was also a first-time visitor to Hogwarts, and his knowledge stemmed solely from what he had read in books. Thus, many of his answers mirrored the text. Before long, Ron made his appearance. As anticipated, the other compartments were full, so he came to share a table with Harry and Kevin, having at least met them before. Ron introduced himself first, followed by Harry. Ron was taken aback to discover that the person before him was a prominent figure in the Wizarding World, and Harry smiled, revealing the lightning-shaped scar on his forehead. When it was Kevin's turn, Ron asked the question Harry had refrained from voicing. "Kevin, what is your full name? I mean, what is your surname?" Ron inquired, curiously eyeing the seemingly more mature boy. "I have no surname. I am simply Kevin," he replied. Harry and Ron exchanged puzzled glances. Kevin, undeterred, produced an old wooden tag from his pocket. "This is the tag that was hung around my neck when I was abandoned as an infant. My name derives from this. I am an orphan. When the headmaster found me, he saw the tag around my neck and named me accordingly, hence I have no surname." "Oh, I am sorry. I did not mean to pry," Ron apologized upon learning of Kevin's orphan status. Harry's gaze softened as he regarded Kevin, recognizing their shared experience of being without parents. Though Harry had relatives to care for him, they were hardly a substitute, leading him to feel a kinship with Kevin. "It is of no consequence. My time in the orphanage was not unpleasant. The headmaster treated me as a father, and I cherished my time there." Harry felt the disparity of the world around him, realizing that his own plight seemed the most dire. The trio conversed merrily until the train attendant arrived, inquiring if they wished to purchase snacks. Ron and Kevin, lacking funds, were reluctant, while Harry, in a display of generosity, declared he would cover the expenses, treating his new friends to a feast. Kevin felt a pang of disparity. He seemed the most unfortunate of them all, with no parents and no inheritance. Chapter 4, Arrival at Hogwarts. The three young friends indulged in snacks and shared stories within the train compartment. However, most of the conversation was dominated by Ron, as Kevin and Harry, lacking the extensive knowledge of a pureblood family, were less informed. Kevin only knew a few plot points, which did not equate to comprehensive understanding. Suddenly, a rat leapt from Ron's lap. Ron eagerly introduced his pet, a rat named Scabbers, to his friends. Kevin expressed his curiosity and took Ron's rat, which was none other than Peter Pettigrew, a supporter of Voldemort, a grotesquely pudgy creature. It was only in the third installment that Harry's godfather, Sirius Black, and Professor Lupin would unmask him. However, in this moment, Kevin refrained from exposing the truth, hoping simply to prevent the rat from escaping later. He scrutinized the creature closely, finding nothing overtly amiss, yet he noticed its diminutive testicles, which caused a sinister smile to creep across his face. Seizing the rat with one hand, he flicked its two testicles with the other. Eek! The rat emitted a piercing shriek. "Oh my goodness! Kevin, what have you done?" Ron and Harry simultaneously turned to Kevin, watching as the rat squirmed wildly, attempting to wriggle free from Kevin's grasp. "Ha ha ha! My apologies, I simply couldn't resist." Kevin chuckled. "Perhaps we ought to consider a method to neuter this rat?" "Fear not, Ron. This creature is quite healthy, and I rather like it." Do bring it out to play more often. With that, Kevin returned the rat to Ron, his face adorned with a mischievous grin. Upon hearing that someone actually liked his rat, Ron had no further complaints and readily agreed with Kevin. Peter Pettigrew, Scabbers, curled up within Ron's clothing, trembling. Whether from fear or pain was unclear. The group continued their lively conversation, nearing Hogwarts. Suddenly, a charming young girl appeared outside their compartment, her fluffy brown curls framing her adorable face as she peered in at the trio. Has anyone seen a toad? It belongs to a classmate, she inquired. Harry and Ron exchanged glances, both responding in the negative. Kevin, however, observed the girl intently, Hermione Granger. It must be said, she was far cuter than Harry. Despite a hint of arrogance in her initial demeanor, Hermione turned her gaze towards Kevin, slightly raising her chin as if to imply it was his turn to respond. I have not seen one either, but isn't that the way with magical pets? Perhaps it will appear before us in the next moment. So there's no need to fret, right Ron, Harry? Kevin replied, shaking his head and casually mentioning the other two, though his emphasis was primarily on Harry, hoping to pique Hermione's interest in conversing further. As anticipated, upon hearing Harry's name, Hermione promptly took a seat, inquiring about Harry's identity. Are you not the Harry Potter who vanquished the Dark Lord? Clearly, Harry was accustomed to such inquiries. Brushing aside his hair revealed the lightning-shaped scar on his forehead. Upon seeing the scar, Hermione introduced herself. I am Hermione Granger, hailing from a Muggle family. In her self-introduction, she resembled a proud swan, holding her head high. The others followed suit with their introductions, though curiosity arose regarding why Kevin did not provide a surname. Hermione refrained from pressing further. Harry, can you perform spells? Hermione asked directly. No, I cannot, Harry replied. Oh, well, I happen to know a few. I could show you. With that, Hermione produced her wand and pointed it at Harry. Revert to original. With a soft pop, Harry's glasses gleamed, transforming from well-worn to brand new. Wow, Harry exclaimed in astonishment as he took off his glasses for a closer inspection. Hermione appeared quite proud, holding her lovely head high. Clearly, this child had yet to learn the virtue of humility. However, it is only natural for a young one, possessing more spells than the renowned Harry and the pure-blooded Ron, to feel a sense of pride, and indeed, she had every reason to be proud. Kevin, on the other hand, was observing Hermione's recent spellcasting and her incantation. It seemed relatively simple, though he couldn't ascertain its true difficulty. Nonetheless, he was eager to learn. Mastering such spells would alleviate his fears of breaking things in the future. That's impressive. Did you teach yourself from the basic spellbook? Kevin complimented. Indeed, if you wish to learn, I can teach you, Hermione replied, her spirits lifted by the praise. Speaking with an air of confidence befitting an older sister. By age, Hermione did indeed seem to be the eldest among the three. Sure, please teach me, Kevin said, oblivious to any embarrassment in seeking knowledge from a girl. After all, he was quite the scholar. All right, but the train should be arriving soon. Once we reach Hogwarts, I will instruct you, Hermione readily agreed, clearly pleased with Kevin's eagerness and perceptiveness. She then bid farewell to the others, reminding them to change into their school uniforms. Ron and Harry glanced at Kevin, seemingly questioning his familiarity with them. Oh, you know, I'm an orphan. No one taught me these things, so I'm quite curious. Kevin candidly shared, invoking sympathy. The two were momentarily at a loss for words, instead turning to offer Kevin a comforting word. As they neared Hogwarts, the three friends changed into their robes, and it must be said, donning those magical cloaks did indeed lend an air of sophistication. When they stepped off the train, the sky had darkened. Kevin couldn't help but stretch, feeling a bit fatigued after such a long journey. Their luggage remained on the train, to be transported to Hogwarts by others. At the front of the train, a towering figure, 3 meters tall, held a large lantern and called out to the students. First-year newcomers, come this way. It was Hagrid. Upon hearing the voice, Harry turned to Kevin and Ron, then led them to the front. Both Ron and Kevin gasped in awe. The impact was far more impressive than in the films. In the movies, he appeared to be just over 2 meters tall. But now it was clear he truly stood at 3 meters. The group hadn't even reached his waist. Kevin recognized this giant as the keeper of keys and grounds, and the future care of magical creatures professor, an important figure who would provide clues to the protagonists. Hi Harry, how are you? Hagrid beamed upon spotting Harry, giving him a playful wink. Harry introduced Ron and Kevin to Hagrid, stating that they were now good friends. Hagrid greeted them warmly but soon apologized, mentioning he had to attend to other young witches and wizards, instructing Harry and his friends to follow along. Before long, the young sorcerers trailed behind Hagrid to the lakeside. 4 or 5 students shared a boat, reminiscent of the founders of Hogwarts, as they set sail toward this enchanting magical academy. Before him, the grand castle loomed larger, as if heralding the commencement of a fantastical journey for the newcomers. Kevin stepped into the castle alongside the others. Ding! The system has detected that the host has successfully enrolled at Hogwarts. Beginner's task completed. Intelligence, 10. Upon entering the castle, the system's voice resonated. Suddenly, his intelligence doubled. leaving Kevin momentarily dazed. Upon reopening his eyes, he felt as though his mind had undergone a profound transformation. The surge in intelligence was indescribable, akin to breaking free from a constraint. Many previously obscure concepts became crystal clear, and long-forgotten memories resurfaced. Name: Kevin. Attributes: physicality, 15. Magic, 7. Intelligence, 20. Who isn't a super scholar? Inventory, none. Usable attribute points, 0. Harry and Ron noticed Kevin's peculiar demeanor and inquired with concern if anything was amiss. Kevin quickly regained his composure, smiled at the two, and walked briskly into the castle with them. After ascending several flights of stairs, they arrived before a grand door, where Professor McGonagall awaited. This time, it was Kevin's turn to usher Harry and Ron forward to greet her. "Professor McGonagall, it is a pleasure to see you again," Kevin exclaimed, rushing to the front and halting before her. Initially maintaining a stern expression, McGonagall's demeanor softened upon seeing Kevin. "Welcome, Kevin." As the others arrived, McGonagall resumed her authoritative posture and addressed all the students. "Welcome to Hogwarts. Shortly, you will enter through this door into the Great Hall, where you will be sorted into one of 4 houses: Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, or Slytherin. During your time here, your house will serve as your home." At this juncture, McGonagall cast a glance at Kevin, then at Harry. "Perform well, and you may earn points for your house. Misbehave, and points will be deducted. At the end of the year, the house with the most points will be awarded the House Cup." Just then, a croaking sound echoed from beneath her feet. Neville, the plump boy, spotted it and exclaimed as he rushed to capture his pet toad, Trevor. A hush fell over the air. Gryffindor earns a point for Neville's bravery. However, sensing the shift in atmosphere, Neville quickly apologized and retreated. McGonagall said nothing further, instructing the students to proceed inside to report. Only the young wizards remained. Here comes our pompous peer. Chapter 5, The Sorting Ceremony. It appeared to be true. Harry Potter had arrived at Hogwarts. A haughty voice rang out. The crowd turned to gaze at the boy with a golden slicked-back hairstyle, Draco Malfoy, whose voice sparked hushed whispers among the young wizards. With a confident stride, Draco approached Harry Potter, introducing his 2 lackeys before proclaiming, "I am Malfoy, Draco Malfoy." Ron, caught off guard by some hidden humor, couldn't suppress a snicker. Draco immediately shot him a fierce glare. "Do you find that amusing, Weasley?" With crimson hair and tattered old robes, only the Weasley family could be in such dire straits. Draco scornfully ridiculed Ron before turning to Harry, declaring, "You will soon discover that wizards are not all created equal, Harry. Associating with a family as impoverished as the Weasleys will only bring you harm, whereas I can offer you assistance." This time, it was Kevin who chuckled. "And who might you be? Clearly a mudblood. How dare you laugh?" Draco, irritated by the mockery, retorted sharply at Kevin. Not one to stand idly by while a new friend was insulted, Kevin decided it was time to teach this Draco a lesson. Only strength determines one's standing. Without further ado, Kevin reached out, grasping Draco by the collar with a single hand, effortlessly lifting him off the ground and tossing him towards his 2 lackeys. The surrounding young wizards gasped in astonishment, while Harry and Ron exclaimed in delight, their eyes sparkling. Those from similarly muggle backgrounds felt a pang of envy. As Draco was thrown publicly by Kevin, he seethed with humiliation, preparing to threaten Kevin, but just then, Professor McGonagall returned. "Silence," she commanded, unaware of what had transpired. She assumed the young wizards were merely misbehaving. "Now, follow me inside." Draco, feeling embarrassed, refrained from complaining, though he was ready to utter a few harsh words. Kevin approached Draco once more, placing a hand on his shoulder, rendering him speechless. "Draco, I always welcome you to reclaim your dignity," he said, patting his chest before leading Harry and Ron into the Great Hall. "Kevin, you are truly remarkable." Ron and Harry exclaimed excitedly as they followed closely behind. Kevin had avenged them splendidly. Draco was too intimidated to speak. Kevin smiled, attributing his strength to having grown up in an orphanage. One could blame everything on that. Soon, the group of young wizards, amidst the cheers of hundreds of older students, arrived at the forefront of the Great Hall. Thousands of candles floated above, and the enchanted ceiling mirrored the sky outside, creating a breathtakingly magical atmosphere. Inside, long tables were set, each occupied by the upperclassmen of the 4 houses. At the foremost table sat a number of professors, including Dumbledore himself. Before the sorting ceremony commenced, Dumbledore began to speak. He resembled his film portrayal. An elderly gentleman with a long beard and half-moon spectacles, renowned as the greatest white wizard of the century. He served as the current headmaster of Hogwarts and stood as one of the most formidable figures in this cinematic universe. Dumbledore spoke briefly, cautioning the students against entering the forbidden forest behind the school, as well as the restricted area on the right side of the 3rd-floor corridor. With that, the sorting ceremony began. "When your name is called, please step forward." Professor McGonagall unfurled a scroll of parchment and announced, "Hannah Abbott." A small witch, visibly nervous, stepped onto the stage, prompting McGonagall to smile reassuringly, signaling that there was no need for anxiety. Then he picked up a magical hat resting on a chair. As the hat was placed upon his head, it emitted a sound, and from the creases of the hat, a face could barely be discerned. Hufflepuff! The Sorting Hat exclaimed moments later. The long table of Hufflepuff erupted in a chorus of cheers and applause. Many of the young wizards, who had found the sorting ceremony rather terrifying, breathed a sigh of relief. It was merely a hat after all. Hermione Granger, taking a deep breath. Hermione murmured nervously to herself as she slowly made her way forward under the gaze of the crowd. Ron, turning to Harry and Kevin, remarked, "She looks a bit odd. She must have something wrong with her." Harry raised an eyebrow, while Kevin nudged Ron in the ribs, causing him to yelp in pain. "Mr. Weasley, quiet down," Professor McGonagall admonished sternly. Ron looked puzzled at Kevin. "Do not speak ill of others in private." Ron, clutching his ribs, said nothing further, attributing it to Kevin's upbringing in an orphanage, perhaps suggesting he had endured some unpleasant experiences of being spoken about behind his back. Hermione, oblivious to their conversation, continued her anxious murmuring. After donning the hat, it was not long before it proclaimed, "Gryffindor." The Gryffindor table erupted in cheers and applause. Hermione descended with joy, making her way to the Gryffindor table. After a few more names, it was Ron's turn, and like the other Weasleys, he too was sorted into Gryffindor. Next came the main event, Harry Potter. Upon hearing the name, a wave of murmurs swept through the crowd. Harry, feeling somewhat nervous, walked up, murmuring to himself just as Hermione had. Eventually, amidst his own murmurs, he was also sorted into Gryffindor. A smile of happiness broke across Harry's face as he dashed towards the seats occupied by Ron and Hermione. The Weasley twins shouted, "Gryffindor has a Potter." Kevin, who had been quite curious, wondered why everyone was so excited about being sorted into Gryffindor, especially since it was their first time at Hogwarts and they knew little of the houses. Next, Kevin. Hearing his name, Kevin stepped forward, and the young wizards parted to make way, vividly recalling the scene outside where he had just sent Draco flying. Professor McGonagall, oblivious to the state of the young wizards, smiled at Kevin, having a favorable impression of the well-mannered child. "Ah, you seek a grand adventure. You possess both courage and wisdom, as well as ambition, though you can also be quite laid back. It is indeed a challenge to choose. All four houses suit you well." As the sorting hat was placed on Kevin's head, it began to converse with itself. "Since you desire an adventure, then it must be Gryffindor." After what felt like an eternity, the hat finally shouted. The Gryffindor table erupted in applause and cheers, with Harry and Ron clapping the loudest. The three of them were elated to be sorted together. "Oh, now I understand why they were so jubilant about being placed in Gryffindor," Kevin thought, his heart filled with joy as he made his way to the Gryffindor table. "Is there no one beside you, Hermione? In that case, I shall not hold back. It is wonderful to see you again, Hermione. I am delighted we are in the same house." Harry and Ron chimed in. "Shall I take my leave now? I, too, look forward to your guidance in the future." Although little Hermione appears quite proud, she is indeed also very proud. However, she is still just a child. Naturally, she is delighted to befriend the boy who generously praises her. "Ah, by the way, Kevin, I just noticed that when Professor McGonagall called your name, she did not use your surname. So, your previous self-introduction was not a case of forgetfulness or oversight, was it?" Hermione pointed out the oversight and raised her earlier unasked question. "Indeed, I am simply called Kevin, without a surname." Observing the girl's puzzled expression, he realized that this answer might not entirely satisfy her. Like before, when he introduced himself to Harry and Ron, Kevin produced a wooden plaque and recounted his lineage and the reason for his lack of a surname. "I apologize, Kevin. I should not have asked so much." Hermione expressed her apologies to him. He replied that he was quite accustomed to it. At last, the sorting ceremony came to a close, and the banquet commenced. Chapter 6, Transfiguration Class. As the feast began, with a grand gesture from Dumbledore, an array of delectable dishes appeared upon the long tables of the four houses. After indulging for a while, Harry struck up a conversation with Percy, who was now technically Harry's upperclassman. "Percy, do you know who the person next to Professor Quirrell is?" Harry had encountered Professor Quirrell during his first visit to the Leaky Cauldron. He pointed towards the seat beside Professor Quirrell in inquiry. Kevin glanced back. "Oh, the old bat. That has nothing to worry about." Percy replied. "That is Professor Snape, the head of Slytherin House. He teaches potions. But he has a keen interest in dark arts and has aspired to teach defense against the dark arts for many years." Upon hearing this, Harry contemplatively gazed in Snape's direction. During the sorting ceremony, he had noticed Snape watching him, and then his forehead scar had throbbed painfully. Kevin, concerned, inquired about Harry's well-being. Harry shook his head at Kevin and smiled, assuring him that he was fine. He was reluctant to voice his suspicions just yet. Kevin grimaced slightly, noting that this boy always kept things bottled up. Soon, with the arrival of the ghosts, the banquet reached its zenith. It did not take long for the excitement to subside, and all the newly sorted students followed their respective prefects to their common rooms. Along the way, they passed the spiral staircase, where Prefect Percy guided them, cautioning them not to be misled by the shifting stairs. Kevin, however, was more intrigued by the portraits adorning the walls. They clearly possessed a certain intelligence. It was uncertain how profound that wisdom was or whether they could answer inquiries regarding Hogwarts. The ghosts, on the other hand, seemed to be more complete entities, retaining memories from both their lives and afterlives. They could even heed the call of the house, seeking out students, among other tasks. Kevin, hurry up. When Kevin paused to listen to a conversation among several figures within a painting, Hermione, ahead, noticed his stillness and beckoned him to catch up. Before long, the group of new students, accompanied by their prefect, arrived at the entrance to Gryffindor's common room, which was concealed behind a portrait of the fat lady. Percy uttered the password, Dragon Dung. The portrait swung open, revealing a passageway within. A throng of students streamed into the common room of Gryffindor, with the boys to the left and the girls to the right. Their luggage had already been stowed away, and they were to locate their dormitories without error. Percy offered a few words of guidance to the newcomers before allowing them to disperse. Kevin, Ron, and Harry found themselves sharing a dormitory, a familiar arrangement that was quite agreeable. That night, Harry was too exhilarated to sleep, with everything feeling so novel. In contrast, Kevin, possessing commendable habits, quickly drifted into slumber. He envisioned how their routines would inevitably be disrupted by the trio of friends, seasoned night owls. Early the next morning, Kevin opened his eyes to a tranquil world. The sun had yet to fully rise. He stealthily arose, washing his face in the bathroom, and donned comfortable attire before venturing out from the Gryffindor common room. Uncertain of the way, he descended the stairs with determination. Soon enough, he discovered a relatively spacious lawn that appeared to be a communal area. With fervor, he commenced his morning exercise. Who knew how long this habit would endure? Yet, with the system beginning to present tasks, he speculated that future challenges might yield physical rewards. Having spent the night brewing potions, Snape had just returned from the dungeons to the first floor, making his way to his quarters. As he passed a corridor, he paused to glance out the window at Kevin performing push-ups on the lawn. In all his years at Hogwarts, it was the first time he had observed a student exercising so early in the morning. Squinting slightly, he chose not to dwell on the sight and continued towards his chamber. As the sun slowly ascended, Kevin checked his newly acquired pocket watch. Noting that his workout had concluded just in time, he briskly made his way back to the dormitory, where others were beginning to awaken. With a playful spirit, he pulled the covers off Ron and Harry. Harry, Ron, if you don't get up now, you'll miss breakfast and be late for Transfiguration class. With a flurry of encouragement, he roused them for their morning routine, and together they proceeded to the Great Hall, which was already bustling with early risers. Good morning, Hermione, Kevin called out, spotting her sitting alone at the Gryffindor table, engaged in her breakfast. Good morning, Kevin, and Harry, Ron. I thought you might skip breakfast, she replied, her enthusiasm somewhat lacking. If Kevin hadn't awakened us, we probably would have, Harry admitted, still looking a bit drowsy from the previous night's late hour. Hermione, did you prepare for this morning's Transfiguration class? Kevin inquired, having noticed her less than cheerful demeanor. Of course, she responded. The mention of academics instantly piqued her interest. Kevin then posed several questions, igniting a spirited discussion between them. At that moment, he felt his intellect was slightly superior, as his inquiries left Hermione momentarily stumped. Nevertheless, she persevered, sharing her insights, and they engaged in mutual learning. Exchanging glances, Harry and Ron were clearly bewildered by the topic at hand and returned to their meals, focusing on their breakfast instead. After finishing breakfast, the four friends made their way to the Transfiguration classroom. A few students had already arrived, and both Hermione and Kevin noticed the tabby cat on the podium. Hermione, awakening her inner cat enthusiast, praised the feline's cuteness. Kevin, aware that the cat was transformed by Professor McGonagall, hesitated to describe it as adorable, instead complimenting its appearance. The cat seemed to smile in response. Harry and Ron had long abandoned the idea of joining the conversation and settled into their seats as soon as they entered the classroom. Kevin, unabashed, sat beside Hermione. She, seemingly unfazed, eagerly engaged in discussions about Transfiguration, demonstrating her extensive knowledge, having read many books that Kevin had not. Just yesterday, she had excitedly shared insights from her readings with her dorm mates, but they appeared uninterested, with some even perceiving her enthusiasm as mere showiness. Hermione, aware of her friend's sentiments, felt a tinge of sadness. She merely wished to foster a good rapport with them, but her approach did not garner the warmth she sought. This morning, she had chosen to eat breakfast alone, rather than sit with her dorm mates. Kevin's presence was a delightful surprise, as he too seemed to relish learning and posed many questions she had previously found perplexing. Moreover, he did not find her constant chatter tiresome. A refreshing change, as it was the first time someone was willing to engage with her so thoroughly. Just kidding. How could listening to such a charming cat like you be exhausting? Kevin remarked. Soon, the class was set to begin, and Hermione wisely fell silent as the professor was about to arrive, planning to continue their conversation later. True to form, Hermione maintained a commendable attitude. However, the professor had actually arrived earlier. Thanks to Kevin, Harry and Ron managed to be punctual this time. As class commenced, The tabby cat leapt down from the podium, abruptly transforming into a human figure. "Ooh!" gasped the students below, their astonishment palpable. With everyone present, the lesson was ready to commence. Professor McGonagall, evidently accustomed to such reactions, immediately began the first transfiguration class. She tapped the blackboard, signaling everyone to open their textbooks. Transfiguration is an exceptionally perilous subject. You must listen attentively and obey my instructions. You are not to wave your wands recklessly. Otherwise, you may find yourselves exempt from future classes, Professor McGonagall stated with grave seriousness. With a flick of her wand, a matchstick appeared before each student. Now, I shall elucidate the fundamentals of beginner's transfiguration. Your task for the upcoming week is to learn how to transform this matchstick into a silver needle. If you execute this well and promptly, it will earn points for your house. Professor McGonagall then instructed everyone to take out their textbooks and began to explain various aspects of transfiguration, the incantations, the necessary tone or emotion, and how to wield their wands effectively. Now, everyone, take your wands, follow my lead, and attempt to transform the matchstick into a silver needle. As I have just demonstrated, Kevin expressed that he had mastered the key concepts, and this would be his inaugural attempt at wielding magic. With a serious demeanor, he grasped his wand and began to cast a spell. In his mind, he diligently envisioned the form of a silver needle, contemplating its structure and composition while feeling the magical energy coursing through him. Transform. The match before him glimmered and morphed into an ordinary silver needle, albeit slightly thicker than he had anticipated. "Wow, Kevin, you did it!" exclaimed Hermione, her eyes alight with astonishment. Professor McGonagall approached, picking up the needle conjured by Kevin. "Very impressive, my dear boy. You possess remarkable talent. Although there are minor imperfections, your transfiguration has indeed succeeded. With a bit more effort and focus on your magical energy, this needle will be perfected." 5 points to Gryffindor, cheered the other Gryffindor students. "Thank you, Professor. I will strive to improve," Kevin replied, holding deep respect for the kind-hearted professor. McGonagall smiled, setting the silver needle down and continuing her inspection of the other students. Hermione gradually approached Kevin, curiosity radiating from her as she inquired about the secret to his success. Concentrate while reciting the incantation and imagine the object you wish to transform," Kevin suggested, finding it challenging to articulate the somewhat abstract nature of the spellcasting process. Envision the needle's shape, structure, and even its components. Hermione furrowed her brow in contemplation, raising her wand and focusing intently on the match. Transform. The match quivered slightly, but remained unchanged. Hermione looked at Kevin with a hint of despair. "Don't be disheartened. You must firmly believe in your ability to succeed. Magic is inherently a mental process." Encouraged by Kevin's support and the occasional intuitive guidance he offered, Hermione persisted until, eventually, she transformed the match into a slender silver stick. "At least it changed," Kevin remarked. Hermione clearly accepted this outcome, having become the second person to achieve a transformation, and Professor McGonagall stepped in with her expert guidance. She noted that Hermione's mind was too cluttered, preventing her from focusing. Her eagerness to succeed had clouded her concentration. As the saying goes, haste makes waste. Kevin offered her consolation, affirming their shared progress as they had taken their first steps together. Hermione, undeterred, regained her determination and continued to grapple with the silver stick before her. Meanwhile, Kevin diligently refined his silver needle, and by the end of the class, it had become indistinguishable from an ordinary needle. Hermione's silver stick had also taken on a needle-like appearance. In contrast, their peers struggled to even initiate a transformation. The two of them had truly excelled, with Hermione earning an additional 5 points for Gryffindor. Chapter 7. Potions Class, Confronting Snape. During lunch, a spirited Hermione excitedly shared her journey of spellcasting with Kevin, reveling in the joy of having someone to celebrate her academic achievements with for the first time. Kevin listened intently, offering remarks from time to time. Harry and Ron trailed behind, feeling somewhat extraneous, as the discussion between Kevin and Hermione was beyond their comprehension. Upon arriving at the Great Hall, they all gathered for lunch. As Harry immersed himself in his meal, Kevin pondered for a moment before deciding to remind him. "Harry, have you reviewed the potions textbook for this afternoon's class?" Harry looked up, bewildered. Shouldn't you be asking Hermione that? Hermione, too, was puzzled as to why Kevin did not direct his inquiry towards her. "Harry, you are aware of your fame. Your parents were also students at Hogwarts and had quite a reputation. I have heard that Professor Snape, who teaches potions, seems to harbor a dislike for your father. I worry that you might be targeted, so it would be wise to prepare in advance." Both Hermione and Harry were curious about where Kevin had gleaned this information. Harry was eager to learn more about his parents, while Hermione was intrigued by such gossip, leaving Ron oblivious as he continued to eat. "Oh, I just happened to pick up a book in Diagon Alley and came across it. It was something like a collection of anecdotes." Kevin fabricated an explanation, unable to divulge the true source. "Don't expect an orphan like me to know too much." He once again used his orphan status as a shield, and the two found it inappropriate to press further. After finishing his meal, Harry completely forgot about Kevin's suggestion to review the potions book. The group made their way to the library, where he was solely focused on locating the anecdotal book Kevin had mentioned, hoping to uncover more about his parents, with even Ron assisting in the search. Meanwhile, Kevin and Hermione picked up a potions book and began to read. Kevin was genuinely interested in potions, particularly in elixirs such as the Felix Felicis, which grants extraordinary luck, and the Veritaserum, which compels the truth. He even pondered the existence of an elixir for immortality. However, the basic text he had encountered did not mention these advanced potions, leaving him uncertain whether the Philosopher's Stone was required for their creation. He eagerly anticipated the possibility of discovering the riches of the Half-Blood Prince. Soon, the lunch break concluded, and the group headed to the potions classroom together. Kevin chose a seat at the long table beside Harry. He was unperturbed by the prospect of being caught up in Harry's troubles, as he had contemplated for some time and resolved to confront Snape, hoping to capture his attention. As class approached, the iron door of the classroom was forcefully swung open with a clang, and Snape's booming voice resonated. In my classroom, wands are not to be used, nor are spells to be uttered haphazardly. The moment he entered, a palpable sense of oppression filled the room as Snape strode purposefully to the lectern, casting a disdainful gaze upon the assembled students. I suspect many of you cannot fathom the profound, scientific, and intricate craft of potion making. Only those with talent and ambition can comprehend the elixirs that course through one's veins, possessing the mesmerizing power to enchant and cloud the mind. He continued, I will teach you how to elevate your status, concoct brilliance, and even how to create the elixir of immortality. Snape, upon taking the stage, resembled a charismatic leader of a cult, extolling the wonders of potions and enticing the inexperienced students before him. Kevin had just noticed Harry scribbling something beside him and discreetly nudged Harry to remain still. Before Snape could target Harry with any taunts, Kevin raised his hand eagerly. Severus Snape had initially intended to disregard the matter, but upon suddenly recognizing that the boy before him was the one he had seen exercising that morning, he paused for a few moments. Mr. Kevin, he said, crossing his arms in front of his chest and gesturing with a slight lift of his chin. Professor, does the elixir of immortality require the Philosopher's Stone for its creation? The entire class fell silent as they absorbed the audacity of Kevin's question. Hermione and her companions were equally astonished. Was this truly a query befitting a first-year student? Setting aside the fact that the Philosopher's Stone was an unfamiliar concept to them, the very notion of the elixir of immortality was evidently far beyond the grasp of these fledgling wizards. Mr. Kevin, what kind of audacity allows you to pose such a foolish, arrogant, and laughable question? Snape advanced towards Kevin's desk, his countenance dark and exuding an intimidating aura. Kevin acknowledged that he felt somewhat intimidated, yet he steeled himself and continued, You said we should be ambitious. Ah, is that so? Then I wonder if your keen ears caught the preceding phrase. One must also possess talent. So is it necessary? Kevin obstinately pressed on, his curiosity piqued. Since you, Mr. Kevin, are so intrigued by potions, allow me to inquire. What does the addition of daffodil bulb powder to wormwood stem juice yield? It produces the draught of living death, a potent sleeping potion. Snape scrutinized Kevin's calm demeanor, seemingly displeased, and his tone grew sharper. If I were in need of a piece of dung, where would I procure one? From a goat's stomach, Professor. Snape continued, What is the distinction between aconite and wolfsbane? There is none. Kevin answered effortlessly. Ah, it seems Mr. Kevin indeed possesses a certain confidence. But do you believe that merely memorizing a few rudimentary facts grants you the right to aspire to comprehend that which lies beyond your reach? Snape sneered, showing no sign of acknowledgement for Kevin's correct answers, and continued his mockery. I believe that all knowledge is of equal value. Professor, Kevin retorted boldly. The other students in the classroom swallowed hard, and even Draco exhibited a hint of admiration for Kevin's audacity in challenging Professor Snape. Snape's chilling laughter echoed ominously, sending shivers down the spines of the young wizards. Then you should understand that knowledge rests in my hands. Whether I choose to impart it to you is entirely at my discretion. Thus, be silent. In an instant, Snape's demeanor shifted from that of a serpent-like grin to a grave countenance, abruptly silencing Kevin and transitioning into the lecture. True to form, he would not concede an inch, effortlessly cutting off the dialogue. Harry, Ron, and Hermione exchanged covert thumbs-up gestures in appreciation of Kevin's boldness. Snape's reputation as a master of potions was evidently well-deserved. As he proceeded to concoct a healing potion with the grace of an artist, each step executed with finesse, the resultant potion radiated a brilliance unattainable by the likes of them, undoubtedly the pinnacle of healing elixirs. I do not expect you to produce potions of commendable quality. I merely hope you do not concoct a repulsive, perilous, and disgraceful brew akin to that produced by a troll. Mr. Kevin, should you fail to concoct a satisfactory potion, there will be no need for you to attend class. Instead, you may remain here tonight to indulge in your absurd ambitions. Snape instructed the students to pair up for potion making, Yet Kevin found himself assigned to work alone, with a distinct task bestowed upon him. No problem, Professor. If I manage to brew a commendable potion, might you entertain a flicker of hope for my ridiculous aspirations? Snape sneered dismissively. At present, you are in no position to make demands, Mr. Kevin. Initially, Kevin harbored a keen interest in potions, believing that this endeavor might captivate Snape's attention. The old bat, he mused, had a sharp tongue but a tender heart. Should he demonstrate sufficient talent, he was confident that Snape would not turn a blind eye. Just because he was unworthy now did not imply he would remain so in the future. Harry and his friends cast worried glances towards Kevin, who merely smiled back at them before earnestly beginning his potion making. He had perused numerous texts on potion making, particularly studying the quintessential blue and red potions in depth. Admittedly, these concoctions were somewhat advanced, which was why Snape had not compelled the rest of the class to complete them on the spot, except for Kevin. With the intellect he once wielded to learn potions at a mere 10 points, now enhanced to 20, coupled with the guidance of the esteemed Snape, Kevin felt assured in his ability to succeed. However, lacking profound insights from Snape, Kevin relied on his recollections of Snape's previous demonstrations, alongside the herbal measurements detailed in his texts, to devise his own approach. Engaging in a verbal spar with Snape had left him slightly irked. He yearned to create a legacy of his own, a testament to Kevin's prowess. As he commenced his brewing, Snape patrolled the classroom, vigilant against mishaps. Approaching Kevin, he scrutinized his process with an ominous gaze. Kevin meticulously adhered to the prescribed measurements, though his technique appeared somewhat clumsy. The nuances of crucible temperatures and timing were elusive in written form, compelling him to experiment independently. Such laughable technique, such foolish insight, Snape observed, disappointment lacing his voice. He had anticipated that Kevin might possess remarkable talent, only to find him akin to the average student, not foolish, but devoid of exceptional ability. Oblivious to Snape's judgment, Kevin remained engrossed in his potion, using practical application to validate the accuracy of his texts while accumulating experiential knowledge. As long as Snape had not indicated a limit on attempts, he resolved to try as many times as necessary. Before long, Kevin's potion was the first to materialize. Snape approached, lifting the vial to his nose for inspection. The other students instinctively turned their attention to this audacious student who dared to confront Professor Snape. Eager to witness whether he could achieve the extraordinary, Harry and his companions offered silent prayers on his behalf. 30 points. Only marginally better than a troll's excrement. Snape remarked derisively. Perhaps some guidance, Professor? It appears Mr. Kevin's talent and ambition are rather limited. Snape continued to mock Kevin, exclaiming, timing. The timing of introducing the ingredients. Do you require me to stand by your side with a pocket watch to help you count down? And is your rejuvenating herb of any significant value? This meager amount is hardly sufficient for even a rat. Thank you, Professor, Kevin replied, fully aware of the implications. He obediently produced his pocket watch, preserved a potion for 30 minutes, and then meticulously cleaned the cauldron to commence his second concoction. He remained unfazed by Professor Snape's biting remarks. During his initial preparation, he had made a record, marking it with 30 minutes and setting it aside. He retrieved a fresh piece of yellow parchment to document his second attempt. This time, he monitored the time with his watch as he diligently followed the textbook instructions, adding the appropriate ingredients. As Kevin worked on his second potion, others gradually completed their own. None surpassed the 30-minute mark, with Hermione's group achieving the highest score of merely 20 minutes. In this second attempt, Kevin's technique appeared more fluid. He recalled Snape's demonstration regarding the rejuvenating herb, which involved taking a stem, folding it, twisting it to extract its essence, and then incorporating it into the cauldron. Perhaps this method would better release the herb's medicinal properties. Emulating Snape's technique, Kevin followed suit. Observing Kevin's adept handling of the ingredients and his precise timing, Snape said nothing, though his fingers, resting rhythmically against his crossed arms, tapped out a silent beat. At last, Kevin's second potion was ready, and Snape stepped forward to inspect it. After a moment, Snape raised his shadowy visage and spoke slowly. 59 points. It seems Mr. Kevin is not beyond redemption. The other young wizards gasped in astonishment. His score had nearly doubled. Thanks to your guidance, Professor. May I inquire where I lost that 1 point? Kevin said, hands on his hips, brimming with pride. You appear quite pleased, Mr. Kevin. However, this potion is merely a product of practice. Even a troll, with proper training, could concoct it better than you. I don't believe that, Kevin retorted, disregarding Snape's derision. Huh. If you cannot produce an excellent healing potion, then you shall not leave today. I would be most pleased to keep you here all night, Mr. Kevin. I would be equally pleased, Professor, Kevin replied with a smile, genuinely enthusiastic about the prospect of learning from Snape. The other students were taken aback, while Snape's lips twitched slightly. Now, the rest of you may leave. You, however, shall remain here until you successfully brew an excellent healing potion. With that, Snape swept out of the room like a bat. The remaining young wizards exchanged glances, some amused, others relishing Kevin's predicament. You really don't need to clash with Professor Snape. His words have always been rather harsh, Hermione remarked as she approached Kevin. Believing his defiance stemmed from a refusal to accept Snape's manner of speaking. Harry and Ron joined them, their expressions filled with concern. I'm fine. You all should head back. I find this potion quite intriguing and am not averse to staying behind, Kevin reassured them. After a few individuals found themselves at a loss, they exchanged a few comforting words before departing one by one. Once everyone had left, Kevin refrained from concocting a third potion. Instead, he seated himself at the table, reflecting on the two previous concoctions and Snape's demonstration. How he wished the old bat could perform the demonstration once more. Comparing his notes from the two attempts alongside the content from his textbooks, he sought to uncover the source of the issues he faced. His gaze wandered restlessly around the room, in search of inspiration. As he lifted his head, he noticed that the exquisite healing potion Snape had just brewed remained untaken. It sat within a glass vial, illuminated by the setting sun, casting a myriad of glimmering reflections. Without hesitation, Kevin rose and approached the podium, unceremoniously claiming the potion crafted by Snape. He then retrieved the potions from his earlier attempts, pouring out a small amount from each. Kevin mimicked Snape, inhaling the aromas but discerned little. It was evident he lacked Snape's wealth of experience. He could only detect a faint, pleasant fragrance from Snape's potion. Nevertheless, Kevin understood that Snape possessed the means to alter a potion's flavor without compromising its efficacy. Thus, he remained uncertain whether Snape had added any additional ingredients. Resolved to ascertain the potion's effects, Kevin steeled himself, locating a small knife meant for cutting herbs, and made a careful incision on his arm, creating a wound of moderate length. Blood flowed forth, warm against his skin, hidden in the shadows, employing the disillusionment charm to observe Kevin. Snape was taken aback by Kevin's audacious actions. Kevin first sampled his 59-point concoction. The effects were quite satisfactory. The wound ceased bleeding almost immediately. Internally, Kevin scoffed. This old bat must have deducted points. Yet, the wound remained, still painful but tinged with an itching sensation, indicative of the healing process beginning. He meticulously recorded the potion's effects. Next, Kevin took the knife once more, making a new incision adjacent to the first. He then consumed Snape's superior healing potion. The results were instantaneous. The two wounds began to heal visibly, albeit at a slow pace. Accompanied by a tingling sensation, the bleeding halted, the pain dissipating swiftly, replaced by a comforting warmth. Kevin did not wait for the wounds to fully close before documenting this newfound efficacy. Perhaps Snape had secretly included additional ingredients in the healing potion. The absence of pain was not noted in the textbooks. Furthermore, the warm sensation might be related to blood replenishment and revitalization, effects absent in ordinary healing potions. Considering this, it became clear that pain relief and revitalization were precisely what an injured individual desperately needed. Incorporating these elements into a healing potion was indeed a feasible method, with the effects complementing rather than conflicting with one another. Damn, this old bat is truly a genius, Kevin muttered to himself, glancing anxiously at the door to ensure no one had overheard him. Thankfully, all was well. Meanwhile, Snape, concealed in the corner, felt the veins in his forehead throb with irritation. Kevin promptly began to peruse information regarding pain relief, blood replenishment, and revitalization herbs. Again, he ascended the podium, attempting to deduce from the faint traces left by Professor Snape the ingredients he had employed and the manner of their incorporation. But who was Snape? How could he possibly have left any powder behind after concocting his potions? The surface was cleaner than Kevin's own visage. Thus, Kevin had no choice but to engage in a cycle of trial and error. He discovered a selection of basic ingredients readily available in the potions classroom and began to ascertain the sequence and timing for their addition. Kevin's memory was astonishingly sharp. He recalled the intricate details of Snape's technique, the extra motions he had observed at various stages, gradually forming a coherent image in his mind. Time flew by as Kevin repeated the process a dozen times. His eyes gradually ignited with excitement as he seemed to unearth the allure of potion making. He could sense his healing potion improving, becoming increasingly refined. At that moment, the door swung open to reveal Hermione, Harry, and Ron. They had stealthily returned, concealing some bread and other provisions. Kevin, they whispered, we've brought some food. Quickly eat some before Professor Snape discovers us. However, Kevin did not respond. Instead, he meticulously continued to add his ingredients, displaying a level of proficiency that hinted at mastery. He was entirely absorbed in his world. The others, recognizing his fervent state, dared not intrude. "Ha! I have succeeded," Kevin exclaimed, having once more crafted the healing potion, his voice echoing with exhilaration. The trio observed Kevin's almost frenzied demeanor, retreating slightly in trepidation. Without hesitation, Kevin took a small knife and made another incision on his own flesh. This shocking act left the others pale with fear, and Hermione noticed the multitude of scars, both deep and shallow, adorning Kevin's left hand. A gaping wound appeared as he exerted more force than before. He then promptly consumed his potion. A miraculous scene unfolded. The wound ceased to bleed and began to mend slowly. The pallor that had overtaken his face due to the pain quickly transformed into a healthy flush. In less than a minute, the wound healed, and the previously visible scars vanished without a trace. Indeed, Snape had incorporated a scar-reducing agent into the potion. Kevin was somewhat delirious with triumph. Unbeknownst to him, Snape had approached invisibly and stood before Kevin's cauldron, surreptitiously dipping his finger into the potion and tasting it. After a long moment, he gazed at Kevin, who was enraptured by potion making, surrounded by his scattered notes and records of trial and error. Finally, he departed the classroom, leaving behind a solitary number on Kevin's latest notes, 99. Ding. Host has garnered the recognition of the pivotal figure, Snape. Unlocked hidden panel, talent panel. Reward, potion talent 5, spell talent 5. Name, Kevin. Attributes, physicality, 15, magic, 7, intelligence, 20. Talent, average wizard, 5 spell talent, 11, including various charms and hexes. Everyday spells and transfiguration. Potion talent, 15. Alchemy talent, 5. Flying talent, 1. Inventory, none. Available attribute points, 0. Available talent points, 0. Chapter 9, Flying Class. The sudden system notification startled Kevin, prompting him to glance around anxiously, yet he found no trace of Snape. How could Snape have suddenly acknowledged him? Oh, damn it. He must have employed the disillusionment charm. A bead of sweat trickled down Kevin's forehead as he recalled muttering several unflattering remarks about the old bat. Kevin, are you all right? Hermione inquired with concern, observing Kevin, who had recently been brimming with excitement, now rendered silent and somewhat guilty. She felt a twinge of worry that Snape might have unsettled him psychologically, particularly given his status as an orphan, which might have left him emotionally fragile. It's nothing. Let's head back. Kevin hurriedly gathered his notes, his eyes catching sight of a glaring 99 at the top of his paper. He gasped in shock. I'm doomed. The old bat is really here. Kevin. Noticing Kevin's sudden stillness, Hermione's concern deepened. His erratic behavior over the past few moments was genuinely alarming. One moment laughing, the next self-destructive, followed by guilt, and then becoming utterly dazed. It's fine, it's fine. Kevin numbly finished packing his notes, took his books, and swiftly exited the classroom. He consumed the bread and juice Hermione had brought him before retreating directly to his dormitory. Hermione could tell that Kevin had successfully brewed his potion. She initially intended to discuss potion matters with him, but ultimately refrained, worried about his mental state, and simply advised him to rest. The following day, early in the morning, Kevin awoke refreshed. After an exhausting day of intensive study, he had fallen asleep almost immediately upon returning home. After a solid 10 hours of slumber, he felt rejuvenated. The old bat was hardly a concern. How laughable. Kevin felt capable once more. He stealthily left the dormitory. The staircase outside seemed to shift inexplicably, leading him to a different location on the first floor, which he found quite baffling. Nevertheless, he managed to locate the spot where he had practiced the previous morning and commenced his new day's exercise routine. Snape, who had endured another sleepless night brewing potions, happened to pass by and spotted Kevin. Observing Kevin energetically engaged in his workout, Snape allowed a cold smile to surface, devising a plan in his mind. However, he was now in dire need of sleep. Upon returning, Kevin was surprised to find that Harry and Ron were already awake without his prompting. The two stared at him with worried expressions, while Kevin dashed off to shower, for he could not risk approaching Hermione in his less than fresh state. Soon, they arrived at the Great Hall. Good morning, Hermione. Kevin greeted her as he noticed her reading while enjoying her breakfast. Good morning, Kevin. How are you feeling now? Hermione asked with genuine concern upon seeing him. What can I say? I'm splendid, Kevin replied, patting his chest to assure her that all was well. That's good to hear. I was worried you might be experiencing some psychological trauma. Observing Kevin devour his food ravenously, Hermione felt reassured. Her concern for her newly acquainted study partner's mental well-being had been sincere. Before long, she could no longer resist bringing up the potion class from the previous day. Naturally, Kevin was more than willing to provide her with answers. Watching the two immerse themselves in academic rivalry once more, Harry and Ron exchanged resigned glances and continued with their breakfast. As the two conversed, a cacophony suddenly erupted from the ceiling, drawing everyone's attention. To their astonishment, a flock of owls swooped in, each clutching a bundle of parcels. The mail had arrived. Ron glanced upward as a stack of newspapers and a letter landed before him. Hermione received a letter as well, while Neville was presented with a glass ball, which Hermione explained was a memory orb. If Neville were to forget something, the orb would emit red smoke. The troubling part was that Neville had no idea what he had forgotten. Harry borrowed Ron's newspaper to peruse its contents. Discovering that it reported a burglary at Gringotts Vault 713, the very vault he and Hagrid had visited not long ago, Harry promptly shared this news with his companions. Although it seemed unrelated to them, the trio bore expressions of deep concern. Meanwhile, Kevin continued to munch on his breakfast with indifference. Kevin, don't you find this situation rather suspicious? Harry inquired. I just retrieved something from there with Hagrid, and shortly thereafter, it was robbed. Observing Kevin's nonchalant demeanor, Harry's curiosity deepened. What's so suspicious about it? It merely indicates that the item in question was indeed valuable, and that information must have leaked. Someone is after that object. But what does it have to do with us? If the sky were to fall, there are authorities to handle it. The headmaster and professors will take care of it. Kevin reasoned. He speculated that it was Dumbledore who had leaked the information, enticing Quirrell, who was under Voldemort's influence, to steal the hidden Philosopher's Stone. The news coverage seemed designed to capture Harry's attention, laying the groundwork for subsequent events. Harry found merit in Kevin's earlier assertion, but was less convinced by the latter half. He felt this matter might indeed concern him, perhaps even imply a sense of responsibility. Harry, don't overthink it. There's nothing you can do at the moment. When the time comes, you'll know what to do, Kevin said cryptically, uttering words that left his friends bewildered. They exchanged glances, perplexed by Kevin's enigmatic demeanor. Soon, breakfast concluded, and the group made their way to herbology, their first class of the morning, which was taught by Professor Pomona Sprout. She was a vivacious instructor, guiding the young witches and wizards in the identification, transplantation, care, harvesting, and cultivation of various magical plants. For Kevin, who possessed a potions aptitude of 15, the class posed no challenge. Potions and herbology were interconnected. Understanding herbs was essential for potion making, and those skilled in brewing would certainly be adept at identifying and comprehending the plants. Thus, the class was dominated by Hermione and Kevin's eager responses, earning Gryffindor an additional 10 points. In the afternoon, the young wizards eagerly anticipated their flying lesson, with the exception of Kevin, who was acutely aware of his meager flying aptitude of merely 1. Good afternoon, students, announced Madame Rolanda Hooch, the flying instructor. Let us commence the lesson. Please stand beside your brooms promptly. The young witches and wizards complied without hesitation. Now, extend your right hand and say up. Everyone began to attempt the incantation, and Harry's broom responded immediately, indicating his superior talent. Then there was Draco, while the others merely shook their broomsticks a few times before rising. Kevin gazed at the broomstick beneath his feet in utter disbelief. No matter how loudly he called, the broom remained motionless. Even Neville's broom at least trembled slightly. Frustrated, Kevin gave the broom a kick. Oh, Mr. Kevin, you must treat the flying broom with kindness and call to it with affection. Madame Hooch's keen eyes instantly detected Kevin's actions. How am I supposed to feel affection for a broom? Kevin retorted, bewildered. In the end, only Kevin and Neville failed to summon their broomsticks and had no choice but to lift them by hand. Hermione looked at Kevin, her head held high, appearing quite proud, as she finally excelled in a subject over him. However, the next moment, her expression faltered. She too was not fond of flying lessons, being more of a humanities student. Next, when I count to 3, you will both push off the ground with your feet, gradually controlling the broom to ascend, and then lower it by pressing down on the front end. Everyone positioned their broomsticks beneath them, awaiting Madame Hooch's command. Before she could even reach 3, Neville and Kevin's broomsticks disobeyed and took off. Well, it seems Neville and I are on the same level. Kevin remained unperturbed, his robust physique allowing him to maintain balance on the unruly broomstick. Neville, however, was less fortunate, panicking atop his broom, prompting Madame Hooch to urgently instruct them to regain control. Kevin attempted to steer, but the broom unexpectedly flipped, throwing him off. Gasps arose from the crowd, while Draco wore a malicious grin, reveling in his perceived vengeance. Yet, Kevin executed a graceful somersault in midair, landing smoothly. Wow. I believe you should be more concerned about Neville, Kevin thought as he watched Neville ascend higher. Longbottom, bring your broom down. Press the front end, Madame Hooch shouted, relieved to see Kevin safe. However, Neville's broom not only failed to descend, but also began to fly erratically, eventually leaving him dangling from a statue atop a tower. The cloak, unable to bear Neville's weight, tore, causing him to plummet. The height was not particularly great, as Kevin had already been waiting below. When he saw Neville hanging from the second hook, he caught him effortlessly as he fell. With a physique of 15 strength, it was a formidable feat. Although Neville was somewhat plump, he remained a child, and Kevin's strength easily accommodated him. Wow. The young wizards were once again left in awe. Mr. Kevin, Mr. Longbottom, are you both all right? Madame Hooch hurried over, slightly behind Kevin. I'm fine, Madame Hooch, but it seems Neville is rather shaken. Kevin helped the seemingly dazed chubby boy to his feet and spoke to Madame Hooch. Mr. Kevin, while I wish to commend you, your recent actions were also quite perilous. Catching a heavy object falling from a height could have harmed you as well. I understand my mistake. Should we take Neville to the infirmary first? Faced with Madame Hooch's reprimand, Kevin offered no retort, merely ducked his head and shifted the focus of the conversation. I escorted Mr. Longbottom to the infirmary, while you all awaited here. Should I catch anyone mounting a broomstick, you will no longer partake in flying lessons, Mrs. Hooch admonished the group of young wizards before supporting Neville as they departed. Soon, a throng of young witches and wizards cheered and gathered around Kevin, who had just exuded an irresistible charm. Draco, tossing a newly acquired memory ball, felt increasingly irked as all the attention was stolen from him. Harry quickly noticed the glass orb in Draco's hand and called out, "Hand it over, Malfoy." In a huff, Draco sneered, "If you have the guts, come and take it yourself." Without waiting for Harry's reaction, he mounted his broom and soared into the sky. "What's the matter? Is it too high for you to reach?" Draco taunted Harry, casting a glance at Kevin, seemingly addressing him as well. "What good is that prowess if you can't even fly?" In the next moment, a stone whizzed past Draco's ear. "Draco, don't think that being up there makes you untouchable," Harry declared, tossing the stone he held. Observing Draco, who was now drenched in cold sweat from fear, Kevin encouraged Harry, "Go for it, Harry. You can do this." Harry nodded and took to the air on his broom. In frustration, Draco hurled Neville's memory ball far away. Harry showcased extraordinary flying talent, catching up with the ball and seizing it in his grip. This remarkable display captured Professor McGonagall's attention. Kevin refrained from knocking Draco down for this very reason. It was at this moment that Professor McGonagall discovered Harry's flying aptitude. Amidst the cheers of onlookers, Harry soared back, accompanied by Professor McGonagall, who called him away. Meanwhile, Kevin, with an arm draped over Draco's shoulder, quietly intimidated him, making Draco tremble in fear. In truth, Kevin did not harbor animosity towards Draco, despite his later alignment with the Death Eaters. It was evident that he was merely a pitiable child, craving recognition, lacking conviction, and brainwashed by his oppressive family. There would be opportunities to sway him later. But for now, it was essential to establish dominance. Hermione observed one student being taken away by a professor for disciplinary reasons, while another intimidated children like a mobster. And she suddenly felt a pang of concern for Gryffindor's future. Chapter 10, Snape's Favor and the Troll's Assault. Upon Harry's return, he became the first-year student in nearly a century to be selected for Quidditch, and the news spread rapidly. Harry gleefully sought out Kevin, Ron, and Hermione to share the joy, and they all rejoiced for him. They planned to visit Hagrid's hut to share this exciting news and have a small gathering there. However, their plans were thwarted as they had just decided to set off. "Mr. Kevin, I believe you are no longer afforded the luxury of a leisurely gathering. Now, come to my office immediately." Professor Snape appeared out of nowhere, startling the group. Without allowing any of them to react, Snape promptly dragged Kevin away. "Wait, what is this about?" Kevin exclaimed, bewildered by the old bat's sudden intervention. Harry and his companions exchanged glances, perplexed as to how Kevin had incurred Snape's wrath, leading them to visit Hagrid's hut. Kevin was ushered directly to Professor Snape's office, where the bat-like figure uttered not a word, merely tossing a list of potion ingredients at Kevin. "Categorize and prepare all the materials listed here. Should you fail to complete this task before dinner, you shall forego your meal this evening." With that, Snape departed, leaving Kevin bewildered. Was this a form of retribution? He stood in stunned silence, surveying the myriad of herbal materials strewn across the office, a headache beginning to brew. Upon scrutinizing the list, he noted the item, powdered mermaid scales. After searching in vain for any powdery substance, he merely found several bags of scales. Surely, wasn't he expected to process and categorize these himself? A grimace crossed his face. Dinner seemed increasingly unlikely. Continuing to peruse the list, he found that grinding was the least of his worries, as some ingredients required him to concoct semi-finished products, which was utterly absurd. The bat truly showered him with attention, though it felt like forced labor. These tasks would expedite Kevin's acquisition of potion knowledge and techniques. Grinding, slicing, juicing, sorting, these were the fundamental skills of a potion master. Moreover, the list meticulously detailed the properties of each ingredient and the steps for their combination into semi-finished products. It appeared Snape genuinely acknowledged him, assigning such challenging work for his learning. If Kevin could successfully complete this task, his potion-making proficiency would ascend from novice to adept. He was truly overwhelmed, in every conceivable sense. Shaking his head to dispel his thoughts, he leaned down to extract the first item from the pile of herbs and began to work methodically. As he examined, processed, and categorized the materials, he gradually discovered a semblance of enjoyment. Like a sponge, he absorbed knowledge and seized the opportunity for practical application. His exceptional talent for potions, combined with his keen intellect, allowed him to navigate this sea of knowledge with unbridled enthusiasm. Observing from the shadows, Snape nodded in satisfaction. However, his expression soon morphed into one of bewilderment, as Kevin's demeanor seemed excessively exuberant. "Oh, is that the beautiful horn of a unicorn? My word, let me see. Oh, yes, the essence of the siren's herb. 1 whiff sends the senses reeling, 2 dispel fatigue, and 3 beckon the grim Reaper himself. Indeed, my dear Mr. Giant's Bone, I shall grind you into powder with utmost gentleness. Hee. Look, this lovely hue, requiring just a dash of courage, porcupine quills, a sprinkle of wisdom, blue heart grass, and a hint of irresistible love, dragonheart's blood. Cackle, cackle. Answer my summons, dark overlord. Macabacca." The office of Professor Snape echoed with a series of chilling sounds, prompting passing students to exclaim that he had become increasingly eccentric. Consequently, Snape was compelled to cast a soundproofing charm around his office. Meanwhile, Kevin found himself thoroughly entertained, bordering on madness, as he felt he could no longer bear to watch. He feared he might inadvertently provoke the urge to indulge in gossip. Thus, Kevin skipped dinner, engrossed in his tasks until the late hours of curfew, finally completing all his work and collapsing on the floor, reluctant to rise. Am I truly a bit unhinged? He pondered, seemingly entering a sage-like state. The memory of his earlier, melodramatic antics caused him to cover his face in embarrassment. Yet, lost in thought, he soon drifted into slumber. Professor Snape appeared beside Kevin, giving him a gentle kick, only to discover that he was sound asleep, causing the corners of his mouth to twitch. The following day, Kevin unusually overslept, exhausted from the previous day's exertions, feeling as though his brain cells were on the verge of extinction. He crawled out of bed, bewildered. How did I end up in the infirmary? He only recalled lying in Snape's office after finishing his tasks, and then nothing. Had the old bat brought him to the infirmary? Soon, Madame Pomfrey arrived, informing him that it was indeed Professor Snape who had brought him there, remarking that he had been sprawled out in the corridor like a pig, so he was deposited here. You heartless old bat. Upon waking, Kevin was immediately struck by a fierce hunger, grateful that the infirmary offered nutritious meals to stave off starvation. After satisfying his appetite, he bid farewell to Madame Pomfrey, learning that Professor Snape had arranged for him to have a full day off. Today, Gryffindor had only one class, History of Magic, notoriously the least useful subject, prompting Kevin to forego attendance. He had with him the list that Professor Snape had given him the previous night, intending to thoroughly assimilate the potion knowledge outlined in his notes and textbooks. He studied in the library until noon, and truth be told, his aptitude for potions was remarkable. He grasped the material with commendable speed, his potion experience rapidly increasing. Good afternoon, everyone, Kevin greeted as he arrived at the Great Hall precisely at lunchtime, quickly spotting his three friends dining. Kevin, you're back, they exclaimed in surprise. You have no idea. Last night, we went to Professor Snape's office looking for you, but he forbade us from entering with his fearsome demeanor. Then, today we learned of your absence, and Professor Snape was nowhere to be found. Hermione rushed over, her concern evident as she looked at Kevin. Indeed, we feared he had subjected you to some torturous potion. Harry and Ron chimed in. What could possibly happen at Hogwarts? This is the safest place in Britain. Kevin smiled and gestured for them to sit. In truth, Professor Snape asked me to assist him with potion work. However, the workload was overwhelming, and I worked late into the night, ultimately falling asleep there. He cannot treat you like this, forcing you into unpaid labor. Hermione protested indignantly. Actually, I learned a great deal about potions yesterday. Professor Snape is truly looking out for my best interests. Surely not, Kevin. Are you not only working for Snape for free, but also defending him? Ron gazed at Kevin in astonishment. Kevin offered a few reassuring words, putting the others at ease. By the way, Kevin, we actually have something significant to discuss with you. Harry leaned over the table, whispering conspiratorially. What is this important matter? Yesterday, as we were heading back to the common room, the enchanted staircase suddenly changed direction, leading us to the third floor. That place is one of the forbidden areas mentioned by Professor Dumbledore at the start of the term. We intended to hurry back, but we were caught by Filch's cat. We had no choice but to flee deeper into the third floor and stumbled upon a locked door. We hid inside and discovered a room-sized three-headed dog. This creature was guarding a trapdoor, and I suspect that the secrets Hagrid and I retrieved from Gringotts are concealed within. Upon hearing this, Kevin realized they had encountered the three-headed dog, and then we hastily made our escape. Fortunately, we didn't encounter Filch on our way back, or we would have lost points. Is that really such an important matter? Kevin retorted. Is it not important? Isn't it significant? Or perhaps it's not. Forget I said anything, Kevin dismissed, uninterested. Why are you preoccupying yourselves with the treasures hidden by the school? Don't you feel a thrill? We have discovered the location of the school's treasures. Ron exclaimed excitedly. And are you planning to steal it? Kevin remarked, occasionally finding Ron's enthusiasm rather tiresome. With just a few words, Kevin rendered the two excited boys speechless. Hermione, casting them a stern glance, adopted a big sister demeanor and interjected, you two should not concern yourselves with such trivial matters. Instead of wasting time on this, you ought to focus on your studies to prepare for the upcoming exams. Reluctantly, Harry quieted down to finish his lunch, while Ron felt disgruntled by Hermione's reprimand. For a while, life seemed to settle into a mundane rhythm. Harry attended Quidditch practice, with Ron tagging along to watch. Hermione, apart from attending classes, spent the majority of her time in the library. Kevin frequently accompanied Hermione to the library, and their relationship grew ever closer. Hermione discovered that conversing with Kevin always brought new insights. However, Professor Snape would occasionally emerge to summon Kevin for a multitude of potion-related tasks. As a result, Kevin's knowledge of potions deepened significantly. Had he possessed such knowledge while concocting the healing potion earlier, he believed he could have arrived at the correct formulation in just 3 or 4 attempts. Furthermore, he could easily provide answers and explanations to Hermione's queries regarding potions. The study of charms progressed smoothly as well. Thanks to his formidable talent and intellect, Kevin mastered all the foundational spells of the first year with remarkable proficiency, though his stamina was somewhat lacking. As the weather grew colder, the young witches and wizards donned their winter attire, complete with scarves. Before long, it was the eve of Halloween. During an ordinary charms class, the lesson focused on the levitation charm. Ron recited the incantation with little finesse, brandishing his wand. Yet he was utterly unable to levitate the feather, growing increasingly agitated as he waved it with fervor. Hermione, unable to bear the sight, promptly pointed out Ron's errors in casting and demonstrated the levitation charm herself. However, Ron seemed unappreciative. This prideful boy was increasingly irked by Hermione's perceived superiority. After the lesson concluded, Ron could no longer contain his frustrations and began to complain to Harry and a few friends, mockingly mimicking Hermione's instructions. Who does she think she is? It's Leviosa, not Leviosa. No wonder she has so few friends. Ron. Kevin's voice rang out angrily from behind them. Hermione, head bowed and clutching her book, hurried past the group, brushing against them. Moments before, she and Kevin had been discussing the nuances of spellcasting when Ron's ridicule reached her ears. She had considered Ron a friend and merely wished to impart the correct method of spellcasting. Instead of gratitude, she was met with disdain, prompting her to flee. Filled with both anger and sorrow, Kevin felt helpless. He had hoped that by intervening, he might mitigate some of Hermione's brilliance and prevent unnecessary conflict. But his efforts proved futile. Perhaps this was an inescapable part of the foundation of their friendship, essential as it was. Ron, Hermione considers you a friend, which is why she is trying to teach you the spell. I hope you come to realize this and find an opportunity to apologize to her, Kevin remarked before hastily departing in pursuit of Hermione. If memory serves, Professor Quirrell would unleash the troll that very evening, leading to Hermione's encounter in the girls' bathroom. Ron and Harry exchanged glances. Harry appeared somewhat bewildered, while Ron pouted, seemingly still reluctant to concede. Kevin only knew that Hermione was hiding in the bathroom, presumably on the first floor or perhaps the basement. Reluctantly, he set off to search the entire area. Fortunately, before darkness fell, he caught the faint sound of the girl weeping. Kevin did not enter, but chose to sit quietly in the corridor outside the girls' bathroom, keeping vigil. Meanwhile, in the Great Hall, the Halloween feast had commenced. Students from all four houses gathered to partake in the festivities. Over at Gryffindor, Harry scanned the room, noticing the absence of Hermione and Kevin, prompting him to inquire among his classmates. He soon learned that one was hiding in the girls' bathroom, while the other was searching the castle for her. Ron overheard this, and, having cooled down from his earlier impulsiveness, felt a twinge of guilt. At that moment, the Great Hall's doors were flung open with great force. Professor Quirrell stumbled in, crying out in terror, "A troll! There's a troll in the dungeon." He finished with a final admonition before collapsing onto the floor. A brief silence enveloped the hall before chaos erupted. Young witches and wizards shrieking in alarm and rushing to escape. Silence, a magically amplified voice commanded, as Dumbledore stepped forward to restore order. Now, the prefects led their respective house students back to the common room, while the teachers, along with myself, ventured into the basement. Clear and steady commands resonated, and the young wizards seemed to find their anchor, calming down and swiftly following the prefects to safety. On their way back, Harry seized Ron's arm, exclaiming, "Ron, we must inform Hermione and Kevin. They are still oblivious to the troll's presence." Ron nodded in agreement, and together with Harry, they stealthily departed from the group, making their way towards the girls' restroom. Outside the restroom, Kevin lifted his head, sensing a tremor beneath his feet, as if some colossal creature was approaching with deliberate steps. At the end of the corridor, a massive shadow emerged, accompanied by the sound of heavy breathing. A wooden club, larger than Kevin himself, appeared first, followed closely by the troll, which filled the entire passageway. Kevin rose slowly, brandishing his wand. The two faced each other from a distance for a brief moment before springing into action. "Sandstorm!" Kevin shouted, waving his wand towards the troll. With the flick of his wrist, countless grains of yellow sand and debris materialized out of thin air. A whirlwind formed, creating a small sandstorm that engulfed the corridor, obscuring visibility. Although this tempest would not harm the troll, it would certainly hinder its sight. The troll, though clumsy and slow, possessed innate magical resistance. Thus, many of Kevin's spells would prove ineffective against it. He resorted to this distracting spell as a means to buy time. He did not expect Harry and Ron to arrive and be the ultimate saviors, but Professor Snape and Professor McGonagall would surely come. For a moment, the troll was thwarted by the swirling sands, flailing its enormous club in a fit of rage. "Foot, freeze!" Kevin cast again, hoping to further restrict the troll's movements. However, the troll merely stumbled slightly, as if tripped, then continued its advance, quickly acclimating to the sandstorm and lumbering toward Kevin. The sense of impending doom intensified. At that moment, the restroom door behind Kevin was suddenly thrust open. "Kevin, what is happening?" Hermione, having nearly cried her fill, was about to step out when she heard the sounds of Kevin casting spells. Emerging from the door, she beheld Kevin standing defiantly in the middle of the corridor, the end obscured by a flurry of yellow sand and debris. Most alarmingly, within the chaos, she discerned the massive figure of the troll swinging its club. "Do not be afraid, Hermione, that is the troll. The professors will arrive to assist us shortly," Kevin reassured her with a calm demeanor, instilling a flicker of safety amidst her bewilderment. "Now, quickly retreat to the restroom and hide," Kevin urged, not turning back, as the enraged troll had already burst through the veil of flying sand and debris. "Release." Kevin cast another feeble spell, but alas, the troll only staggered slightly before continuing its imposing march, club raised high. It was infuriated by the diminutive figure before it. The feathers danced gracefully, and with astonishing speed. Kevin unleashed 3 defensive spells, akin to the ironclad charm, which proved utterly ineffective against the behemoth. As the magic time elapsed, the realm of physical confrontation commenced. Without waiting for Hermione to utter a word, Kevin charged towards the giant like a gust of wind. The giant's dull intellect could not fathom the audacity of this small creature charging at it. It merely raised its heavy wooden club to strike Kevin with tremendous force. With a thunderous crash, the floor shattered beneath the blow. Hermione let out a scream, covering her mouth in terror as she glanced towards Kevin's position. Yet, like an agile sprite, Kevin had already leaped away, evading the giant's onslaught. Following the momentum, he soared over the giant's shoulder. Before the giant could react, Kevin used his wand as a dagger, piercing directly into the giant's bell-like eye, and landed deftly behind it. A roar erupted as green blood gushed forth from the giant's eye socket, and Kevin's wand was yanked out, crushed in the giant's grip. The giant bellowed and pivoted, swinging the wooden club towards Kevin. However, Kevin had anticipated this move and deftly retreated. Wingardium Leviosa. A spell rang out from behind Kevin, and the giant's club was suddenly wrenched from its grasp. Ron and Harry had arrived. "Kevin, run," Harry shouted anxiously. "No, Hermione is over there, drawing the giant this way." Kevin did not flee immediately, but instead called out loudly from a short distance away. Yet, his concerns were unfounded. The giant's wrath had already fixated solely on him. With the club absent, the giant extended its massive hands to seize Kevin. Although his wand lay in ruins, the enchantments surrounding Kevin remained intact. He cautiously retreated, weaving between the giant's swiping hands, knowing that even a moment's error could spell his doom. Just then, Ron recalled the wooden club hovering above and released its magical hold. The heavy club plummeted onto the giant's head. However, the giant, fueled by pain, remained undazed. "Fall back," Kevin urged as he and the giant drew closer to Harry and Ron, realizing that they would soon be caught in the fray. He had no time to consider Harry and Ron's safety. He could only shout warnings as the giant's attempts to seize him grew increasingly frantic, perhaps due to Kevin's own diminishing speed. "Curse it, I should have known that spells would be ineffective against a giant. I should have prepared physical weapons," Kevin thought, though his focus remained razor-sharp, fearful of being captured. Meanwhile, Hermione was equally frantic, unsure of what to do. "Stupefy." A deep and powerful voice resonated. Suddenly, the giant's neck, arms, and thighs were rent with deep gashes. Green blood gushed forth once more, and the giant, severely injured in its legs, stumbled before crashing to the ground, emitting a series of anguished howls. "Professor Snape!" Harry and Ron exclaimed in delight as they spotted Snape arriving, followed closely by Professors McGonagall and Quirrell. Professor McGonagall approached briskly, shielding several individuals behind her, her eyes warily fixed upon the colossal creature lying feebly on the ground. Upon witnessing the arrival of the professors, Kevin finally exhaled in relief. "Hermione is over there." After uttering these words, Kevin lay back down, while Harry and Ron hurried to support his head, once assured that the creature posed no threat. Professor McGonagall swiftly went to retrieve Hermione. The trio surrounded Kevin, anxiously inquiring about his condition. Hermione, her eyes glistening with tears, surmised that Kevin must have been waiting here for quite some time. Otherwise, he would not have been positioned right outside the restroom when the creature attacked. Moreover, he had bravely engaged the terrifying beast to divert it and protect her. Harry and Ron were equally distressed, particularly Ron, who felt an overwhelming sense of guilt, believing that if he had not instigated the conflict, none of this would have transpired. "Could you all please stop pushing me? I feel like I can still be saved," Kevin said, lying flat on the ground, bemusedly gazing at the trio. In truth, he was uninjured. He had merely relaxed after the tension, feeling utterly drained. Professor McGonagall had already assessed Kevin and confirmed that he was simply fatigued, with no injuries to report. It was then that she finally lost her temper. "Can someone explain to me exactly what happened here?" The trio lowered their heads, and Kevin, knowing they would provide an explanation, chose to remain silent and continue lying down. Finally, it was Hermione who spoke first. "It was my fault, Professor McGonagall. I had read about trolls and thought I could handle it. I was mistaken." If it weren't for Kevin and Harry and Ron coming to my rescue, I might have perished. Professor McGonagall looked at one of her favorite students in disbelief. I am very disappointed in you, Miss Granger. At that moment, Harry, who had been staring down, happened to notice a wound on Snape's foot. Snape, aware of Harry's gaze, quickly covered the injury with his robe. Because of your recklessness, Gryffindor loses 5 points, McGonagall continued. Hermione lowered her head, her face scrunched up in dismay. Kevin found this amusing and couldn't resist poking her, which earned him a reproachful glare from Hermione, as if to say, stop it. And you 3 gentlemen, I hope you realize how fortunate you are to have bravely faced a troll in your first year and lived to tell the tale. This is quite rare. Each of you shall gain 5 points. A smile finally appeared on Hermione's face, mirrored by Harry and Ron. Professor McGonagall, I believe I should receive 10 points. Kevin weakly protested from the ground, raising his hand. No, you currently have no points at all. McGonagall shot an admonishing look at Kevin for his continued antics. Her anger genuine, as she was genuinely concerned for him. She then waved her wand, using the levitation charm to lift Kevin and lead the group away. The trio snickered beside Kevin, as if to say, that'll teach you to speak up. Snape exchanged a glance with Professor Quirrell before departing. Leaving Quirrell to clean up the aftermath, Kevin found himself visiting the infirmary for the second time. Although he bore no injuries, Professor McGonagall insisted on a thorough examination. Professor Snape dropped by, leaving behind a bottle of restorative potion and handing Kevin a spare wand, seemingly unregistered and illicit, before departing with an air of aloofness. It was only after Professors Snape and McGonagall had left that the trio finally mustered the courage to speak. Kevin, thank you for watching over me. I truly do not know what I would have done without you, Hermione said, her small hand clasping Kevin's. He was undoubtedly her closest confidant at Hogwarts. Yet, she had not anticipated the depth of his concern for her, standing vigil outside during her moments of sorrow, and risking himself to divert the troll's attention away from her. This was no fairy tale. It was a matter of life and death, and Kevin's willingness to protect her with his very life moved her deeply. Kevin smiled softly, tightening his grip on her hand before glancing at Ron, signaling him. Ron understood Kevin's intent and sincerely apologized to Hermione, as well as to Kevin, acknowledging that these events would not have transpired had it not been for him. Hermione graciously forgave him, recognizing that he and Harry had also come to her rescue. Mediator Harry then cheered for their reconciliation. Harry, don't get too comfortable. Tomorrow it's your turn for Quidditch. Be careful not to end up like me, Kevin remarked, playing the role of the mood disruptor. Harry, visibly anxious, deflated under the comment, eliciting laughter from the others, further strengthening their bond of friendship. Chapter 12, The Quidditch Match. A fiery rear end. The sun shone brightly, and the flowers seemed to smile at me. The following day, Kevin awoke in the infirmary, fully rejuvenated. He bid farewell to Madame Pomfrey early and returned to the dormitory to rouse Harry and Ron. After they all freshened up, they made their way to the Great Hall for breakfast. Good morning, Hermione. And to you as well, Kevin, Hermione replied, her spirits lifted upon seeing Kevin brimming with vitality. As they settled down to eat, Harry appeared to lack appetite, perhaps still anxious about the Quidditch match ahead. Harry, are you still nervous about Quidditch? Ron, an ardent fan of the sport, was particularly attentive to Harry's upcoming game. Harry nodded silently. Aren't you going to eat? Then I shall, Kevin exclaimed, noticing Harry's untouched meal and reaching for it. However, he was swiftly met with a gentle slap on the wrist from Hermione, her eyes conveying a silent reprimand for his mischief. Harry, you must eat something. Otherwise, how will you have the energy for Quidditch today? Hermione admonished him like a concerned parent. How could one lack energy while sitting on a broom? Kevin weakly interjected. Hermione shot him a disapproving glance, her affection for him apparent. Riding a broomstick requires considerable effort. It is not as simple as merely sitting atop it. After saying this, she offered Kevin her uneaten sandwich, encouraging him to partake. Kevin, unreserved, devoured a few bites. Little Hermione, watching, felt inexplicably delighted, eagerly continuing to feed him. While they were eating, Kevin suddenly noticed Professor Snape lurking nearby. Good morning, Professor Snape. Initially, the enigmatic Professor Snape intended to subtly intimidate Harry Potter, but Kevin's keen observation thwarted his plan. With a glare directed at Kevin, Snape approached Harry from behind, once again conjuring an imposing demeanor, gazing down at Harry with a condescending air. I wish you good fortune today, Mr. Potter. I trust that the trivial challenges of Quidditch will not daunt you, even if your opponents are Slytherin. Snape articulated the final word with an inscrutable tone. Faced with Snape's intimidating presence, Harry was momentarily rendered speechless. Kevin, however, was unfazed. Is Slytherin really that impressive? He remarked, his mouth full of food, exuding an air of nonchalance reminiscent of a carefree hamster. Hermione, observing Kevin's delightful antics, could not suppress a giggle. Snape shot a menacing glance at Kevin, the previously established oppressive atmosphere dissipating entirely due to Kevin's antics. Shut your piggish mouth and eat properly, lest you choke. Snape delivered his harsh admonition before limping away. The professor cares for me. He fears my demise would leave no successor to his legacy. Harry mused gratefully to Kevin, feeling considerably lighter as he witnessed Snape's discomfort due to Kevin's interjection. Did you know? Professor Snape was injured just last night. I suspect he unleashed the troll to distract others, allowing him a chance to navigate past the three-headed dog, but he was bitten, hence his limp. As Snape receded from view, Harry shared his conjecture with an air of mystery. Why would he need to get past the three-headed dog? Hermione queried, puzzled. That item Hagrid retrieved from Gringotts. He mentioned it was crucial for Hogwarts, and it must be guarded by the three-headed dog. Snape seeks to acquire it. Since the beginning of term, Harry had sensed that Snape was not a benevolent figure, as he felt a familiar twinge of pain in his scar. A remnant of Voldemort's influence. Indeed, I find that plausible. The old bat is clearly no good. We must report him, impeach him, expel him from Hogwarts. Kevin enthusiastically chimed in, nodding fervently in agreement. However, Hermione discerned Kevin's true intentions. He had often praised Snape's abilities and the knowledge he imparted, demonstrating a clear trust in the professor. Yet now, he instigated Harry to question Snape, revealing his desire to provoke Snape while using Harry and Ron as unwitting accomplices. Nevertheless, she refrained from exposing his scheme. Old bat, Harry and Ron echoed, taken aback by the term. Doesn't it fit? The two boys exchanged glances and burst into laughter, acknowledging its accuracy. Little Hermione, seizing a piece of sausage, promptly shoved it into Kevin's mouth, casting him a disapproving look as if to silently implore him to cease his provocations. She was primarily concerned that Kevin's reckless encouragement might lead the two boys to engage in foolishness, resulting in loss of points. At that moment, an owl swooped in, clutching a long package in its beak. As the package was tossed over Harry's head, he instinctively caught it. Upon opening it, they were astonished to find a brand new Nimbus 2000 broomstick. Harry glanced towards the spot where the owl had landed and saw Professor McGonagall, gently stroking the owl and smiling at him. As the head of Gryffindor House, she naturally hoped that Harry would aid the Gryffindor Quidditch team in achieving victory. Soon, the time for the match arrived, and Harry accompanied his team to the waiting area, while Kevin and the others headed to the stands. Although Kevin had little interest in Quidditch, as Harry's friend, he felt compelled to cheer him on. It was certainly not because he had intentions of setting fire to the old bat on Hermione's behalf. Absolutely not. The match commenced swiftly, with both Gryffindor and Slytherin teams taking to the skies on their broomsticks, soaring elegantly. The cheering sections of both houses erupted with fervent support for their respective teams. From the very beginning, both teams displayed exceptional flying skills, executing intricate maneuvers. However, it was evident that Gryffindor had the upper hand in terms of technique. Particularly, their captain and keeper, Wood, made several impressive saves, leaving Slytherin scoreless. Before long, however, Slytherin demonstrated their house's notorious characteristic, resorting to violent tactics and aggressively targeting Gryffindor players. Even Wood fell victim to an attack from Slytherin's captain, who struck him with a bludger. Yet, this was not deemed a foul. As Gryffindor's score began to dwindle, Harry, who had been soaring in the sky for quite some time, finally spotted the golden snitch and began his pursuit. But before he could close the distance, his broomstick suddenly became uncontrollable, swaying erratically and threatening to throw him off at any moment. Here it comes. The infamous Snape was about to face the consequences. Indeed, Hermione, using her binoculars, soon noticed Snape on the opposite stands muttering incantations, seemingly casting a spell. Snape was casting a spell? Hermione was incredulous, due to Kevin's influence. She had come to believe that Snape was a good person, never imagining he would truly harm Harry. Turning to Kevin in confusion, she was taken aback to see him brimming with excitement. What are we waiting for? We must stop him. Kevin grabbed Hermione and dashed towards Snape's section of the stands. Understanding the urgency of the situation, Hermione followed Kevin without hesitation. They soon stealthily approached the rear of Snape's stand, which was constructed of wooden tiered seating, allowing them to see the feet of those seated above. Kevin pulled out his wand and quietly crept up to Snape's feet. Fiendfire. Unlike the film where Hermione set fire to his robes, Kevin aimed directly at Snape's seat. A small flame erupted, causing Snape to feel a sudden heat beneath him. He quickly stood up, and the wooden plank beneath him, along with his backside, ignited. Panic ensued in that section of the stands, with even the true culprit, Professor Quirrell, caught in the chaos. At last, Harry's broomstick calmed down, and in that moment, he channeled his inner speedster, racing after the golden snitch with fervor. After Kevin set the fire, he immediately grabbed Hermione and ran down to the very bottom, unable to suppress his laughter. Ha! The old bat's trousers were burned. I can just imagine his ghastly expression. Ha! Hermione playfully tapped Kevin's chest, seemingly trying to maintain her composure, signaling him to stop laughing. Yet, upon witnessing Kevin's uncontrollable mirth and envisioning Snape's embarrassment, she couldn't help but stifle a giggle herself. The two laughed heartily for a while before leaving the stands, just in time to see Harry expelling the golden snitch he had inadvertently swallowed. He had successfully caught the snitch, concluding the match with Gryffindor emerging victorious. Everyone, except the Slytherin wizards erupted in cheers. Snape, however, wore a grim expression, gasping for breath. The match concluded in this jubilant atmosphere. Chapter 13, A Visit to Hagrid's Hut. After the match, the four friends followed Hagrid as they departed. Along the way, they recounted Snape's incantation incident to Hagrid, who dismissed it as impossible. Nonsense. Why would Snape cast a spell on Harry's broom? Hagrid emphatically denied their claims. Harry retorted, then why did Snape go to the three-headed dog on Halloween night? Hagrid paused, momentarily taken aback. How do you know about Fluffy? Hagrid inquired. Fluffy? That beast has a name? Ron asked incredulously. Of course. He is my pet, which I bought from an Irishman at the pub last year. I later lent him to Dumbledore to guard. Hagrid abruptly halted, not continuing. Guard what? I cannot say. No more questions. This is top secret, Hagrid asserted, his tone unexpectedly fierce towards the children. Regardless of what it was, Snape clearly intended to steal it. Harry seized on this point to tarnish Snape's reputation. Impossible, Hagrid retorted firmly. Snape is a professor at Hogwarts. He would never betray the school. Hermione, glancing at Kevin, showed no inclination to defend Snape. Yet, her curiosity got the better of her, prompting her to ask, then why did Snape cast a spell on Harry? I read that when casting a spell, one must maintain direct eye contact. Snape was indeed staring intently at Harry, without blinking. Hagrid took a deep breath, clearly losing patience. Pointing at them, he exclaimed, listen carefully. You are meddling in matters that do not concern you, and it is dangerous. The creature that dog guards is equally something Snape is protecting. What they are safeguarding together belongs to Dumbledore and Nicholas Flamel. Harry seized upon the key term. Who is Nicholas Flamel? Hagrid quickly covered his mouth, realizing his slip. He hurried away, leaving the others in a state of confusion. Whereas Kevin, Hermione suddenly noticed his absence, looking at the others questioningly. Is that him following Hagrid? Ron pointed towards Hagrid's direction. They turned to see Kevin, who had somehow slipped away, stealthily trailing behind Hagrid. What was he up to? Following him to see what he was doing? Hermione took the lead, trailing from a distance until she reached Hagrid's hut. Meanwhile, Kevin followed Hagrid, seamlessly blending into the cozy abode. As Hagrid closed the door and turned around, he was surprised to find Kevin standing inside, examining the various collections. Kevin, how did you get in here? Oh, never mind that. You need to leave. I don't wish to see you right now. Hagrid, taken aback, instinctively wanted to dismiss Kevin, still flustered from the previous antics of the trio, fearing he might inadvertently reveal too much. Uncle Hagrid, why not offer me a cup of hot tea first? This dreadful weather is growing increasingly frigid. Kevin showed no intention of departing, brazenly attempting to stay. Hagrid contemplated his irritation but recalled that it was the trio who had been chattering incessantly. While Kevin had remained respectfully silent, perhaps it wasn't necessary to usher him away. After all, Hagrid had a gentle disposition. With a resigned sigh, he gestured for Kevin to take a seat and set about preparing him some tea. Outside, the others peered through the window. Hermione, indignant, remarked, why does Kevin always manage to win the favor of adults? Harry and Ron echoed her curiosity. Before long, Hagrid returned with a steaming cup of tea for Kevin, pouring one for himself as well. The two of them settled comfortably by the warm hearth, enjoying their tea in a remarkably harmonious atmosphere. Meanwhile, the others continued to shiver in the biting wind, and Hermione was particularly vexed. It felt akin to watching your girlfriend diet while you indulge in a midnight barbecue feast. Uncle Hagrid, I think you were absolutely right. Those three can be quite mischievous, always meddling in matters that are none of their concern. Indeed. I am delighted to hear you think so, Hagrid replied, pleasantly surprised by the maturity displayed by the young wizard, which greatly endeared him to Kevin. Of course, they worry unnecessarily. When trouble arises, they need not fret. They should focus on their studies. Hagrid wholeheartedly agreed. If it were me, I would dedicate myself to my studies, striving to elevate my abilities to match those of the professors, so I would naturally know what I ought to know. As Kevin expressed this sentiment passionately, he cast a sly glance at the eavesdropping trio outside, his eyes playfully suggesting that he was speaking directly to them. The trio outside gritted their teeth. They perceived Kevin's words as an intentional slight meant to elevate himself at their expense. Once Kevin emerged, they were determined to give him a stern reprimand. Oh, Merlin's trousers. Kevin, you truly are the most considerate child I have ever encountered. Hagrid beamed at Kevin, akin to discovering a diligent student amidst a group of troublesome ones. Feeling a swell of pride. Haha, not at all. I merely possess a knack for reading the room. Oh, Uncle Hagrid, this tea is absolutely delightful. If you enjoy it, do have more. I can brew you another pot. Hagrid was utterly charmed by Kevin, who had a remarkable way with words. Kevin perfectly embodied the essence of diplomacy, and should he ever choose to pursue a life of cunning, he would undoubtedly thrive. Uncle Hagrid, I have a question. It's not mere boasting. I have nearly perused every tome in the Hogwarts library. I have earnestly endeavored to absorb knowledge about the Wizarding World, yet I have never encountered the name Nicholas Flamel. What could be the reason for this? Kevin, in jovial conversation with Hagrid, casually voiced his inquiry, masking his curiosity with a facade of a disheartened, aimless lamb. "Oh, Kevin, do not blame yourself. You are merely a first-year student. It is entirely normal not to know of Nicholas." Hagrid responded kindly. "He is a renowned alchemist. But he has been living in seclusion for over a century. The wizarding community has not heard news of him in ages, and many have not heard his name. Is he truly that formidable?" Kevin quickly seized upon Hagrid's words, lest the giant realize he had slipped up. "Indeed, even Dumbledore seldom sees him." "Thank you, Uncle Hagrid. You are truly wonderful." Kevin beamed like an obedient child. "Ah, it's nothing," Hagrid replied, feeling unexpectedly bashful at Kevin's straightforward compliment, as few had ever praised him so openly. Outside, Harry and Ron exchanged incredulous glances, unable to comprehend how Kevin so deftly extracted information without drawing Hagrid's suspicion, who continued to chuckle amiably with Kevin. Hermione, on the other hand, stared intently at Kevin's charming smile, realizing for the first time just how endearing he could be. Inside, Kevin continued to engage Hagrid in cheerful banter, even broaching the subject of his orphaned background, evoking sympathy and affection from Hagrid. Kevin was genuinely interested in the conversation, rather than merely seeking to curry favor. He felt a pang of guilt for exploiting Hagrid's kindness and simplicity from the outset. He had wished to cultivate a good rapport with him, and his inquiries were merely a means to expedite the unfolding of events. Thus, aside from the probing questions, their conversation was heartfelt, and he silently vowed to make amends to Hagrid in the future. As twilight descended, Hagrid invited Kevin to join him for dinner, to which Kevin readily agreed. He had heard whispers of Hagrid's culinary skills, yet his decision to stay was driven not solely by guilt, but also by a sense of adventure. Much like in a past life, where he would heed the warnings of teammates about dangers ahead, but would still venture forth to investigate. The following day, Kevin requested a leave of absence, for his fragile stomach could hardly endure Hagrid's hearty fare. Chapter 14, Serving as a Lackey for Snape. "I found it. Here," Hermione exclaimed, having made a discovery within a book on alchemy. "Nicholas Flamel is the only known creator of the Philosopher's Stone." "What stone? That sounds vaguely familiar." Ron and Harry exchanged puzzled expressions. Hermione, exasperated, regarded the two, realizing she should not have expected them to be familiar with the Philosopher's Stone. She then elaborated on its extraordinary powers. It can turn any metal into gold, and even create the elixir of life, granting immortality to those who consume it. At the mention of the elixir of life, Harry and Ron's eyes lit up with recognition. During the initial potions class, Kevin posed a question to Professor Snape. "Is the elixir of life created using the Philosopher's Stone?" Harry and Ron immediately turned their gaze towards Kevin, who lay feebly on his hospital bed. Hermione, having discovered the connection between the Philosopher's Stone and the elixir of life, cast a curious glance at Kevin. Indeed, they were not in the library, but rather in the infirmary, poring over their books. Seeing the trio fixated upon him, Kevin, somewhat exasperated, remarked, "Have you ever considered that I am a patient? Your incessant chatter might provoke Madame Pomfrey's ire." Just yesterday, Kevin had been admitted to the infirmary, and the very next day, the trio arrived with a pile of books on alchemy, conversing boisterously without a hint of concern for his condition. "Oh, Kevin, stop playing dead. You must know something. Do share," Ron pleaded, shaking Kevin gently. "What could I possibly know? The books have already stated that the creation of the elixir of life is linked to the Philosopher's Stone. That is all I am aware of. And the emphasis is on the stone." Kevin responded weakly from his bed. He felt utterly miserable, his stomach feeling foreign, having not consumed a morsel since the previous night. And any potions ingested had been promptly expelled. This was perhaps the consequence of his benevolence towards Hagrid. Indeed, the Philosopher's Stone. Snape must be after it. He seeks to create the elixir of life. Harry exclaimed, as if he had uncovered a significant insight, and Ron concurred. Hermione, however, regarded Kevin with skepticism, sensing that he harbored further knowledge. Though she shared Kevin's belief in Snape's innocence, the mounting evidence pointed towards Snape as a villain. As Kevin refrained from elaborating, Hermione ultimately resolved to withhold her inquiries and opted to observe him further, placing her trust in him. "Let us inform Hagrid," Harry suggested. Ron readily agreed, while Hermione, casting a glance at Kevin, who remained unresponsive, also decided to seek Hagrid's perspective. "Go ahead without me. Do not mention me to Hagrid. I am currently maintaining the persona of a good boy. Do not drag me into your troubles," Kevin declared, disinclined to partake in the commotion, primarily due to his inability to rise from the bed. The trio, naturally, had no objections, thanks to Kevin. They had swiftly unearthed a lead and contemplated retaining him as a double agent in the future. Before long, the trio found themselves once again at Hagrid's hut. Upon their arrival, Hagrid initially attempted to dismiss them, but Hermione loudly interjected, revealing that they had located Nicholas Flamel in the library and researched the Philosopher's Stone, omitting any mention of Kevin. Fearing that their raised voices might attract unwanted attention, Hagrid reluctantly ushered them inside. Harry insisted that Snape intended to steal the Philosopher's Stone, while Hagrid staunchly defended Snape, asserting that he would not betray his trust as one of the stone's guardians, claiming that only he and Dumbledore were privy to the three-headed dog's secret, and even Snape was unaware. In that moment, neither side could persuade the other. Hagrid cautioned them against spreading rumors and promptly expelled them from his abode. The group returned to Kevin, recounting the events that had transpired. Kevin was not surprised by this. They were still lacking certain opportunities. Harry had yet to witness Voldemort's heinous act of slaying a unicorn to consume its blood for the sake of immortality, thus remaining oblivious to who truly coveted the Philosopher's Stone. Hagrid had not yet acquired the dragon egg, and therefore, the secret of the three-headed dog had not yet reached a third party. According to the usual narrative, they were meant to discover this matter only after Christmas, subsequently encountering Hagrid hatching the egg, being spotted by Draco, and eventually being punished by being taken to the Forbidden Forest where they would come face to face with Voldemort. Only after inquiring about the origin of the dragon egg from Hagrid would they uncover the truth, allowing all pieces to fall into place. What was the hurry? The boat would naturally reach the shore, and besides, no one was yet aware of the method involving the three-headed dog. Kevin, reclining on his bed and observing the despondent trio, offered them words of comfort. Suddenly, Ron had a bright idea and suggested to Kevin, "You could try to pry information from Hagrid." Harry's eyes lit up at this notion. Kevin, however, was taken aback by their underestimation of the challenges involved. Firstly, he had no desire to exploit Hagrid's trust in him any further. Secondly, even if they learned of the three-headed dog-esque method, what would they do? Would they resort to theft? The priority now was to safeguard this secret from others. Kevin, unusually formal, firmly declined their proposal. Kevin's reasoning resonated. This was not a matter they should be contemplating. Hermione concurred with his perspective, and Harry and Ron had no choice but to relent. "Hermione, you are truly an angel," Kevin said gratefully, only to receive a roll of her eyes in response. Observing the lack of enthusiasm among the trio, Kevin felt compelled to say something further. They were brave little lions of Gryffindor, imbued with an ardent sense of justice and responsibility, unable to overlook the threat posed by Snape, who coveted the Philosopher's Stone. The professors at Hogwarts evidently placed great trust in Snape, and no one would believe them if they spoke out. After a lengthy contemplation, Kevin finally spoke up. "I once read a book that contained a phrase I hold dear. In times of uncertainty, it is wise to forge ahead with boldness. Life is a grand adventure, and fate will invariably guide us to the right path. My point is, since we cannot alter our current circumstances, let us first transform ourselves, enriching our knowledge and skills. When the time comes, the stronger versions of yourselves will be better equipped to face the unknown future." The three little ones seemed taken aback by Kevin's sudden gravitas, and the atmosphere grew quite silent. "What you're saying now sounds just like my mother," Ron finally quipped. Nevertheless, the spirits of the trio lifted considerably. After all, life must continue, and it would be wise to focus on their impending final exams. In the following days, their lives returned to a semblance of tranquility. Kevin lay in bed for 2 full days, during which Hagrid came to visit, and Snape brought him medicine, warning him that should he dare to speak out, he would find his head forcibly submerged in a cauldron. Thanks to Snape's potions, he recovered swiftly. In the days that followed, Kevin either attended classes or was summoned by Snape to perform menial tasks, with the remainder of his time spent accompanying Hermione in the library. Little Hermione seems to be growing increasingly attached to him, frequently seeking Kevin's company for conversations, whether prompted by necessity or whim. Their discussions have transcended mere academic topics, as Hermione has begun to show genuine interest in Kevin's past experiences, while also sharing snippets of her own life. Kevin, in turn, is more than willing to regale Hermione with amusing anecdotes from his life, eliciting peals of laughter from the young girl. Of course, his earlier boast about having read the entire library was merely an exaggeration. Surely no one would take that seriously, would they? It's hard to believe. Yet, he still occasionally seeks out Hagrid for a chat, eager to learn more about magical creatures from the walking encyclopedia of magical fauna. "Professor Snape, I wish to brew some potions to sell in Diagon Alley," Kevin remarked while diligently grinding potion ingredients in Snape's office. The professor paused, lifting his lifeless gaze to regard Kevin. Surprisingly, he refrained from mocking the boy outright, and instead contemplated the proposition earnestly. Kevin was taken aback by Snape's unexpected reaction, but was eager to hear his insights. His intention was to leverage Snape's connections, whether for sourcing various materials or distributing his potions. As a novice wizard without any notable background, navigating these matters proved challenging. After a moment, a cold smirk crept onto Snape's face. "Oh, of course. After all, Mr. Kevin, you have become quite the proficient potion maker. This idea is rather commendable." Kevin shivered slightly at the sinister smile on Snape's face, suspecting the professor was concocting some ulterior scheme. Abruptly halting his potion making, Snape led Kevin to his subterranean workspace. Upon entering the professor's private chamber, the old bat waved his hand, causing an array of herbal materials to soar from the shelves. "You may utilize these herbs at your discretion," Snape declared. Kevin was skeptical of Snape's apparent generosity, and sure enough, The professor's next words shattered any illusions. I shall value these herbs at 2,000 galleons, and considering the effort I expended to procure them, I shall add a fee of 3,000 galleons. Mr. Kevin, you now owe me 3,000 galleons, do you understand? Wait, what effort warrants a fee of 1,000 galleons? Kevin exclaimed, incredulous at Snape's audacity. And the potions you produce will be purchased based on their quality at market value. Additionally, I will charge a fee for selling them on your behalf, also set at 1,000 galleons. Oh, and let us not forget the rental fees for the space and equipment, calculated at 1,000 galleons per batch. Therefore, Mr. Kevin, should you aspire to earn a profit from your rather rudimentary skills, you must find a way to transform this assortment of herbs into potions valued at over 5,000 galleons. Otherwise, I would be more than willing to assume the role of your creditor, Mr. Kevin. With that, Snape turned on his heel and departed without another glance. Kevin stared at the assorted herbal materials, appraising their worth. To his dismay, he discovered that Snape had grossly inflated the prices. The entire collection was barely worth 1,500 galleons. Ultimately, he had no choice but to concede, recognizing this as Snape's unconventional lesson for him. He could foresee that for a considerable time to come, Snape would remain his creditor. Chapter 15. Hermione's Invitation. The Christmas holiday commenced. For a while, Kevin seemed to have plunged into a clandestine factory. His presence barely felt outside of classes. At times, he even skipped classes. He no longer returned to his dormitory. Nor did he partake in the 3 meals at the dining hall, appearing in class with heavy dark circles under his eyes. Hermione, deeply concerned, was assured by Kevin that he was simply preoccupied with potion-related matters and urged her not to worry. Hermione, feeling helpless, attributed the blame entirely to Snape, her resentment towards him escalating. During potions class, her gaze fixated on Snape with a fierce intensity. Snape, however, cast her a disdainful glance before disregarding her entirely. Kevin now sat on the floor of Snape's workspace, diligently preparing potions. He was wholly absorbed in observing the cauldron, and at the opportune moment, he swiftly added an ingredient. His technique was impeccable, leaving even Snape momentarily unable to find fault. Before long, the potion was complete, yet Kevin felt no elation, treating it as a mundane occurrence. After bottling it, he proceeded to brew the next potion. He had been engaged in potion making for a month, with Christmas fast approaching. This period had been fraught with challenges. Piles of ingredients lay before him, capable of yielding dozens of potion varieties, yet he found that even when attempting to concoct a single potion, there were always 1 or 2 ingredients that were insufficient. After using a portion of the materials, he would discover that the remaining ingredients were incompatible, as crucial components had been exhausted. The greatest challenge for Kevin was to judiciously combine these materials to maximize their utility. In the first batch of ingredients, he utilized less than half, rendering the remainder useless for potion making. Thus, he owed Snape a total of 3,985 galleons. The second batch was similarly acquired through a loan. Upon completing the second batch, his debt to Snape rose to 7,155 galleons. This debt continued to accumulate. 8,910 galleons, 11,015 galleons, 12,530 galleons, peaking at 13,105 galleons. After this point, Kevin's income began to stabilize. Each batch of potions gradually reduced his debt by 1 or 2,000. Finally, he had completed this batch of potions, and at last, he had settled all his debts to Snape. Ha ha, old bat, I owe you nothing now. Ha ha ha. Kevin's pent-up emotions from the past month were finally released as he burst into laughter. In light of Mr. Kevin's disregard, I have decided to raise the rent of the studio to 2,000 galleons. Now, Mr. Kevin, after deducting for this batch of potions, you owe me 1,315 galleons. Snape's somber voice suddenly echoed, startling Kevin, causing him to shudder. The sky was a grayish blue, and outside, paper cranes danced in the air. Kevin reclined. As Christmas drew ever closer, and during this time, he ceased his clandestine work, his purse gradually filling. With newfound time, he once again accompanied Hermione to the library, studying together, much to the delight of the young witch, who radiated joy every day. Kevin often prepared special lessons for Harry and Ron, teaching them the art of potion making. And he had finally established himself as a competent potion master, with Hermione present to learn alongside them. Notably, Snape sold Kevin's potions, labeling them with Kevin's name, which was gradually gaining recognition in the potion community. Whispers circulated that he was the prized apprentice of the esteemed potion master Snape, and the quality of his concoctions was exceptionally high. Of course, Snape benefited as well, as he inflated the cost of Kevin's materials while acquiring his high-quality potions at a low price, only to sell them at a premium. Life was becoming increasingly promising. Hermione, look, it's snowing, Kevin exclaimed, noticing the delicate flakes drifting from the sky as they strolled towards the library. It seemed Hogwarts was about to don a splendid white cloak. They paused to admire the snowfall. This year's first snow appeared even more enchanting and romantic than in years past. Hermione, with Christmas approaching, Have you prepared a gift for me? He inquired teasingly. You fool, don't ask. If you do, there will be no surprise. Hermione playfully kicked Kevin, who chuckled in response. All right, my apologies, he said with a grin, leaning closer. I have a gift for you too. Hermione playfully pinched him, her annoyance tempered by a faint smile of delight. By the way, Kevin, are you staying at school for Christmas? She suddenly remembered she would be returning home. I actually want to visit the old headmaster, but I also wish to remain at Hogwarts to study. I'm still undecided. Kevin pondered briefly, unsure of his answer. Upon hearing this, Hermione seemed to hesitate, biting her lip, her cheeks turning rosy. Kevin, if I may say, if you have no plans for Christmas, she finally ventured, unable to contain her thoughts. Would you like to come back with me and celebrate at my home? Kevin was taken aback, clearly unprepared for such an invitation. You don't misunderstand. I mentioned you to my parents. They know you grew up in an orphanage and feel sympathy for you, which is why I invited you. She explained, her cheeks flushed. Seeing the girl's blushing face, Kevin smiled with joy. Since the esteemed Miss Hermione has personally extended an invitation, how could I refuse? Even if the train were to stop running, Snape stole the Philosopher's Stone, Voldemort returned, and Dumbledore passed away, I would gladly accept your invitation. Hermione couldn't help but chuckle at Kevin's earnest promise as she playfully kicked him again. Well, seeing how agreeable you are, I shall graciously allow you to celebrate Christmas with me this year. Little Hermione struck a pose, hands on her hips, her head held high, clearly pleased by Kevin's flattery. It is my honor, he replied, and the two exchanged smiles, walking side by side toward the library, their shoulders brushing a little closer than before. Soon, the Christmas holiday arrived. Aren't you both going home? Kevin sat in the hall, simply carrying a small bag on his back, without having packed any luggage. He observed Harry and Ron, who were engrossed in a game of wizard's chess, where Ron's exceptional skills overshadowed Harry's. Intriguingly, when the chess pieces attacked, they would shatter their opponent's pieces into fragments, leaving the board strewn with debris. Initially, Kevin had intended to return home, but his parents had abandoned him to visit his brother Charlie in Romania, claiming they were studying fire dragons. Ron shrugged, indicating his accustomed acceptance of the situation, all while commanding his pieces to crush Harry's. As for Harry, he shook his head, expressing his reluctance to return to his aunt's home, preferring to remain at Hogwarts. Well, poor child, Kevin remarked, unlike me, who will spend Christmas at Hermione's house. He patted Harry on the shoulder, adding, though I sympathize with you, I hope you don't forget my Christmas gift. Harry looked at Kevin, questioning his conscience. Of course. Ron, you too. Ron appeared speechless, having been reminded for the 5th time. At that moment, Hermione approached, dragging a suitcase behind her. Kevin, haven't you packed your luggage? She asked, puzzled. You know, I'm an orphan. I have no luggage, he replied, leaving them speechless. The trio had long been immune to Kevin's orphan remarks, having realized he often used them to deflect their concerns. All right, just kidding. Everything is right here, he said, patting his small bag. Hermione still looked perplexed as Kevin effortlessly took her large suitcase and magically compressed it into a fabric pouch the size of his fist. The trio was astonished by the spectacle. A non-detection extension charm? Hermione exclaimed in surprise. Kevin nodded, having shamelessly obtained it from Snape, who had generously allowed him to carry numerous materials for potion making at all times. It seemed that Snape truly regarded Kevin as a personal apprentice. He rarely refused Kevin's reasonable requests, responding only with sharp remarks and a few conditions. After explaining its origin, Hermione was able to accept it, but Harry and Ron struggled. The thought crossed their minds. How had Kevin's relationship with Snape grown so favorable? Would he betray them to Snape in the future? Sensing their apprehension, Kevin quipped, if I don't receive your Christmas gifts, I might very well sell you out. Channeling his inner dark wizard, he flashed a cunning smile, only to be sharply reprimanded by Hermione with a slap to the back of his head. Don't imitate him, it's bad luck. Oh, Kevin responded. Chapter 16, The Granger Couple. Kevin and Hermione boarded the train back to the Muggle world. Rarely distracted from her studies, Hermione engaged in conversation with Kevin, reminiscing about their childhood experiences. She shared amusing anecdotes from her early years, while Kevin recounted his time in the orphanage. Hermione had long been aware that Kevin never considered himself an orphan. He simply grew up alone. He was not sensitive or hurt by discussions surrounding orphanages. Rather, he exuded a strength, confidence, and bravery that surpassed that of Hermione and her companions. However, it was predominantly Hermione who engaged in conversation. Her words flowed endlessly, her excitement palpable as she chatted from the moment they boarded the vehicle. It was her first time inviting a friend to her home for a celebration, especially a boy. This alone underscored Kevin's significant place in Hermione's heart. It seemed she wished to share everything she had ever longed to express, but had no one to confide in. Pouring her thoughts out to Kevin, even if Kevin merely listened in silence, it brought her immense joy. As their conversation continued, they unconsciously drew closer together. Hermione leaned against Kevin, occasionally stretching her arms or tilting her head, her body language vibrant and animated. Meanwhile, Kevin absent-mindedly toyed with Hermione's fluffy, soft hair, inhaling the delightful fragrance that emanated from her. As they spoke, Hermione began to plan their holiday adventures, envisioning places Kevin had never visited. Eager to introduce him to her favorite spots and share her joy, she was assertive and relished taking the lead, meticulously organizing their itinerary. Perhaps her strong-willed nature made it difficult for those around her, especially children who were sensitive to appearances, to enjoy her company. Yet, fortuitously, Kevin preferred a more laid-back approach during his breaks. He welcomed the opportunity to have someone else devise the plans, relishing the chance to avoid the mental strain. Thus, he readily accepted Hermione's arrangements. As Kevin focused intently on braiding Hermione's hair, she remained blissfully unaware, feeling warm and inexplicably content in his presence. Their closeness was comforting and delightful. At last, they arrived at their destination, stepping off the train together. Oddly, Hermione sensed numerous gazes directed her way. It seemed as though many were laughing at her, though not in a malicious manner. Perhaps her charm had caught the attention of others. Hermione's cheeks flushed, completely oblivious to Kevin's amusement as he suppressed a laugh. Once outside the train station, the number of onlookers increased, but Hermione soon spotted her parents, Mr. and Mrs. Granger. "Mom, Dad, I'm back," she exclaimed, running towards them. "Oh, darling, your hair is so unique." Mrs. Granger caught her daughter in an embrace, her tone teasing as she glanced at Mr. Granger, whose expression hinted at a smile. "Hair." Hermione was taken aback, hastily reaching up to touch her own hair. To her astonishment, her once fluffy and smooth locks were now entangled in an array of peculiar styles, with several wild braids sticking out. At the back, Kevin could no longer contain his laughter. "Kevin!" Hermione shrieked, covering her head and burying herself in Mrs. Granger's embrace. It was then that she realized the source of all those curious glances along the way. It was utterly mortifying. Mrs. Granger could no longer contain her laughter, while Hermione, displeased, gently tapped her mother's hand, urging her to cease her mirth and quickly assist in restoring her hair. "I apologize, esteemed uncles and aunts. For our first meeting under such amusing circumstances, I simply couldn't resist playing a little jest with Hermione," Kevin chuckled, finally calming down before approaching the Grangers to extend his greetings. They bore no ill will towards Kevin for his playful antics with their daughter, as they were genuinely delighted that Hermione had finally made a friend, having never had one throughout her upbringing. "You must be Kevin. Our Hermione often speaks of you, Mr. Granger returned to his composed demeanor, engaging in earnest conversation with Kevin. "I certainly did not mention him. He is a villain." Hermione, still nestled in Mrs. Granger's embrace, exclaimed in exasperation. "Ahem, let us proceed to the car," Mr. Granger suggested, noting the curious gazes from passers-by. Soon, Kevin found himself seated in Mr. Granger's vehicle, journeying homeward with the family. Along the way, the Grangers conversed cheerfully with Kevin about various matters. It seemed Hermione had shared numerous tidbits about him in her letters, for the Grangers appeared well acquainted with his background, his talents, and some affairs pertaining to the academy. In their correspondence, it was evident that the most frequently mentioned individual was Kevin, their daughter's first true friend, with the letters consistently extolling his virtues and prowess. Initially, Mr. Granger harbored some reservations. However, upon learning of Kevin's silent vigil during Hermione's moments of sorrow and his valiant feats in battling a troll to protect her, he finally acknowledged the young lad. Mrs. Granger, having discovered that Kevin was an orphan, was moved by his resilience and unwavering positivity despite his circumstances. She developed a deep fondness for him, even broaching the idea with her husband of potentially adopting Kevin and welcoming him as part of their family. Mr. Granger consented, albeit suggesting they observe Kevin further and ascertain his own wishes. Before long, they arrived home, and Hermione finally deemed it appropriate to acknowledge Kevin, albeit by pinching him at the waist and leading him on a tour of her abode. Kevin, in pain throughout the ordeal, could hardly appreciate the surroundings. "If this continues, will I be left with some ailment?" he wondered. The Grangers found amusement in this scene, although their daughter wore an expression of discontent. It was the first time they had witnessed such emotional turbulence in her due to another. Previously, Hermione had resembled an aloof swan, isolated and even bullied by classmates. Yet she remained unyielding, often turning the tables and distancing herself from her peers without exhibiting significant emotional reactions, believing them to be beneath her. "I was wrong, Hermione. I shall never dare again," Kevin promised. "Humph," replied the little girl, her grip tightening further. "All right, Hermione, why don't you show Kevin his future room? You may flirt and banter, but there's no rush to retreat to your room," Mrs. Granger remarked with a smile. "And Kevin, do be mindful of your boundaries." "Huh?" Kevin was taken aback. "What boundaries? Your daughter is only 12. I'm not flirting with him, Mom. Please don't say that." Hermione's cheeks flushed crimson from her mother's words. Immediately, she took Kevin's hand and led him upstairs. Before ascending, Kevin noticed the usually composed Mr. Granger secretly giving him a fist bump, as if warning him to behave. Got it, Kevin replied with a thumbs up. "Then I shall be reckless." Chapter 17. Christmas gifts, ouch. Be gentle. Hermione's voice echoed from her room, laced with playful annoyance. I can't help it. It's too tight. Then take your time. A series of suggestive exchanges ensued. Mr. Granger, eavesdropping at the staircase, was ready to rush in with a knife, but was fortunately restrained by Mrs. Granger's firm embrace. Hearing the commotion outside, Hermione and Kevin emerged to find the Granger couple in a rather peculiar pose. Hermione's face turned beet red, misinterpreting the situation, while Kevin caught a glimpse of Mr. Granger's murderous glare, realizing the gravity of the misunderstanding. What are you two doing? They both inquired simultaneously. Huh. Hermione was bewildered. Aren't you the ones engaging in something? Ahem. Uncle and Aunt. I was merely assisting Hermione with her hair, which had become tangled. I pulled too hard and accidentally hurt her, Kevin explained, fearing that Mr. Granger might charge at him in a fit of rage. Upon hearing this, the competitive couple paused, their attention shifting to Hermione's hair, which indeed bore some entangled strands that were rather difficult to unravel. Mr. Granger's flushed face cooled to its normal hue, and Mrs. Granger sighed in relief, though it seemed tinged with something resembling disappointment. Your daughter is only 12. With the awkward moment behind them, Kevin exerted considerable effort to finally detangle Hermione's hair, vowing never to engage in such a task again. Afterward, for the next couple of days, Hermione eagerly took Kevin out shopping for Christmas items. The streets were bustling with festive cheer as Christmas approached. Concerned about losing sight of Hermione in the crowd, Kevin took her small hand in his. It felt soft and comforting to hold. Hermione blushed slightly but did not pull away, her cheeks rosy with delight. However, she quickly became swept up in the lively holiday spirit, enthusiastically leading Kevin to the holiday sales. Kevin purchased a Christmas hat and a fake beard for Hermione, transforming her into a miniature Santa Claus. Hermione, adopting an exaggeratedly elderly demeanor, played the role of Santa. She, in turn, bought Kevin a pair of reindeer antlers, designating him as her steed. The Granger couple, trailing behind, shared in the joy, smiling at their daughter, who had become noticeably more vivacious and cheerful, all thanks to Kevin. Kevin offered a candy to Hermione, who blushed and obediently opened her mouth to accept his offering. Her adorable, large eyes seemed to twinkle with a hint of starlight as she gazed at Kevin's face, her heart fluttering uncontrollably. This was the first time she experienced such an unnatural quickening of her heartbeat, the first time her emotions were so profoundly directed towards someone. She savored this delightful moment greedily, whispering a wish to Santa Claus, hoping they would never be apart. Merry Christmas, Hermione. Merry Christmas, Kevin. As the New Year's bells chimed, Kevin and Hermione softly exchanged their Christmas wishes, following the whisperings of her heart. Hermione leaned in and gave Kevin a fleeting kiss on his cheek, then scampered away. Kevin touched his still warm cheek, his heartbeat racing beyond his control. Thus, Christmas came to an end in this ambiguous atmosphere. Upon returning home, Hermione found herself hesitant to remain in the same space as Kevin. The mere thought of their intimate gesture made her cheeks flush and her words stumble. It wasn't until the following day, when she and Kevin received numerous gifts delivered by owls, that her demeanor softened somewhat, though her expression still held a tinge of awkwardness. Ugh, those two have conspired rather well. Kevin chuckled as he looked at the gifts from Harry and Ron. One presented a notebook, the other a quill. They had sent Hermione identical gifts, wrapped in the same manner. Kevin had given each of them a potion kit, featuring various potions, primarily focused on life preservation. He had covertly pilfered Snape's ingredients some time ago to brew them himself, managing to rummage through Snape's workspace and uncover the Half-Blood Princess treasures, learning quite a bit in the process. It seemed Snape had not yet discovered his actions. However, the next moment brought a revelation. He had received a gift from Snape, the Half-Blood Princess wealth, accompanied by a note that sternly warned, "Continue to rummage through my workspace, and you shall not return." Oh dear, I'm in trouble. You rummaged through Professor Snape's workspace? Hermione, who had been secretly watching Kevin, saw him gasp and leaned over to read the note. Indeed, you deserve it. She couldn't help but chuckle softly. Their atmosphere gradually began to return to normal. Professor McGonagall also presented them with gifts. Hermione received the time turner that had appeared in the third book, along with a note stating that it was a serious acquisition from the Ministry of Magic, emphasizing that it must not be used for purposes beyond study. Given that Hermione often struggled to keep up with Kevin academically, she had worked harder and even complained to McGonagall about her lack of time, leading McGonagall to genuinely help her find a solution. Kevin's gift was a backpack with a concealment charm, far surpassing the capacity of Snape's fabric bag. As for the gift he gave to Professor McGonagall, it was yet another potion kit, his only notable offering at present. Hagrid bestowed upon Kevin a remarkable gift, a large bundle of diverse magical creature drops, which could fetch several thousand galleons if sold. However, Kevin had no intention of parting with them, as they could be preserved for potion making. In return, Kevin gifted Hagrid a selection of life-saving potion ingredients, while for Hermione, well, he saved her gift for last. When Hermione opened the elegant box from Kevin, she discovered a weighty tome, well-thumbed, and filled with the marks of frequent use. Its exterior bore signs of age, but Kevin could not help it. Such was inevitable. He scratched his head, uncertain if Hermione would appreciate the gift. As she turned to the first page, she read the inscription, "The Wealth of Kevin." Each subsequent page was densely filled with handwritten notes detailing various potion recipes, the effects of numerous herbs, and their diverse applications. This was Kevin's own compilation, a tangible manifestation of his knowledge, albeit somewhat naive, yet utterly sincere. He poured all his understanding of potions into this book, even seeking Snape's guidance, who found no faults within. Some pages featured charming illustrations drawn by Kevin himself. Unlike the rigid format of a textbook, Kevin annotated his insights, creating a layout that, while densely packed, remained orderly and methodical. Each word and page bore the result of extensive experimentation and profound comprehension. As Hermione caressed the well-worn book, memories flooded back of the recent weeks when Kevin had seemingly vanished except for class, his dark circles growing more pronounced with each passing day. Yet, whenever he saw Hermione, he greeted her with a smile, assuring her that all was well. She envisioned him toiling day and night at his desk, immersed in the creation of this very content, and felt the weight of the book's significance. She threw herself into Kevin's embrace, whispering, "Thank you, Kevin, I adore it. I'm glad you like it. By the way, I had Professor Snape cast a preservation charm on the book. Though it may appear worn, you can handle it as you wish without fear of damage. It's sturdier than a brick." Kevin gently stroked Hermione, affectionately teasing her. With a laugh, she nuzzled against him like a cat. As Kevin unwrapped Hermione's gift, he revealed a deep blue magical cloak, adorned with 2 golden vertical stripes extending down to its hem. He immediately sensed Hermione's embarrassment, realizing she had crafted it herself from fine magical materials, though its construction left something to be desired. What a jest it was. He cherished it all the more knowing Hermione had made it by hand. Without hesitation, he stood and draped the cloak over his shoulders. The emblem on the shoulder resembled that of a noble mantle, and the cloak's length just brushed his ankles, promising a better fit as he grew taller. All of this knowledge came from her studies, and she had even consulted Professor McGonagall. "Do I look dashing?" he asked, to which she replied with a playful huff, "Well, the cloak certainly contributes to your charm." Observing the smug Kevin, Hermione retorted, "Well, that simply means you are handsome." Kevin chuckled in response. Subsequently, he made a special trip back to the orphanage. "Grandpa Hopus," he called out. The elderly director, who was busy clearing the snow in the courtyard, turned around and was pleasantly surprised to see the Kevin who had departed for Hogwarts months earlier. "Little Kevin, you are back. Expelled, I presume?" Director Hopus exclaimed with delight. Just as Kevin was about to embrace the director, he was momentarily at a loss for words. "Is there a possibility that it is currently holiday time?" he pondered. "Ha. It's all the same. It's just good to have you back." Director Hopus joyfully enveloped Kevin in a warm embrace, his gnarled hand gently patting Kevin's back. Then, amidst the astonished gaze of Director Hopus, Kevin retrieved a substantial assortment of food and beverages from a bag enchanted with a disillusionment charm, indicating that these were to be distributed among the other children at the orphanage. He also presented the director with a generous sum of money. Now, Kevin had become a minor potion master. The exchange rate of galleons was even higher than that of pounds, and his earnings were sufficient for him to bring back a considerable bounty. Moreover, this was merely the beginning. In the future, Kevin would only grow stronger and his wealth would multiply. Director Hopus was elated throughout the day and treated all the children at the orphanage to a sumptuous feast. Kevin stayed at the orphanage for a few days, during which Hermione visited him. Director Hopus recounted some tales from Kevin's childhood to Hermione. Although Kevin was a time traveler and had a mature mind from a young age, he was still a boy at heart, often using his youth as an excuse to engage in foolish antics, such as the time he attempted to urinate while upside down, inadvertently splashing himself. Hermione laughed heartily upon hearing this, while Kevin, feeling somewhat defeated, contemplated how he might coax the Granger couple into revealing some embarrassing stories about Hermione. Thus, the Christmas holiday drew to a close. Chapter 18. The Little Fire Dragon, Taming Draco. "Harry, Ron, we are back." On the day of their return to Hogwarts, Kevin and Hermione arrived at the Great Hall seeking Harry and Ron. "Kevin, where did you get that cloak?" "It's quite flamboyant," Ron inquired, eyeing Kevin's attire. "Ah, Ron, you wouldn't understand," Kevin replied, striking a deliberately ostentatious pose. Hermione, standing nearby, suddenly regretted gifting Kevin the cloak, covering her face as she could not bear to see him flaunting it in such a flashy manner. It felt rather embarrassing for her handmade creation. "I must tell you, Harry also received a cloak for Christmas, and it's an invisibility cloak." Ron beckoned Kevin and Hermione closer, whispering this secret to them. "Invisibility? I could learn a disillusionment charm as well," Kevin scoffed, dismissing the notion. "Not that. What are you bragging about?" Ron looked at Kevin incredulously. Ron continued, "Then Harry, draped in the invisibility cloak, went on a night adventure and discovered Professor Snape threatening Professor Quirrell late at night." He couldn't hear clearly what was being said, as he was afraid of being discovered by Professor Snape. Later, Harry stumbled upon a magical mirror that reflected the images of what one most desired to see. Upon hearing these words, Kevin immediately recognized the situation. It was reminiscent of the original narrative in which Harry ventured into the restricted section, only to encounter Snape warning Quirrell against reckless actions, followed by a meeting with the Mirror of Erist. It appeared that even if Harry had not intruded into the forbidden area, he still had a penchant for wandering about. Or perhaps it was orchestrated by Dumbledore. Kevin inquired about the fate of the mirror. Not anymore. Professor Dumbledore took it away, Harry replied, shaking his head. Pondering for a moment, he then asked Kevin, "Why did you ask if it was still there instead of where it is?" "Because it's evidently not a benign object. Its release would only lead to harm." "Surely, you do not wish to gaze upon your most fervent desires?" Ron nudged Kevin playfully. "Even without looking, I already know what I desire," Kevin confidently declared. Hands on his hips, unable to resist casting a glance at Hermione. Surprised by his sudden attention, Hermione momentarily froze, as if a realization dawned upon her, her cheeks flushing. Harry and Ron exchanged glances, perplexed by the odd behavior of their friends. "You both returned from the Christmas break, yet something feels amiss," they noted. Oblivious to the subtle tension. "Professor Snape, thank you for the notes, and here's your untraceable extension charm pouch," Kevin said. "Mr. Kevin, it seems your Christmas holiday was quite splendid, adorned like a flamboyant jester," Snape retorted, eyeing Kevin's garish cloak with disdain. "Envious, are we? Hermione crafted it personally," Kevin boasted, now impervious to Snape's acerbic tongue. Snape fell silent, seemingly lost in an unpleasant memory, yet Kevin remained blissfully unaware, dancing perilously close to Snape's ire. "Leave," Snape uttered grimly. "Right away," Kevin replied, promptly exiting. As he made his way toward the dormitory, he encountered Harry and the others who had come seeking him. "Kevin, I just passed by the castle's outskirts and saw Hagrid looking rather flustered, as if he were afraid of something. We were a bit concerned and thought we should find you. Shall we visit Hagrid's hut together?" "What could Hagrid possibly fear?" Kevin asked, taken aback. "I don't know. But we should find him," they agreed, setting off toward Hagrid's abode. As they walked, Kevin pondered, could it be about the dragon egg? That indeed must not be discovered. They knocked on Hagrid's door, and the towering giant opened it, bending low to see the four friends. "Hagrid, are you all right? We saw you rushing about and wondered if something was amiss," Harry inquired anxiously. "Oh, I'm fine, but I'm rather busy at the moment. So I don't have time for you lot," Hagrid replied, attempting to close the door. "Wait, Hagrid, what's going on? Is there something wrong with the Philosopher's Stone?" Harry pressed, noticing Hagrid's evident deception. "Keep your voices down, and stop jumping to conclusions. The stone is perfectly safe." "Oh, come in," Hagrid relented, not wishing to attract attention, ushering them inside and promptly shutting the door. "How many times must I reiterate that the dragon egg is perfectly safe? You need not worry, as this matter does not concern you." After closing the door, Hagrid earnestly addressed the group. Kevin sauntered over to the hearth, where a cauldron rested, containing a dragon egg the size of a human head. Truly, it is a fire dragon. Even the hatching requires the warmth of the furnace. "Oh, Kevin, do not approach it," Hagrid warned, turning just in time to catch Kevin peering curiously at the egg. "What is that?" The other three children quickly joined him in their fascination. Just as Hagrid contemplated how to explain, Ron exclaimed, "That's a dragon egg. A fire dragon egg. Clearly, someone in their household had experience with fire dragons. However, this is quite against regulations, Hagrid." Harry and the others turned their gaze to Hagrid, who, at last, sighed in resignation. He recounted the egg's origins. During the holidays, someone had wagered the dragon egg and lost it to Hagrid. Although they found the story suspicious, the egg began to stir, prompting their curiosity. Meanwhile, Kevin discreetly turned and made his way toward the door. Before long, the little fire dragon hatched, emerging as nothing more than a winged, fire-breathing yellow lizard, yet the group adored it nonetheless. Suddenly, Hagrid spotted someone peering in from outside. Harry and the others turned to see Draco. "Oh no," they exclaimed, realizing the fire dragon had been discovered. Their feet froze in place. Just then, a calm incantation echoed through the air. Unbeknownst to them, Kevin had dashed to the door and aimed a spell at Draco, who had just stepped a few meters away. Draco's feet seemed to be ensnared, causing him to topple to the ground. "Kevin, how dare you cast a spell on me in secret? Just wait until I tell my father, and I'll have you expelled from school and thrown into Azkaban." Draco shouted in disbelief as he rose. "Silence," Kevin uttered, casting another silencing spell, leaving Draco unable to produce sound. He then slowly approached and hoisted Draco into Hagrid's hut. The others inside stared in astonishment at Kevin's swift actions. Momentarily speechless. "Oh no, Kevin, you will get caught." Hagrid was the first to react, glancing at Draco, whose feet were bound and voice silenced, with great concern. Hermione and the others quickly grasped the gravity of the situation. "Do not worry, just watch me," Kevin said, placing Draco in a chair. As Draco attempted to struggle, Kevin pointed his wand directly at Draco's chest. Draco, sensing the threat, ceased all movement. If Kevin dared to cast spells on him, What was there to fear? Draco. I harbor no ill intentions. I merely wish to propose a transaction. Draco, still intent on protesting, attempted to squirm. Expelliarmus. Kevin suddenly invoked Snape's unique spell, cleaving a gash in the floor with an invisible blade. This was a skill he had mastered immediately after acquiring the Half-Blood Prince's treasure. Draco, once again, found himself immobilized. Now, I shall speak, and you shall remain silent. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee that my next spell will not strike you, Draco affirmed with a vigorous nod. Excellent. Now you have two choices. First, I could cast you into an isolated place, render you unconscious with a spell, and follow it with a memory charm, ensuring everyone's satisfaction. Draco vehemently shook his head. What a foolish jest. A poorly executed memory charm could lead to amnesia or even folly. Second, you could keep today's secret, and in return, you may come here to pet the little dragon. What do you say? Among those present, Ron was the first to object, followed closely by Harry. Kevin. This fellow will undoubtedly spill the beans. He cannot be allowed to leave, Ron shouted. Kevin was taken aback. When did you become so valiant? Or are you entirely unaware of the dangers of the memory charm? However, Hermione promptly dismissed Ron's suggestion and elaborated on the peril of the memory charm. After listening, Ron fell silent. What about an unbreakable vow? Hermione proposed. Though a sound idea, Kevin remained unconvinced. It's all right. Draco is not foolish. He knows how to choose. With that, Kevin lifted the silencing charm from Draco. I choose the second option. I promise I won't divulge anything, Draco exclaimed as soon as he was able to speak. But Kevin, if he does leak information, you'll be imprisoned in Azkaban, Hermione expressed her concern. Out of kindness for Kevin, the well-meaning Hermione felt compelled to resort to more extreme measures. I know, don't worry, Hermione. After that, Kevin turned to Draco again and lifted the bodybind curse. Draco was now able to stand, clearly shaken. However, Draco, you must first engage in a wizard duel with me. What? Draco was taken aback. The astute Hermione quickly grasped Kevin's intention. The witness shall be Hagrid. Draco paused for a moment, then realized that if it was a duel, Draco's magical mishaps would be justifiable. All right, I accept. Soon outside, the two engaged in a semi-formal wizard duel. Kevin utilized the bodybind curse once more, adding a disarming charm to secure victory. Although the duel was somewhat perfunctory, Draco was taken aback to find that, after preparing himself, he had no opportunity to retaliate. Thus, the incident concluded. Chapter 19, Clue Gathering and Task Assignment. Hey, Norbert. Would you like a treat? Draco was crouched before the little dragon, enticing it with a morsel of meat. The group accepted Draco's presence. Although their relationship had not been particularly amicable, in Kevin's eyes, it merely resembled childish antics, not hindering the formation of new friendships. Having watched the sixth film in his previous life, it was evident that Draco had been assisting the Death Eaters, yet one could see the internal conflict within him. His nature was not malevolent. Thus, he had always intended to amend his ways. Kevin, is this truly acceptable? What if Harry is still somewhat apprehensive? Hey, Scarhead. I can hear you. I am the noble pureblood Malfoy, and I stand by my word. Draco retorted with irritation upon overhearing Harry discussing him. It's nothing. Draco is just a bit arrogant, but he's not a bad person, Kevin chuckled. Mind your own business. Draco was taken aback by Kevin's unexpected faith in him. Feeling somewhat awkward, yet he couldn't resist responding with bravado. However, Kevin was not one to indulge him. With a spark of magic, he zapped Draco's backside, causing him to yelp in pain, which startled Norbert. In turn, Norbert unleashed a jet of dragon fire onto Draco's golden quiff, prompting young Draco to scream for mercy. Although the group was not fond of Draco, they couldn't help but burst into laughter at the spectacle. The four little ones amused themselves with the fire dragon, while Kevin and Hagrid sat by the fireplace, engaged in conversation. It was time to advance the narrative. Tonight marked the moment when Voldemort would emerge to hunt unicorns. Hagrid, are there unicorns in the Forbidden Forest? Kevin inquired suddenly. Indeed, there are several unicorns within the Forbidden Forest, Hagrid promptly responded, indicating that it was not a taboo subject. Really? Hagrid, have you seen them recently? Not lately. Hagrid paused for a moment. I've read that unicorns are truly extraordinary creatures, especially their blood, which is said to grant immortality when consumed. Harry and the others immediately turned to Kevin upon catching the keyword, immortality. Oh, Kevin, where did you read that? I must sternly remind you that unicorn blood should not be taken lightly, Hagrid exclaimed, alarmed by the question. I am well aware of that. Only those deemed worthy by a unicorn may obtain its blood. Conversely, if one slays a unicorn out of greed, its blood becomes a dreadful curse. As long as you understand, then why inquire further? Hagrid sighed in relief. I was merely curious if anyone has ever been recognized by a unicorn and obtained its blood. As far as I know, that has not happened. Hagrid shook his head, his brow furrowing. However, a few weeks ago, a unicorn was killed in the Forbidden Forest. Someone drank its blood. Just yesterday, I discovered more unicorn blood in the forest, indicating that yet another unicorn has been harmed. The mention of this incident immediately connected Harry and the others to Snape's intentions of creating an elixir of immortality using the Philosopher's Stone. Such a topic was difficult to broach without concern. It's shocking that such a thing has occurred, Kevin feigned astonishment, contemplating the situation. In light of this, Hagrid, since everyone is here today, let us assist you in searching for the injured unicorn. Kevin suddenly stood up, proposing loudly. What? You all? Absolutely not. Students cannot enter the Forbidden Forest. Hagrid promptly rejected the idea. At this moment, Harry stepped forward. As long as we are not discovered, it should be fine. We want to help. Why not form a team? We can handle even a troll. Hagrid clearly hesitated. Draco, don't pretend you didn't here. You're coming along too. Kevin gazed at the silent Draco, resolute in his intention not to let him off the hook. If they were to venture in, they would face the consequences together. Draco longed to refuse, but found himself too intimidated to do so. Entering the Forbidden Forest might pose a perilous threat, yet remaining outside presented an immediate danger of its own. Ultimately, Hagrid acquiesced, taking his crossbow and leading the group into the ominous woods. Once within the forest, Hagrid accompanied his dog Fawn along one path, while the 5 young ones took a separate route, proceeding cautiously. Kevin held Hermione's hand and gestured for Harry to take the lead. Although Harry was perplexed as to why he was chosen to guide them, he refrained from questioning it further. A thin mist enveloped the Forbidden Forest, adding an eerie atmosphere to the already sinister environment. The group advanced with trepidation, wary of stumbling and attracting the attention of lurking beasts. Kevin, with one hand clasping Hermione's and the other wielding a crowbar, purchased from a Muggle hardware store during the Christmas holidays, vigilantly scanned their surroundings, ready for any unforeseen events. The crowbar was substantial and swung with considerable force, creating a fierce gust. At last, Harry's protagonist aura proved true as he led them to the lifeless unicorn. To their horror, they also discovered a weakened Voldemort, Quirrell, feeding on its blood. The sight of the shadowy figure hunched over the unicorn's corpse filled them with revulsion and dread. Harry pressed his hand to his scar, which throbbed with heat, while Draco, terrified, contemplated fleeing, only to be yanked back by Kevin's crowbar to ensure he did not wander off. Is that a person or a ghost? Ron shouted. Equally frightened, Hermione, too, was not far from panic, gripping Kevin's hand tightly, instinctively fearful of the dark figure before them. Kevin fixed his gaze on Voldemort, wary of an unexpected reaction due to their numbers. Just as Voldemort prepared to strike, a centaur suddenly charged forth, its powerful hooves trampling towards him. Recognizing the precariousness of the moment, Voldemort vanished into the shadows like a dementor. It's all right, he has gone. Kevin finally relaxed his guard and turned to face the towering centaur. His name was Firenze. The centaur recognized Harry and informed them that the cloaked figure was indeed Voldemort, who had killed a unicorn weeks prior to sustain himself with its blood. Clue 1. Harry felt as if he were beginning to comprehend the entirety of the situation. Soon, Hagrid arrived, escorting Harry and the others away, while the centaurs would take care of the unicorn's body. Upon returning to Gryffindor's common room, Harry excitedly shared his deductions. The shadow they had encountered was Voldemort, who must be gravely weakened, relying on unicorn blood to survive. Moreover, Snape was loyal to Voldemort. He had stolen the Philosopher's Stone, not for himself, but for Voldemort, to concoct the elixir of life and aid Voldemort in regaining his strength for a comeback. Harry seemed increasingly anxious, realizing that the formidable Voldemort was lurking within the very school. Hogwarts truly is the safest place in all of Britain. Kevin reclined comfortably on the sofa, Hermione seated beside him, as he absent-mindedly played with her hair. However, little Hermione seemed unfazed. The presence of Kevin beside her was undoubtedly pleasant. Kevin, refrain from making snide remarks and devise a solution, she urged. What kind of solution? Kevin retorted. A method to confront Voldemort head-on. Harry and Ron, upon hearing this exchange, shared a sense of helplessness. Yet, they found it difficult to remain calm. Harry, Voldemort will surely seek vengeance upon you. Do not hasten your demise. Kevin continued with his sardonic commentary. You are Voldemort's only significant failure in his wicked life. When he returns, you shall be the first to reckon with. Perhaps you should contemplate how to fortify yourself, lest you be vanquished at first sight. Hermione gently chastised Kevin, signaling him to refrain from further disheartening Harry. Fear not. While Dumbledore is at Hogwarts, he is indeed safe, at least for the time being. Here is a tip, Harry, the moment Dumbledore departs from Hogwarts. That will be when Voldemort strikes, Kevin asserted confidently. But how will he make his move? Isn't he unable to pass the three-headed dog? Ron inquired. Ron, do you truly believe that Hagrid's dragon egg was merely handed to him without reason? At this revelation, Harry looked up in astonishment, shocked by Kevin's words. Indeed. Who would casually carry a dragon egg in public and specifically seek out Hagrid? Kevin continued. Precisely. Hagrid's propensity to divulge secrets likely means that the method to bypass the three-headed dog is already known to others. Why didn't you mention this sooner? We must inform Professor Dumbledore immediately, Harry exclaimed, rising anxiously. Relax, While Dumbledore is at the school, Voldemort dares not make a move. You can devise a plan to find him tomorrow, assuming you can locate him, Kevin reassured, waving his hand to calm Harry. Additionally, you might inquire directly with Hagrid about the details of how he acquired the dragon egg. You may glean some insights on how to navigate past the three-headed dog. With that, Kevin took Hermione by the hand to escort her upstairs, urging her to retire early, while he also encouraged Harry and Ron to get some rest. Harry, however, tossed and turned, unable to sleep, unsure of what course to take. The following day, he sought out Hagrid first, inquiring about the individual who had provided him with the dragon egg and how he had managed to soothe the three-headed dog. Hagrid mentioned that the individual had suggested playing music for the creature, an important clue. He then intended to seek out Dumbledore, yet how could Dumbledore be found? This was a riddle that the old wizard had set for Harry. He even risked allowing Voldemort access to Hogwarts, leaving one to wonder if Dumbledore had implemented any precautionary measures. Should calamity truly ensue, Dumbledore would undoubtedly bear the weight of infamy, with all his prior achievements overshadowed by such a scandal, and Hogwarts would be left to face inevitable closure. Nevertheless, at least in the film, no disaster befell them. Thus, in the ensuing days, Kevin spent most of his time in close company with Hermione. Snape, coincidentally, had not sought him out, leaving one to ponder whether the plan was approaching a critical juncture. In this manner, tranquility reigned for several days, until Kevin's long-dormant system sprang back to life. Ding! Mission activated. Please assist Harry Potter in defeating Voldemort tonight. Task rewards: Constitution 10, Magic Power 10. Chapter 20, The Crowbar and the Wand. Growing more impressive with each strike. Has the moment finally arrived? One must ponder whether the rewards for this task are truly generous or merely average. The numerical benefits are substantial, yet they seem to pale in comparison to the enduring value of talent and intelligence. Throughout the past 6 months since Kevin's enrollment, neither his magical prowess nor his physical constitution has seen significant advancement. He has predominantly dedicated his time to the study of potions, while spells have merely required a few practice sessions to master. As the afternoon classes concluded, Harry hurried over, his expression grave. I heard from Professor McGonagall that Professor Dumbledore has gone to London. Perhaps Snape will make his move tonight, but the other professors do not believe us. Therefore, we must investigate the Philosopher's Stone. Harry was eager to inquire if Kevin would accompany him tonight, feeling compelled to thwart Voldemort's resurrection. Very well, I shall accompany you tonight. Hermione, I want to go too. Hermione interjected firmly before Kevin could finish his sentence. I suspected as much. Kevin opted not to elaborate further and merely arranged to meet at 11 p.m. in the common room. As night fell, the 4 young wizards stealthily made their way to the common room. To their surprise, Neville was waiting for them. Kevin recalled that in the original storyline, Neville had indeed blocked their path. However, given his involvement this time, and the fact that the trio seldom ventured out at night without being caught, it was perplexing that the professors would still send Neville to guard the entrance. Had information been leaked? Or was it a move orchestrated by Dumbledore to naturally award points to Gryffindor at the end of the term? Regardless, Neville was destined to meet a swift fate. The group quietly ascended to the third-floor corridor and entered the three-headed dog's chamber. Inside, they discovered a harp playing enchanting melodies, while the three-headed dog snored blissfully. Their suspicions were confirmed. Someone had indeed been there before them. Kevin sensed that the three-headed dog would awaken soon, and he urged the others to move its paws aside so they could open the trapdoor and leap through together. The next challenge awaited, the Devil's Snare. Initially, he contemplated using a brilliant flash of light, but upon reflection, he realized this was the trio's adventure, and as an unexpected participant, he should not intervene in every situation. Even without his assistance, they would surely succeed. Indeed, the astute Hermione quickly recalled the nature of the Devil's Snare and advised everyone to relax and sink naturally. However, perhaps due to Kevin's initial state of relaxation, he fell through as soon as Hermione uttered her suggestion. Hermione and Harry promptly followed suit, with Kevin easily catching Hermione. While Harry tumbled down, only Ron remained, struggling futilely despite their encouragement. Fortunately, Hermione quickly remembered the plant's aversion to bright light, prompting Kevin to act without hesitation. A dazzling burst of light was unleashed upon the Devil's Snare. The 4 friends successfully advanced to the next challenge. They found themselves in an internal space resembling a tower, with a swarm of winged keys fluttering about. The next door could not be opened with a spell. It was time for the legendary seeker, Harry Potter, to take the stage. With remarkable skill, Harry successfully acquired the key, unlocking the door, and the group proceeded to the next challenge, a colossal game of Wizard's chess. It was now the turn of our chess master, Ron Weasley. In a climactic moment, Ron, in a noble act of sacrifice, allowed himself to be taken down by an enemy piece, collapsing to the ground and falling into unconsciousness. Harry urged Hermione to escort Ron out and write a letter to Dumbledore, while he and Kevin continued onward. However, Kevin declined this proposal, opting instead to use a potion of restoration, which revived Ron, who then rejoined the fray. The four friends soon arrived at the final chamber, where a figure, shrouded in a turban, stood with his back to them before the mirror of a Reist. It was indeed Quirrell. Yet, how could this be? Wasn't it Snape who sought to harm him? Harry found it hard to believe. He had doubted the old bat for so long, and yet he had been mistaken. Oh, Snape certainly does not appear to be a good person, Quirrell sneered. If it weren't for Snape's constant counter-curses during Quidditch, I would have already sent you to your demise. And on Halloween, while everyone was distracted by the troll, Snape rushed straight to the third floor to thwart me. The trio then realized that Snape's incantations had been in protection of Harry. Hermione exchanged a glance with Kevin, confirming that Snape was indeed a good man. At that moment, a sinister voice echoed, sending chills down their spines. Quirrell, let me speak. But master, your condition, silence. Quirrell was reprimanded and obediently turned around, exposing the back of his turban to them, before lowering his head to remove it. Suddenly, as Quirrell turned and bent down, Kevin launched himself forward with the swiftness of the wind, targeting Quirrell's unsuspecting back. In his hand, unbeknownst to him until that moment, was the ultimate weapon, a crowbar. Bang! The resounding clash of metal reverberated through the air, sending Kevin hurtling backward. It was the shield charm. Voldemort's terrifying battle instinct compelled him to instinctively expend his life force, manipulating Quirrell to cast a shield charm that successfully thwarted Kevin's surprise attack. Kevin had anticipated this outcome. Even as he was flung into the air, he transformed the crowbar into his wand. Before hitting the ground, he unleashed all his magical power, casting his most formidable spell, the Killing Curse. Invisible blades rained down upon Quirrell in an instant. Ultimately, Voldemort was too weakened, caught off guard, and he had not expected Kevin's unwavering resolve. After the physical assault failed, Kevin seamlessly transitioned into a powerful magical attack. Quirrell's shield charm barely held for long before being shattered by Kevin's spell. Although the force of the Killing Curse had diminished considerably, several blades nonetheless tore through Quirrell's body. In an instant, blood erupted, leaving Quirrell in a state of disarray. The first thing Kevin did upon landing was to deliver the final blow. Once more, he brandished the crowbar, swiftly positioning himself behind Quirrell, and struck forcefully at the back of his head. Beneath the headscarf that had yet to be removed lay the visage of Voldemort. This blow nearly incapacitated both Voldemort and Quirrell, the latter's battered form collapsing to the ground. Yet Kevin did not relent. He gripped the crowbar tightly, raising it high in a striking pose, and brought it down with ferocity upon Quirrell's head, instantly splattering crimson and ivory matter. With a relentless fury, Kevin struck again and again, delivering over 10 brutal blows until Quirrell's head was reduced to a mass of flesh and bone, grotesquely mingled with the repugnant remnants strewn across the floor. Finally, panting heavily, Kevin ceased his assault. Harry and the others stood frozen in shock at the horrific scene before them. Kevin, however, offered no respite for contemplation. Seizing the moment as Quirrell turned, he launched a fierce offensive. The interplay of physical might and magic flowed seamlessly, culminating in mere seconds. They barely had time to grasp what had transpired. Shouldn't they have first exchanged words of challenge? Why such an abrupt onset of violence? Harry, come here, Kevin shouted urgently, breaking the stunned silence. Harry, still trying to comprehend the chaos, was met with Kevin's eyes, wild and bloodshot with madness. His body trembled involuntarily, yearning to approach. Yet his limbs felt disobedient. Unable to tolerate Harry's hesitation, Kevin thrust the crowbar forcefully into Quirrell's heart. Startled, Harry gasped as Kevin suddenly appeared before him, yanking him towards Quirrell's lifeless form. Grasping Harry's hand, he pressed it onto Quirrell's exposed neck. The gruesome tableau before him overwhelmed Harry, prompting him to retch, his hand entirely under Kevin's control. Then, a shocking spectacle unfolded. The seemingly lifeless body of Quirrell emitted a horrifying wail. Damn it, Voldemort is truly not dead. Yet, once Harry touched it, Quirrell's corpse began to disintegrate, a cloud of black smoke billowing forth, within which a face could be discerned. It was Voldemort. Ah, damn it. You filthy mudblood. You shall perish. The black smoke, embodying Voldemort's fury, raged in the air, hurling invectives at Kevin. He had not even struck back. And yet this despicable mudblood had ambushed him to his demise, deprived of any chance to resist. The trio remained dazed from Kevin's sudden frenzy, now further terrified by the apparition of the black smoke. However, Kevin was not inclined to merely observe. With the remnants of his magical power, he attempted to cast a stunning spell upon the spectral form of Voldemort, hoping to incapacitate it. Yet, the spell merely passed through the smoke. How dare you? I will kill you. I will tear you apart and imprison your soul for eternal torment. Voldemort's wrath reached a fever pitch as he glared at Kevin, who dared to retaliate. He had never felt such humiliation. Even when Harry's parents had employed ancient magic to defeat him, he had never endured such indignity. Alas, if only he possessed the Cruciatus curse, he would have relished inflicting it upon Voldemort. Kevin's disdain was palpable, rendering him too apathetic to engage with Voldemort. The more he exhibited such indifference, the more Voldemort felt driven to the brink of madness, consumed by a futile rage. Ultimately, as his soul's power began to wane, he unleashed a terrifying, anguished roar that reverberated throughout Hogwarts before retreating in disgrace. At last, Kevin was able to relax, much like when he faced the troll, relinquishing all strength as he lay back, his limbs trembling slightly from the residual fear. This was Voldemort, after all. The killing curse was excessively perilous. A moment's negligence could lead to inevitable death, devoid of any chance for reprieve. He felt utterly powerless to defend against it and lacked confidence in countering such malevolence. Just as in the finale of the fourth installment, when that dashing boy, Peter Pettigrew, executed the curse with casual ease, catching everyone off guard. It was a stark reminder of how natural it could seem, akin to the mundane act of eating or drinking. Kevin harbored a deep-seated dread of such scenarios, compelling him to act without honor. He struck first during Quirrell's moment of vulnerability, even before the Philosopher's Stone had the opportunity to make its appearance. After a period of heightened tension, he was once again left drained. "How long will you remain in a stupor?" he muttered, gazing in silence at the trio. Harry confronted the grotesque, bloody corpse at close range, still retching, while Ron sat trembling on the ground. Hermione, surprisingly the most composed among them, albeit with closed eyes and a furrowed brow, seemed to be battling the horrific images in her mind. It was no wonder, they were still children, and witnessing such a gory and violent scene was understandably terrifying. Yet, this is part of growing up. Kevin, with trembling hands, retrieved a vial of restorative potion from his bag, summoning every ounce of willpower to drink it. Gradually, his condition improved. As Professor Quirrell's body disintegrated into ash, the repulsive remnants vanished from sight. Now, the most nauseating sight was Harry's vomit. Kevin hesitated to approach Hermione, fearing he might startle her, and gently called her name, hoping to awaken her. In truth, Hermione had regained her composure, yet her primal instincts kept her trembling. "I'm all right, could you lend me a hand?" she weakly replied. Delighted, Kevin, though still recovering himself, was thrilled at the prospect of being closer to Hermione. He moved over and lay his head upon her lap, completely at ease. "It's all right. The professors will arrive shortly. Let us rest together for a moment." He paid no mind to Ron and Harry's states. Ron obediently laid down on the steps, peacefully closing his eyes, while Harry continued to struggle. As Hermione gazed down at Kevin, who was playfully nuzzling against her thighs, she finally felt herself relax. She knew full well that Kevin's sudden aggression was aimed at swiftly vanquishing Voldemort, nipping any potential peril in the bud. While the approach was somewhat violent, it was the first time she had witnessed such ferocity from him. Even in the face of the troll, he had not acted with such intensity. "Well, of course," Kevin retorted, "what kind of physique do trolls possess, and what do I have?" Nonetheless, the conclusion is ultimately favorable. Kevin remains the same Kevin. In the end, the four of them reclined together on the steps, with Kevin and Hermione occasionally exchanging words, thereby alleviating the mental strain on Harry and Ron. When Snape arrives first, he gazes at the four little ones, lying comfortably and engaged in conversation, momentarily at a loss for words. Chapter 21, The Storm Subsides. News of Kevin and his companions vanquishing Voldemort while emerging unscathed spreads like wildfire. Throughout Hogwarts, tales of these four children's legends circulate. Of course, perhaps under Dumbledore's deliberate orchestration, the predominant rumor centers around the savior, Harry. The four friends enter the infirmary together. Their primary concern is addressing psychological wounds. As for the Philosopher's Stone, whether it was destroyed or concealed remains unspoken by Dumbledore. However, he did specifically inform Harry about the magic of love within him, which allowed him to touch Voldemort, causing his soul to shatter. As for how Kevin knew this, he claimed it was merely a guess based on Harry's legend. When Dumbledore visits the four, he observes Kevin for a considerable time, seemingly hesitant about something. Kevin wonders if Dumbledore is contemplating whether to use legilimency on him. Ultimately, Dumbledore visibly suppresses this urge and approaches Kevin, praising his commendable efforts. He chooses to trust his student. Dumbledore, of course, has heard of Kevin, the most exceptional disciple of Snape, who has spoken of him, describing him as a conceited, narcissistic, and greedy little brat. Yet, he also recognizes him as a serious, diligent, and gifted prodigy. The amalgamation of these descriptors does not yield a particularly pleasant outcome. Voldemort was once similarly characterized. However, just as Kevin has faith in Snape's goodness, Snape too places his trust in Kevin, firmly believing that this impetuous lad will not become the next Voldemort. Leaving aside other considerations, merely based on temperament, he is ill-suited to be a great villain. Kevin, Dumbledore himself has observed this and finds it highly improbable. Kevin, ultimately, he relinquishes control, allowing Kevin and the trio to engage in their antics. In their confrontation with Voldemort, although the trio did not engage directly, they each showcased their remarkable abilities in the preceding challenges. Hermione, the encyclopedia, Ron, the wizard's chess master, and Harry, the flying prodigy. Indeed, they have all matured, particularly in psychological aspects. According to the film's plot, the battle with Voldemort leads directly to the end-of-year assessment for the House Cup. However, it seems that Kevin has accelerated this timeline. For a period thereafter, they continue with their studies as usual. They frequently visit Hagrid's hut, discovering that Draco frequents it even more than they do, often inquiring about dragons and occasionally assisting Hagrid with chores. Hagrid's fondness for Draco is nearly surpassing that for Harry and the others. Kevin has essentially mastered his potions course. Snape has little left to teach him. This does not imply that Kevin's potion-making skills exceed Snape's, but rather that the more profound aspects require Kevin to explore independently and then seek Snape's guidance. Moreover, apart from potions, Kevin's physical prowess and magical strength have also surged following his defeat of Voldemort. At present, Kevin possesses a physique of 25, and he firmly believes that if he were to confront Voldemort once more, he would undoubtedly ensure that Voldemort would not have the opportunity to cast the ironclad charm before meeting his demise. After surpassing a physique of 20, each additional increment represents a qualitative leap. With a magical power of 17, he has already outstripped the students of Hogwarts. He has begun advanced studies in spells and defense against the dark arts with Snape, eagerly seeking the strength to resist the killing curse. Kevin has heard from Hagrid that Norbert is now growing quite large and can no longer be kept in his small hut. One day, after an intense practice session with Snape, Hermione approached Kevin to discuss matters concerning Hagrid's hut. Following their confrontation with Voldemort, even the studious Hermione found it difficult to maintain her usual vigilance and began accompanying Harry and others to visit Hagrid. However, Kevin abruptly stated his intention to practice spells with Snape, retreating once more into a schedule that left him unseen outside of classes. Consequently, Hermione began visiting Kevin at around the same time each day, providing them with rare moments of solitude together. The fire lizard's growth rate was indeed rapid. Had Hagrid ever considered relocating Norbert to the Forbidden Forest? Hagrid had contemplated such an idea, but he worried that Norbert might incinerate the forest, leading to the centaurs taking drastic measures against him. During this time, Hermione frequently visited Norbert, developing a fondness for the little creature and feeling reluctant to see him go. Perhaps Harry could approach Professor Dumbledore. He would surely have a solution. Perhaps a simple shrinking charm could resolve the matter, she suggested. But why should it be Harry? Would Professor Dumbledore even permit this fire dragon to remain at Hogwarts? Hermione voiced her confusion, as they were troubled by the desire to keep the existence of the dragon a secret from the school. Better to attempt a solution than to face discovery later on, Kevin remarked. He believed that Professor Dumbledore would carefully consider Harry's request, given his role as the so-called savior who had only triumphed over Voldemort with Kevin's assistance. Hermione seemed displeased with Dumbledore's efforts to conceal Kevin's achievements. There is nothing wrong with this. At least it prevents unnecessary scrutiny, Kevin replied with a smile, unperturbed by the situation. In any case, letting Harry try seemed the best course of action. Kevin was confident that Professor Dumbledore would acquiesce to Harry's request. He affectionately ruffled Hermione's hair, eliciting a delightful purr from her. Over time, Hermione had grown quite fond of physical closeness with Kevin, finding no discomfort in gestures of intimacy such as head pats, leaning, or hand-holding. Perhaps it had all begun during Christmas. At merely 12 years of age, she was uncertain whether this constituted romantic feelings. She simply knew that she wished to be in Kevin's company. By the way, Kevin, the day after tomorrow you need not practice spells with Professor Snape. Why not teach me some spells instead? She proposed. Of course, Kevin replied readily. Kevin had the luxury of a day off every Saturday, during which he neither practiced spells nor studied potions. This arrangement was, of course, at Hermione's insistence, who required Kevin to set aside a day each week to accompany her, or else she would ignore him. Kevin had no objections, though Snape was far less pleased, even making acerbic remarks about Hermione, insinuating that her presence was hindering Kevin's progress in becoming stronger. Unbeknownst to others, little Hermione stood resolutely in front of Kevin, hands on her hips, vociferously chastising Snape for his inhumane treatment of students and for depriving them of their much-needed respite. Ultimately, it was Dumbledore who intervened, persuading Snape to ease the stringent study regimen, thus granting a day of rest each week. Hermione, the indomitable force. Snape noticed that since his acquaintance with Kevin, his once formidable aura of intimidation among students had diminished significantly. Many no longer regarded him with the same trepidation as before, although he retained his acerbic tongue. The sight of Kevin and Hermione standing firm against his barbs, seemingly unscathed, emboldened others to follow suit. After all, they were but children. Snape grumbled, attributing his woes to that inherently detestable Potter brat. Harry, what brings you two here? Hermione asked, her displeasure evident as she glanced at Harry and Ron. Today was meant to be her private time with Kevin, and yet these two had barged in uninvited. I heard Kevin would be teaching spells today, so we thought we'd join in and learn, Harry replied, scratching his head. It's not teaching, but rather a one-on-one session with me, Hermione retorted, standing her ground, eager to shoo them away. How about we just watch from the sidelines? Harry persisted, undeterred. Ultimately, Hermione relented. conceding that it would be more comfortable to study together openly than to have them lurking in the shadows. But let it be known, my teaching style is rather subjective. So don't expect too much, she warned. If Hermione can grasp it, why can't we? Ron asserted confidently. What talent does Hermione possess? And what talent do you have? Kevin bluntly pointed out. Kevin, that's slander. I just haven't taken it seriously. Ron retorted defiantly. Suit yourself. I'll teach in my own manner. Whether you can learn is up to you. Kevin shrugged, recognizing that Harry and Ron, as comrades who had weathered storms together, deserved some leniency. How about this? You both cast spells at me directly. Only through practice can we gauge true skill, Kevin proposed with unshakable confidence. He was certain of his superiority over the trio. While Harry posed the greatest threat, he had yet to fully mature, rendering him less formidable at present. But what if someone gets hurt? Harry expressed his concerns. Worry not. I have restorative potions prepared, so injuries won't be a problem, Kevin reassured. I meant you getting hurt, Harry clarified. If you're capable, then give it a shot. Kevin mimicked Hermione's stance, hands on hips and chin held high, exuding bravado. The three exchanged glances, reaching a silent consensus on the proposal. Let us do this, they declared, having briefly strategized to alternate their spellcasting in a relentless assault to deplete Kevin's energy before seizing the opportunity to strike collectively. Hermione, too, harbored considerable interest in overcoming Kevin. Stupefy. Expose your weapons. Petrificus totalis. The trio unleashed their spells in unison, with a mere flick of his wand. Kevin deflected 2 spells and hurled a stone to counter a third. The three stood in disbelief. Now it's my turn, Kevin smirked. Wait, you're actually going to retaliate. As I spoke moments ago, I did not mention that Kevin would strike back, did I? The ultimate flash, with Kevin's incantation descending. A blinding, colossal radiance erupted. The three companions were momentarily blinded by the sudden brilliance. Once the intense light faded, Harry, battling the burning sensation in his eyes, opened them in an attempt to retaliate. However, a wooden stick struck each of their heads in turn. Ah, ouch. Kevin, how could you be so unsporting? Ron exclaimed, clutching his head in pain. Little Hermione also held her head in a state of grievance, yet Kevin kindly massaged it for her. Kevin, is this the spell you used when rescuing Ron from the dungeon? Why is it so much brighter than the Lumos spell? Lumos emphasizes sustained illumination, with varying durations and brightness depending on magical output. Theoretically, as long as the magical output is sufficient, such an effect can be achieved. Kevin briefly explained the principle behind Lumos. My ultimate flash, however, alters the foundational logic of Lumos, transforming continuous illumination into a momentary burst of brilliance. Essentially, it gathers the light of an hour and unleashes it all at once. Is that even possible? Harry asked, his expression one of disbelief. Of course. Didn't the professor say that magic is a mental process? Sometimes you must dare to be bold. Kevin continued, take Professor Snape's unique technique, the Severing Charm. Theoretically, it resembles a wind spell, but it compresses a wide-ranging, sustained gust into an instantaneous explosion, transforming it into a sharp blade of wind. What Kevin did not fully disclose was that the Severing Charm fundamentally belongs to the dark arts, as it possesses a characteristic of irreparability. The damage inflicted by it cannot be healed by conventional means. Only by employing the counter-curse of the Severing Charm can one reverse its effects. However, such information was unnecessary for Harry and the others to know. Kevin proceeded to discuss other topics. Elemental spells, for instance, possess great malleability, allowing one to utilize imagination to discover suitable incantations. Of course, this may require a certain degree of talent. The principles may sound straightforward, but the execution of the spell is an entirely different matter. First and foremost, the simplest aspect is the control of one's own magical power. You three have yet to meet the standard. Many spells necessitate exceptionally precise control. Kevin stood there, eloquently expounding, while the trio listened, only partially comprehending the somewhat abstract teachings. Harry began to grasp that Kevin's earlier mention of a mental approach to instruction was indeed abstract. Yet the three remained in a state of struggle, alternating between casting spells with Kevin and attempting to decipher his rapid-fire exposition of complex ideas. Chapter 22, Holiday Assignments. Kevin, will you return to the orphanage during the break? Harry inquired as he and Kevin made their way to the hall for the end-of-year assembly. Indeed, but I may also stay at Hermione's house for a while. She invited me to visit during the holidays, Kevin replied. You two have such a lovely relationship. May I write to you during the break? Harry asked, both envious and excited. Of course. If I do not receive your letter, I shall come straight to your home. Kevin jested that he was, of course, aware of Harry's impending house arrest at the hands of his aunt and uncle. Nevertheless, Harry had no choice but to return, for they were his only blood relatives. Even Sirius, despite being Harry's godfather, could not replace the bond of blood. Thus, it was settled. Harry felt elated that Kevin was willing to correspond with him. Do you think this year's house cup will be ours? Harry inquired. If not Gryffindor, Ron will eat upside down. Why invoke Ron to make that vow? What if it truly isn't? Very well. The two made their way to the Great Hall, where Hermione and Ron were already seated, waving at them. Why are you two so slow? Aren't we supposed to be leaving Hogwarts? Harry reluctantly twirled around. Kevin responded promptly, huh? Harry was taken aback, though he had no retort. Hermione shot Harry a glare and pulled Kevin to sit beside her. The end-of-year summary commenced swiftly, with Dumbledore taking the stage. That cunning old man allowed the Slytherin snakes to cheer, believing themselves to be in first place. Then, with a sudden influx of points, Gryffindor emerged victorious. At that moment, students from the other three houses erupted in cheers, celebrating the end of Slytherin's long-standing dominance. It was merely a change in the hall's decor, and one wondered what these children were so exuberant about. Hogwarts certainly knew how to ignite the competitive spirit within its students. After the ceremony concluded, the four friends intended to depart together for the train station. Professor Snape unexpectedly approached them. You all may go ahead. I will follow shortly. Noticing Snape's gaze fixed upon him, Kevin realized the professor sought him out. As he approached, Snape tossed him the fabric bag he had borrowed for the last stretching charm. Once completed, have an owl deliver it back. With that cryptic remark, Snape swept away in his long black robe, resembling a bat in flight. Upon opening the bag, Kevin discovered it filled to the brim with potion-making materials, various implements, and a list. It was a roster of potions, concluding with a stern note. All must be of superior quality. Should there be any failures in concoction, he was to remedy the potion count himself. Even a half bottle short would mean he need not return for the new term. Well then, assigning me holiday homework during vacation? Yet, Kevin dared not neglect the task, as he had indeed become Snape's apprentice. Finally, Kevin secured the bag and went to catch up with Hermione and the others. Meanwhile, Snape stood quietly upstairs, observing. He watched as Kevin, full of vigor and spirit, joined his companions, the little witch beside him gazing at him with affection. In that moment, Snape saw a reflection of his younger self, a prodigy, along with the qualities and cherished individuals he had once longed for. Severus, it appears you are quite fond of this apprentice. Dumbledore's voice resonated. Humph, merely a modicum of talent, Snape retorted, though Dumbledore smiled at the stubborn professor. The distance between Kevin and Snape was merely a matter of time. In the future, Kevin would ascend to become a master of potions, perhaps even a grand sorcerer, surpassing Snape's legacy. However, he would not become the next Snape. Kevin, Harry, Hermione, would you like to come over to my house during the holidays? Ron invited after boarding the train. I mentioned you in my letter to my family, and they are eager to have you visit. Of course, that sounds delightful. Kevin readily agreed. In that case, we will have to adjust our holiday plans. Hermione was certainly going to accompany Kevin. Wait, the holiday hasn't even started yet. And you've already made plans? Ron looked at Hermione in astonishment. Of course, hurry up and set a date so I can make arrangements. Ron scoffed, feeling somewhat put out. What about you, Harry? I'll go too. It's just. Harry certainly wished to join his friends on an outing, but he was mindful of his family's situation and felt uncertain about making promises. Let us plan for the week before school starts. I'll make sure to bring Harry along, and after we have our fun, we can head straight back to school. Kevin decisively made plans for Harry. Is that all right, Harry? Kevin winked at him. Harry was overjoyed to have someone to take him out. This was precisely what he had hoped for, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Hermione, however, observed the two exchanging glances and frowned slightly. She recalled how patient Kevin had been while teaching Harry spells, often guiding him step by step. Harry was indeed quite charming. Could it be? Hermione shook her head vigorously like a cat ruffled by a sudden fright, attempting to dispel her strange thoughts. What is wrong with her? The others wondered, perplexed by Hermione's behavior. Upon arrival, Kevin once again met Mr. and Mrs. Granger. They invited him to stay at their home. However, Kevin politely declined, as he had only stayed there during Christmas to accompany Hermione. Now, it felt inappropriate. He felt too embarrassed to continue imposing on the Granger family. He planned to visit Gringotts to exchange some of his galleons for pounds. He would then ask Mr. and Mrs. Granger to assist him in renting a house nearby, intending to become their neighbor, and once he saved enough money, he would purchase it outright. Little Kevin, Hermione really hopes you can come live with us. We would be delighted to have you. You needn't feel awkward about it. Mrs. Granger clearly took a liking to Kevin and encouraged him to stay with them. I appreciate it, Auntie, and I am thankful to you and Uncle. I will come to visit soon, and I hope you can accommodate me for a few days. Kevin replied half-jokingly. He intended to discreetly ask the Grangers to help him rent a house, planning to surprise Hermione. For now, he wanted to keep it a secret. You dear child. All right then, just remember to come early, or Hermione will be quite upset. Mom, I wouldn't. Hermione retorted, her face flushed. I understand, Auntie, Kevin chuckled. He then bid farewell to the Granger family, while Hermione pouted, appearing rather displeased. Once their vehicle vanished from sight, Kevin turned towards the direction of the leaky cauldron, intending to exchange some currency. Oh indeed. More than half a year ago, during the battle against the colossal beast, his wand had shattered, and he had yet to procure a new one. He had been utilizing the spare wand that Snape had provided him. To be honest, it felt quite comfortable in his hand, Nonetheless, he still needed to prepare a new wand for himself. Soon, Kevin arrived at Diagon Alley, making his way directly to the wand shop. Upon pushing the door open, he found Ollivander at the counter, who looked up and immediately recognized Kevin. "Ah, I remember you, Redwood. 10 1/10 inches. With a phoenix feather, Ollivander recalled the details of the wand he had sold Kevin, as he remembered each of his customers distinctly. "Yes, sir. In fact, my previous wand is broken, and I require a new one." "Ah, I am aware. Hogwarts has reported it to the Ministry of Magic." Ollivander nodded and turned to fetch a wand for him. "Try this one. Ginkgo wood, a rather rare choice, 9 inches, with a core of unicorn hair." He handed over a wand of an ivory hue, and Kevin waved it experimentally, finding it quite effective. "Well, it seems you are quite suited to it. That will be 9 galleons." After leaving Ollivander's, Kevin proceeded to Gringotts. He exchanged a substantial sum of 5,000 galleons, receiving 25,000 pounds at a casually determined exchange rate. After all, the Muggle world required expenditure as well, for renting a place and purchasing furniture. Subsequently, Kevin exited Diagon Alley, hailed a taxi, and returned to the orphanage. Along the way, he bought several items to bring back with him, though he intended to rent a place outside. He was still a child, and his status did not yet permit him to leave the orphanage, unless someone adopted him or he reached adulthood and acquired legal citizenship. He had to return and discuss with the headmaster about maintaining a nominal presence at the orphanage while residing elsewhere. Chapter 23. The Heirlooms of Parents Afterward. Kevin returned to the orphanage, once again laden with a multitude of items. He felt he was returning in triumph, even though he had yet to graduate. He then approached Headmaster Hobbs to discuss his request to move out. "Well, Kevin, you have indeed grown. It is time for you to embrace independence." Headmaster Hobbs gazed at Kevin with pride, noting how he had grown taller since last year. At merely 12 years of age, he was already earning money to rent a place. Kevin would not forget the nurturing he received from the orphanage over the years. "Even if I leave here, this will always be my home." "Ah, my dear boy, hearing you say that puts my mind at ease. Go forth boldly into the world." Headmaster Hobbs chuckled heartily, patting Kevin on the shoulder. "Come with me. It is time to give you some things." With that, Headmaster Hobbs led Kevin to his dormitory. Kevin was curious. Could it be that those who had abandoned him years ago had left something behind? The headmaster approached the nightstand, unlocking the drawer, and retrieved a securely wrapped cloth parcel. "Headmaster, what is this?" "This is something I found when I discovered you, placed in your arms." At that time, there was also a note stating that this parcel contained items left for you, presumably by your parents. Kevin received the package, enveloped in a moment of silence. If he had already been abandoned, why leave him something behind? Was it due to some unforeseen trouble that compelled them to send him to the orphanage? He hesitated for a moment before deciding to unveil its contents. As he unwrapped the cloth, 2 delicate silver bracelets adorned with gemstones, one blue and one pink, sparkled before his eyes, suggesting they were a pair. The craftsmanship seemed too exquisite to be of this mundane era. Could it be that he possessed a unique lineage? Wasn't this the kind of plot one might find in a film? As Kevin attempted to channel his magic into the bracelets, they emanated a soft glow. However, it appeared that Director Hobbs could not perceive this light. It seemed evident that his parents were also wizards. Otherwise, they would not have left behind such trinkets. Within the package lay a yellowed letter, signed, to Kevin. Upon opening the envelope, he read, "Dear Kevin, my dear child, by the time you read this letter, your father and mother will have passed from this world. If all goes well, you should be grown by now. Your parents lacked the means to protect you back then, and thus entrusted you to the orphanage. We hope you do not harbor resentment towards us. We have not left you a surname. Should a kind-hearted family adopt you, take their name as your own. If no one adopts you, then feel free to choose one for yourself. These bracelets are our legacy to you. They are not particularly special. Wear the blue one yourself and gift the pink one to a girl you cherish. With love, your father and mother." The letter concluded rather abruptly, offering no clues regarding his origins. However, one thing was certain: both of his parents were wizards. Something must have transpired that forced them to place him in an orphanage for his protection. The year of his birth coincided with the time Voldemort still roamed the earth, a period rife with turmoil brought on by the Death Eaters. Had his parents been caught in the chaos of that era? Though he felt no particular affection for his biological parents, the simple letter stirred emotions within Kevin. Yet, wasn't the letter somewhat lacking? His parents mentioned nothing of the Wizarding World, clearly opting not to divulge anything about it. Why, then, did they leave behind these wizardly artifacts? In a moment of curiosity, Kevin infused the letter with magic. To his astonishment, new words began to materialize in the blank spaces. "Kevin, if you are reading this passage, it signifies that you too possess magical abilities. Nevertheless, your father and mother do not wish for you to bear any burdens on our behalf. Simply continue to live joyfully and pursue your studies at a magical academy. You are destined to attend Hogwarts, where your parents once met. Perhaps you will even find your soulmate there. Those bracelets are magical artifacts. Infuse one with your magic, and regardless of the distance that separates you, the other will illuminate, guiding you toward your other half. These bracelets are only complete when united. If you have yet to discover a girl to cherish, wear them both. They shall bring you good fortune. Once you have ventured forth and spent time with your partner, fortune shall surely accompany you. In conclusion, your parents wish for you to safeguard both yourself and your family. The realm of wizards is replete with opportunities, yet fraught with peril. We have faith in you. A narrative uniquely yours shall unfold. Kevin set down the envelope, exhaling deeply. Despite being a wizard, his parents had divulged no information. Were they shielding him from burdens or concealing their truths from prying eyes? The emphasis they placed on the bracelet seemed excessive. Was there something extraordinary about it? His confusion only deepened. Dean Hops did not offer consolation, merely placing a reassuring hand on Kevin's shoulder. After a moment's contemplation, Kevin donned both bracelets, deciding to wear them together. The pink one, of course, was intended for Hermione, though the time was not yet ripe. The bracelet, a true magical artifact, adjusted itself to the perfect fit upon his wrist, neither too loose nor too tight. After gathering his thoughts, Kevin resolved to continue with his life. He felt gratitude for having parents who loved him, albeit with sorrow for their passing. Yet, he would not succumb to despair. As the letter indicated, he would persist in living joyfully, crafting a tale that belonged solely to him. His parents would have wished for nothing less. Regrettably, they left no names behind, rendering any search for information futile, nor did he know their resting place. After 2 days at the orphanage, Kevin bid farewell to the headmaster and set off for Hermione's home. He needed to ask her parents to assist him in securing a rental, intending to stay with them until he found accommodation. Apologies for the intrusion again, Uncle and Aunt, Kevin greeted upon arriving at the Granger residence, where Mr. and Mrs. Granger were fortuitously at home, welcoming him warmly. "Oh, come now, why so formal?" Mrs. Granger exclaimed joyfully, scooping Kevin into her arms and planting a kiss on his cheek. Kevin, unable to refuse her warmth, allowed her to embrace him affectionately. Meanwhile, a flustered Hermione glared from behind, her cheeks puffed up in indignation. Thanks to Mrs. Granger's exuberance, Kevin felt reassured that there was no need for formality. They would eventually become one family. The evening was spent joyously around the dining table. "Kevin, what is that you're wearing on your hand?" Hermione inquired. Noticing the adornment on the hand he used to handle his utensils, a piece of jewelry she had not noticed before. "Ah, this is a keepsake from my parents," Kevin replied, continuing to eat. The Grangers paused, exchanging glances with Kevin. Although Hermione was aware that Kevin never dwelled on his status as an orphan, that was when he had been oblivious to the whereabouts of his parents. "I'm sorry, Kevin. No need to worry, Hermione. It's just as it has always been," he responded with a smile, shaking his head gently. "I only discovered the other day that my parents had left me a legacy. Dean Hops had been keeping it for me, stating that it was time for me to possess the means to live independently." Kevin briefly recounted the contents of the letter, though he withheld details regarding the bracelet. Hermione slowly extended her hand, firmly grasping Kevin's. Mrs. Granger, with a face full of compassion, rose from her seat and enveloped Kevin in a warm embrace. If only his mother were still alive, he too would be able to experience such a comforting hold, Kevin mused silently. Mr. Granger, standing nearby, felt a deep sense of sorrow. Such a fine boy as Kevin, yet his parents had passed away so early. He gazed at the unfortunate child cradled in his wife's arms, and after a moment of contemplation, he spoke. "Kevin, this may come as a surprise, but I would like to ask you if you would consider becoming a part of our family." Mr. Granger appeared to ponder this for quite some time before earnestly posing the question to Kevin. Hermione looked at her father in astonishment, never anticipating that he would decide to adopt Kevin. Her heart swelled with joy as she turned her gaze towards Kevin, filled with hope. Kevin, equally taken aback by Mr. Granger's proposition, took a moment before gently shaking his head. Hermione's expression instantly dimmed, her face clouded with sadness as she gazed at Kevin, struggling to understand why he would not wish to live with her and be part of her family. Mr. Granger sighed softly, yet he continued to respect Kevin's choice. Mrs. Granger, however, was more dramatic, immediately pulling Kevin into her embrace and insisting that he agree, for she had always longed for a son. After some effort, Kevin managed to extricate himself, urging Mrs. Granger to calm down. He also noticed Hermione's slight distress and, feeling helpless, reached out to pat her head. "I am truly sorry, Hermione, and to you as well, Uncle and Aunt. It is not that I dislike you. Rather, I do not wish to become family in this manner." Upon hearing this, the Grangers exchanged glances, intrigued. "Then in what way do you wish to join us?" Mrs. Granger inquired. Hermione, feeling dejected, lowered her head, struggling to comprehend Kevin's words. Kevin, with a gentle smile, looked at Hermione and tenderly patted her little head to soothe her emotions. The Grangers soon realized that Kevin was indeed calculating his approach. Mr. Granger chuckled in amusement. After dinner, Kevin suggested that Hermione take a bath first, assuring her that he would not abandon her. Once Hermione, looking quite forlorn, went upstairs to wash up, Kevin turned to the Grangers. "Uncle and Aunt, I actually have another request that requires your assistance. Chapter 24. Weeping Hermione. Intensifying emotions. For the next 2 days, Kevin stayed at the Granger household, yet Hermione's spirits remained low, seemingly troubled by Kevin's refusal to become family. Despite his attempts to console her being in vain, this continued until today. Mom, Dad, where has Kevin gone? Early in the morning, Hermione went to wake Kevin, only to discover that he was not in his room, and his belongings were missing. Anxiously, she inquired of her parents. The previous night, she had experienced a nightmare in which Kevin turned his back to her, walking away step by step, unresponsive to her calls, leaving her alone in an endless darkness, weeping. Thus, upon waking this morning, she had been relieved to think it was merely a dream, only to find that Kevin was truly gone. Mr. Granger set down his newspaper, his expression grave. Hermione, Kevin has left. He said he will no longer reside here. What? Why? Hermione, noticing her father's troubled expression, immediately succumbed to her emotions and exclaimed loudly. Sigh, I do not know. Granger Mr. turned his back, unable to face his daughter. Father, why did you not stop him? Is he returning to the orphanage? I will go find him. He said he would not return to the orphanage either. Then where has he gone? Hermione's face was filled with anxiety, and tears welled in her eyes. Why did Kevin depart without a word? He had previously refused to become a part of their family. And just 2 days ago, he unexpectedly received his parents' belongings, coupled with the ominous dream from last night. Could it be that there is something amiss with Kevin's heritage? Or perhaps his parents' letters contained information unknown to her, compelling him to leave? He just left, turning right upon exiting. Upon hearing this, Hermione, without pausing to ponder the ambiguity of the statement, rushed out in her slippers. You tease the child like this. Be careful, she may return and ignore you. Mrs. Granger remarked to her husband as she watched Hermione dash out the door. Ha ha ha, when the time comes, just shift the blame onto that child, Kevin. Meanwhile, Hermione dashed outside and immediately turned to the right. The neighborhood consisted of charming 2-story houses with yards. As she sprinted to the right, the window of the neighboring house opened on the 2nd floor. Hey, beautiful. Where are you off to in such a hurry? Come sit with me. Hearing the familiar voice, Hermione turned back to see Kevin, the very person she had been longing for. He was leaning on the windowsill, smiling down at her. Kevin. Hermione could no longer contain her tears. Her astuteness led her to realize this was Kevin and her parents playfully teasing her. Yet, she had genuinely feared that Kevin might vanish entirely. Observing Hermione in tears, Kevin realized the gravity of the situation. He hurriedly jumped down from the 2nd floor and dashed over to her. Hermione, please don't cry. I'm sorry. Kevin quickly enveloped Hermione in his embrace, gently patting her back, struggling to find the right words to comfort her. This only made Hermione cry harder, clinging to Kevin. Fortunately, there was no one passing by at that moment. Hermione wept for a while before her sobs began to subside. I'm sorry, Hermione. I shouldn't have frightened you. I promise it won't happen again. As her cries gradually diminished, Hermione still buried her head in Kevin's embrace, softly sniffling. Now, Kevin was a head taller than Hermione. He patted her back while one hand tenderly stroked her hair, comforting her with heartfelt concern. Finally, Hermione lifted her head, her beautiful eyes swollen from tears, still glistening with moisture. Kevin gently cradled her face in his hands, tenderly wiping away the traces of her tears. Suddenly, Hermione opened her mouth and bit down hard on Kevin's shoulder. Ouch, that was quite a bite. It left a pair of adorable tooth marks on his shoulder before Hermione finally released her grip. You silly Kevin, you silly Kevin. With a voice choked with tears, Hermione incessantly scolded Kevin, her little foot repeatedly trampling on his. Kevin found it difficult to resist. His foremost priority was to soothe Hermione. Last night, I dreamt you left me without a backward glance. Do you have any idea how terrified I was that you truly might not want me anymore? Hermione lamented, gently pounding Kevin's chest with her small hand, her voice heavy with grievance. Kevin understood all too well the reason behind her tears. How could I ever abandon you, Hermione? I promise you, I will never leave your side, he declared, kneeling before her, holding her tiny hand, gazing up at her pitiful expression. I don't believe you, you villain, Hermione retorted, still far from recovering, her heart weighed down by a lingering sense of injustice. Overcome by emotion at the sight of her endearing distress, Kevin could no longer contain his feelings. A year ago, when he first laid eyes on Hermione, he had to admit that he was initially drawn to her charming appearance. However, as time progressed, their bond deepened, transforming from strangers to close friends, sharing everything from mundane daily affairs to their innermost secrets without reservation. During this beautiful period, they studied together, encouraged one another, and advanced side by side. They shared their joys and sorrows, and strolled through the enchanting world of magic. Each interaction fortified their relationship, deepening their affection for one another. The exhilaration of youth blossomed from these cherished memories. Anyone who finds themselves in such close proximity to a lovely girl will inevitably transcend the initial superficial attraction to develop a profound love for her essence. In short, they became emotionally intertwined. Kevin gently unfastened the pink bracelet from his wrist. Taking Hermione's small hand, he adorned her wrist with the bracelet, saying, "Hermione, this bracelet is for you. It was passed down from my parents, and it forms a pair with the blue bracelet I wear. They are, in fact, magical artifacts. When you infuse the bracelet with your magic, the corresponding one will illuminate, guiding you to the other, ensuring you will never lose me. See for yourself," he added. As he infused his bracelet with magic, both bracelets emitted a soft glow, intertwining their lights, as if binding their hearts together. The warmth enveloped them, visible only to wizards. "What do you think? I'm not deceiving you, am I? But isn't this a keepsake from your parents?" Hermione mused, enchanted by the bracelet, yet filled with apprehension. "Giving it to you is the best choice. Remember, they form a pair. My parents entrusted me to give the other to someone special, and I wish to give it to you." Hermione's cheeks flushed with a rosy hue, and she found herself unable to meet Kevin's gaze. Kevin, that odious fellow, was just about to express his feelings for the one he cherished. When Hermione discovered Kevin's absence, she came to realize the depth of her emotions for him, which transcended mere friendship. She too harbored feelings for Kevin, a sentiment not born of fleeting impulse or mere curiosity, but rather cultivated through prolonged companionship and understanding. She found herself increasingly reliant on Kevin, eager to share both academic pursuits and the minutiae of daily life with him. Consequently, she often experienced emotions previously unknown to her, feeling a pang of loneliness from his prolonged absence and a surge of jealousy whenever another suitor approached him. The mere sight of him stirred her heart. Yet, in the face of such intense emotions, Hermione felt utterly bewildered. At times, she questioned whether what she felt was indeed love, leading her to evade this realization until now. However, she remained uncertain about how to articulate these feelings. The two sat in silence, while Mrs. Granger, peering from the shadows, anxiously clutched her husband's neck, fervently wishing to push the two together. "What are you waiting for? Just kiss her." After adorning Hermione with a bracelet, Kevin rose and gently took her hand, softly inquiring, "Hermione, would you be willing to wear it?" "Yes," she replied. Kevin had finally calmed her turbulent emotions. "Actually, I intended to surprise you today." "Oh." Hermione lifted her head, her tear-brimmed eyes gazing at Kevin with confusion. Upon seeing her vulnerable expression, Kevin's heart raced uncontrollably. "I have rented the house behind us. This will be my new home. Right next to yours. You can visit me anytime." He handed her a set of keys. Hermione accepted the keys, her eyes widening in astonishment. They brimmed with joy. She had been troubled and disheartened by Kevin's earlier refusal to stay at her home. Little did she know, he had planned to rent a house next door, thus allowing them to live in close proximity. She understood Kevin's independent spirit. He did not wish to impose on her family, which explained his rejection of her parents' offer. "I may not have enough money just yet, but in the next couple of years, by selling potions, I will surely earn enough to buy this place, ensuring that we can live together forever." "Yes." This time, Hermione joyfully threw herself into Kevin's embrace, finally unburdening her heart. Kevin then guided Hermione to tour their new home. The space was bare, lacking furniture, but he had already devised a plan to take her shopping for furnishings in the coming days to decorate their new abode. Upon hearing this proposal, Hermione's heart swelled with delight, and she eagerly agreed. She envisioned the delightful scene of strolling through a furniture store with Kevin. Their hands intertwined as they wandered amidst an array of furnishings, deliberating on which styles would best complement their home. It felt akin to the commencement of their cohabitation, collaboratively crafting their cherished love nest. Meanwhile, the Granger couple, peeking from next door, observed as the two youngsters finally concluded their conversation and retreated into the house. They too had come to this place. Soon, Mr. Granger found himself receiving several irritated kicks on the shins from a furious Hermione, who blamed him for frightening her. "Kevin, you said nothing about it." Yet, it was Kevin who spoke well of Mr. Granger, asserting that without him, they would not have secured a rental so close. It was then that Hermione chose to forgive him. A couple of days prior, Kevin had requested the Granger couple to lease this house in their name, initially for a 2-year term, with the promise to purchase it outright once he had sufficient funds. Initially, they doubted that a mere child like Kevin could possess such wealth. He had to reveal his current profession as a potioneer to alleviate their concerns, assuring them of his ability to earn ample income. They subsequently confirmed the truth of his claims to Hermione, which led them to leverage connections to secure the rental next door. Mr. Granger, observing how Kevin had come to his aid, acknowledged that this son-in-law was indeed commendable. In the ensuing days, Hermione hardly spent any time at her own home, choosing instead to visit next door daily, only returning for meals and sleep. Together, they devised plans for their new abode, prioritizing its arrangement over any holiday plans she had previously made, which were swiftly discarded as less significant. Following this, they accompanied the Granger couple to the furniture store, where, aided by the adults, they procured an ample supply of new furnishings and enlisted a renovation crew to revamp certain areas. This endeavor spanned a month. During the renovation, They occasionally checked in on the progress while continuing to engage in Hermione's holiday activities. Of course, Kevin did not neglect Professor Snape's holiday assignment. Whenever he found a moment of respite, he would retreat to the basement of their little house to concoct the potions listed. During this time, Hermione made a special visit to observe, initially eager to try her hand at the craft. However, upon realizing the limited availability of materials and the necessity for all ingredients to be of exceptional quality, she ultimately decided against it, fearing the potential hassle of procuring substandard herbs should her attempts yield inferior results. What a bother, all because of that old bat. Meanwhile, far away at Hogwarts, Snape sneezed. Nevertheless, Kevin possessed some additional potion materials, which he generously shared with Hermione, guiding her as he simultaneously brewed his own concoctions. Their harmonious collaboration exemplified a blissful domestic life, marked by an air of tranquility and mastery. Chapter 25. A day at the amusement park. Good morning, Kevin. Hermione yawned as she greeted him while he prepared breakfast. Good morning. Breakfast is ready. Do wash up and join me, Kevin replied, flipping eggs in the pan. Hermione then turned to freshen up. They now resided in their new home, a request Hermione had eagerly made following the renovations. Initially, Mr. Granger had been reluctant, despite having accepted Kevin. He worried about potential mishaps with the children still so young. Then Mrs. Granger led her husband back to their chamber, unaware of what transpired within. Upon their return, Mr. Granger appeared faint, while Mrs. Granger radiated with a rosy glow. Subsequently, they acquiesced to Hermione's request, albeit with the stipulation that they must not share a room. Consequently, Hermione joyfully relocated to the adjacent room. Each meal was prepared by Kevin, with Hermione assisting, and the Granger couple would occasionally visit to savor Kevin's culinary skills. However, their stays were brief, as Mrs. Granger would soon whisk them away. Today marked a fortnight until the commencement of the school term. Kevin, have Harry and Ron replied to your letters? Hermione inquired over breakfast. Naturally, she had written to both Harry and Ron during the holiday. Ron had responded. Yet Harry had not sent any word. No, I haven't even written to him, Kevin replied. Really? Weren't you two getting along well before? Have you quarreled? Hermione paused, recalling their flirtations on the train. Even if I wrote, he wouldn't receive it. In a couple of days, I'll simply go visit him for a chat. What do you mean? Why wouldn't he receive it? You should know a bit about Harry's family. His uncle and aunt harbor a deep disdain for wizards, and consequently for Harry as well. They likely confine him, preventing his owl from delivering messages. Our letters would also be intercepted. Kevin refrained from mentioning that it was Dobby the house elf who intercepted the letters, as he was not privy to that information and could only attribute the blame to Harry's relatives. How can they do this? It's illegal confinement. Hermione, brimming with indignation, could not abide her friend being subjected to such treatment. That's why I suggest visiting in a few days. It's much simpler. Why didn't you say so earlier? You didn't ask. Hermione indeed had not inquired. Her focus had been solely on their new living arrangements. Harry needs to be with his blood relatives now, even if they do not welcome him. Don't worry, Harry isn't that fragile. He might feel anxious about not receiving our letters, but we can clarify everything when we meet in a few days. Kevin gently ruffled Hermione's hair in reassurance. Ultimately, Hermione concurred with Kevin's assessment and drafted a letter to Ron, inviting him to join them the following day to visit Harry. Kevin naturally had no objections, and Ron promptly replied that he would be available. The next day, Kevin and Hermione awaited Ron's arrival. Kevin, you didn't write me a single letter over the holiday. Ron complained upon their meeting. What? Didn't I asked Hermione to help me respond? Kevin was momentarily taken aback. He had indeed received Ron's letter, but felt that having both of them pen similar replies was redundant. Thus he had delegated the task to Hermione. That was Hermione's letter, not yours. Since we live together, what difference does it make who writes it? Kevin chuckled, patting Ron on the shoulder, signaling him to let it go. You're such a guy who prioritizes romance over friendship. Ron clearly remained unsatisfied. Kevin made no rebuttal. Indeed, I prioritize romance. The three of them then boarded a taxi and, following the address, swiftly arrived at Harry's home. Kevin picked up a small stone and tossed it onto the second-floor windowsill. The sound quickly attracted Harry's attention. Kevin, Ron, Hermione. Harry was filled with excitement as Kevin finally arrived, accompanied by Hermione and Ron. He had been waiting nearly an entire holiday, during which he even entertained doubts about whether his friends still wanted him. Shoo! Kevin gestured for Harry to lower his voice, placing a finger to his lips. In a remarkable display of agility, Kevin leapt to the second floor, gripping the windowsill with his hands. The others had grown somewhat accustomed to Kevin's astonishing physical prowess and did not react with surprise, though Harry and Ron could not help but feel a twinge of envy. Kevin opened the window and effortlessly pulled Harry out of the room. Since Harry's uncle and his family had yet to install security bars, there was no obstacle in their way. Even if they had been installed, it would have posed little hindrance. Soon, the four friends stealthily departed from the house. On the streets of England, they strolled aimlessly, inquiring about Harry's recent experiences. So, you haven't received any of our letters? Ron, upon hearing Harry's words, finally grasped the situation. It was no wonder Harry had not replied. To be precise, only I sent you a letter. Kevin did not, Hermione clarified. Don't undermine me. I simply knew that sending letters would be futile, hence my decision not to, Kevin said, scratching his head awkwardly. So, my letter held no significance? Ron retorted, his tone sharp. Kevin chose to ignore this. As Harry observed his friends playfully bantering, the oppressive weight on his heart began to lift. His friends had not abandoned him. Where shall we go next? Harry inquired. Kevin, with a flourish, produced a stack of pounds, declaring that he would treat them all in an effort to make amends. Choose freely. Harry had long desired to visit an amusement park with his friends, and they all eagerly agreed. After all, they were still children at heart. Ah! On the roller coaster, Ron and Kevin screamed at the top of their lungs, their voices echoing through the air. Although Harry and Hermione did not scream as dramatically, their faces radiated excitement. However, upon hearing Ron and Kevin's exuberant shouts, Harry and Hermione could not resist joining in, letting their voices rise in joyous abandon. Such expressions were necessary to truly savor the thrill and joy that the roller coaster offered. After the roller coaster ride, Kevin, still yearning for more, led the others to the bumper car arena. As soon as he mounted his car, he pressed the accelerator to the floor, careening wildly around the track, colliding with other bumper cars and sending them into disarray. Following that, they arrived at the spinning teacups. Without hesitation, Kevin seated himself in the center and fervently spun the wheel. The teacups whirled like a centrifuge, leaving the other three dizzy and disoriented. In no time, Ron, Harry, and Hermione were overwhelmed and felt nauseous from the relentless spinning. Subsequently, they made their way to the lakeside, where they rented a small boat. Kevin took charge of the oars, vigorously rowing, propelling the boat across the lake at breakneck speed, causing the others to cling tightly to the sides in alarm. Passers-by on the shore remarked on the joys of youth. Watching Kevin revel in the fun, Ron, Harry, and Hermione gradually shed their earlier reservations. They began to relish their amusement journey, no longer concerned with the gaze of others, laughing heartily and playing with abandon. Meanwhile, Kevin continued to guide them through an array of exhilarating attractions, such as the pirate ship and the freefall tower. After each ride, they would animatedly discuss their recent experiences, sharing their feelings with one another. Thus, the days swiftly passed, the sun gradually set, painting the sky with a vibrant evening glow. Ron, Harry, and Hermione, though breathless from excitement, wore expressions of sheer contentment. Kevin, still brimming with energy, seemed as if he could continue playing for an entire day. As they exited the amusement park, Ron couldn't help but exclaim, "Today was absolutely delightful. I've never had such unrestrained fun." Harry and Hermione nodded in agreement. Kevin smiled and replied, "I'm glad you enjoyed it. We must come again whenever the opportunity arises." On their way home, they reminisced about the joyous moments of the day while eagerly anticipating their next gathering. They spent the day walking together towards Harry's house, their faces still reflecting the happiness of the day, filled with laughter and chatter. However, all joyful moments must come to an end. Upon returning to the oppressive atmosphere of his home, Harry's smile gradually faded. Why the long face? Kevin gently patted Harry's shoulder. Remember, a strong person never laments their circumstances. You must learn to find tranquility in this environment, undisturbed by external influences, and strive for self-improvement. As the saying goes, a hero does not inquire about their origins. In the future, you will emerge as a rising star in the wizarding world, so there's no need to let them get to you. Kevin's advice to Harry may have seemed disjointed, yet Harry appreciated the encouragement, smiling in response. "Thank you, Kevin. I will," Harry replied, despite the peculiarity of the words. Kevin chuckled, and after bidding farewell to Harry, he returned him to the second floor, where his family had not even noticed that he had been absent all day. "I'll come to pick you up in a week. Be ready with your luggage, and we'll head straight to Ron's house until school starts." With that, Kevin and the others departed. Meanwhile, a curious little elf, hidden in the shadows, observed the scene with thoughtful intrigue. Chapter 26, The Elf Dobby. Is everything prepared? Remember to stay safe outside. Kevin, make sure to keep an eye on Hermione, all right? Is the money sufficient? Just before their departure to Ron's, they had informed Mr. and Mrs. Granger about their plans to spend a week at Ron's house, and then head directly to school without returning home. Thus, this served as a farewell reminder. "Don't worry, Mom. Everything is packed, and I have enough money. There's no need for concern. I will take good care of Hermione," Ron reassured. Upon Ron's arrival, they exchanged final farewells with the Granger couple and took a taxi with Ron to Harry's house. They carried only their owl cages, while all other luggage was stowed away in the enchanted backpack. "This bag is so convenient. It can hold everything," Ron remarked enviously, watching the duo travel light. "Regardless, when the time comes, you will walk away with us, and all the luggage will be left in my care." Ron reflected on this, recalling how, at the end of the last school year, Kevin had assisted him with his belongings upon returning from the holiday. They could simply retrieve them once they arrived at the station. Before long, they reached Harry's home. To their surprise, Harry's window was fortified with security bars. It seemed that trouble had indeed found Harry in recent days, escalating the severity of his confinement. How could they treat him this way? Ron and Hermione were evidently upset by the unjust treatment of their dear friend. Kevin, as usual, tossed a small stone towards the window. However, the anticipated collision did not occur. The window appeared to be shielded by an invisible membrane. What could that be? Had they truly summoned a wizard to further imprison Harry? Ron gazed incredulously at the newly appeared magical barrier. Clearly not. Kevin surmised it must be the handiwork of the house elf Dobby. He had previously learned about house elves in the library at Hogwarts. They were inherently magical beings. Harry, can you hear me? Kevin shouted in an attempt to reach him. No response. Kevin contemplated jumping to the second floor to test his theory, but the magical barrier thwarted him. He then tried illuminating the upper floor with a flashlight. Yet again, there was no reaction. It appeared this enchantment was designed to isolate the interior from the outside world, preventing any external communication from penetrating within. What could they do? Who was so intent on confining Harry? Ron anxiously inquired. Perhaps we should write a letter to Professor Dumbledore? Hermione suggested, reasoning that as the chosen one, Harry would not be abandoned by Dumbledore. Professor Dumbledore will not assist if we cannot even breach such a barrier. It merely indicates that Harry is of this limited nature, and that his companions are, too, Kevin countered, shaking his head at the impracticality of that approach. The three of them stood outside the house, pondering their next move. To the one who set this magical barrier, I know you are here. Come forth and talk. Kevin suddenly called out, prompting Ron and Hermione to regard him, sensing he might have conceived a plan. After his shout, silence prevailed. I know you can hear me. Come out immediately. Do not force me to resort to extreme measures, Kevin declared, calmly advancing to the mailbox outside Harry's house. With sheer physical strength, he crumpled the iron mailbox into a ball. In the shadows, Dobby shivered. How could this wizard possess such strength? The magical barrier he had set up was formidable against magic, but feeble against physical force. Hermione and Ron exchanged glances, feeling somewhat embarrassed. After a lengthy pause, just as Kevin was losing patience and preparing to test the iron ball against the barrier, a diminutive figure emerged. A house elf? Unlike the surprise of the other two, Kevin observed Dobby quietly. Greetings, esteemed wizard, and to you both as well, Dobby quavered as he approached, addressing them with a tone of trepidation. Did you create this magical barrier? Kevin cut to the chase, avoiding unnecessary pleasantries. Yes, esteemed wizard, Dobby replied. Dobby dared not meet Kevin's gaze. Kevin's eyes radiated a sense of foreboding akin to that of his master. Why? Because of Harry Potter. He absolutely, unequivocally must not return to Hogwarts. Dobby wished to protect Harry Potter. Continuing, he spoke of a conspiracy, a most dreadful scheme that would culminate in horrifying events. Harry's return to Hogwarts would be perilous, Dobby exclaimed with rare fervor. And then, Kevin refrained from inquiring about the nature of the conspiracy, fully aware that Dobby would remain silent. Hermione and Ron were somewhat intrigued by the plot, yet Kevin's formidable presence rendered them hesitant to interject. Dobby insisted that Harry must not return under any circumstances. Is that all? Kevin, arms crossed, looked down upon Dobby with an imposing demeanor. Hermione and Ron perceived in Kevin the shadow of an old bat. The resemblance was striking. Dobby reiterated that Harry must not return, addressing Kevin as esteemed wizard. Did you intercept our letters? Kevin abruptly interrupted Dobby. Yes, Dobby replied. Ron and Hermione frowned. Ron, displaying directness, yearned to question Dobby, yet Hermione restrained him. Did you also cause Harry to be confined more tightly? Dobby merely sought to protect Harry Potter. Trembling, Dobby found himself at a loss for words. No, Dobby, no, Kevin shook his head. You did not protect him. Rather you turned what should have been a pleasant holiday into a living hell. Kevin, channeling Snape's acerbic tongue, spoke in a deep, merciless tone that terrified Dobby. No, I did. Dobby protested. You have. No, Dobby has not. I say you have. Kevin meticulously dismantled Dobby's resolve with each word. In desperation, Dobby began to bang his head against the wall. Ultimately, Hermione felt a twinge of sympathy for the little elf. She approached Kevin and gently nudged him, signaling that he need not terrify Dobby any further. Kevin nodded in acknowledgement. Dobby, Harry will undoubtedly face danger. I am more certain of this than you are. However, Harry must confront these dangers. He cannot escape them. He is the chosen one, destined to endure these trials to grow. Now, if you comprehend my words, lift the enchantment. This is my final ultimatum. Truthfully, Kevin did not particularly admire Dobby's earlier conduct in the second part of the story. Though he had not witnessed the concluding chapters, he understood without doubt that Dobby was aligned with the forces of good. To aid Harry, he had dared to defy his master. Yet, Kevin remained unimpressed. Dobby had unilaterally severed Harry's correspondence with his first friends, isolating him. At the train station, he had sealed the entrance, attempting to ensure Harry missed his enrollment and faced expulsion. In Quidditch, he had manipulated the bludger, seeking to injure Harry severely, if not worse. To put it mildly, his actions were thoughtless. To put it more severely, they were counterproductive. Of course, One could not dismiss the possibility that Dobby's extreme actions stemmed from the constraints of his slave oath, preventing him from providing Harry with any guidance or assistance. Yet, Kevin remained indifferent to such considerations. Forgive me, Dobby is merely responsible for taking Harry away. Dobby is still grappling with his thoughts. He does not wish to release Harry. Yet he understands that even if he does not, this wizard will undoubtedly find a way to take Harry. Very well, Dobby allows Harry to return. Ultimately, Dobby lowers his head in disappointment and snaps his fingers. The magical barrier surrounding Harry's home gradually dissipates. A wise choice, Dobby. Kevin lowers the fist he had just raised, affectionately pats Dobby on the head, and turns to approach Harry's house, intent on checking on Harry's condition. Hermione and Ron remain behind, intrigued by the ominous conspiracy Dobby had just mentioned. Your name is Dobby, correct? Dobby, what did you mean by a terrifying plot? Oh, Dobby cannot say. Dobby cannot betray his master. Dobby squats down, scratching his ears in distress. Dobby, if you do not speak, how can we help Harry? Dobby, remain calm. Do not be afraid. Regardless of Hermione's inquiries, encouragement, or attempts at comfort, Dobby steadfastly refuses to divulge anything, merely squatting in place and repeatedly thumping his head, muttering about how bad he is. It seems there is no way around it. House elves cannot betray their masters. A bond etched into their very souls by the oath of servitude. Hermione, evidently well acquainted with house elves, has always felt sympathy for them, questioning why they are born into slavery and yearning to liberate them. Yet, at this moment, she finds herself powerless to act. Kevin had once told her that if one truly sympathizes with the elves, one should not wallow in self-pity, but strive to improve oneself, thereby gaining the ability to effect change in the wizarding world. Why not inquire about who his master is? Ron suggests. Dobby cannot say. Dobby cannot say. No sooner had he spoken than Dobby responded in advance. It appears he is merely feigning ignorance, as he is clearly aware of everything that is said. The two of them feel a sense of helplessness. Just as they were about to speak again, a tremendous clanging sound erupted. They turned to see Kevin, astonishingly, tearing down the security grid outside Harry's window with his bare hands. While not entirely surprising, the visual impact was nonetheless overwhelming. At the very least, Dobby was trembling in fear. The loud noise also attracted the attention of Harry's uncle and family. Harry had realized that the outside world had become eerily quiet. And after a while, it suddenly resumed, with Kevin appearing at the window. Clearly, even without Kevin's intervention, Harry would have found a way to escape. As Kevin stood before the broken window, he instructed Harry to pack his belongings into the enchanted bag before they made their hasty exit, planning to explain later. Thus unfolded the ensuing scene. After removing the security grid, Kevin swiftly pulled Harry out, still holding Harry's owl, Hedwig, in his hand. He jumped back to the first floor, simply hoisting Harry onto his back and hurriedly leading Hermione and Ron away. Their actions in the Muggle world could be deemed trespassing and property destruction. Therefore, while Harry's uncle had yet to enter, they made their quick escape. Left behind, Harry's uncle yelled, "Harry, I will not let you go," in a fit of impotent rage. Chapter 27, The Burrow. Kevin, accompanied by several companions, halted after sprinting out of Union Road, leaving the two younger ones utterly exhausted. Harry, perched on Kevin's shoulder, was not faring much better. All right, it should be safe now, Kevin declared as he gently set Harry down, who promptly indicated that he needed a moment to recuperate. What on earth just transpired? Harry inquired. Did you encounter that little elf, Dobby? What has he done this time? Harry, evidently aware of Dobby's existence, spoke with a tinge of annoyance. He cast a magical barrier outside your room, severing your connection to the outside world, Kevin explained. He claimed there was a terrifying conspiracy at play and that he was protecting you by confining you. He recounted the recent events to Harry, including the interception of the letters. This is utterly preposterous. Harry could hardly accept Dobby's actions. He had previously met the elf and was subjected to the same rhetoric, devoid of any substantial explanation, and had even been blamed for an incident involving a cake. House elves possess their own convictions, but are bound by the unbreakable oath of servitude. Perhaps his intentions were noble, yet he lacks the ability to articulate them. Do not dwell on it too much. After all, Voldemort himself appeared at Hogwarts last year. What conspiracy could possibly be more daunting than that? Kevin remarked nonchalantly. Upon hearing this, Hermione and Ron, who had been preoccupied with thoughts of conspiracy, nodded in agreement. What conspiracy could rival the terror of Voldemort? Kevin retorted. Tom Riddle's schemes are unrelated to Voldemort's. Now, let us not overthink this. We should be on our way. He beckoned to his friends, and they had arranged for Percy to come and collect them in the Weasley family's flying car. As their humble abode was situated far from the city, inaccessible by conventional means. Before long, they arrived at the designated meeting point, where a light blue vintage car awaited. Percy spotted Kevin and the others immediately, raising his hand in greeting. This endeavor had been sanctioned by Mr. and Mrs. Weasley, and Percy, unlike Ron, was dependable, and certainly not as mischievous as the twin brothers, which reassured them about his ability to transport Kevin and his friends. Long time no see, Harry, Kevin, Hermione. How was your holiday? Percy greeted them warmly, though Harry appeared less than pleased. Are you truly unaware of Harry's situation? Ron chimed in with a smirk. Percy shrugged, choosing not to elaborate further, and ushered them into the car. Kevin, Hermione, and Harry had never ridden in a flying car before, and their curiosity was palpable. Once Percy started the engine, he activated the car's invisibility charm. Thanks to the presence of a confounding spell, passers-by failed to notice a car that had suddenly vanished. As the vehicle soared into the sky, Kevin instinctively grasped Hermione's hand, struggling to acclimate to the sensation of floating, which felt disconcerting and unreal to him. He much preferred the solid ground beneath his feet. Observing Kevin's apparent discomfort, Hermione leaned against him, gently stroking his chest to help him find his calm, resembling a tender spouse in her demeanor. Ron and Harry, witnessing this softer side of the typically robust Kevin, couldn't help but find it amusing. Upon witnessing Hermione and Kevin indulging in their affectionate display, the three single gentlemen in the vehicle found it somewhat intolerable. With the couple engrossed in their intimacy, Harry initiated a conversation with Ron, inquiring whether anything of note had transpired recently, as he had been somewhat isolated from the outside world during the holiday. After a 2-hour flight, they finally arrived at the Burrow, the humble abode of the Weasley family. This picturesque setting unfolded before their eyes, resembling a quaint structure of peculiar design, akin to a stack of houses. Surrounding it were enclosures for livestock, mounds of hay, dilapidated storage sheds, rudimentary dirt paths, and a small pond, all contributing to a sense of warmth and homeliness. Once they disembarked, the group entered the eccentric dwelling. At first glance, the interior appeared quite crowded, filled with various cabinets and an assortment of furniture, yet it did not come across as chaotic. Every nook was utilized efficiently, clearly managed with care by Mrs. Weasley. Welcome to the Burrow. It may not be large, but it is a home. Percy greeted them as he led the guests to some sofas on the first floor. Before long, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed from upstairs. It was George and Fred. Welcome to the Burrow, Harry, Kevin, Hermione, they chimed, echoing Percy's previous welcome. Ron could not help but interject with his usual teasing remarks about his brothers. Soon after, a young girl emerged, a member of the Weasley family, Ginny. Welcome, she said, her youth rendering her a bit shy, her curious gaze fixed upon Harry. She was, after all, one of the principal victims in the second installment of the Harry Potter film series. Kevin had contemplated this situation extensively beforehand. In the unfolding events, Lucius, Draco's father, would secretly place a diary, a Horcrux of Voldemort, into Ginny's cauldron, leading her to be manipulated by the Dark Wizard, resulting in a series of attacks. He could have easily extracted the diary before Ginny, thereby destroying it, yet he was uncertain of the ramifications or whether to present it to Dumbledore. Ultimately, his priority was to ensure Hermione's safety. He was determined not to allow her to fall victim this time. He had prepared numerous mandrake potions to counteract petrification. Thus, he chose to let the narrative unfold as intended, for it was Harry who would ultimately rescue Ginny, marking the beginning of their serendipitous encounter. While watching the film, he had not fully grasped how Ginny and Harry ended up together. It was only after perusing several related reviews that he realized they were indeed a pair. One thing was certain, Ginny possessed formidable magical talent. Are your parents not home? Percy inquired. Mother went out to procure ingredients for a grand dinner tonight, while father has been occupied with unexpected duties at the Ministry of Magic, as they have recently been conducting surprise inspections of various wizarding families, Fred explained. Ron then elaborated, sharing that his father worked for the ministry, primarily focusing on preventing wizards from misusing Muggle items. Behind them, twin brothers enlivened the atmosphere with their youthful exuberance. As a group of children gathered, engaging in cheerful conversation and laughter, Harry found the ambience of this household delightful, and Hermione and Kevin felt similarly enchanted. Ron led a few others to familiarize themselves with the humble abode, where they would be residing for the next few days. Although modest in appearance from the outside, the interior space was surprisingly ample, likely due to the application of an undetectable extension charm. As evening approached, Mr. and Mrs. Weasley returned home together. Oh, welcome, Harry, Kevin, and Hermione. Mrs. Weasley greeted them with utmost warmth, enveloping the trio in a hearty embrace. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, they gained a better understanding of one another. Mrs. Weasley enthusiastically invited everyone to the living room to relax, assuring them that she would prepare a sumptuous dinner. Stepping into the kitchen, Mrs. Weasley expertly conjured domestic magic, causing the stove, pots, and utensils to spring to life, bustling about in an orderly fashion. In a short while, an array of delectable dishes, each more enticing than the last, was laid out on the dining table. Though they appeared quite ordinary, each dish was crafted with remarkable finesse, eliciting salivation from onlookers. Harry and Hermione's eyes widened in astonishment as they beheld this enchanting culinary spectacle, marveling at Mrs. Weasley's magical prowess and culinary skills. Kevin, ever the epitome of maturity, engaged politely in conversation with the adults. In the days to come, they would rely on the Weasley family's hospitality. While the family was exceedingly kind, Kevin saw this as an opportunity to cultivate goodwill, enhancing his rapport with them. After all, who could resist a considerate and polite child? Uncle Arthur, could you tell me what qualifications are needed to work at the Ministry of Magic? Kevin inquired with the curiosity of a child. Ah, certainly. First, you must pass the Abba. Mr. Weasley replied warmly, sharing insights about the ministry. Their conversation soon shifted to the Muggle world, where Mr. Weasley expressed keen interest in how Muggles lived and utilized technology. Kevin, eager to share, recounted numerous tales about Muggle life. In a gesture of appreciation, he gifted Mr. Weasley a charming little compass. Mr. Weasley accepted the compass with delight, examining it closely, utterly fascinated by this novel trinket, and he fiddled with it, trying to comprehend its workings. The two enjoyed a lively exchange, and Mr. Weasley grew increasingly fond of this thoughtful, articulate child. When it came time for dinner, Mr. Weasley affectionately draped his arm over Kevin's shoulder, their camaraderie so close it almost suggested brotherhood. This display left Hermione, Harry, and Ron speechless. They marveled at how Kevin could charm adults wherever he went. Chapter 28, Lockhart's book signing event and the arrival of Lucius. Following the delightful dinner, everyone returned to their respective tasks. Mrs. Weasley began tidying up the house, while Mr. Weasley busied himself poring over a pile of documents. George and Fred escorted Harry and Ron to their room to showcase their peculiar little inventions. Ginny and Hermione sat in a corner, whispering secrets, occasionally covering their mouths, teasing one another, and blushing from time to time. Meanwhile, Kevin and Percy moved 2 chairs outside to enjoy the breeze, with Kevin curiously inquiring about various matters from Percy concerning their second year. Percy, being composed and reliable, had more years of study under his belt, thus possessing a deeper understanding of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Kevin was eager to glean insights from Percy, especially since, as the head boy of Gryffindor, Percy was privy to certain arrangements within the house, allowing Kevin to learn more about upcoming changes or plans. For instance, in the forthcoming academic year, their defense against the dark arts class would be taught by the adventurous Gilderoy Lockhart, the comedic figure of the second installment. Perhaps due to Kevin's influence, Hermione, while still acknowledging Lockhart's prowess and the excitement of his stories, felt only admiration rather than the obsessive adulation depicted in previous cinematic portrayals. Thus, Kevin found no need to expose the truth. He believed that once Lockhart's facade crumbled, Hermione would awaken to reality. Are we really going to purchase a plethora of Lockhart storybooks as our textbooks? Kevin incredulously inquired. I suppose so, Percy replied with a nonchalant shrug. Naturally, Kevin was not inclined to select such frivolous material as a textbook. He retrieved paper and quill from his bag and composed a letter to Professor Snape, detailing the information he had just heard and inquiring about which textbooks he would recommend for himself and his companions. He then dispatched the letter via owl. If others wished to procure Lockhart storybooks, he would not impede them. However, he intended to purchase the textbooks recommended by Snape for all 3 of his friends. He also planned to gift copies to the other Weasley children as a token of appreciation for their hospitality during the week. Since Percy was nearby, he openly shared his intentions with him and asked whether gifting in such a manner might come off as overly distant. Percy chuckled, expressing gratitude. Having already heard of Kevin's esteemed reputation at Hogwarts as Professor Snape's apprentice and a rising potions master, therefore, he felt no need to be formal with Kevin, insisting that if he wished to give a gift, he should proceed. After a while, Hermione emerged, having just seen his owl depart with the letter, and asked Kevin to whom he was sending correspondence at this hour. Upon mentioning Snape, Hermione made a face, clearly disinterested in the old bat's affairs. She beckoned Kevin and Percy inside, as the 2 elder figures had completed their tasks and were ready to chat. In the following days, the trio enjoyed delightful moments at Ron's home. The environment and atmosphere were a stark contrast to the city they were accustomed to, with each locale offering new wonders to the 3 who had spent their lives in urban settings. During the day, they embarked on adventures in the nearby forest, seeking mysterious herbs and treasures. Ron even taught them how to fish, and they sat by the riverbank, relishing the gentle caress of the breeze. As night fell, they gathered around the fireplace, listening to Ron regale them with tales of the Quidditch Cup, a subject he cherished dearly. Ron's father often brought forth fascinating magical artifacts, showcasing them and elucidating their purposes and histories. These enchanting objects broadened the horizons of the trio, granting them a deeper understanding of the wizarding world. During their stay at the Weasley residence, the little ones not only reveled in the joys of rural life, but also strengthened their bonds of friendship. Harry found immense delight in this place, feeling a genuine sense of home. During this time, Professor Snape's reply arrived, astonishingly recommending several books for Kevin. Yet he penned not a single additional word. Soon, the 2 days leading up to the start of term at Hogwarts approached, and everyone convened for breakfast. Mr. Weasley lamented the exhausting night spent conducting surprise inspections on 9 wizarding families. Rumors circulated about the impending implementation of a new Muggle Protection Act. Suddenly, an owl swooped in through the window, clutching several letters in its beak. These contained the list of textbooks for Hogwarts this year, including letters addressed to Kevin, Harry, and Hermione. Kevin opened the list, and, as expected, it was filled with an array of Gilderoy Lockhart storybooks. He exchanged a glance with Percy, who shrugged in resignation. After breakfast, they planned to venture as a family to Diagon Alley to procure the necessary supplies for the upcoming school year. Ginny, also starting at Hogwarts this year, required special attention. Each donned their wizarding robes, with Kevin wearing the cloak Hermione had gifted him. The others regarded Kevin with bemusement, while Hermione hid her face. Increasingly regretting her choice of such a conspicuous gift, they approached a 2-meter-high fireplace, where Mrs. Weasley introduced them to the Floo network. It resembled a transportation system, yet akin to a spider's web, with each node interconnected. By stepping into the fireplace, scattering Floo powder, and clearly articulating their destination, one could be transported directly there. How impressive, Kevin exclaimed. Mom, Harry and the others haven't used the Floo network yet. Ron, concerned for his friends, offered a reminder before demonstrating the process himself. He took a handful of Floo powder, entered the fireplace, declared Diagon Alley loudly, and then scattered the powder, engulfed in a swirl of green flames. The others watched in awe, including Kevin, who was equally intrigued by the transportation capabilities of the Floo network. Come on, Harry, you're next, Mrs. Weasley encouraged. Patting Harry's shoulder. Why don't you try saying Diagon Alley first? Kevin suggested before Harry stepped into the fireplace. Although perplexed, Harry instinctively uttered, Nocturne Alley? A moment of silence enveloped the group, thankful for Kevin's prior caution. Realizing his mispronunciation, Harry cleared his throat and repeated Diagon Alley several times, preparing himself to enter the fireplace. If Harry ventured into Diagon Alley, it would not be a matter of great concern, yet it seemed unnecessary. This scene in the film merely served to introduce the character of Lucius, who had to attend to some unsavory matters due to a sudden inspection by the Ministry of Magic. The distinctive sound of Diagon Alley, emitted by Harry, dissipated along with the flickering flames. Then it was Hermione's turn, followed by Kevin, and soon the entire Weasley family arrived. They appeared at several public fireplaces of the Floo network in Diagon Alley, with a steady stream of individuals emerging amidst a swirl of green fire. They quickly reunited, embarking on a collective journey to procure their school supplies, while simultaneously assisting Ginny in acquiring the items she required. Kevin nudged Harry, suggesting, Harry, given how well you've been getting along with Ginny these past few days, shouldn't you gift her something to congratulate her on her acceptance to Hogwarts? Kevin hoped to subtly encourage the budding relationship between Harry and Ginny. Harry, a quintessential straight man, having just dealt with Voldemort, felt somewhat enchanted himself and was uncertain about the potential comfort a girlfriend might bring to his troubled spirit. Upon hearing Kevin's remark, Harry found it reasonable. When the time came to purchase an owl, considering Ginny's family's financial constraints, he offered her the chance to select one she favored, presenting it as a gift to congratulate her on her commencement at Hogwarts. Kevin, somewhat exasperated, thought he merely suggested congratulating Ginny. Yet Harry had indeed only uttered a simple congratulations. Ginny appeared pleasantly surprised, her eyes sparkling as she looked at Harry. Observing this, Hermione approached Kevin and gently pinched him, signaling him to refrain from meddling and to allow their relationship to develop freely. Hermione had been sharing whispers with Ginny over the past few days, indicating she was privy to some underlying secrets. Kevin, intrigued by this hidden knowledge, sought to extract some gossip from Hermione, but she, with a haughty tilt of her chin, declared that these were mere girl secrets not meant for public disclosure. Reluctantly, Kevin conceded defeat. Before long, they arrived at the bookstore selling the textbooks, where an unexpectedly large crowd awaited. A sign outside read, Book signing for Magical Me. Mrs. Weasley, a fervent admirer of Gilderoy Lockhart, eagerly ushered everyone inside to join the queue. Look, Draco, Kevin exclaimed, spotting him on the second floor of the bookstore, gazing down. Could you not use a different name? Draco responded, his demeanor markedly less hostile than before. Their recent experience caring for the dragon Norbert had fostered a sense of camaraderie, devoid of conflict, as they collaborated to ensure Norbert's well-being. Nonetheless, Draco maintained his air of superiority. Apart from the trio, the Weasley family found the harmonious relationship between their children and the Malfoy heir rather astonishing. After all, their care for Norbert was a breach of regulations, known only to them. Out of a sense of decorum, Mr. and Mrs. Weasley greeted Draco, given their acquaintance. Draco, mindful of the children's presence, exhibited no overtly negative reaction, yet it was clear he still regarded the Weasley family as a disgrace to purebloods, hence his silence. Kevin certainly would not indulge him. He gave Draco a swift kick, prompting him to nod at them in a semblance of greeting. The Weasley family looked on in astonishment at Kevin. Before long, the book launch commenced, and the Weasley family squeezed in. Under the blinding flashes of cameras, Gilderoy Lockhart immediately spotted Harry Potter, summoning him to the stage for a photograph and bestowing upon him a complete set of his autobiographies. Draco wore a disgruntled expression. However, he soon noticed that Kevin had not purchased Lockhart's autobiography. Rather, he was perusing other textbooks nearby. Draco approached him and inquired, "Have you already procured Lockhart's biography? What would you want that for? Isn't it next year's textbook? You consider that a textbook? Well, it indeed is not." Draco scratched his head as Kevin handed him a piece of stationery. "Here, the textbooks recommended by Professor Snape. He seems to have quite a rapport with your family. Perhaps you should trust his judgment." Upon examining the list, Draco realized these textbooks bore far greater significance. He had heard rumors of Snape taking Kevin as his apprentice, and it was evident their relationship was extraordinary. Snape would endorse a textbook for him, while he doubted his father would even respond to a letter he wrote, let alone one from himself. "Wait, why did you buy so many?" "I got them for Harry and the others." "And what about me?" Draco asked eagerly. "You are wealthier than I am. I'll gift you one." Draco fell silent, but recognizing his own fortune, felt a sense of balance. Harry finally emerged from the throng, genuinely uninterested in Lockhart's autobiography, which he promptly handed to Mrs. Weasley, who mentioned she would go for a signature. Hermione, Ginny, and Ron followed suit, each clutching a stack of books, which were both textbooks and storybooks. "Wow, Harry, is she your girlfriend?" Draco teased, observing Harry assist Ginny with her belongings, his tone devoid of the usual mockery found in films. "Draco, if you can't speak sensibly, it's best to remain silent," Harry retorted, their relationship seemingly a paradox of animosity and camaraderie, leaving one perplexed. Perhaps this was what they referred to as a love-hate relationship, just as they were exchanging barbs. A shadowy voice interjected, "Ah, Draco, I am delighted to see your rapport with Harry Potter is so amiable." A man with golden hair and a sinister demeanor approached. Upon recognizing his father, Draco immediately stepped aside obediently. The newcomer was none other than Lucius Malfoy, who bore a chilling smile, resembling a serpent fixated on Harry. "Mr. Potter," he addressed. Chapter 29, The Lucius Incident. "Mr. Potter, I am Lucius Malfoy. It is a pleasure to finally meet you." Lucius smiled, extending a hand toward Harry. Harry, clearly sensing the man's ill intentions, hesitantly took his hand. Once their hands clasped, Lucius abruptly and rudely yanked Harry closer, using his cane to part Harry's fringe, revealing the lightning-shaped scar. He was about to utter something. In the next moment, Kevin appeared between the two, forcefully shoving Lucius several meters away. He seized Lucius's cane and crushed it effortlessly. "Mr. Malfoy, it seems your noble upbringing leaves much to be desired. You are hardly superior to your own son." Kevin released the shattered remnants of the cane and positioned himself protectively in front of Harry, who gazed at Kevin with profound gratitude. As the cane splintered, 2 broken sections and a handful of debris fell to the ground, revealing a wand hidden within. Lucius, taken aback by Kevin's sudden emergence, was astonished that someone dared to challenge him. "Who are you?" he demanded, forcing himself to maintain composure, his aristocratic facade intact, glancing at Kevin with malice. Soon, those nearby noticed the commotion, and the Weasley couple quickly approached to support their children. "Malfoy, what do you intend to do to my kids?" Mr. Weasley questioned Lucius sternly. "Ah, if it is an old Weasley. It seems you can only associate with those of Muggle origin, am I right?" Lucius sneered, directing his final remark at Kevin. However, Kevin dismissed Lucius's provocation entirely, steadfast in his belief in the supremacy of strength. Harry, still perplexed by Lucius's insinuation, was met with Hermione's sharp retort, "Shut your foul mouth." "Oh, you must be Miss Granger. I've heard your parents are Muggles as well," Lucius remarked, aware that Hermione was with Kevin. "Which is why the Grangers were not present at the bookstore." "Malfoy, don't push your luck," Mr. Weasley interjected angrily, stepping forward with a fierce glare directed at Lucius. "Ah, old Weasley, no need to get upset. You must be quite busy at the ministry lately. Don't let it affect your health," Lucius replied, regaining his haughty demeanor as he strolled past Mr. Weasley to stand before Kevin, casting a cold smirk in his direction without uttering a word. He then took another step closer to Harry. "Harry Potter, the scar on your forehead is quite legendary. You speak of Voldemort? Merely a murderer, nothing remarkable." Harry met Lucius's shadowy gaze unflinchingly. "To dare utter his name, you must either be exceedingly bold or extraordinarily foolish. Your inability to even name him only proves your cowardice." Hermione interjected, her sharp tongue cutting through the tension. "Huh, Miss Granger, if that dark wizard still lives, someone of your Muggle heritage is among the most dangerous. I advise you to choose your words carefully," Lucius threatened darkly, fixing his gaze on Hermione. In the next instant, Kevin's fist surged forward, regardless of the unfolding drama. Lucius had not anticipated that Kevin would strike. However, he was evidently prepared. The silent, wandless shield charm ignited around him. Yet, he grossly underestimated Kevin. With a resounding crack, Kevin's fist shattered Lucius's protective spell, delivering a powerful blow to Lucius's face that sent him flying, spinning through the air several times before crashing to the ground. Once again, Gasps filled the air. Hermione, taken aback, did not expect Kevin to act with such decisiveness, her eyes sparkling with admiration as she gazed at him. Father. Draco panicked. He had been rendered speechless, caught between his classmates and his father, unable to assist either. Now, seeing his father hurled aside, he rushed over to help him up. With a cough, Lucius spat blood and 2 teeth followed, a clear indication that Kevin had restrained his strength. Otherwise, that punch could have shattered Lucius's skull. He had finally shed his noble facade, staring at Kevin with a mix of rage and astonishment, as if he wished to peel the skin from Kevin's bones. What is your name? Lucius, supported by Draco, stood up, not shouting or screaming, but fixating on Kevin, blood spilling from his mouth, yet managing a menacing smile. Draco hesitated, acutely aware that his father's actions were unjust, but the fear of defying him held him back, leaving him torn. Kevin, my name is Kevin, Kevin replied, fully aware of Draco's predicament, harboring no resentment towards him, understanding that he could not yet stand against his father. I welcome you to reclaim your honor at any time, Lucius, Kevin mocked, patting Lucius's chest, unperturbed by the mad, terrifying glare aimed at him. Time seemed to rewind to the beginning of the previous school year, when Kevin had similarly dismissed Draco, uttering the same words. Draco felt Kevin was signaling to him, aiding him in remaining steadfast with his family, sparing him from a difficult position. However, some matters were best left to be discussed privately at Hogwarts. All right, Kevin, very well. I shall remember you. Lucius snarled, then bellowed before departing with Draco's assistance. Draco glanced back at Kevin, who nodded encouragingly, signaling him to return. Thus, the commotion came to an end. Hermione, Harry, and the Weasley family quickly surrounded Kevin, their admiration for his actions palpable. However, Mr. and Mrs. Weasley remained slightly concerned. Kevin, being an orphan, was vulnerable and could face repercussions. Kevin, that was incredibly cool, Ron exclaimed, shaking Kevin's shoulders in excitement. The sentiment felt familiar. Thank you, Kevin. Harry added, recalling how Lucius had dragged him. Although it was not a grave matter, it had indeed felt humiliating, and Kevin's timely intervention had liberated him. Hermione's bond with Kevin needed no elaboration. She simply leaned against him. Their connection understood without words. The twin brothers, ever the instigators, shouted that Kevin had vanquished Lucius and earned the affections of a fair maiden, only to be met with Mrs. Weasley's loving reprimand. The atmosphere among the group finally relaxed, laughter filling the air. In a casual glance, Kevin noticed Ginny's cauldron, where behind her brown notebook lay a hidden black one. When was that old Ingby inserted? Kevin was taken aback. Could it be that during his and Harry's intimidation of Hermione, Ginny happened to be by her side? And at that moment, Lucius's body obstructed Ginny, rendering her a blind spot? Was that when it was placed? It seems the world's corrections are quite formidable. Or perhaps Lucius is. Ultimately, Kevin dismissed the thought. This notebook would bring a calamity to Hogwarts, yet with Harry around, how could disaster not ensue? If he were to resolve this notebook issue, who knows what new and unforeseen dangers might arise? Afterward, they returned to the burrow, as the next day marked the beginning of the school year, and they planned to indulge in a hearty meal. Seizing the opportunity, Kevin presented the 6 extra copies of Snape's selected textbooks he had purchased to everyone, though he temporarily withheld Hermione's. The textbooks were suitable for students of all grades. The group was surprised that Kevin had specifically acquired an additional textbook, which Percy, of course, was aware of but chose not to mention, graciously accepting it. Kevin further explained that he had asked Professor Snape to personally select useful materials. Given that Mrs. Weasley was an ardent fan of Lockhart, he refrained from speaking ill of Lockhart's storybooks. He merely stated that this was a token of appreciation from him and Hermione for the Weasley family's care during this time. Kevin deftly navigated the nuances of social obligations, also factoring in Hermione's sentiments. Harry gifted Ginny an owl, thereby settling his own debts of gratitude. The two adults expressed their admiration for Kevin and Hermione's thoughtfulness, garnering a sentiment of 111. Hermione was puzzled, yet did not reveal her confusion. She understood that Kevin was orchestrating something, and she cooperatively smiled, embodying an expression that affirmed Kevin's words. Kevin always felt the need to delineate matters clearly. He did not wish to owe favors, even considering the Weasley couple's kindness as something to reciprocate. Hermione had previously mentioned that Kevin need not go to such lengths, as it could create a sense of distance, yet Kevin remained resolute in his ways. However, he was less inclined to maintain such boundaries with the trio, particularly with Hermione, with whom he felt a closer kinship. The group enjoyed a delightful dinner together. Soon, the first day of school arrived. Chapter 30, Young Journalist Colin Before Long. The day of their return to school had arrived. The Weasley family hurried through the station, as the train's departure time was fast approaching. However, instead of each person struggling with heavy luggage, all their belongings were stored in Kevin's extendable bag, and they merely carried their owls. Kevin recalled that Harry might be denied access to the platform due to Dobby's use of magic, and as they approached the entrance column, Kevin suddenly hoisted Harry and, with astonishing swiftness, dashed into the column. The others looked on in stunned silence, while Hermione, visibly annoyed, pouted, wondering why Kevin had taken Harry, but not her. Could it be that Kevin was? No. He had nearly confessed his feelings to me. That was impossible. Dobby, lurking in the shadows, was also taken aback, bewildered by the spectacle. However, since Harry had already entered, he had no reason to prevent others from following suit. Everyone safely made their way onto platform 9 3/4 and boarded the train. Kevin, what is going on? Harry inquired, perplexed, as Kevin suddenly hoisted him up and dashed toward the platform. Was he afraid of being late? They could discuss it once they reached their compartment. Kevin set Harry down, and soon the others followed suit. Hermione, visibly displeased, kicked Kevin lightly. This girl was becoming increasingly aggressive, resorting to kicks at the slightest provocation. Was there no room for discussion? The four friends naturally entered the same compartment, while the others bid farewell and dispersed to different ones. Kevin, what just happened? Harry couldn't help but ask once they were settled. He had noticed the dangerous glint in Hermione's eyes, as if she were contemplating where to bury him. I just spotted Dobby, Kevin explained. He likely intended to cause trouble, preventing you from entering the platform and boarding the train. So, taking advantage of his distraction, I rushed you in. Otherwise, considering our positions, we would have likely been stranded outside. Kevin had not actually seen Dobby, but was fairly certain he was lurking nearby, and thus shifted the blame. The others were momentarily taken aback, but did not doubt Kevin's words. If that were indeed the case, it was quite understandable. Kevin, nursing his foot, cast a resentful glance at Hermione. Realizing her misunderstanding of Kevin, Hermione blushed, offered an awkward smile, and affectionately ruffled his hair. Harry and Ron averted their eyes in discomfort. As they traveled, Hermione perused Gilderoy Lockhart's stories, presumably to prepare herself. Lockhart's tales were largely fabricated, embellished accounts of others' experiences, though some content held merit for examination. However, Kevin opined that they paled in comparison to Snape's selections. Meanwhile, Harry and Ron indulged in train snacks and beverages, engaging in light conversation, while Kevin read, ever vigilant of his surroundings. Having neglected to learn the counter-curse for the disillusionment charm from Snape last semester, he found himself utterly unprepared against the invisible house elf. He realized he had grown too complacent. If an enemy approached using the disillusionment charm, he would be in peril. He endeavored to recall any knowledge of potential threats, determined to acquire additional spells from Snape once they arrived at the school. This academic year revolved around the basilisk and Tom's memory. The memory was straightforward. Destroying the diary would suffice, but he was uncertain whether he possessed the physical strength to confront the basilisk. If he could wield Gryffindor's sword, it might be worth a try, yet he doubted the sword would recognize him as its worthy bearer. Kevin, what are you pondering? Hermione, having finished her reading, noticed Kevin lost in thought and gently inquired. Oh, nothing, Hermione. I was merely contemplating the adventures that await us at Hogwarts, he replied, affectionately patting her head. Hermione, content, leaned comfortably against Kevin's shoulder, much to the chagrin of Harry and Ron. When they finally arrived at Hogwarts, both boys breathed sighs of relief. This year, the second-year students did not embark on a boat journey to Hogwarts as they had the previous year. Instead, they traversed a different route, arriving by carriage. The group seamlessly reached Hogwarts, devoid of any escapades involving a flying car venturing into the Forbidden Forest. In the film, Harry and Ron found themselves in the depths of the Forbidden Forest, pursued by the monstrous Aragog, only to be rescued by the enchanted vehicle. However, Kevin remarked that even while bearing the weight of two burdens, he could easily outpace the eight-legged spiders with a single leap. Whether or not they would venture into the Forbidden Forest remained uncertain. Upon their arrival at the Great Hall, they participated in the new term's opening ceremony, observing the first-year students undergoing the sorting hat ceremony. Among them was a young boy who, clutching a camera, rushed over to the Gryffindor table after being sorted into the house. Hey Harry, I'm Colin Creevy, and now I'm a Gryffindor student too. The excitement radiated from young Colin as he stood before Harry, clearly in awe of his fame. This time, Harry did not miss the commencement of the feast, and the eager young reporter Colin, upon being assigned to Gryffindor, immediately sought out Harry. It's a pleasure to meet you, Colin, Harry greeted him politely. Could you ask your friend to take a picture of us? I want to show it to my father. He is a milkman, and apart from my grandmother, no one in my family can do magic. Before receiving the Hogwarts letter, I had no idea magic could accomplish so much. Everyone thought I was just daydreaming. Colin's chatter rivaled Hermione's from the previous semester, his enthusiasm palpable. Come over here, and I'll take your picture, Kevin readily volunteered, helping Colin and Harry pose together for a snapshot. That's great. I should also buy a camera sometime, Kevin mused, gazing at the photograph captured within the camera. Suddenly, he too felt the urge to acquire a camera to document moments. Colin excitedly accepted the camera, thanking both Harry and Kevin. Colin, could you take one more of us and print it out for me? Just let me know how much it costs, Kevin said, handing the camera back to Colin and positioning himself next to Hermione. Of course, Colin replied, raising the camera to aim at Hermione and Kevin. Though initially taken aback by Kevin's sudden proposal, Hermione quickly adapted, leaning into Kevin as a shy smile graced her face. With a click, the first photograph of Kevin and Hermione was captured, immortalizing this beautiful moment. Wow, this picture is wonderful. You two make a lovely pair. Look, your lips are as sweet as honey, Kevin exclaimed, beckoning Colin to join them at the feast. Hermione, slightly flustered, tucked a strand of hair behind her ear. It was evident that Kevin's compliment had pleased her. Hermione, our wall could use some more decorations. Let us buy a camera someday to capture life's moments and hang them in our home, Kevin whispered to her. Hermione shyly lowered her gaze. As Kevin spoke with a tone reminiscent of a newlywed husband casually discussing home decor with his wife, Kevin rented an apartment, cohabiting with Hermione. A fact unbeknownst to Harry and Ron, who believed him to be merely staying at Hermione's family home. The distinction between living with parents and sharing an abode alone is significant. After the banquet concluded, Kevin expressed his intention to seek out Professor Snape, bidding the trio to return home without him. Professor Snape, it is a pleasure to see you again. Thank you for recommending suitable study materials, Kevin remarked as he entered Snape's underground workspace, which remained cluttered with an array of peculiar potion ingredients and apparatus. Snape was quietly concocting potions at his workbench. Oh, it seems you have yet to succumb to the charms of domesticity, Snape retorted, his gaze fixed downward, continuing his work while maintaining his acerbic tone. Kevin shrugged and approached Snape's workstation, observing his techniques. Even though Kevin had now become a potion maker in his own right, Snape's expertise was still invaluable. The two exchanged little conversation. After a brief observation, Kevin discerned what Snape was brewing. Naturally, he began to assist, and Snape offered no objections. Acknowledging Kevin's solid foundation in potion making, the pair worked in unspoken harmony, efficiently collaborating on the potion until curfew approached, at which point Snape urged Kevin to depart. By the way, Professor Snape, during the holiday, Harry and I encountered a mischievous house elf, and I was unable to break his invisibility charm. Might you teach me how to do so next time? Kevin inquired. Snape, ever impassive, merely waved him off, indicating he could leave. Kevin refrained from further discussion, confident that Snape would eventually impart the knowledge, as was his customary manner of reluctant agreement. Returning to Hermione, he felt a sense of anticipation. Chapter 31, Lockhart's Defense Against the Dark Arts Lesson. Good morning, classmates, greeted Professor Sprout. Good morning, Professor Sprout. Today marked the first class for several students at Hogwarts, herbology. Welcome, second-year students, to greenhouse number 3. Please gather around. Today, we shall learn how to repot mandrakes. Can anyone tell me the function of a mandrake's roots? Hermione, the academic star, eagerly raised her hand and answered flawlessly. They can be used to brew the potion that reverses petrification, and mature mandrakes emit a deadly scream. 10 points to Gryffindor, Sprout announced. Hermione proudly lifted her chin towards Kevin, as if to say, look how impressive I am. Kevin could only respond with a thumbs up. The lesson swiftly transitioned into the repotting demonstration. The mandrakes they were handling were still in their juvenile stage, their cries non-lethal as long as ear protection was worn. Unfortunately, poor Neville fainted. During the practical exercise, Kevin demonstrated remarkable speed and precision in his technique. 5 points to Gryffindor, Sprout declared. Kevin returned Hermione's proud glance with a subtle nod. She rolled her eyes affectionately at him. Nearby, Harry and Ron observed the pair's antics with bemusement, exchanging a resigned glance. Kevin and Draco are truly beyond redemption. They weren't this clingy last year. Following the herbalism class in the morning, Kevin and his companions set off to the dining hall for lunch. As they walked, Draco suddenly approached them briskly from behind, feigning coincidence as he walked alongside them without making eye contact. Kevin, be cautious lately. My father won't let you off easily. And you lot. This semester may not be safe, so stay alert. With that, Draco quickened his pace and departed. It seems the Malfoy family has eyes on the academy. Draco was hesitant to associate with them now, yet he still took the time to warn them. See, I told you he is not a bad person. The trio of young ones agreed for once. After the incident with the dragon Norbert last year, they frequently encountered Draco at Hagrid's hut, and their relationship had improved somewhat. Notably, Norbert the dragon still resides near Hagrid's hut, having been shrunk by Dumbledore and tamed by Hagrid. Kevin, do you think they send someone to Hogwarts for revenge? Hermione expressed her concern for Kevin. As long as it's not someone of a professor's caliber, I'm not worried, Kevin replied nonchalantly. Under Dumbledore's protection, Hogwarts could not possibly harbor any truly terrifying individuals. Let us go eat. We have Defense Against the Dark Arts class in the afternoon. Kevin urged his friends to cease their worrying and prioritize their meal. Ron was the most enthusiastic, racing back with Kevin to grab lunch. Harry and Hermione exchanged bewildered glances, wondering how the two of them could be so devoid of a sense of urgency. Thankfully, due to Kevin's influence, Ron and Harry did not cause trouble with the flying car this time, so Ron did not receive a howler. In the afternoon, they arrived at the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom. At the back of the room, there was a small second floor, from which the flamboyant Gilderoy Lockhart emerged from his office. "Students, allow me to introduce your defense against the dark arts professor for this year. Me, Gilderoy Lockhart." Lockhart began to boast about his accomplishments, sporting a broad and healthy grin. The young witches appeared mesmerized, while the young wizards felt a wave of awkwardness on his behalf. Hermione, evidently intrigued by this tabloid celebrity, noticed a somewhat discontented expression on Kevin's face, which she found amusing, sensing a hint of jealousy. Choosing not to comment on it, Hermione turned her attention away from Lockhart and affectionately patted Kevin's head, soothing him. This gesture clearly resonated with Kevin. "Miss Granger, let us refrain from any distractions during class, shall we?" Lockhart, observing their interaction, approached with a smile and even winked. With everyone now aware of the intimate exchange in the front row, Hermione withdrew her hand, blushing and lowering her gaze. Kevin, however, puffed out his chest and surveyed the room as if to proclaim, "It's me that Hermione is fondling." "All right, let us commence with a little assessment to gauge your familiarity with my textbook," Lockhart announced. Lockhart clapped his hands and picked up a stack of test papers from the lectern, each inscribed with a series of peculiar questions. Among them were inquiries about Lockhart's aspirations, his favorite color, and his greatest achievements. Such trivialities posed no challenge to the academically gifted Hermione, who had previously perused Lockhart's literary works. Kevin, lacking in modesty, leaned in to copy her answers, and Hermione, finding no harm in it, acquiesced, deeming the questions inconsequential. Lockhart noticed this exchange, but chose not to intervene, believing it to be a form of shared admiration for his exploits. Soon, the students completed their papers and submitted them. As Lockhart reviewed the responses, he was pleased to find Hermione had nearly answered every question correctly. He assumed Kevin had mirrored her answers, expecting the same level of accuracy. However, upon closer inspection, he discovered that Kevin's answers were entirely contrary to Hermione's. While Hermione expressed a fondness for lavender, Kevin had scribbled down dark purple. Her greatest wish was to eradicate the evils of the world, while he declared it was to eliminate angels. Her aspiration was to successfully promote his shampoo. Yet he wrote body wash. His answers were a testament to sheer contrariness. An outsider might have thought he harbored a deep admiration for Lockhart, only to realize he had misremembered several details. Lockhart, donning a look of sheer dismay, understood that Kevin had produced a 0-point response by attempting to copy a perfect score. Nevertheless, he quickly regained his confident smile. "Now, I shall instruct you all on how to confront the most repugnant creatures of the magical realm." Lockhart approached a cage draped in crimson fabric. "You will soon face your deepest fears within this classroom, but rest assured, as long as I am here, you shall remain unharmed. I kindly urge you not to scream, as it may provoke them." With a flourish, Lockhart lifted the red cloth, revealing a multitude of diminutive blue sprites, the Cornish pixies. These winged beings, roughly the size of a human arm, instantly elicited laughter from the students, who evidently held no fear of these tiny creatures. Lockhart, unfazed, flung open the cage door. "Let us see how you handle them." Upon the cage's opening, the sprites erupted forth, creating chaos as they flitted about the classroom. Neville was ensnared by two sprites, dangling precariously from the chandelier. Lockhart beamed at the pandemonium. Sensing that the time had come to restore order, he began to chant a spell to recapture them, but before he could complete the incantation, one of the sprites snatched his wand away. In a state of panic, Lockhart fled toward the second-floor office, pursued by several sprites. Leaving behind a proclamation, "I am giving you the opportunity to catch the sprites and return them to their cage." He then slammed the office door shut, seeking refuge. Downstairs, Hermione stood in disbelief. Kevin remained motionless, untouched by any sprites. At that moment, a particularly reckless sprite charged toward Hermione, but just before it could seize her hair, Kevin's hand intercepted it. With a swift flick, he hurled the sprite as if it were a cannonball, sending it crashing into two others. Drawing his wand, Kevin unleashed a spell directed at the swarm of sprites in the classroom. Chain lightning. A bolt of yellow lightning erupted from the wand, striking a diminutive sprite and sending it tumbling to the ground. The lightning did not cease. Instead, it ricocheted towards the nearest sprite, then to the next and the next. The speed of the lightning was astonishing. Within mere seconds, it had incapacitated every sprite in the classroom, as if they were linked by a chain of electricity. A collective gasp of awe escaped the young wizards. Hermione had intended to intervene, but Kevin acted first, leaving her to mourn the sprites. Thankfully, the sprites were not dead. They were merely stunned, their forms slightly charred. With another flick of his wand, the sprites floated effortlessly into a cage, which then closed and locked itself. A subsequent wave of his wand caused Neville to descend gently from the chandelier. Another flick restored the classroom, ravaged by the sprites, to its original state, as though time itself had reversed. The display truly astonished the young wizards. "Kevin, what spell did you just use?" Harry asked, his face a mask of wonder. "Oh, it was nothing. I merely altered the flow of the electrical sparks," Kevin replied nonchalantly. Harry was left speechless. Was that even human language? Chapter 32, Mudblood, the first victim. Life at the academy continued, and Kevin seized any opportunity to seek out Professor Snape for spell practice, though recent coursework had limited his visits to just a few. Meanwhile, Harry, as the seeker for the Quidditch team, frequently trained alongside Wood and the others. This year's training had become increasingly rigorous, leaving Harry utterly exhausted. As Slytherin was Gryffindor's primary rival, their Quidditch practices often coincided with Harry's team. "Hey, Flint, where are you headed?" Wood inquired as Gryffindor prepared to face Slytherin's serpents in practice. "To the Quidditch pitch," Flint replied. "But we've already reserved the pitch for Gryffindor today." "You cannot use it," Wood insisted. "We have permission," Flint countered, producing a letter. It stated that Headmaster Snape had authorized Slytherin to utilize the Quidditch pitch to train their new seeker. The new seeker was none other than Draco Malfoy, who stepped forward, provocatively raising an eyebrow at Harry. Harry rolled his eyes in exasperation. "Draco, not you again." Kevin, Hermione, and Ron happened to be nearby and approached to join in. "Huh. Scarhead, my father has equipped each member of our team with a Firebolt 2001. You Gryffindors might as well save your energy for a surrender," Draco boasted, brandishing his broom with confidence. "Quidditch is not solely about equipment. Gryffindor's skills surpass yours by far," Hermione retorted, clearly unimpressed. Draco smirked, as if ready to respond, but was interrupted by Flint. "This is not your place to meddle, you filthy mudblood," Flint snarled, baring his crooked teeth at Hermione in a vicious insult. Beside them, Draco was momentarily rendered into a state of shock, retreating several paces in disbelief. "How dare you insult Hermione in Kevin's presence?" In the next instant, Kevin's fist came crashing down upon Flint's abdomen with a resounding thud. The impact sent Flint flying several meters, colliding violently with a wall, blood spilling from his mouth. His fate uncertain. A chorus of gasps erupted from the gathering Slytherins, astonished that anyone would dare to openly assault a classmate within the halls of Hogwarts. They recoiled in fear, none daring to check on Flint's condition. Kevin's gaze fixed upon them, sending a chill down the spines of the young Slytherins. He pointed at Hermione and commanded, "Go, apologize to Hermione on behalf of your captain." As the other Slytherins hesitated, Draco slid forward to Hermione's side and shouted, "I'm sorry." Sensing Kevin's intimidating presence, the remaining Slytherins quickly followed suit, sliding over and collectively exclaiming, "We're sorry." Hermione, who had been on the verge of tears, couldn't help but chuckle at the scene. Kevin gently ruffled her hair before addressing the group of young Slytherins with a chilling tone. "If I ever hear of anyone disrespecting Hermione again, it will be your captain next." With that, they could leave. Today the Quidditch pitch belonged to Gryffindor. Draco led the charge to flee, followed closely by the others, leaving Flint behind, lying unconscious. Hermione embraced Kevin, burying her head against his chest. Harry, Ron, and the Quidditch players gathered around, praising Kevin for his bravery. However, Wood cautioned Kevin to be wary, as the Slytherins would undoubtedly seek to report the incident to Snape. They laughed, advising not to disturb the young couple as they departed. Ron accompanied Harry, eager to watch their practice, aspiring to join the Quidditch team in the future. For Hermione, having Kevin by her side was sufficient. Hearing the teasing remarks, Hermione felt her cheeks flush, yet she refused to release her hold on Kevin. Before long, Professor Snape arrived, having been informed of the situation. The Quidditch players approached him, reporting that a Gryffindor had assaulted someone here. Upon his arrival, Snape observed Kevin holding the distressed Hermione, while a Slytherin lay motionless nearby. It was no surprise that Kevin was involved. Given his knowledge of Kevin, it was clear that a Slytherin had upset Hermione, leading to Kevin's retribution. However, laying hands on a fellow student was still a grave offense, with severe consequences that could result in expulsion. "Mr. Kevin, I believe you owe me an explanation regarding this situation," Snape stated, ruthlessly interrupting their moment. Startled, Hermione quickly extricated herself from Kevin's embrace, attempting to feign composure as she cast her gaze around, avoiding eye contact. "Professor Snape, there's nothing to explain. I was the one who struck him," Kevin declared defiantly, standing protectively in front of Hermione. "Mr. Kevin, I must inform you that if you lack a valid justification, you will face severe repercussions," Snape remarked, his voice low and ominous, a warning laced within. He spoke disrespectfully, calling Hermione a mudblood. Suddenly, Snape's breath caught in his throat, his eyes widening slightly as if drawn into a memory. After a long pause, he inhaled deeply, turned, and strode away, casually waving his wand. An invisible hand lifted Flint's collar, dragging him away like a lifeless dog. Kevin found it rather curious. Snape's reaction seemed somewhat excessive. It was the first time he had witnessed such a display of emotion from the usually stoic professor. However, he decided to dismiss it for the moment. Turning to Hermione, he gently ruffled her hair, reassuring her, "Hermione, pay no heed to the words of those wretched individuals. You are undoubtedly the most gifted young witch at Hogwarts. The notion of blood purity is sheer nonsense. Only pets concern themselves with lineage." Hermione nestled back into Kevin's embrace, feeling comforted. In truth, she had long since recovered from her earlier distress. Spending time with Kevin had dulled her sensitivity to the opinions of others. She simply wanted to relish the warmth of his presence a while longer. Throughout the day, Hermione clung to Kevin, and they spent a delightful afternoon lying on the grass by the Black Lake, enjoying the scenery. It wasn't until evening that they returned to the castle. As they entered, they spotted Harry, looking flustered, creeping along the wall as if tracking something. Ron followed closely behind, visibly confused. "Harry, Ron, what are you up to?" Kevin called out. Upon seeing Kevin, Harry rushed over, urgency etched on his face. "Kevin, did you hear a voice? It said it wanted to kill." Harry's anxiety was palpable. He had just told Ron, who claimed he hadn't heard anything. Kevin furrowed his brow, wondering if the basilisk had been released so soon. "I'm sorry, Harry. I didn't hear it, but I believe we should investigate. Lead the way." With a nod, Harry took the lead, following the strange sound as Kevin and the others followed closely behind. They soon arrived at a long corridor, flooded with water. Their attention was drawn first to a line of spiders orderly scuttling out a window. Then they noticed words written in blood on the wall. "The chamber has been opened. Beware, enemies of the air." Frowning, Harry spotted Mrs. Norris, Filch's cat, hanging from a wall sconce. Strangely, the previously empty corridor seemed to be guiding a throng of students toward them. They all saw Harry standing beside Mrs. Norris. "Potter, you killed my cat." Filch burst onto the scene, seizing Harry by the collar without hesitation. "I'll kill you." But Kevin intervened, gripping Filch's hand firmly. "Let go," he said, meeting Filch's gaze with steely resolve. Just then, Dumbledore's voice resonated through the tension-filled air. He emerged from the crowd of students, intervening to halt the confrontation between Kevin and Filch. After a moment of silence spent examining the bloodied words on the wall, Dumbledore commanded, "All students return to their dormitories at once. No exceptions, except for the 4 of you." He gestured toward Kevin and the others. "Both of you, release your grips." "She is not dead, Filch. She has merely been petrified." Filch finally released Harry's collar, and Kevin let go of Filch's hand. "Does anyone know what happened?" Dumbledore inquired, directing his gaze towards the quartet. Perhaps it was Kevin's intervention that escalated the conflict, casting a somber atmosphere that even Gilderoy Lockhart dared not to indulge in his usual antics. It was him. The blood on the wall was written by him. Filch accused Harry directly, as Harry stood beside Mrs. Norris at that moment. "Would I of yours saw Harry do that?" Kevin retorted without hesitation. "You, Filch, are being unreasonable, and I shall not be courteous in return." "Kevin, mind your language." Professor McGonagall swiftly admonished him. How could her dear student utter such coarse words? Kevin obediently fell silent. "It wasn't me, headmaster. I swear, I didn't even touch Mrs. Norris," Harry quickly interjected, gripping Kevin's arm to explain. "Nonsense." Filch relentlessly targeted Harry, his beloved Mrs. Norris petrified, and he was now ready to lash out at anyone. Kevin attempted to speak again, but McGonagall preemptively halted him. "Kevin, refrain from speaking. We will handle this." Reluctantly, Kevin ceased his protests, not wishing to counter Professor McGonagall, though he cast a glare at Filch. "In my view, headmaster, Potter and his friends may simply have happened upon this scene." Severus Snape surprisingly defended Harry. Since Harry and Ron did not, unlike in the films, cause trouble by flying a car, they were not punished to assist Lockhart with correspondence. They had dined normally that evening, and Snape chose not to press further. Kevin and Hermione had lingered by the Black Lake, a fact Snape was aware of, thus they possessed alibis. "We merely happened to be passing through on our way back to the common room," Harry stated, omitting the fact that they had come due to hearing a noise. "They are innocent until proven guilty," Dumbledore declared. "But my cat was petrified. I demand to see someone punished." Filch exclaimed angrily. "Your cat being petrified is of no concern to us," Kevin scoffed. "Kevin," Professor McGonagall reprimanded him for the 3rd time. Dumbledore looked on helplessly at the two, one losing his sanity over a cat, and the other repeatedly contesting in defense of his friend. "Kevin, I recall you brewed quite a few mandrake restorative potions last semester." Snape suddenly posed a question to Kevin. Filch immediately fixed his gaze on him. Kevin replied briskly, "I sold out." Filch ground his teeth in frustration, feeling that Kevin had said it deliberately. "Well, you guessed correctly. Filch, do not worry. Madam Sprout has cultivated very healthy mandrakes, and in due time, we shall be able to brew restorative potions," Dumbledore continued. At last, Filch quieted down, relinquishing his cat to Madame Pomfrey in the infirmary. "During this period, I require everyone to exercise caution. Be vigilant, understood?" The trio nodded. Subsequently, the professors dispersed. However, Snape did not leave. Once the other professors had departed, he extended his hand towards Kevin, his glare conveying an unmistakable message. With no other choice, Kevin reluctantly produced 5 vials of mandrake restorative potion. Without the original, he was left with only a few for backup. After this, Kevin hastily fled with his 3 companions, leaving Snape to tidy up the scene. Chapter 33, Clue to the Chamber of Secrets, the second victim. "Kevin, do you have the restorative potion, yet you deliberately chose not to present it?" Ron inquired as the 4 friends made their way back to the common room. With Filch's disagreeable demeanor, why would I reveal it? Besides, The school will brew more soon enough. No, what I mean is, you're quite remarkable, Ron replied, a familiar line echoing in the air. All right, you two. There is something far more pressing at hand. Harry, you can hear the sounds we cannot. And then Mrs. Norris was petrified. This is certainly no trivial matter. Could this perhaps be what Dobby referred to, the onset of a dreadful conspiracy? Hermione articulated. Should we inform Dumbledore? Mention that I can hear these eerie sounds? Harry queried. I think it's best if we refrain. Hermione shook her head. I believe it could be beneficial. Perhaps Dumbledore could offer us some assistance, Kevin interjected. However, we cannot predict what impact this might have on Harry. Hermione remained unconvinced. Kevin, viewing the situation from a godlike perspective, deemed it inconsequential. Merely a revelation of the serpent tongue. However, Hermione perceived it differently. He chose not to press the matter further, allowing the plot to develop naturally. Days passed in this manner. Today was Professor McGonagall's Transfiguration class. As she entered, she shot a sharp glance at Kevin, evidently still displeased with his previous impolite remarks and defiance. Kevin could only acquiesce, refraining from speaking. All right, class, today we shall learn to transfigure animals into goblets. Professor McGonagall commenced, transforming a bird on the podium into a goblet. After explaining the incantations and necessary precautions, she instructed the students to begin their practice. Those with pets could use their own, while others could utilize the birds provided by the school. Ron transformed his pet rat, Scabbers, into a furry goblet, complete with a tail. Kevin, your turn to give it a try, Professor McGonagall beckoned. Kevin promptly took Ron's Scabbers and cast the spell. Vermilius. A flawless goblet emerged, albeit with two small bells dangling from its base, a deliberate touch by Kevin. The young wizards erupted in laughter. Professor McGonagall lightly tapped Kevin's shoulder in playful reprimand. In truth, she was not angry. Rather, she was pleased to witness Kevin, once overly polite and considerate, now socializing with friends, engaging in light-hearted mischief. Kevin smiled and mischievously flicked the bells on Scabbers once more, eliciting a squeak of protest from the rat. Ron quickly reclaimed Scabbers to prevent Kevin from continuing his antics. Little Hermione also gave Kevin a light tap, as if to say it was not the time for such tomfoolery, and then raised her hand, asking, Professor McGonagall, might you share with us information about the Chamber of Secrets? Professor McGonagall paused for a moment, observing the eager faces of her students, who were gazing at her with rapt attention, seemingly anticipating her words. Finally, she acquiesced, acknowledging that these students were entitled to know. Thus, Professor McGonagall recounted the historical context of the Chamber of Secrets. In essence, Hogwarts had been founded a millennium ago by 4 illustrious founders, whose names now grace the 4 houses. One of the founders, Salazar Slytherin, eventually diverged in ideology from the others, believing that only those of pure blood should be permitted to study magic at Hogwarts. When his views were not embraced, he departed from the school. Legend has it that Slytherin constructed a hidden chamber within Hogwarts, which housed a fearsome creature. Upon his departure, he sealed the chamber, ensuring that only his heir could reopen it, thereby unleashing the monster to eradicate all those of impure lineage. Despite numerous searches conducted by the school authorities, the chamber remains undiscovered. A cloud of concern settled over the students, save for those of Slytherin blood. After class, Kevin gathered with his 3 companions to discuss the authenticity of the chamber and to ponder the identity of its heir. Kevin, do you have any clues? Harry inquired. I do not, but someone might, Kevin replied, leading them outside the castle, where no other students were present. He gestured towards Draco, who was approaching from the castle. Kevin, you know I can't be seen too close to you. Why did you call me here? Draco asked, his voice laced with urgency. Draco, how much do you know about the Chamber of Secrets? Kevin asked directly, bypassing the need for subterfuge given their relationship. Why would you think I know anything? Draco responded, bewildered. Your family has been part of Slytherin for centuries. Surely you have some information? Kevin pressed. Well, don't say I told you this. But my father mentioned that the chamber was opened 50 years ago, although he wouldn't disclose who did it, only that those involved were expelled. Moreover, a muggle-born wizard was killed during that incident. Draco spoke, a hint of trepidation in his voice as he feared inadvertently provoking Hermione. Hermione fell silent, but Kevin gently patted her head to comfort her. Is there any more news? He asked. No, but don't tell anyone I told you. I have to go. Draco replied, turning on his heel and departing without a backward glance. Well, the good news is we've gathered some intel. The bad news is that the information appears to be true, Kevin remarked, noticing the somber expressions of his friends and attempting to lighten the mood. Yet, his efforts fell flat, as the 3 of them regarded him with bemusement, finding little humor in the situation. A brief moment of social exuberance had led to a lifetime of social anxiety for Kevin, who retreated to Hermione's side, feeling meek, while she patted him reassuringly. The group was unable to draw any substantial conclusions, as they still lacked crucial clues. In truth, Kevin could have inquired with the weeping ghost, moaning Myrtle, but he felt he did not yet possess sufficient leads. hastily bringing them along might only incite their curiosity regarding his knowledge. Thus, Kevin chose to allow the narrative to continue to unfold. However, he decided that he must remain close to Hermione at all times. In the following days, Kevin attached himself to Hermione daily, believing that she perceived his concern for her as the reason for his constant presence. She, in turn, welcomed his companionship. Snape, aware of Kevin's protective nature towards Hermione, did not insist that he practice spells. Eventually, the time for the Quidditch match arrived. Kevin had prepared the bone regrowth potion in advance, assuring Harry, "Fly with confidence." The match progressed with Gryffindor trailing at 30 points to Slytherin's 90. Snape, seated in the stands, allowed a rare smile of satisfaction to cross his face. Suddenly, a bludger went rogue, targeting Harry with ferocity. Harry darted across the pitch, evading the relentless bludger while simultaneously spotting the golden snitch. Draco, having noticed it as well, joined in the pursuit, with the bludger closely following them. After an intense chase, Draco collided with the wooden structure due to the bludger's interference and was thrown from his broom, a sight that appeared rather painful. He would certainly require a dose of the restorative potion later. Harry's right hand was broken by the bludger's assault, yet he managed to seize the golden snitch, securing victory for Gryffindor. He fell onto the sandy ground, but the bludger continued its frenzied attack on him. Kevin, having already reached the ground, leapt into action, swiftly capturing the rampaging bludger with a single hand, rendering it powerless against his iron grip. Hidden in the shadows, Dobby was astonished by the wizard's formidable strength. No matter how much magic was exerted, the bludger could not escape Kevin's grasp. With the bludger subdued, Kevin rushed to Harry's side. Professor Lockhart arrived, eager to cast a spell to assist Harry, but Kevin intervened. He produced a vial of bone regrowth potion and a restorative elixir, urging Harry to drink them. Almost immediately, Harry's pain subsided. Nevertheless, Madame Pomfrey insisted that Harry must spend the night in the infirmary. After a brief struggle, the bludger ceased its chaotic movements. Upon arriving at the infirmary, they found Draco already making a commotion within. Kevin provided him with a vial of restorative potion as well, ensuring he was not neglected. Soon after, Madame Pomfrey ushered everyone out, instructing them not to disturb the patients. As night fell, Harry once again heard that peculiar voice. Awakened, he was startled to find Dobby at his side. "Hello, Harry Potter." "Dobby. Harry Potter, you should not have come to Hogwarts." Dobby then launched into a self-reproaching tirade, revealing the events surrounding his control of the bludger, which enraged Harry. However, Dobby recounted how he had punished himself by ironing his own fingers, sharing a sorrowful tale of his experiences, and kind-hearted Harry ultimately forgave him. Dobby continued to urge Harry to leave Hogwarts immediately, warning that history was on the verge of repeating itself. Harry sought to inquire about the past events, but as someone approached, Dobby snapped his fingers and vanished. Harry had no choice but to feign sleep. The newcomers were Dumbledore and several professors, bearing the second victim, none other than the young reporter, Colin. Indeed, knowing the main character seldom leads to good fortune. Dumbledore seized Colin's camera and rendered it utterly useless upon opening. He could only utter in a somber tone, "Hogwarts is no longer safe. The Chamber of Secrets has been fully opened." Chapter 34, Parseltongue, Hagrid's Clue. Today marks yet another session of Lockhart's defense against the Dark Arts class. In light of the recent horrific incidents, Headmaster Dumbledore has graciously permitted me to establish a modest dueling club, allowing me to train everyone to possess the ability to protect themselves in the face of peril. Lockhart stood upon a platform designated for wizard dueling, strutting back and forth as if on a runway. Below, Harry recognized a Hufflepuff student, Justin Finch-Fletchley, the unfortunate victim of this episode. I now present my assistant, Professor Snape. They were about to demonstrate a standard wizard duel. The two professors approached the center of the dueling platform and exchanged a formal salute. Then, akin to cowboys, they turned to face opposite ends of the platform, preparing to engage. On the count of 3, they unleashed their spells. However, it was evident that Snape's speed far surpassed Lockhart's, as he swiftly incapacitated him with the first spell. Yet, Lockhart, ever concerned with appearances, claimed to have seen through Snape's maneuver, insisting he merely allowed him to prevail. Nevertheless, Snape, not one to indulge such theatrics, interrupted Lockhart, suggesting that perhaps a student should step up to learn firsthand. "Kevin, you come forward," Snape called out directly. "Me?" Kevin was taken aback. Shouldn't he have chosen Malfoy instead? However, he ascended the dueling platform, only to find Snape showing no sign of retreat. "Wait, I'm to duel Snape? Am I to become the victim?" Professor Lockhart attempted to dissuade Snape, but the latter remained silent, advancing to the center of the stage. Kevin, resigned, stepped forward. The two exchanged a formal salute. From the audience, Hermione and the others watched Kevin with concern. Although they knew he had been learning spells from Professor Snape, they doubted his capability in combat. Once in position, Lockhart had no choice but to act as the referee. 3, 2, 1. Expelliarmus. Kevin and Snape spoke the incantation and waved their wands almost in unison. Yet, Snape remained a fraction quicker. Their spells collided before Kevin, conjuring a tempest that sent surrounding young wizards reeling. Kevin too felt the impact, yet he continued his movements undeterred. Accelerate. He had just cast a spell when Snape's next incantation, Reducto, surged toward him. Kevin deftly flicked his wand, deflecting the destructive spell. Then, like a gust of wind, he surged forward. Observing from the sidelines, Lockhart swallowed hard. Every spell seemed to be a lethal strike. The dueling platform was a straight, elevated stage, rendering evasion nearly impossible. Aware of Kevin's formidable skills, Snape resolved to exploit the platform's terrain. Incendio. A torrent of flames erupted, engulfing the entire dueling stage. Kevin was compelled to halt his close-range advance, conjuring his modified water shield spell. A torrent of water swirled before him, forming a protective barrier. As Snape's flames surged toward the water shield, they were redirected outward, while the intense heat was effectively mitigated by the shield. However, in the next moment, a spell, known as the Stunning Spell, pierced through the flames and the water shield, sending Kevin flying. As he cast the water shield, he had promptly fortified himself with an iron armor spell. Snape, seizing the opportunity when Kevin's view was obscured by the flames, immediately unleashed the Stunning Spell, catching Kevin off guard, who had just expended his energy on the water shield and was unable to launch a new counterattack. Snape had the rhythm of the duel firmly in his grasp. In a more spacious arena, Kevin might have leveraged his physical agility to counterattack, but on this dueling platform, he found himself devoid of any maneuvering space. Ultimately, Kevin succumbed after merely 4 exchanges. Nevertheless, the young wizards spectating were left in awe. Hermione rushed towards Kevin to assess his injuries. "Professor, Kevin is still a student. How could you be so harsh?" she shouted at Snape while supporting the weakened Kevin. "He's merely pretending," Snape coldly remarked before departing the stage. Hermione was taken aback, and as she turned to Kevin, she caught him playfully winking at her. Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, and in a huff, she abandoned him and exited the platform. "Hermione, please don't be upset. It was just a jest," Kevin called after her, scrambling to follow in her footsteps, showing no signs of injury. The young wizards gasped again, having witnessed that Snape's few spells could have claimed several of their lives, yet Kevin emerged unscathed. However, Kevin was unprepared for what transpired next, as he hurried after Hermione. Snape suddenly announced, "Potter, Malfoy, you two shall compete." Although the two had been on amicable terms lately, a genuine duel would be far from amicable. The scene unfolded like something from a movie. Draco unleashed a serpent, and in a bid to protect Justin from harm, Harry spoke in Parseltongue, which was misconstrued as him commanding the serpent. Harry's ability to speak the language of snakes quickly spread throughout the school. What? Harry and Draco fought again. Kevin was taken aback by Ron's recounting of events. It was lunchtime, and the 4 of them were tucked away in a secluded spot. Ron informed Kevin and Hermione about the occurrences that had taken place after they left. Kevin had assumed he would be the sole victim of the duel and that the competition would cease thereafter. But it appeared that his match with Snape was not of great significance. Instead, after Harry's revelation of Parseltongue, they abruptly halted the dueling club. Well, Kevin thought. He had originally intended to prevent Harry from speaking Parseltongue, but now it seemed he was powerless to intervene. Harry sat despondently to the side, while Ron explained the situation regarding Parseltongue. Now, everyone suspected Harry to be the heir of Slytherin, the one attacking his classmates. Kevin regrettably buried his face in his hands, wishing he had not tried to amuse Hermione. In the days that followed, Harry endured the scrutinizing gazes of his peers. During a study period, Harry found himself the object of cold, indifferent stares from those around him. He could hardly bear it. Even Ginny regarded him with a similar detachment. However, Kevin understood that Ginny was merely a victim of brainwashing at that moment. Unable to concentrate any longer, Harry stood up, preparing to leave. Kevin followed suit, beckoning Hermione and Ron to join him, determined to keep Harry from being alone. As they passed a long table, the onlookers continued their frigid gazes at Harry. Kevin could no longer contain himself and strode over, exclaiming, "What are you staring at? Haven't you ever seen a handsome guy before?" He then kicked over their table, sending the seated students tumbling to the ground. The entire classroom was startled, and the supervising professor barely had a chance to intervene before Kevin hurriedly led them away. "Kevin, you really shouldn't have done that. You might face consequences," Harry said, knowing that Kevin was standing up for him but wishing to spare him from punishment. "Whatever. I wouldn't mind if Dumbledore came knocking. I have some serious questions for him about why he has done nothing to quell the rising tide of public opinion," Kevin replied, his tone filled with dissatisfaction. This was no longer about Harry's development. It was a form of torment. At merely 12 years of age, Harry was subjected to this kind of cold bullying. Kevin believed that such experiences contributed to Harry's increasingly volatile temperament. A silence fell among the group as they too pondered the reasons behind their predicament. As they walked, they encountered Hagrid, who was carrying a dead chicken. "Hello, children. What is troubling you?" Hagrid's jovial voice rang out. "Hello, Hagrid. It's nothing, just encountered a bit of a rough patch," Hermione replied, shaking her head. Kevin looked at Hagrid and had a sudden inspiration. Perhaps they could diverge from the movie's plotline and attempt to obtain clues that might expedite the opening of the Chamber of Secrets. Hagrid, you must be aware of the recent attacks. Do you have any insights about the chamber? Kevin recalled that Hagrid had been wrongfully accused of being the chamber's opener 50 years ago. Hagrid was taken aback by Kevin's abrupt question, as were the other two. First, I must tell you that the chamber is extremely dangerous, Hagrid began. But Hagrid, are you aware of the current rumors? Those who are misinformed are casting suspicion on Harry, and this doubt could deeply wound him. If we do not resolve the chamber's issues soon, Harry will become the target of scorn, Kevin asserted. Harry looked at Kevin, deeply touched. He could feel Kevin's genuine concern, whether it was in defending him or seeking information about the chamber. Hagrid fell silent, glancing at Harry and noticing his wan demeanor. It was evident that things had not been well for him lately. After a moment of hesitation, Hagrid finally spoke. In truth, Kevin, I was accused of being the opener of the chamber 50 years ago, but I never opened any such thing. They sent me to Azkaban, where I endured many distressing memories. Now, I hardly recall the events of that time. It is possible that Hagrid, empathizing with Harry's plight, a similar experience of being unjustly suspected, decided to reveal the truth. What? The trio gasped in astonishment, realizing that Hagrid was indeed a figure from the past. Well, I apologize, Uncle Hagrid, for stirring up unpleasant memories, Kevin said, bowing his head in remorse. Oh, it's of no consequence. It has been so long, Hagrid replied. If you wish to learn about the Chamber of Secrets, perhaps my pet Aragog might still recall some details. I can inquire on your behalf. Really, Hagrid? The trio was exceedingly excited, finally grasping a new lead. What kind of pet is so remarkable? Living for 50 years and still able to remember events from 5 decades ago? Kevin quipped, fully aware of the 8-eyed spider, yet unable to resist the urge to jest. Aragog is a magical creature. Where is he? Let us go ask him now. Not so fast, children. I understand your eagerness, but Aragog resides in the Forbidden Forest, and you cannot venture there unaccompanied. Moreover, you do not know him and could be in danger, Hagrid warned once more, advising them to behave for the time being, promising to inquire soon. Ultimately, the group bid farewell to Hagrid, who was off to report to Dumbledore about the recent incident involving someone strangling his chickens. Kevin, thank you. Harry suddenly embraced Kevin, who had become akin to family, always willing to share the burden of troubles. All right, two grown men embracing. What a sight. Kevin quickly pushed Harry away, especially upon noticing Hermione's piercing gaze. Once Harry was released, Hermione immediately stepped in, casting a glare at Harry as if to stake her claim on him. Harry awkwardly scratched his head. Ron, ever the fellow who prioritized romance over friendship, elicited a resigned chuckle from Kevin. The atmosphere among the four friends lightened, and they departed in laughter and camaraderie. Chapter 35. The third victim attacked, informing Dumbledore of everything. However, the laughter soon faded as Harry heard that peculiar voice once more. Realizing that yet another tragedy was about to unfold, he hastily led his friends in pursuit of the sound. They soon encountered the ghostly figure of Sir Nick, floating in midair, his head and neck separated, alongside Justin, who lay petrified on the ground. Harry attempted to approach for a closer look, but Kevin restrained him. Before long, Filch arrived on the scene, witnessing the spectacle before him. Without hesitation, he accused Harry of being the perpetrator once again. Filch, mind your words, Kevin admonished, his tone ominous, suggesting he was ready to take action should the need arise. Kevin. But in the next moment, Professor McGonagall appeared and curbed Kevin's impulsive behavior once more. Professor McGonagall, we were merely passing by. We just spoke with Hagrid. If you don't believe us, you can verify with him. Kevin calmly distanced himself and the others from the suspicion, denying Filch the opportunity to wrongfully accuse them. I understand, children, but the situation is growing increasingly dire. I need you to find Professor Dumbledore and have him address this matter. Professor McGonagall, of course, harbored no doubts about Kevin and his companions. However, the current situation was beyond her capacity to manage. She subsequently arranged for Filch to escort Justin to the infirmary, while also requesting a vial of Mandrake restorative potion from Professor Snape. Previously, both Mrs. Loris and Colin had utilized the Mandrake restorative potion. Upon awakening, Colin merely recounted having seen a pair of yellow eyes in the camera before losing consciousness again, rendering his account ineffectual. As Professor McGonagall departed with the quartet, Harry once more caught sight of a multitude of spiders marching in neat formation out of the window. Kevin noticed them as well, yet he refrained from commenting, prioritizing their immediate obligation to follow Professor McGonagall. They approached a statue of a griffin with wings unfurled, whereupon stepping forward, McGonagall uttered the phrase iced lemonade. The statue began to rotate, revealing a staircase that guided the four to Dumbledore's floor. Upon entering the office, they found it vacant, with only a large red bird remaining on the desk, Fawkes, the Phoenix. In the film, Dumbledore had merely mentioned that the Phoenix could be reborn from its ashes, could support the weight of several adults, and that its tears possessed healing properties. However, Kevin suspected there were other undisclosed abilities. He recalled a scene from a particular film where a phoenix perched on Dumbledore's head, and upon a clap from Dumbledore, they both transformed into flames and vanished. Returning his gaze to the office, it was filled with an assortment of peculiar items, with portraits of past headmasters adorning the walls. On the cabinet to the right of the desk, the sorting hat, which they had previously encountered, greeted them warmly. Yet, Kevin paid little heed. Knowing that Fawkes was nearing the moment of rebirth, he approached the phoenix and deftly plucked a handful of its tail feathers. Fawkes emitted a startled cry and then suddenly ignited, turning to ashes. "Kevin, did you just kill that bird?" Ron exclaimed in disbelief. Harry and Hermione mirrored his incredulity, as the events had transpired far too swiftly. "Uninformed, are we? This is a phoenix. It dies periodically, only to be reborn from its ashes," Kevin remarked, brandishing the phoenix feather. "And these feathers are quite valuable." "Indeed, Kevin," Dumbledore's voice resonated suddenly as he appeared on the small balcony of his office, descending while elucidating the nature of the phoenix. "However, Kevin, I must express my disapproval of your rather brusque treatment of Fawkes." Dumbledore, adorned with half-moon spectacles, regarded Kevin with a lowered brow. "How fortuitous, Headmaster Dumbledore, for I too find your recent indifference towards Harry's plight rather disagreeable," Kevin retorted boldly, thrusting the phoenix feather into Harry's hand before addressing Dumbledore without reservation. Harry, momentarily taken aback, clutched the feather in confusion. Dumbledore silently scrutinized Kevin, offering no words. To be frank, Kevin felt his back dampened with cold sweat. The intensity of Dumbledore's unwavering gaze was profoundly intimidating. The trio sensed the atmosphere shift to a heavy tone. And just as one of them intended to speak up for Kevin, Professor Dumbledore entered the scene. "Professor Dumbledore, wait, hear me out. It is certainly not these children. If necessary, I can go to the Ministry of Magic to testify for Harry and the others." It was evident that Hagrid had heard of the recent attack, and in haste, he rushed over. His arrival, however, disrupted the somber mood. "Hagrid, do not be anxious. I too believe these children would never harm anyone." Dumbledore raised his hand to signal Hagrid to remain calm. "Oh, I see. All right then, I shall wait for them outside." Hagrid, momentarily taken aback, regained his composure, clearly understanding Dumbledore's words, and nodded reassuringly at the children before departing the room. Once Hagrid left, Dumbledore approached Kevin, placing a hand gently on his shoulder. Yet, Kevin felt no threat. Dumbledore merely regarded him with warmth. "Good boy, I am pleased that Harry has made your acquaintance." Kevin exhaled in relief, realizing that Dumbledore had merely been probing his resolve. "You too. You are all good children." Dumbledore's kind gaze enveloped the four youngsters. Harry and his companions also breathed a sigh of relief, as they had feared Dumbledore might question Kevin about the incident involving the phoenix feather. Dumbledore then moved to Harry's side. "Harry, I am truly sorry for the ordeal you have endured. I am diligently seeking the Chamber of Secrets to clear your name. But thank you, Professor. I understand. I will find a way to resolve it myself." Harry felt the concern emanating from Dumbledore. "However, Harry, I wish to ask you, is there something you would like to share with me?" Dumbledore observed Harry intently, having already sensed something amiss. He always seemed to arrive at the scene of the victim in a timely manner. Harry hesitated, uncertain whether to speak, as this ability felt peculiar even to him. "Harry, there is no need for concealment," Kevin interjected, hoping Harry would disclose the entirety of the matter to hasten the resolution of this farce. After all, the identity of the Parselmouth was already exposed. What was there to hide? Looking into Kevin's earnest eyes, Harry finally steeled himself and decided to trust Kevin's judgment. "Very well, Professor Dumbledore, I have been hearing a voice that emanates from within the walls and ceiling, constantly calling for bloodshed, craving violence. Following the voice led me to discover that someone had been attacked." Upon hearing this, Dumbledore furrowed his brow, evidently deep in thought. He surely knew secrets that the four children were unaware of, but lacked the crucial clues. "I believe I have discerned the identity of the assailant." Dumbledore pondered for a considerable time before speaking softly. "It must be the basilisk," Kevin interjected confidently. Dumbledore turned his gaze towards Kevin, a hint of surprise flickering in his eyes, yet he did not refute the claim. "The emblem of Slytherin is a serpent, and Slytherin himself was a Parselmouth. It is highly probable that the monster he sealed away was indeed the basilisk. Only a successor of Slytherin, possessing the same ability to speak with snakes, could locate and control such a creature. Harry, being a Parselmouth as well, is able to hear the basilisk's intentions to attack, while we remain oblivious to its whispers. Within the walls and ceilings, there are likely some hidden passages, allowing the basilisk to traverse through the pipes and strike at the students of Hogwarts. Coupled with the recent mysterious deaths of Hagrid's chickens, one must consider that snakes are typically afraid of chickens. Thus, someone is clearing the way for the basilisk." Kevin divulged all this information in one breath. The three friends gazed at him in astonishment, as did Professor Dumbledore, though he concealed his surprise. "Kevin, when did you come to this realization?" Hermione inquired. Upon witnessing the demise of Hagrid's chickens, a memory sparked, and upon hearing Harry recount the events, all the clues fell into place in my mind. So, are you suggesting that another Parselmouth has discovered the Chamber of Secrets and unleashed the basilisk? Ron queried. I believe so. It's actually Ginny under Tom's control. Professor Dumbledore, I heard that the chamber was opened 50 years ago. Was there also a Parselmouth at that time? Kevin pressed on. Dumbledore was taken aback by Kevin's analytical prowess, deducing that a Parselmouth had existed 50 years prior. After a moment of contemplation, he replied, Indeed, Kevin. There was a Parselmouth in the school 50 years ago. His name was Tom Riddle, and now he is known as Voldemort. The trio was astounded, while Kevin found it unsurprising. This was the reason why the events of 50 years ago had remained shrouded in silence. Yes, Dumbledore affirmed with a nod. Then, Professor Dumbledore, do we have any information about the student who perished 50 years ago? Kevin intended to pursue the final lead. She was a girl who met her end in the girls' restroom, now known as Moaning Myrtle, Dumbledore explained. Suddenly, he paused, as if struck by a revelation. I believe I know where the chamber is and how to enter. Without further explanation, Dumbledore led the four of them towards the girls' restroom where Moaning Myrtle resided. Hagrid, stationed outside, was momentarily taken aback but was informed by Dumbledore that he could return for the time being. Kevin analyzed the situation for his friends, explaining that Moaning Myrtle had died in that very restroom, which likely served as the entrance to the chamber, a notion Dumbledore did not refute. Soon, they found Myrtle. Miss Myrtle, I apologize for disturbing you at such a late hour. Dumbledore addressed the ghostly girl weeping within the restroom. It was the first encounter for Ron and Harry. Oh, Professor Dumbledore, it is a pleasure to see you. What brings you here? Myrtle responded, her demeanor remarkably composed in Dumbledore's presence. We wish to understand what transpired in this restroom many years ago. Indeed, Dumbledore had previously inquired about this matter, speculating that the chamber might be located nearby. However, he was unable to ascertain its exact position. Now, with Harry's ability to speak Parseltongue, there was a means to uncover the chamber. His questions were intended to alleviate the confusion of the children present. Moaning Myrtle recounted how she had once wept in this very place, only to hear a boy's voice speaking in a language she could not comprehend. In her attempt to drive him away, she encountered a pair of large yellow eyes in the lavatory, which ultimately led to her demise. Harry and his companions turned their gaze towards the structure encircled by several sinks, where Harry astutely noted the serpent emblem upon the taps. Harry, attempt to open it using Parseltongue, Dumbledore instructed. Without hesitation, Harry complied, uttering a few incomprehensible words. Gradually, the sink before them parted, revealing a hidden passageway. They had found the entrance to the chamber. Yet, the four young ones felt no fear, for they were accompanied by the greatest white wizard of the century. The pinnacle of power in this world, Albus Dumbledore. Chapter 36. Entering the chamber, confronting Tom and the basilisk. Kevin observed Dumbledore beside him, utterly uncertain about how to proceed. Dumbledore alone could vanquish both the basilisk and Tom's memory fragment with ease. Having watched the film in a previous life, Kevin had often wondered why Harry did not share this information with Dumbledore, as it might have hastened the resolution of the turmoil. It was only after Dumbledore had been suspended that they discovered the chamber and found themselves fleeing from the basilisk's pursuit. Tom's memory fragment had also underestimated the situation, as Harry's sudden attack on the Horcrux caught him off guard, preventing him from retaliating. However, for the moment, such concerns were irrelevant. Professor Dumbledore, perhaps we should descend while you follow us invisibly. The mastermind may hesitate to reveal themselves if they see you, Kevin suggested. A clever idea, Kevin. Dumbledore replied with a smile. In the next instant, his figure vanished, and an unseen force lifted the four children, guiding them into the passageway of the chamber. Soon, they reached the bottom of the passage. Although Dumbledore's presence was no longer visible, Kevin felt assured he was nearby. Nodding to Harry and the others, Kevin took the lead. Surprisingly, there was a flicker of light underground. After traversing some distance, they stumbled upon a massive serpentine-shed skin. Yet nothing else transpired until they encountered a circular iron door adorned with multiple serpents, clearly a door that only a Parseltongue could open. Harry approached once more to unlock it with his ability. Before long, they arrived at the deepest section, a sewer lined with 2 rows of enormous serpent heads facing the passage. As they followed this path, they were astonished to see a young girl standing at the end. Her face strikingly familiar. Ginny, Ron exclaimed in disbelief. Another Parseltongue is Ginny? Hermione echoed, equally incredulous. No, look at her expression. Something is amiss. She appears to be under some form of control. Kevin alerted several individuals, and upon their glance, they found Ginny now in a stupor, her eyes vacant, resembling a cold-blooded serpent gazing at them. Ginny, what has happened to you? It's your brother Ron. Ron exclaimed urgently, attempting to rouse Ginny. It's futile. She will not awaken. She is under my control. At that moment, a tall figure emerged from the shadows. Tom Riddle. Which of you is Harry Potter? And who are you? What have you done to Ginny? Harry retorted loudly. Due to Kevin's rapid progression of events, Harry had yet to encounter Tom Riddle's diary and had never seen Tom before. "I am Tom Riddle. I had intended to seek you out, Harry. But it appears you have found your way here on your own. Quite impressive." One must admit, Voldemort was indeed handsome in his youth. It is perplexing how he could have chosen to transform into his current form. "How is that possible? You are from 50 years ago, and you are not Voldemort." Harry stammered, taken aback. Meanwhile, Dumbledore, concealed in the shadows, was also somewhat astonished upon seeing Tom, then contemplated a certain possibility. Fixating intently on the diary resting by Ginny's feet, emanating an ominous aura. Oblivious to Dumbledore's presence, Tom, in his memory form, continued to calmly elucidate Harry's inquiries. "I am a memory of myself at 16, preserved within my diary. It seems you are familiar with me, which simplifies matters. Harry, do me a favor. I need to kill you all." Tom spoke these words with a disconcerting calmness. How remarkably polite. With Kevin's booming command, he drew his wand and initiated the assault. As per tradition, stupefy. However, in the next moment, Tom also drew a wand, Ginny's wand. A shield charm arose, deflecting Kevin's attack. With Dumbledore backing him, Kevin remained unperturbed, casting protective spells upon himself before charging at Tom. Seeing Kevin take action, Harry and the others hesitated no longer, drawing their wands in unison. Reducto, Stupefy, Expelliarmus. They unleashed a barrage of spells at Tom, yet each was thwarted, and with a mere flick of his wand, Tom sent them all sprawling, inflicting varying degrees of injury. Kevin, however, surged towards Tom, brandishing the legendary sword of physics, striking directly at him. Clearly, Tom had not anticipated the magnitude of Kevin's strength. He remained unfazed, intending to leisurely cast a spell at Kevin. Yet, the shield charm shattered under Kevin's formidable force, sending Tom crashing into the stone wall as he attempted to conjure a spell. Harry and the others rejoiced, believing victory was at hand. However, Kevin understood that Tom's true essence resided within that diary. He dashed towards Ginny, aiming to retrieve the diary from her grasp. In an instant, a chilling green light shot towards Kevin. Avada Kedavra! Kevin felt every hair on his body rise. With quick reflexes, he hurled the crowbar towards the green light, successfully deflecting the killing curse momentarily. Seizing the opportunity, he scooped Ginny's body and vanished from the spot, leaving the diary behind. Unexpectedly, one could evade the killing curse. "What is your name?" Tom Riddle emerged unscathed from a cloud of dust, commending Kevin. Meanwhile, Kevin was drenched in cold sweat, having just felt the looming threat of death. Was Dumbledore truly capable? He swiftly returned to Harry and the others with Ginny in tow, setting her down gently. His reluctance to retrieve the notebook stemmed from the knowledge that Tom's essence resided within it. Should he inadvertently transport himself alongside the notebook, a close encounter with the killing curse would leave him utterly helpless. Once more, Kevin produced a crowbar, an item he had stockpiled in abundance. "I am Kevin. Last year, I delivered several blows to the current Voldemort." Unyielding in spirit, Kevin recounted his past achievements to taunt Tom. "How amusing." Tom chuckled lightly before turning to the massive face sculpture behind him, extending a hand and uttering incantations in Parseltongue. "Backstabber. Shadowless curse." As Tom summoned the basilisk, Kevin unleashed another spell, propelling Tom through the air and interrupting his incantation. "You despicable mudblood. Has no one ever told you that ambushing is shameful?" For the first time since his appearance, Tom's composure shattered as he vehemently berated Kevin. "Uft, this is a fight for survival. Who cares about honorable tactics?" Tom turned sideways, one hand gesturing towards the sculpture while the other brandished his wand at Harry and the others. Kevin cast another spell, resulting in a tremendous explosion. However, as the smoke cleared, Tom continued his incantation in Parseltongue, unscathed. Kevin rapidly approached the enormous face sculpture, and soon, its gaping maw revealed a stone door, through which a fearsome basilisk emerged. "Close your eyes." Before the creature could fully materialize, Kevin raised his hand and unleashed a blinding flash of light. The sudden brilliance disoriented the basilisk. Before the creature could recover, Kevin's crowbar descended upon its forehead with tremendous force. Fortunately, these crowbars had been reinforced with a solidifying charm, making them remarkably durable. The basilisk writhed in agony, emitting a horrific roar that reverberated through the vicinity. But that was not the end. Kevin leapt onto the basilisk's head, wielding both crowbars like a tempest, mercilessly striking its colossal skull. Hermione was the first to react, brandishing her wand and casting a shattering spell towards the watching Tom. However, Tom barely spared her a glance, casually deflecting the spell before launching an explosion that sent the others tumbling. His focus remained on the basilisk and Kevin. The basilisk thrashed violently, attempting to dislodge Kevin, yet he clung steadfastly to its head as if glued in place. With Kevin so close to the creature, Tom found it precarious to take action, fearing collateral damage to the basilisk. Meanwhile, Harry and the others, recovering from the blast, struggled to rise, glancing at Kevin's precarious position. Uncertain how to assist him, their gazes once again drawn to Tom. With Dumbledore providing reassurance, they remained utterly unperturbed, dispersing to launch a united assault on Tom, thereby granting Kevin precious time. Yet Tom maintained an air of elegance, unleashing explosive curses that hurled several opponents aside without taking their lives, intending instead to summon the basilisk to consume them. He raised his hand and spoke in parcel tongue, attempting to direct the basilisk to strike the wall and knock Kevin down. However, fate was not on his side, for Kevin's offensive capabilities far exceeded Tom's expectations. Kevin finally shattered a section of the basilisk's armored forehead. Discarding one crowbar and grasping another, he forcefully drove it into the gap, directly piercing the creature's brain. With a final, anguished roar, the basilisk summoned its last vestige of strength, propelling Kevin toward a nearby statue. Yet, Kevin leapt away in advance, narrowly evading this desperate assault. Just as the three companions celebrated Kevin's remarkable triumph over the fearsome basilisk, Tom seized the opportunity while Kevin was airborne, devoid of leverage, and unleashed a killing curse. Kevin reacted with remarkable swiftness, hurling the crowbar to intercept the curse momentarily. Nevertheless, the lethal spell continued its relentless pursuit of him. In that moment of despair, Dumbledore intervened. A crimson spell shot forth, colliding with the killing curse and diverting it from Kevin's trajectory. "Dumbledore, you've come," Tom exclaimed, visibly astonished. "Professor, cover me," Kevin urged, unwilling to linger for their reunion. Upon landing, he drew another crowbar and charged at the basilisk's corpse. Although Dumbledore was uncertain of Kevin's intent, he unleashed a formidable spell that sent Tom hurtling away. In the subsequent moment, another spell followed, striking Tom repeatedly, rendering him incapable of resistance as he was propelled through the air like a shuttlecock. Dumbledore, truly fearsome. The three companions watched in awe, marveling at the might of the greatest offensive magic of their time. Approaching the basilisk's corpse, Kevin raised his hand and struck down a massive venomous fong. Seizing the fong, he pivoted and dashed toward the notebook that lay on the ground, executing a sliding tackle that drove the enormous fong straight through it. The act was executed with unwavering resolve. A horrifying spectacle ensued as the notebook began to bleed warm, crimson liquid as if it were a living being. Previously, under Dumbledore's barrage, Tom had merely been sent flying without sustenance of injury. However, now he felt as though a beam of golden light had pierced through his chest, eliciting a tormented scream. In his dying moments, he fixed a fierce gaze upon Kevin before dissipating into nothingness. Tom's memory vessel was destroyed, and his Horcrux was shattered. In the next instant, Ginny's pupils regained their luster, breaking free from Tom's control as she gasped for breath. "Ginny, are you all right?" Ron rushed to support her. "I'm sorry, Professor. It was all my doing. I swear, I didn't mean to." Ginny, although under Tom's influence, remembered her previous actions and weakly spoke to Dumbledore. "I understand. My child, do not worry. The villain has been vanquished," Dumbledore reassured her, kneeling to stroke Ginny's head with comforting words. "Kevin." Hermione rushed towards Kevin, who was now lying on the ground, utterly exhausted. As expected, he was simply drained. Kevin managed a weak smile at Hermione. She quickly retrieved the restorative potion he had given her earlier and administered it to him. After consuming the potion, he felt significantly better. "It's all right now. It's all over." Kevin gently touched Hermione's injured face. She had sustained considerable injuries as well, covered in dust and some blood. Kevin hastily offered her a vial of potion too. However, Hermione appeared to be in a much better state than Kevin, assisting him as they made their way towards Harry and the others. In his hand, Kevin held the diary, having tucked away the poison fong. Dumbledore examined Harry and Ron's injuries, confirming that everyone was unharmed before lifting them all up and flying out of the chamber, returning to Hogwarts. Thus, the turmoil in the chamber came to an end. Ding! It has been detected that with the host's assistance, the turmoil in the chamber has been resolved considerably ahead of schedule. The chamber crisis has concluded. The host is rewarded with 5 to all attributes. Due to the early completion, an additional reward, 2 to innate talent. Ding! It has been detected that the host has gained preliminary recognition from a key figure, Dumbledore. Reward, 10 to spellcasting talent, 10 to magical power. Chapter 37. The Liberation of Dobby the House Elf. Harry, Kevin, Hermione, and Ron, during this opening of the chamber, faced an assault that affected several students, and your swift resolution of this crisis was indispensable. You four are worthy of receiving Hogwarts' Special Contribution Award. The following day, the four gathered in Dumbledore's office. They had all spent the night in the infirmary, and today they had fully recovered. Their injuries were minor, with Kevin having fought the fiercest yet sustaining the least harm. The other three had seen varying degrees of bloodshed, but they were far stronger than the previous year. Especially you, Kevin, who remained calm in the face of danger, bravely shielding your companions and providing them with your utmost trust and support. Professor Snape certainly did not misjudge you. The trio wholeheartedly acknowledged Dumbledore's words. Throughout this ordeal, Kevin had consistently stood up for them, particularly for Harry, who in his most helpless moments found Kevin advocating for him. "Thanks to the headmaster for saving my life," Otherwise, I would not have stood a chance against Tom. Kevin shook his head. After facing the killing curse twice yesterday, he truly felt helpless, once relying on speed and the other time on Dumbledore's timely intervention. With the turmoil concluded, he now had time to diligently study under Snape. His spellcasting talent had doubled, intelligence increased by 5, and his magical power nearly doubled as well. He was confident that his upcoming studies would proceed smoothly. Do not underestimate yourself, young one. You are still young and possess a bright future ahead. At that moment, the door to Dumbledore's office swung open to reveal Lucius Malfoy, accompanied by a small elf. Dobby, your master is Lucius, and you serve the Malfoy family? Harry asked in astonishment upon seeing Dobby. Lucius shot a glare at the elf at his feet, saying, "We will settle this later." He then stepped forward to confront Dumbledore directly. "Oh, Lucius, what brings you to the academy so early in the morning?" Dumbledore inquired. "I have heard that our great hero has resolved the crisis of the chamber, so I came to see him." His gaze was fixed intently on Kevin. Then he shot a glare at Harry. "I also heard that a student named Ginny had opened the chamber, and it was she who perpetrated the attack." "No. Ginny is innocent. Voldemort controlled her." Ron immediately countered. Harry also stepped forward to defend Ginny, producing the diary that contained Voldemort's essence. He had previously discovered that a book had mysteriously appeared in Ginny's cauldron after Lucius had approached her, but so much had happened at that time that he was uncertain. It was only upon seeing the book again that he was convinced Lucius had placed it in Ginny's cauldron. "Mr. Potter, I must confess that I do not recognize the book you speak of," Lucius sneered, refusing to acknowledge it. At that moment, Dumbledore spoke sharply. "Lucius, I have heard that you threatened the Board of Governors, demanding their unanimous consent to suspend me, or else you would curse their families." Dumbledore emanated an aura of authority as he fixed his gaze on Lucius. "And so what, Dumbledore? My concern has always been singular, the welfare of the school. And of course, the safety of the students. If you can resolve this matter, that would be splendid. If not, then do not blame me for persuading the governors to suspend you." Lucius, slightly faltering, feigned righteousness, acting as though all his actions were for the good of the school. This time, Voldemort had exploited the children of the academy through this diary, but fortunately, they had timely uncovered his scheme and thwarted him. "I hope in the future, no one will thrust Voldemort's remnants into the hands of the innocent. Such actions must bear a grave consequence," Dumbledore warned, gazing intently at Lucius as if to intimidate him. "Is that so? I eagerly anticipate your students' ability to rescue their peers time and again. Farewell." With that, Lucius tossed his head and turned to leave, cursing Dobby and kicking him down the stairs. Harry looked at Dobby with sympathy and promptly requested the diary from Dumbledore, slipping one of his socks inside. He then chased after Lucius, thrusting the diary into his hands, saying, "Mr. Malfoy, this belongs to you. Return it." "I do not comprehend what you are saying, Mr. Potter," Lucius remarked coldly, eyeing the tattered notebook in his grasp. "You are well aware that you were the one who placed this book in Ginny's cauldron," Harry asserted, fixing Lucius with a determined stare. "Oh, is that so? Why not prove it?" Lucius mocked, knowing Harry had no evidence to substantiate his claim. After saying this, Lucius casually tossed the notebook to Dobby, instructing him to hold it, and then turned to leave. However, Harry quickly gestured for Dobby to open the book. Although Dobby was puzzled, he obliged and discovered a sock within. "Did my master give Dobby a sock? Dobby is free. Dobby is free." Dobby stared incredulously at the sock in his hand, his tone shifting from uncertainty to jubilant exclamations. Lucius, walking ahead, turned back impatiently, only to find Dobby retrieving a sock from his notebook. In an instant, he realized he had been outsmarted by Harry. Harry had cleverly concealed a sock within the notebook, passing it through Lucius's hands to Dobby. Consequently, Dobby emerged with the sock from the book, thus freeing himself from his enslavement. This knowledge had been imparted to everyone by Hermione after their encounter with Dobby. Naturally born house elves are destined to serve a master from birth, and only upon receiving a piece of clothing, even if it is merely a sock, can they break their servitude and reclaim their freedom. Harry had exploited this fact to enable Dobby to obtain a sock from Lucius, thereby liberating him from his bondage. "You have deprived me of my servant." Lucius seethed with rage upon realizing he had been deceived. He drew his wand, intent on retaliating, but Dobby swiftly raised his hand and sent Lucius flying. Dobby stood resolutely before Harry, declaring, "You shall not harm Harry Potter." Lucius, incensed by Dobby's audacity and Harry's triumphant smile, gritted his teeth in fury. Ultimately, he could only mutter a feeble threat before stumbling away in defeat. Dobby expressed his heartfelt gratitude to Harry Potter, who had formally accepted Dobby, though he wished Dobby would refrain from saving him in the future, as it seemed to lead to greater peril. The other three friends soon descended the stairs. Having witnessed the entire episode, Hermione nudged Kevin, seemingly urging him to reconcile with Dobby after having previously bullied him. Reluctantly, Kevin approached and patted Dobby on the shoulder, saying, "Well done, I have a newfound respect for you." Dobby perked up, his ears twitching with joy. Once the ordeal concluded, Hogwarts hosted a grand feast. Having endured a challenging period, the school owed much to the 4 brave Gryffindor children who had unraveled the mystery of the Chamber of Secrets. It was thanks to Kevin's restorative potion that the petrified students were revived so swiftly. Thus, I extend my gratitude to these 4 children, presenting them with the Hogwarts Special Contribution Award, along with a reward of 50 points each. The Gryffindor table erupted in jubilant applause. The little lions were thrilled, confident that the House Cup would once again belong to Gryffindor this year. Their honor would forever be enshrined in the trophy room of Hogwarts. Now, let the festivities commence. Kevin and Ron, like ravenous souls reborn, dove into the feast with fervor. Hermione quietly sat beside Kevin, diligently serving him food. Thanks to Kevin's expedient progress, they had resolved the significant matters at Hogwarts even before Christmas, allowing them to return to their cozy home for the holiday. The thought filled Hermione with delight. Meanwhile, Kevin, while enjoying his meal, gazed at his system panel, deep in contemplation. Name, Kevin. Attributes, physical strength, 30. Magical power, 32. Intelligence, 25. Talents, spellcasting talent, 23. Potion talent, 17. Alchemical talent, 7. Flying talent, 3. Inventory, none. Available attribute points, 0. Available talent points, 0. The rewards for completing the chamber this time are exceptionally generous. And it seems the system is encouraging him to alter the narrative. Having finished the chamber well ahead of time, he received an additional reward. Kevin has also realized that he is perhaps too eagerly involved in the plot. Last year, he had contemplated allowing the trio to tackle the challenges independently while he provided support. Perhaps he subconsciously believed that as the protagonist, Harry needed to grow. However, this year's circumstances have clearly exceeded expectations, subjecting Harry to widespread criticism, prompting Kevin to step in on Harry's behalf, striving to resolve the chamber's challenges as swiftly as possible. Remarkably, he inadvertently earned an extra reward. This led Kevin to contemplate that the system seems intent on his own empowerment rather than Harry's. He also noticed that throughout this academic year, he had hardly sought out Snape for practice, since he had completed this year's tasks ahead of schedule. It was time for him to focus on strengthening himself. Next year would be manageable, merely a horde of Dementors, and upon encountering Wormtail, he would incapacitate him, ensuring he could not escape, and he must prepare a truth serum along with Wolfsbane potion. The following year, however, would be critical with Voldemort's resurrection. He worried about his ability to participate in the Triwizard Tournament, which weighed heavily on his mind. What are you thinking so deeply about? Hermione's sudden inquiry snapped Kevin back to reality. Oh, nothing much, just pondering whether we should spend Christmas together, allowing our uncles and aunts to enjoy a little couple's world as well. Kevin winked at Hermione. Her cheeks flushed slightly. If that were the case, wouldn't they also be in their own little world? Kevin was quite mischievous, always plotting something. Nevertheless, she found it appealing. Sounds good, Hermione quickly agreed. The two began to secretly discuss their plans for Christmas. Chapter 38, The Train Attack. What's the matter, our great hero, Mr. Kevin? Is this where you falter? Kevin lay on the ground, battered and breathless. Opposite him stood Professor Snape, who was not faring much better, his hair slightly disheveled and also panting, with some injuries visible. However, his condition was undoubtedly far superior to Kevin's. Struggling to rise, Kevin lowered his wand and began to chant. Incendio. Suddenly, 5 fiery orbs materialized around him, shooting towards Professor Snape with a whoosh. Snape's expression shifted to one of caution. This boy consistently managed to concoct peculiar spells, each possessing considerable power and practicality. This fireball was a first for him. Snape waved his wand, and 5 spells shot towards the fireballs. However, upon their initial contact, a series of terrifying explosions engulfed the room. Even Kevin was caught in the blast. When the dust settled, Kevin had completely lost consciousness. Snape, too, was left sprawled on the ground, and both fell silent. They had effectively perished together. Suddenly, a tremor in space heralded the appearance of Dumbledore, who had come to investigate the violent explosion that had just transpired, only to find one large figure and one small figure lying motionless. Kevin has conjured yet another spell, nearly causing this reinforced room to collapse. Dumbledore, with a look of exasperation, waved his wand, restoring everything to its original state. He then tended to the 2 individuals lying motionless, and once Snape regained consciousness, he displayed his usual aloof demeanor, as if nothing had transpired. However, Kevin was not as fortunate and was sent to the infirmary, lying there in a state of disarray. Did you practice spells with Professor Snape and end up like this? Ron exclaimed, his face filled with horror as he looked at Kevin, who was swathed in bandages. Kevin nodded in affirmation. What exactly were they practicing? Hermione pinched Kevin's relatively uninjured arm, reproaching him. Did I not advise you against practicing such perilous spells? What if you sustained hidden injuries? I was wrong. Kevin replied with resignation. He merely wished to test a newly invented spell, which operated similarly to a grenade. It involved compressing high concentrations of fiery energy into a sphere, then integrating the principles of an explosive charm. Upon contact or deliberate release, it would detonate immediately. However, it seemed unsuitable for indoor use. Honestly, I'm fine. I just sustained a few external injuries on the way here, which is why Madame Pomfrey wrapped me up like this. I'm nearly recovered now. Yet you still insist on pushing your limits. Hermione pinched him again. Ouch. Kevin, Hermione, you're returning home this Christmas, right? Harry asked with a hint of envy. Indeed, Harry. Don't forget my gift, Kevin reminded him. Harry was left speechless. Soon, the Christmas holiday arrived, and the castle was adorned with festive decorations. On the day of the break, Kevin and Hermione bid farewell to Harry and Ron and boarded the Hogwarts Express to return home. Are you truly all right? Hermione inquired, sitting beside Kevin in the train compartment. Absolutely. I'm as lively as ever, Kevin declared, raising his arm in demonstration. Do not overexert yourself, Hermione pouted, yet she couldn't resist giving Kevin's arm a gentle squeeze. Before long, Kevin became drowsy and laid his head on Hermione's lap, dozing off. As Hermione absent-mindedly brushed Kevin's bangs, her mind wandered to peculiar thoughts. Her cheeks flushed. Just as she was lost in her reverie, Kevin suddenly opened his eyes. This startled Hermione, but before she could utter a word, Kevin swiftly embraced her, shielding her head as they both tumbled to the floor of the compartment. In the next moment, boom, a fiery spell shattered the window, engulfing the compartment in flames. Someone is attacking the Hogwarts Express. What on earth is happening? Nearby young witches and wizards were terrified by the sudden explosion, screaming and frantically fleeing from the carriage. However, it was only Kevin's compartment that had been targeted. As the flames dissipated, Kevin shielded Hermione, a semicircular water barrier enveloping the two of them. Hermione, already startled by Kevin's abrupt movement, was rendered speechless by the sudden attack, finding herself protected beneath him. Once the fire subsided, Kevin raised his hand and unleashed a spell towards the window. Inferno Blast. 10 fireballs shot forth in rapid succession, traversing a considerable distance before erupting in the air. Boom. The explosions that followed were even more terrifying, engulfing a vast expanse outside the train. Although the train itself remained unscathed, every nearby window shattered, inciting further panic among the young wizards. Kevin, though unable to see anyone, was acutely aware of their presence outside. He cast a wide-area spell to disrupt the rhythm of the attackers. Leaning out, he spotted 2 figures and 2 flying broomsticks plummeting from the sky. Likely a consequence of his spell, a fall from such a height would surely result in severe injury or death. 3 more figures remained airborne. Without waiting for them to recover from the sudden explosion, Kevin shouted, "Stupefy!" The attackers on their broomsticks were pursuing the train, directly opposing the trajectory of his spell. Almost instantaneously, one of the assailants was struck down by the stunning spell, blood spraying as he collapsed to the ground. Hermione's voice rang out beside him just in time. Observing Kevin rise to confront the threat amidst the chaos of the explosion, she too snapped back to reality, asking no questions, and leaned out to cast a spell at another figure above. Another silhouette was knocked from the sky. The last remaining attacker quickly regained composure and unleashed a torrent of flames towards Kevin's direction. Kevin summoned a water shield for defense, while Hermione swiftly targeted yet another figure in the air with an explosive curse, sending that person hurtling away and shattering their broomstick. Their synergy was impeccable, one defending while the other attacked. Hermione, it's not over yet. Someone else boarding the train. Kevin grasped Hermione's hand firmly, leading her swiftly out of the compartment. The train began to slow down. Although Hogwarts had been notified, assistance would not arrive swiftly. The two made their way through the train carriage towards the front. Behind them, 5 masked individuals had infiltrated the train, pursuing them relentlessly. As they walked, Kevin spotted an empty compartment and guided Hermione inside. Due to the Christmas holiday, fewer people were traveling, resulting in numerous vacant compartments. Once inside, Kevin cast a protective charm to obscure the interior from external view and to thwart any attacks. He then cast several defensive spells upon himself and Hermione, intending to capture 1 or 2 of the assailants to extract information through the use of a memory charm, though he had a strong suspicion of their identities. In no time, the group of attackers reached the compartment. The relentless pursuers suddenly halted. This carriage was eerily silent. While the other compartments had been filled with panicking students, this one was devoid of life. They cautiously approached. One individual raised his hand and conjured a blazing inferno that engulfed the entire compartment. "There are people here," the leader stated in a grave tone. As the flames dissipated, shattered glass littered the floor of the compartment. Upon reaching the first compartment, the 2 scouts unleashed explosive curses into the interior, but received no response. Not this one. In the next compartment, as per usual, they found no one inside, yet 2 explosive curses were cast within. Still no sign of life. They proceeded to the next compartment. The other 3 stood at a distance, vigilant against a potential ambush, mindful of the explosions they had just witnessed outside the train, an event not to be underestimated. However, they believed that such devastating blasts, if unleashed within the train, would leave them vulnerable as well. "Hermione, the scenes that follow may be rather gruesome. I advise you to close your eyes," Kevin suggested, gripping 2 crowbars tightly. I will not falter. Feel free to unleash your full strength. I can take care of myself. Hermione replied, shaking her head defiantly. Very well, I shall first deal with the 2 pawns, then rush out immediately. You provide cover from behind. Do not concern yourself with me. Just cast your spells, Kevin instructed. As each compartment was struck by the explosive curses, 2 masked figures soon appeared before them. They quickly noticed the unusual cleanliness of this particular compartment. Just as they prepared to shout an alarm, 2 crowbars inexplicably shot forth from the air, crashing down with terrifying force upon their heads, sending blood spraying in all directions. In the next instant, Kevin burst from the compartment, hurling 1 crowbar like a cannonball towards the 3 individuals behind. Yet, the trio reacted swiftly. Almost instantaneously, as the first 2 were attacked, 2 raised their wands in defense, while the leader unleashed another explosive curse forward. The crowbar collided with the explosive curse, deflecting it, but sending it flying back. Nevertheless, Kevin, having thrown the crowbar, charged forward, catching the returning projectile in midair, and hurled it once more. Acting decisively, he conjured a water shield as he perceived flames erupting. The hurled crowbar shattered the first layer of defense, only to be engulfed by the roaring flames that followed. Just in time, Kevin's water shield rose to meet the inferno. The standoff between fire and water lasted merely 2 seconds before Hermione joined the fray, casting an explosive curse towards the flames. The ensuing explosion disrupted the fiery confrontation. Kevin swiftly followed up with the stunning spell, incapacitating the 2 adversaries. With remarkable speed, he countered incoming curses with his wand, while Hermione too dispatched another foe with her own stunning spell. However, the leader's counterattack concluded at that moment, resulting in a clash of spells between him and Hermione, causing a ripple of magical energy to erupt in the air. Despite Hermione's considerable talent, her limited magical reserves succumbed to the leader's mightier spell. At that moment, Kevin drew his wand with his other hand, casting with both. Explosive flames collided with the water shield, sending 2 fireballs hurtling towards the attackers, while a robust water shield was erected before Kevin and Hermione. Realizing the precarious situation, the leader quickly conjured a defensive charm, and the next moment, an explosion ensued, affecting Kevin, Hermione, and the 3 assailants. The compartment was left in ruins, torn apart by the blast. In the face of the explosion, Kevin shielded Hermione, with the fireball's force being manageable, only causing slight disorientation. Stunning spell. As the smoke began to settle, Kevin unleashed a spell into the lingering haze, while his other wand cast another explosive curse. Hermione was not idle either. She cast an explosion spell that engulfed the area. The smoke and debris were violently dispersed, sending the 2 assailants flying several meters away, their fates uncertain. The leader fared no better, as the recent explosion had shattered his defenses. Before he could regain his composure, Kevin unleashed a precise spell alongside 2 more explosive incantations, leaving him with a battered body, teetering on the brink of death. Hermione, do not let your guard down. Remain vigilant, Kevin instructed, leading her towards the trio. He dispatched the remaining 2 assailants with swift, lethal strikes, ensuring they were incapacitated. Once he confirmed their silence, he urged Hermione to stay alert for any lurking attackers. He then turned his attention to the still-breathing leader, casting a memory extraction spell. A torrent of unfamiliar memories flooded his mind. He discovered that these individuals were mercenaries, having received a letter that disclosed Kevin's whereabouts. They took advantage of his absence from Hogwarts to orchestrate the ambush. Within these memories, he discerned himself alongside 10 other figures. 10? Including him. That made 11. Kevin abruptly withdrew from the memory spell and embraced Hermione. In the next moment, a terrifying explosion erupted within the train car. Chapter 39, Elimination of all assailants. Boom. In a sprawling meadow, a train car erupted with a violent explosion. The entire compartment was obliterated, countless fragments soaring through the air, including the silhouettes of Kevin and Hermione. Kevin shielded Hermione closely, yet the force of the explosion rendered her unconscious, while he strained to maintain his composure. He had hastily cast several defensive spells, but they were insufficient against such a cataclysmic blast. The sheer force shattered his protective enchantments, and they were hurled through the air. As they descended, another spell struck, shattering Kevin's newly erected defenses. He clutched Hermione tightly and was once again propelled away. But he retaliated with a barrage of 5 explosive fire spells directed at the source of the attack. Nearby students had already fled, fearing collateral damage. Boom. Whether the spells found their target remained unknown, but at least they bought Kevin some time to land safely. Though he bore injuries, Hermione's wounds were superficial. Once stabilized, Kevin cast a protective charm around them and applied several defensive spells on Hermione, armed with a crowbar in one hand and his wand in the other. He remained on high alert. He was still unaware of the enemy's location, having been ambushed unexpectedly. Reveal yourself. Kevin suddenly sensed movement in the grass to his right. Yet no one appeared when he cast a revealing spell. Just then, he noticed another disturbance to his left and cast the spell again, but still found nothing. It seemed his opponent sought to drain his energy. In response, thick smoke billowed forth. Centering himself, Kevin unleashed a dense fog to obscure visibility. Disillusionment charm, he murmured, casting it on both Hermione and himself. He then scooped Hermione up and darted through the smoke like a gust of wind, while outside the haze. The assailant, wielding the same illusionary spell, furrowed his brow as the thick smoke obscured his target. In the next moment, he perceived a gust of wind surging through the haze, as if an invisible figure were emerging from the mists. The combination of fog and invisibility. Did he dare to flee? The attacker scoffed coldly and pursued the direction from whence the disturbance came. Reveal yourself, he commanded, casting a spell towards that vicinity. Yet, to his astonishment, he found no one in sight. I found you. However, an eerie voice echoed from behind him a heartbeat later. Bang! Kevin swung his crowbar directly at the unseen air, and an apparition materialized, crushed by the force of his terrifying blow, sent careening away, its waist shattered. In truth, Kevin had not stepped out of the mist. He had merely unleashed a gust spell, creating the illusion of an entity fleeing the fog. With his waist broken, the last assailant succumbed to despair, collapsing onto the ground in agony, his lower body rendered useless. Yet, Kevin felt no inclination to prolong his suffering. With a swift and lethal strike, he ended the man's life. More pressing was the matter of Hermione. Kevin dispelled the illusion spells binding them both, cradling Hermione as he returned to the train. Now, the train lay severed in two, its occupants terrified by the sudden onslaught, scattering from the site of the explosion. Kevin located a relatively intact carriage and brought Hermione into a compartment, gently placing her on a chair. He rummaged through his bag, producing several vials of potions, essence of bone, healing elixirs, restorative drafts, and mana potions. Just as he administered a restorative potion to Hermione, she stirred awake. Hermione, you're awake. It's all right now. Here, drink these potions, Kevin said with a smile upon seeing her regain consciousness. Kevin, I feel much better. I don't need any more potions, Hermione replied. Though Kevin remained unconvinced, wishing to administer another restorative potion to expedite her recovery. Hermione assured him she was unharmed. She inquired about the nature of the recent explosion, and Kevin recounted the tale of a lurking foe who had ambushed them while they were off guard. However, the threat had been neutralized, and with the train immobilized, they could only await rescue from Hogwarts. Once assured of Hermione's safety, Kevin stepped outside the train, leaping atop its roof, and unleashed a sonorous charm. Hogwarts students, the assailants have been dealt with. Please gather here and await rescue. His voice resonated through the spell, repeating thrice. At both the front and rear of the train, the entire student body had gathered, with security personnel stationed at the forefront, unable to leave the student side for fear of ambush. Suddenly, Kevin's voice reached them. Initially, the students were filled with excitement, but soon doubts arose. Was this voice merely a ruse of the attacker? After a brief deliberation, several security personnel resolved to send one of their number to investigate the situation. As the students deliberated, Kevin led Hermione off the train and into the open air, where he also took the opportunity to gather the bodies of the assailants. Initially, he found the 5 airborne attackers too distant to pursue, opting instead to assemble the remaining 6 corpses. The leader, who had been on the verge of death, met his demise in the final explosion, leaving only fragments of his limbs. With no further information to extract, Kevin soon noticed individuals emerging from both ends of the train to assess the situation. He called out to them loudly, informing them that all assailants had been neutralized, and instructed them to gather the students at his location. It was only then that they confirmed the situation and returned to summon the remaining students. Once all were assembled, including the train staff, the total numbered around 100. Some of those initially closest to the explosion bore minor injuries, while a few who had attempted to resist the attackers had also sustained wounds. Kevin distributed potions to aid their recovery and prevent any deterioration of their injuries. Kevin, are these all the assailants? Inquired the conductor, approaching Kevin and glancing at the 6 lifeless bodies on the ground. No, there were 5 more coming from the direction the train had arrived. But they were too far away for me to pursue, Kevin replied, shaking his head. Were there no survivors? The Ministry of Magic will undoubtedly investigate this incident. Daring to attack the Hogwarts Express is one of the gravest offenses in the Wizarding World. Given the stakes, I certainly spared no effort. However, I did employ the legilimency on one of the leaders before his demise. They were merely hired for this task, and had already arranged their escape route. I see. Among the students, a few recognized Kevin, yet none dared to approach him at that moment, all appearing frantic and scanning their surroundings, save for a handful of older students who maintained a semblance of composure. At last, reinforcements from Hogwarts arrived. A mere 15 minutes had elapsed since the attack. A commendable response time. Had it not been for Kevin's remarkable prowess, the initial fire spell could have easily annihilated both him and Hermione. If that had occurred, the assailants would have fled long before help arrived. Kevin, a familiar voice called out. It was Professor Snape. Professor Snape, you are here. Kevin stepped forward, Professor Dumbledore has also arrived, though he is currently investigating the assailants. Are the assailants not all dead? Not all. The mastermind remains at large, along with their stronghold. Snape remarked, his expression impassive as he surveyed the 6 corpses on the ground. They had arrived too late. The attackers had been slain. There are still 5 bodies over there. There should be more to find. Kevin recounted the events in their entirety. Dumbledore would not let the assault on the Hogwarts Express go unpunished, and the Ministry of Magic would respond stringently under his directive. He began with the airborne quintet and concluded with the final explosion, detailing the assembly of students and the distribution of potions. It seems you've stirred quite a bit of trouble to have someone specifically hired to eliminate you. Ultimately, this is all you're doing, Snape remarked. His tongue as sharp as ever. I too am a victim, Kevin retorted with dissatisfaction. Soon, the officials from the Ministry of Magic arrived, leading to yet another tedious round of questioning. They managed to locate the 5 assailants who had come from the direction of the train, astonishingly, 2 of whom had survived. The term survived felt rather peculiar when referring to assailants. Before long, they confirmed their identities through the use of the memory charm and proceeded with a deeper investigation. By the time they finished, night had fallen. Kevin and Hermione, as the primary witnesses, were delayed until now before being allowed to leave. Kevin, do you think Mom and Dad are worried about us? We've been gone for so long. Hermione expressed her concern. Don't fret. Hogwarts has sent a letter to every parent, informing them of the train's temporary malfunction and the delay in returning the students. Kevin reassured her, recalling what Snape had just informed him. That's good to hear, Kevin. Do you think it could be? Hermione hesitated, contemplating the possibility of Lucius sending someone after them. I would wager that's a likely scenario. As I have indeed crossed paths with that individual, Kevin nodded in agreement. Then let's inform Harry and Ron, so they can be cautious as well. Rest assured, they are at Hogwarts, far safer than we are, he replied. The 2 of them nestled close together, having returned to their compartment, awaiting the restoration of the train through magical means to take them home once again. This was Hermione's first experience with such an attack, and she felt a sense of panic. It was unlike the adventures at Hogwarts. This was a genuine act of terror that could occur at any moment, be it here, in the Muggle world, or within the safety of their own homes. Fear not, Hermione. Both Hogwarts and the Ministry of Magic will certainly provide us with an explanation. Not to mention, Professor Dumbledore would never allow anyone to harm his students. That is his utmost principle. Kevin gently caressed Hermione's head, soothing her anxiety. Hermione nodded in agreement, resting against Kevin as drowsiness began to overtake her, and ultimately, she fell into a deep slumber. Chapter 40, A Sweet Christmas. Mom and Dad. Hermione exclaimed as she leapt into the embrace of the Granger couple. It was the morning of the 2nd day, and they had finally returned to the Muggle world. The Granger couple had come early to welcome them back, and upon seeing her parents, little Hermione's melancholy was swiftly dispelled. Welcome back, dear. And you too. Kevin, welcome back. Mr. Granger greeted them warmly. Hello, Uncle and Auntie, Kevin replied as he approached to greet the 2 parents. All right, let us head home. We've prepared a grand feast for you. Mr. Granger beckoned them to join him in the car. Naturally, they first returned to Hermione's home, as a long-awaited reunion called for a gathering to reminisce. Neither of them mentioned the attack, deeming it unnecessary to burden their parents with such concerns. Before long, they arrived home. Dear, your hair has grown quite long. Perhaps you should consider a trim for convenience? Mrs. Granger inquired as they all sat chatting together on the sofa after their meal, gently stroking Hermione's hair. Hermione touched her own hair, realizing it was indeed rather lengthy. However, she glanced at Kevin, seemingly seeking his opinion. Rest assured, you look lovely in any hairstyle. If you find it cumbersome, a shorter cut would indeed be easier to manage. Kevin advised. Perhaps you might consider styling a high ponytail, Kevin suggested, recalling Hermione's words. Mom, could you help me give it a try? Hermione eagerly requested her mother to assist her. In no time, a sleek and elevated ponytail was fashioned, which indeed suited her remarkably well. It imparted an air of elegance and efficiency, perfectly aligning with her persona as both an academic prodigy and a natural leader. Do you think it looks good? Hermione twirled before Kevin. Mr. Granger felt a twinge of heartache, as his beloved daughter had not demonstrated her new hairstyle for him. It looks splendid, truly befitting of you, Kevin remarked, gently stroking the high ponytail. A refreshing essence of youth enveloped them. Hermione's hair is so lustrous and adorable. You should experiment with various styles, Mrs. Granger suggested. Kevin pondered, inspired by Mrs. Granger's words. Perhaps I should learn some hair design techniques so I can style Hermione's hair in the future. He shared this notion with Mrs. Granger, inquiring if she could teach him some basic hairstyling methods. Naturally, Mrs. Granger agreed with enthusiasm. Hermione was delighted at the prospect of having Kevin help her style her hair. Kevin's aptitude for learning was beyond doubt. He would grasp the techniques after just one demonstration from Mrs. Granger. She also imparted knowledge about hair care and maintenance, ensuring that Kevin could assist Hermione in this regard. Kevin, of course, was more than willing. While magic offers convenience, There are moments when the personal touch holds a certain charm. Young Hermione reveled in Kevin's attentive ministrations, akin to a contented cat purring under gentle strokes. However, when Kevin attempted some playful pigtails, her laughter was soon replaced with exasperation. Kevin, Hermione, resembling a startled cat, chased him around the room in a flurry. The Granger couple nestled together, watching the two children frolic, savoring the bliss of familial joy. The following day, Kevin took Hermione to an orphanage. As usual, he brought along numerous gifts and a generous donation. Thanks to Kevin's support last year, many areas of the orphanage had been refurbished, and the other children had received new clothes and abundant food, creating an increasingly vibrant atmosphere. This place represented his first home in this world, and he would never forsake it. Even the Granger couple had participated in charitable activities here, offering free dental checkups for the children and donating a plethora of personal hygiene products. BRR, it's quite chilly. Kevin and Hermione strolled through the bustling streets of Britain, eventually arriving at a square adorned with a magnificent Christmas tree, resplendent with decorations. Give me your hand. Kevin extended his hand, inviting Hermione to rest hers upon it. Her cheeks flushed, perhaps from the cold or something else entirely. She obediently placed her hand in his. Her small hand was soft and comforting to hold. Kevin joined their hands together, enveloping Hermione's with his warmth. The bracelets they wore emitted a subtle, gentle glow. Kevin, why are your hands so warm? Hermione inquired, feeling the comforting heat radiating from him. Perhaps it is due to my robust health. So, if my hands grow cold in the future, may I hold yours? Hermione asked Kevin with a hint of shyness. This little adult, Hermione, only revealed her childish side at such moments. Regardless of whether your hands are cold or warm, you may hold them any time, Kevin replied with a smile. Both were acutely aware of each other's sentiments, and they stood on the brink of a romantic relationship, merely separated by a thin veil of unspoken words. Yet, neither dared to voice their feelings. It seemed that the moment was not yet ripe. After all, they were merely 12 and 13 years old. Indulging in their current flirtation felt rather delightful. With joy, Hermione clasped Kevin's hand and continued their shopping excursion, insisting on purchasing new clothes, claiming their current outfits would soon be ill-fitting. Kevin agreed, and they tried on numerous garments. Hermione selected warm tones for him, though later reconsidered their suitability. Despite Kevin's undeniably charming appearance, one could sense that his features were gradually adopting a sharper demeanor, much like his hairstyle, which no longer suited the puppy style. Perhaps a more wolfish aesthetic would be fitting? Hermione then sought out some cool-toned, tailored outfits for Kevin, which indeed elevated his presence. My taste is impeccable, little Hermione proudly declared as she admired the dashing Kevin she had styled. Kevin, on the other hand, was less discerning when it came to clothing. He found every piece Hermione tried on to be delightful. He contemplated purchasing everything extravagantly, but Hermione halted him, reasoning that such garments would need to be replaced after a year or two. She made a valid point. Ultimately, they settled on a few cute ensembles and several more formal ones, playful attire for dates, and sophisticated wear for school. As they walked down the street clad in their new outfits, the strikingly sharp Kevin held hands with Hermione, who resembled the sweet girl next door. The contrast between the fierce-looking boy and the adorable girl, with him gazing down at her with a tender affection, captivated onlookers. Upon returning home, Mrs. Granger exclaimed, "Wow, Kevin, you look so handsome," as she joyfully embraced him, growing increasingly fond of her handsome boy. "Mom," Hermione protested, feeling a twinge of jealousy, as she had hardly embraced Kevin herself. "What is the harm in letting my mom hug Kevin?" she teased, glancing at him. Kevin remained silent, for he could not afford to offend either of them. Under Mrs. Granger's playful scrutiny, Hermione seized Kevin away, denying her mother another embrace. Kevin had not forgotten his earlier desire for a magical camera. Thus, the day before Christmas, he took Hermione on a stroll through Diagon Alley, where they found a rather splendid camera. This way, they could capture their joyful moments together. Their first photograph at Hogwarts had already been sent to Hermione's home, now displayed for Mr. and Mrs. Granger to see. Kevin cherished that photo, for it encapsulated the blush of youth and the warmth of companionship, two souls leaning together, enveloped in an overwhelming sense of happiness, as if they possessed the entire world. However, he ultimately acquiesced to Hermione's desire to return home, as the first photograph taken at school was undoubtedly meant for her parents. After all, they would be living together in the future and could see each other at any time. Kevin purchased a cotton candy for Hermione, seizing the moment to capture a candid shot while she indulged in the sugary treat. In that moment, she appeared adorably dazed, much to her dismay when she insisted he delete the photo. Indeed, girls are often quite particular about their image in photographs. Another year had passed, and it was once again the Christmas season. "Hermione, Merry Christmas," as she sat by the Christmas tree unwrapping gifts from her parents. Kevin stealthily emerged from the room, cradling a large orange cat. "Ah, a cat. How adorable," Hermione exclaimed with excitement, embracing the feline and gently rubbing its belly. The cat, surprisingly calm, showed no resistance whatsoever. "How did you know I had been yearning for a cat?" Hermione joyfully inquired as she held the cat close. I noticed your roommate brought a pet cat this year, and you often gazed at it. Naturally, I figured it out, Kevin replied, affectionately ruffling her hair. Cuddling the cat. Hermione nestled into Kevin's embrace, behaving like a cat herself as she nuzzled him, giggling foolishly. Hey, let us give this cat a name. What do you think it should be? If it were up to me, I would simply call him Big Orange. It's too casual to name him that. I propose we call him Crookshanks. I find Big Orange to be more relatable, Hermione retorted, clearly unconvinced. How about we let him decide? We can each call out our preferred names, and if he responds, that will be his name. Sounds good. Crookshanks will surely love that name, right, Crookshanks? As Hermione agreed. She secretly attempted to influence the cat's choice. They placed the orange cat on the sofa. Big Orange, Kevin called out first, but the cat remained unresponsive. I told you, he doesn't like that name, he remarked. Crookshanks, Crookshanks. Hermione eagerly called out, yet the cat paid her no mind. Meanwhile, Kevin stood behind her and discreetly waved his wand. Suddenly, the cat reacted with a meow. Hooray, Crookshanks acknowledged me, Hermione exclaimed, lifting Crookshanks triumphantly and casting a cheeky glance at Kevin. Kevin, helplessly ruffling Hermione's hair, conceded, all right, you win. This clearly delighted Hermione, who beamed with joy, snuggling against him. Hermione's gift to Kevin was a scarf she had hand-knitted, a deep blue adorned with 2 vertical white stripes running the length of it. It perfectly complemented Kevin's demeanor. And combined with last year's cloak, his appearance was even more striking. Thank you, Hermione, Kevin said, grasping her hand. Appreciating the care she had put into creating it and the comfort of the material, Hermione nestled into his embrace, and in that moment, words were unnecessary. Chapter 41. Subverting Draco. The holiday passed swiftly, and Kevin bid farewell to the Grangers before returning to Hogwarts with Hermione. Harry, Ron, we're back. They entered the Great Hall, where the 2 boys awaited their return, much like last Christmas. Kevin, why are you dressing even more flamboyantly than last year? Ron observed Kevin, who was now adorned with Hermione's scarf, draped in her cloak, with one hand casually tucked into his pocket, striking a pose. You don't understand anything. Kevin flicked his scarf with a flourish. Kevin, Hermione, let us discuss something serious. I heard that your train home was attacked. Is that true? Harry leaned in to inquire. They had heard whispers of the incident despite the school's efforts to keep it under wraps. Some students couldn't resist writing to their classmates to share the news, which then spread. You seem to be quite well informed. So it is true. What happened? How could anyone dare to attack Hogwarts students? Ron asked, astonished. As the primary victim, Kevin's ordeal was not widely known, so they were unaware that he was the one attacked. This isn't a suitable place to talk. Let us find somewhere else. Kevin hesitated before leading them to Hagrid's hut for a visit. Due to his rapid completion of the Chamber of Secrets, many events diverged from the film's narrative. For instance, in the movie, Hagrid was imprisoned in Azkaban for being the prime suspect in the last opening of the chamber. However, thanks to Kevin, that did not transpire this time. Happy Christmas, Uncle Hagrid. Thank you for your Christmas gift. Oh, you're back. Come in, sit down. I just brewed some hot tea. Hagrid warmly welcomed them inside. Kevin, I heard you were attacked on your way home. Are you injured? Hagrid inquired, having heard the news with concern. Don't worry, Uncle Hagrid. I dealt with the attackers, and I'm unharmed, Kevin replied calmly while sipping his tea. What? Kevin, you handled the attackers? Harry and Ron exclaimed in surprise. Reluctantly, Kevin recounted the details of the attack. So, these individuals have a grudge against you and targeted you specifically? Harry asked, his expression grave after hearing Kevin's account. Yes. I used the memory charm to probe the leader's recollections. They were commissioned in a letter, but I couldn't see who the sender was. However, I have my suspicions. Thus far, the only influential person I've crossed is Lucius. Lucius? How could it be him? Kevin, why don't you report him? Harry asked indignantly. Without evidence. It's futile, Kevin shrugged. I'm just curious, what is the memory charm? Ron asked timidly. Ron, you really ought to read more. Kevin sighed and explained the charm. But it wasn't entirely his fault. Being only in second year, no one introduces such concepts to second-year students. Rest assured, Kevin, Dumbledore is taking this matter very seriously. Even if he can't apprehend Lucius, he will at least make a significant impact on the underground market, Hagrid reassured Kevin. Hagrid himself frequently visited the underground market to acquire various peculiar creatures or materials. The underground market, akin to the black market, exists in every world, harboring unsavory dealings that persist despite the Ministry's attempts to suppress them. Eventually, the Ministry of Magic resolved to confine the majority of the black market to Nocturne Alley, establishing a public faade of a pseudo-black market. This arrangement encouraged many black market traders to settle there, preventing them from causing further chaos across Europe, thus facilitating management. However, those truly engaged in nefarious dealings still dared not venture into Nocturne Alley, leaving a handful of clandestine underground markets to persist. At that moment, a knock echoed from outside. Hagrid went to answer the door and found Draco, who appeared to be glancing around, seemingly wary of being discovered. Kevin, I'm so relieved to see you safe, Draco exclaimed as he stepped inside. Calm down, Draco. Have a seat and enjoy a cup of tea, Kevin replied soothingly. Draco took a moment to compose himself, yet he cast a somewhat guilty glance at Kevin and the others, ultimately steeling his resolve. Kevin, regarding the recent attack on the Hogwarts Express, though I possess no concrete evidence, I suspect my father is behind it. Draco's voice was low and grave, reflecting the turmoil and conflict within him. His words fell like a stone cast into a tranquil lake, sending ripples of surprise and even anger across Harry, Ron, and Hermione's faces. They were eager to interrogate Draco, yearning for further clarification. However, Kevin raised a hand calmly, signaling them to be patient. Understanding the inner struggle Draco faced, a dilemma between friendship and family, a formidable choice indeed. Draco, there's no need to feel burdened. This is beyond your control. And you have already given me a warning. The trio recalled that Draco had indeed cautioned them at the beginning of the school year, and they found themselves settling down. Contemplating Kevin's words, they realized that Draco could not be blamed for his father's actions. However, Draco, I must inquire, through this incident, have you perceived the so-called glory of your pureblood lineage in your father? Or have you only witnessed his foolishness, arrogance, selfishness, and incompetence? Kevin's tone shifted, fixing his gaze upon Draco with an intensity akin to an interrogation. Draco hesitated, his body trembling slightly. This was not the glory he had envisioned for his pureblood lineage. Yet, the architect of these deeds was none other than his father, Lucius Malfoy. Kevin formally addressed him by his full name. Draco looked up. Confusion etched on his face as he met Kevin's gaze. You are the heir of the Malfoy family. You must cultivate your own convictions and not be swayed by your father. The glory of the Malfoy name, the honor of being pureblood, and indeed, your own honor, Kevin stated, rising slowly and approaching Draco, applying gentle pressure. He stood before Draco, looking down upon him. This glory is not inherently yours. It is something you must strive for, resist, and reform. That is the glory that rightfully belongs to you, to purebloods, to the Malfoys. Kevin enunciated each word, locking his gaze onto Draco. The trio once again discerned the shadow of Snape and Kevin, an overwhelming sense of oppression enveloping them. Under Kevin's verbal onslaught, Draco began to weep, clutching his head as if in rebellion, his inner turmoil intensifying. For over a decade, had his father's teachings been a fallacy? Yet, he could not bring himself to align with his father's deeds. As the next heir of the Malfoy lineage, he yearned to seize his own destiny and strive for the glory that was rightfully his. After a prolonged silence, he murmured, Kevin, I now comprehend what must be done. But alone, I cannot defy the entirety of my family. Draco ceased his trembling embrace of his head, lowering himself as he spoke in a somber tone. Do you understand why someone as formidable as Dumbledore, capable of quelling the mightiest wizards in the realm, would choose to humble himself as a mere schoolteacher? Kevin smiled, the oppressive atmosphere dissipating as he patted Draco's shoulder. Why? Because education imparts the correct values to children, enabling them to understand their true selves, liberating them from the confines of familial isolation, preventing them from becoming mere puppets through generations. Here, you can encounter many kindred spirits, gradually transforming this decaying wizarding world. We are your allies, Draco. You are not alone. We shall assist you in resisting this corrupt family. Admittedly, these were merely Kevin's imaginative musings. The true rationale behind Dumbledore's choice to teach eluded him, yet he hoped to enlighten this bewildered child. Harry and the others were stirred by Kevin's impassioned words, igniting within them a newfound motivation and purpose for their studies. They rose to stand beside Draco, affirming their solidarity. Indeed, children are easily swayed. A few words about bonds and dreams set their spirits ablaze. Yet, what was the matter with Hagrid, the portly man in his 50s, shedding tears of emotion? Chapter 42, Steady Growth and the Winged Beasts. After enlightening Draco, he finally discovered his purpose, and the last vestiges of tension between him and the trio dissipated. Nonetheless, Draco maintained a haughty demeanor, proclaiming that as the future head of the Malfoy family, they ought to curry favor while there was still time. A swift kick to Kevin's backside silenced him. Draco also exhibited a desire to grow stronger, seeking to learn alongside Kevin and Professor Snape. However, he could barely withstand a single spell from Snape, who promptly dismissed him, instructing him to return home for milk. Meanwhile, the intensity of training between Kevin and Snape escalated. As Snape recognized Kevin's formidable talent, which was growing stronger each day, gradually, he ceased to hold back during training sessions. Consequently, Kevin emerged from each session battered and bruised, often requiring assistance to be carried to the infirmary. This prompted Hermione to confront Snape on multiple occasions, but the enigmatic professor merely flicked his hair, dismissing her entirely. Infuriated, Hermione, if not for Kevin's intervention, would have sought a duel with Snape. With the absence of the Chamber of Secrets crisis, Kevin wholeheartedly devoted himself to self-improvement in this latter half of the semester. His time spent with Hermione diminished significantly, aside from attending classes and sharing meals. As well as their fixed Saturday respite, he was either engaged in rigorous training with Snape or recuperating in the infirmary. Hermione appeared to sense Kevin's urgency, the pressing desire to grow stronger. Was it due to his helplessness against Tom, or the attack on the train? Regardless of the reason, she did not wish to become a burden to Kevin. Thus, she too began to intensify her efforts. She did not want to be an encumbrance should unforeseen circumstances arise in the future. She aspired to alleviate Kevin's burdens and be his source of support. Notably, Draco discovered Kevin training Hermione on Saturday and shamelessly sought to join in, requesting Kevin to train him as well. Kevin acquiesced, and Hermione did not oppose. Yet during their sparring, Hermione's strikes were exceedingly forceful, leaving Draco weeping in distress. Subsequently, he summoned Harry and Ron to share in Hermione's wrath, resulting in all three being reduced to tears by her prowess. Thus, life unfolded in a well-ordered manner. Kevin's combat abilities gradually expanded, to the point where even Snape was compelled to exert his full strength. Currently, the only one at Hogwarts capable of easily subduing Kevin was Dumbledore himself. However, through his studies with Snape, Kevin reaped substantial benefits, not merely mastering spells, but also acquiring the finesse to wield them adeptly, fluidly adapting to confront various adversaries. Kevin also sought Dumbledore's permission to train in the Forbidden Forest, a locale that would better hone his extraordinary physique. In the depths of the Forbidden Forest, he tore apart acromantulas with his bare hands, disturbing their nests to the extent that Aragog emerged to seek Hagrid's assistance. He harassed the centaurs, compelling them to hunt him down, engaging in guerrilla tactics. Remarkably, he befriended a Thestral, utilizing Hagrid's teachings to earn its loyalty. In summary, Dumbledore, who had been secretly monitoring him, felt a mix of admiration and concern. Kevin was a promising talent, and Dumbledore wished to prevent any misfortune from befalling him. Hence his covert observation. However, upon witnessing Kevin's combat prowess, he felt a sense of relief. Kevin even encountered a werewolf in the Forbidden Forest, not the type afflicted by lycanthropy, but a genuine werewolf. During their grappling, he refrained from striking several times, recognizing the peril of such a combat style. Should he be bitten and infected with lycanthropy, the consequences would be dire. Fortunately, Kevin's formidable strength prevailed, and after exhausting numerous crowbars, he ultimately subdued the werewolf. Consequently, Dumbledore took it upon himself to expel the other werewolves from the Forbidden Forest to prevent Kevin from courting danger again. Kevin, is this Thestral you found in the Forbidden Forest? Hagrid inquired, astonished at the creature beneath Kevin. Indeed, I named him Dubai, Kevin replied, referring to the majestic Thestral with its pristine silver coat and striking amber eyes. Oh my goodness, she is truly exquisite. May I touch her? Hagrid exclaimed, rubbing his hands together in excitement. Of course, Hagrid, I brought her here precisely for you to meet. Kevin replied as he gently dismounted from the back of the great beast. Hello, dear creature, I am Rubius Hagrid, a friend of Kevin's, he said while bowing respectfully to the magnificent creature. Hagrid awaited her response with eager anticipation. After a moment, the creature lowered her head in acknowledgement. Oh, how delightful to meet you, my dear. Hagrid beamed with the joy of a man weighing 500 pounds, slowly approaching to tenderly stroke the beast's neck. It must be said that, without a doubt, he is destined to become a professor of magical creatures next year, demonstrating an admirable understanding of their nature. He effortlessly gained the creature's trust. My dear, I have a winged friend as well, and I believe I can introduce you, Hagrid continued while caressing the creature. The beast tilted her head, seemingly intrigued, though her attention was captivated by the chicken in Hagrid's hand. She desired to eat, to indulge. Kevin, of course, recognized that Hagrid was referring to the winged beast named Thestral that would make its appearance next year, or was it something else? He preferred simpler names like Big White and Big Orange, which were far easier to remember. At that moment, Hermione arrived at Hagrid's hut, cradling Crookshanks in her arms. Kevin had informed her that he would be bringing the creature. Wow, she is stunning. Hermione couldn't help but express her admiration upon seeing the magnificent beast. Hermione, why not try bowing as well? Come and give her a gentle touch, Kevin encouraged. How could the lovely Hermione be refused by the creature? After Hermione bowed, the creature returned the gesture. Only then did Hermione approach to stroke the magnificent beast. However, it was evident that Crookshanks was somewhat apprehensive of the creature. Hermione had no choice but to place him inside Hagrid's hut before returning to continue petting the beast. Why did you bring Crookshanks along? Kevin inquired, his curiosity piqued, as she had not brought him before. It's because of Ron's rat, Scabbers. I don't understand why he keeps a rat, but Crookshanks is always trying to catch him. And Ron comes to complain to me about it, Hermione replied with a slight pout. A cat that catches mice is a good cat, Kevin remarked with a light-hearted chuckle. A good cat, indeed. It would be splendid if it could catch that little nuisance soon. Don't worry, in time, Ron and his rat will adapt, Kevin reassured her. Shall I take you for a flight on Big White? Absolutely. But, Kevin, are you sure you can manage? Hermione hesitated, recalling Kevin's apparent fear of flying. A man cannot say no. Kevin would not allow Hermione to underestimate him. He scooped her up and mounted the winged beast. Big White, let us ascend. With a mighty cry, the creature spread her expansive wings and, with a powerful leap, took to the skies, lifting Kevin and Hermione into the heavens. Wow. Haha. This is incredible, Hermione exclaimed, feeling the wind rush past her as she soared in Kevin's embrace, her worries seemingly swept away by the breeze. I told you I could do it, Kevin exclaimed proudly. Well, if only your voice weren't so shaky, I might believe you, Hermione teased, laughter bubbling forth from her. There is no alternative. A talent level of 3 in flying is my utmost limit. Perhaps I should consider seeking the approval of the flying professor. Who knows? Her endorsement might elevate my abilities by a few points. Yet, upon reflection, I shall forego that notion. Chapter 43, Holiday Plans. During this latter half of the semester, Kevin's life has been remarkably fulfilling. He and Snape have finally reached a point of equilibrium, although the stakes would be dire in a life-or-death struggle. The holiday season is upon us once again, and Snape has bestowed upon Kevin double the potion ingredients from last year, tasking him to complete them over the break. Throughout this academic year, Kevin has brewed potions approximately once a month, producing a substantial batch each time, and with Snape's assistance in selling them, he has managed to save a considerable sum. With the upcoming semester largely free of obligations, he plans to devise ways to earn more money, aspiring to secure a house. After bidding farewell to Snape, Kevin and his companions made their way to the train. Once aboard, they found themselves crammed into a compartment, engaged in lively conversation. Kevin even summoned Draco, stating he had matters to discuss. Harry, you are nearly 13. Surely your uncle will impose fewer restrictions now. During the holidays, do come visit Hermione and me. We could all gather for a barbecue. Kevin extended the invitation. Absolutely. Even if my uncle tries to restrict me, I will certainly find a way to go, Harry assured, having come to realize through Draco's situation that he could break free from his uncle's oppressive grasp. He no longer wished to endure such constraints. Ron, Draco, I will write to you both. You must join us, he added. Both Ron and Draco agreed. Though Ron expressed a hint of skepticism, will it be you writing, or Hermione? You must know by now. This time, the return journey was devoid of any attacks. It seems Dumbledore has indeed made strides to restore order in the Wizarding World. Moreover, security personnel on the train had increased, and protective charms had been cast upon it. Once they returned to the Muggle world, they parted ways, agreeing to keep in touch through letters. Kevin and Hermione subsequently reunited with the Grangers, sharing a ride home. My dear daughter, how do you intend to spend this holiday? Mrs. Granger inquired during the journey. Kevin primarily adhered to Hermione's plans, requiring no further inquiry. Well, I haven't made any arrangements yet, but Kevin has invited friends over, Hermione replied. Oh dear, weren't you always the one orchestrating everything? Mrs. Granger asked curiously. It's Kevin's fault. He appended all my previous plans, and I've come to realize that plans often fail to keep pace with reality. Perhaps it's better to take things as they come, she reflected, having adopted a more laid-back approach from spending time with Kevin. Me? Blame me? Well, let us find a time for our family to go on a trip, perhaps to camp on a lovely mountain. You can invite friends to join us. What do you think? Mr. Granger suggested while driving. That sounds splendid, Hermione exclaimed, her spirits lifted at the prospect of traveling. Kevin had no objections either. Speaking of which, the following academic year, the school will organize an excursion to Hogsmeade, a village entirely inhabited by wizards, seemingly in close proximity to the academy. It resembles a spring outing, requiring parental consent for attendance. Who should I seek for a signature? Headmaster Hops? The Grangers? Or Professor Snape? Soon, they returned to their cozy little home, where Mrs. Granger had prepared a sumptuous feast to welcome them. The walls of the house were adorned with numerous photographs taken during their last Christmas celebration, and it appeared that Kevin was gradually integrating into the family, no longer feeling the stark separation he once did. If one were to be precise, Kevin still addressed the Grangers as uncle and aunt. After dinner, they gathered together to discuss their travel plans. Ultimately, they settled on a renowned nearby resort area, known for its picturesque scenery and opportunities for camping, fishing, and hunting. Hermione eagerly volunteered to organize the camping equipment, naturally enlisting Kevin to assist her. The adults were quite at ease allowing them to prepare, knowing that regardless of how well they managed, it would be an unforgettable experience for the children. Kevin proposed that 2 days before their departure, they should invite Harry and the others to join them for shopping and planning. Hermione initially thought that it would suffice for just the two of them to handle the shopping, but after some contemplation, she decided that since they were all going on this adventure together, it would be best to respect their wishes and agreed to the plan. Mrs. Granger smiled and praised Hermione for learning to share joy with her friends. In the past, Hermione had always acted independently, arranging plans based solely on optimal solutions. While efficient, it lacked a certain warmth. After all, facing challenges alongside friends was an integral part of the journey. Kevin, seizing the rare opportunity to write, penned letters to Harry, Ron, and Draco, setting a time for them to prepare. He considered whether to invite the Weasley family, but ultimately decided against it. Wishing to keep the trip free from social obligations, inviting only peers, the Grangers would merely accompany them, allowing the children to engage in their own activities. Hermione observed that Kevin often exuded a sense of composure, patience, and emotional stability, yet whenever play and joy were involved, he transformed into a child, more enthusiastic and engaged than anyone else. Little did she know, Kevin had lived another life, one marked by the monotony of daily labor. Now, returning to his youth, he was determined to savor this second chance at adolescence, for once adulthood arrived, such carefree enjoyment would be unattainable. The following day, Kevin received replies from the three, all indicating their willingness to join. With little else to occupy their time, Kevin and Hermione enjoyed tea at the Grangers' home. Hermione pondered whether, after this delightful trip, they should invite their friends to stay next door until school commenced. After receiving the letters, Kevin began to contemplate this notion. It seemed somewhat cruel to return Harry to his oppressive home after such a joyful excursion. Therefore, he wondered if they could find a way to prolong this happiness. After all, Kevin had the financial means to indulge whims, easily accommodating three young friends. So where shall we stay? Hermione asked, taken aback by Kevin's proposal. We can stay here. I believe Uncle and Aunt would be willing to take me in, right? Kevin weakly addressed the Granger couple. Oh, of course, dear child. This has always been your home. You may reside wherever you wish. Mrs. Granger displayed her delight and gently patted Kevin's head, while Mr. Granger nodded in agreement. Hermione, of course, had no objections. She was simply elated at the prospect of living with Kevin. Subsequently, Kevin communicated this plan to the three of them through letters. Harry was the quickest to respond, expressing an intense eagerness. Next was Draco, whose tone was slightly haughty as he remarked that since Kevin had put it that way, he would grant him the favor. Finally, Ron seemed to have persuaded his mother after much discussion, and inquired if Kevin could bring Ginny along, as she appeared quite eager to join as well. Ah, Harry, your uncle is bringing a bride for you. Naturally, Hermione had no reservations. She had always maintained a good relationship with Ginny, and after the events in the Chamber of Secrets, the bond among the group had deepened. Hence, Kevin consented to this request. However, it seemed that Ginny and Draco were not yet well acquainted, so Ron would need to prepare Ginny in advance. At the same time, Harry was advised to dress handsomely, while Draco was encouraged to tone it down a bit. Alas, for the sake of this little circle, I truly worry incessantly. In the ensuing days, Kevin and Hermione frequently ventured out together. They would stroll through the streets, selecting cherished items, or find a quiet library to read the same book together, or perhaps seek out a cozy CF to savor rich coffee, or simply step into a cinema to enjoy an enthralling film. Although these activities could largely be accomplished at home, the ambience and experience of going out together were distinctly different. By evening, Kevin would carve out time to brew potions, with Hermione now able to assist. Last Christmas, she had diligently studied his notes, achieving the second-best grades in potions class, surpassed only by Kevin himself. After all, clever Hermione, under Kevin's guidance, was bound to excel. She was fervently passionate about mastering a subject, tirelessly learning alongside Kevin, and it was likely that in a few years, she would be quite proficient herself. They even tidied up the neighboring house, preparing 4 rooms for Harry and the others. Thus, time gradually approached the designated day. Chapter 44, Preparations Before Camping. Goodness, Harry, I asked you to look handsome, but you truly went all out. Kevin exclaimed in astonishment at Harry's new hairstyle. He recalled how dashing Harry had appeared in the 3rd installment, young and handsome, and now, standing before him, he was indeed striking, perhaps just slightly less so than himself. Harry felt a bit bashful at Kevin's candid compliment. Hermione regarded the two with a hint of skepticism. Today was the day they had all agreed upon. Harry had set out early with his luggage, taking a taxi to Kevin's place. Kevin introduced Harry to the Granger couple, and the two adults warmly welcomed Harry, who initially seemed a bit shy but soon became comfortable. A few individuals engaged in a conversation over tea, and after a while, Ron, accompanied by Ginny, joined Draco, who fortuitously found himself with them. They introduced themselves briefly, exchanged pleasantries, and agreed to gather for lunch. Kevin then guided the group to the neighboring house. Wow, Kevin, is this house yours? Ron exclaimed, surveying his surroundings with astonishment, a sentiment echoed by Harry. To be precise, it is still rented at the moment. I will purchase it outright once I've saved enough money, Kevin explained as he detailed the rental process while leading them on a tour and assigning rooms. Ginny was designated to stay in Hermione's former room, while the 3 boys had the freedom to choose their accommodations. Before long, everyone had settled their luggage and convened in the first-floor hall to deliberate on the itinerary for their journey. Kevin retrieved a map of the vacation area from his bag, which even featured photographs of certain locations. Here lies the site of our adventure. No, I mean, our trip, he proclaimed, taking charge as he pointed at the map. He outlined the plan to set up camp at a designated spot, proposing 2 options, one where the 4 boys would form a group and the 2 girls another, and the other where everyone would reside in a large tent. I will cast a non-detectable extension charm to ensure that the tent accommodates both genders with ample space. Kevin indicated a picturesque location nestled between mountains and waters, facilitating a vote on the preferred arrangement. Ultimately, The consensus favored the second option, as the prospect of shared accommodations promised more enjoyment. Excellent. Next on the agenda, our 2-day, 2-night excursion hinges on provisions. Given the wilderness setting, our theme will revolve around barbecuing and hearty stews. We shall procure our ingredients on the day itself, but this afternoon, we will visit the market to place orders with vendors. Please express any dietary restrictions you may have. Naturally, we can also engage in fishing, foraging for wild vegetables, and hunting, he added, presenting a prepared list of ingredients for everyone to review. Suggestions and dislikes were quickly shared, and soon it was evident that everyone was agreeable and not picky. Fantastic. Now, returning to the map, this mountainous region is vast, and since we are here, we must explore it all. Kevin then mapped out the route for the group while soliciting their opinions. Most of the time, they would have the liberty to pursue their own activities, but he cautioned against wandering off alone. He planned for everyone to enjoy the stream for fishing and to hunt together, leaving the rest to their discretion. With finality, Kevin declared that after lunch, they would procure supplies, with all expenses covered by him. Money is meant to be spent. Youth is fleeting, and if not now, then when? The others expressed a desire to share in the expenses. Harry and Draco, being affluent, were naturally inclined to contribute, while even Ron managed to secure some funds from home, considering he had brought his sister along. However, Kevin insisted it was unnecessary. If they had personal preferences, they could purchase items such as insect repellent or snacks, allowing for a more liberated and enjoyable experience. After all, it should not feel like a chore. Harry was filled with anticipation for his first camping trip with friends, a thought that sent a thrill through him. Kevin, on the other hand, envisioned playful moments splashing water with Hermione. Soon, they all finished lunch and set off with great enthusiasm for a major shopping expedition. They decided to purchase a larger tent for discretion. After all, fitting a group into a small tent would be quite a spectacle. Naturally, they also acquired a tent for the Granger couple. Additionally, they sought to acquire compact furniture suitable for the tent, including benches, tables, oil lamps, and sleeping bags. They even prepared some medical supplies, for potions are not omnipotent, and some injuries require proper care. Later, in his backyard, he would cast spells to shrink the furniture for easier transport. This tent was intended to be a lasting possession, to be kept in his extendable bag, which would also contain emergency food, medicines, and various tools, allowing them to create a cozy abode wherever they ventured. His mastery of the undetectable extension charm was a skill he had sought from Dumbledore, as Snape would never impart such practical knowledge. They also gathered a complete set of barbecue grills, pots, and coal. For the ingredients, Kevin led the group to the market to negotiate with vendors for a later pickup. Since they planned to frolic in the creek and fish, Kevin ensured they brought along swimsuits, fishing rods, and nets. Given the crowd outside, they could not stow these items in the extendable bag. Instead, they each carried a few essentials, making the arduous shopping experience a hands-on adventure. Upon returning home, everyone, except Kevin, was utterly exhausted. Yet, anticipation for the trip grew among them. Even Draco, the affluent one, felt the excitement of being out with like-minded companions. A distinctly different atmosphere. However, Draco couldn't help but boast incessantly about his past travels and experiences, exuding an air of pride while remaining enthusiastically engaged. That evening, rather than dining at the Grangers, the 6 of them cooked a meal together next door, with Kevin taking the lead, while Harry and Hermione lent a helping hand. Harry had spent many years laboring at his uncle's house and was well versed in household chores. Hermione, however, seemed to be in a silent competition with Harry, glaring at him as if guarding her territory. After dinner, noticing that everyone seemed at a loose end, Kevin casually initiated a game of blackjack with a deck of cards. He briefly explained the rules, and after a couple of rounds, everyone caught on and began to enjoy the game. They wagered on who would face the most arduous tasks of gathering firewood and stoking the fire during their camping trip. As the night wore on, surprisingly, Kevin ended up losing the most. Was it possible that this group possessed some sort of good fortune? The following day, Kevin set up the tent in his backyard, inviting his friends to help pack their belongings inside before he began to cast his spells. This is a 33-foot tent, which, upon the application of an extension charm, transformed into a spacious 15 by 15 area, amply filled with various odds and ends. A few individuals tidied up the space, delineating areas for males and females, as well as a cozy little living room in the center. It appeared quite presentable, and the Granger couple came in to marvel at the wonders of magic. Ultimately, through the incantation, the tent was folded away, ensuring that it would retain its original form upon the next opening. The seamless expansion charm. Chapter 45. The Tale of Kevin and Hermione in the Woods. On the day of their excursion, Mr. Granger rented a van, providing ample space to accommodate all the children. After collecting the previously ordered provisions from the market, they set off towards their camping destination. It was the off-season, and the mountain area was devoid of other visitors, making it a realm exclusively for their group of children. With no one around, Kevin discarded any pretense. With a wave of his wand, he summoned all the items from the extension bag, effortlessly erecting a campsite. The entire process took mere minutes, completing what would have otherwise taken an hour. Such is the beauty of magic. The Granger couple set up their campsite a mere 10 meters away, seemingly wishing to enjoy a world of their own, requesting the children to keep their distance and not disturb them. All right, everyone, feel free to explore the area or rest in the tent. I will call you for lunch around noon, Kevin informed the others, mentioning that he would gather some firewood, as charcoal was intended for grilling while firewood was for the campfire. Their campsite was in close proximity to a small stream, and naturally, the four children hurried off to catch fish in the water. Hermione approached Kevin, suggesting, "Shall we gather firewood together?" The young Hermione would not allow Kevin to toil alone, primarily relishing this rare opportunity for solitude. Kevin nodded, and the two ventured into the woods, hoping to stumble upon some delightful treasures. To ensure their safety, Kevin cast a repelling charm, a scent-blocking charm, and even a protective shield charm upon both himself and Hermione, wary of any wild animals that might suddenly emerge from the underbrush. "Look, Hermione, there's a squirrel in that tree," Kevin exclaimed, pointing to a nimble creature darting along a branch. "Wow, it's so small. There must be a squirrel hole nearby. Perhaps it has stored some food for the winter." Hermione's eyes sparkled with curiosity. "Really? Are you planning to raid the little squirrel's stash?" Kevin teased. "What are you talking about? I'm just curious." "I'm not as mischievous as you." Hermione playfully kicked Kevin's shin. "Well, let us follow it. We might uncover something interesting," he suggested. Before long, the duo indeed discovered a small tree hollow, with a curious little squirrel peering out. The hollow was not high, so Kevin lifted Hermione, leaping onto a relatively sturdy branch, cradling her thigh with one hand to allow her to sit on his arm. Startled by the sudden appearance of humans, the little squirrel bared its teeth, attempting to frighten off the intruders. The squirrel ought not to be able to breach the protective charm. Hermione extended her hand into the depths to explore what treasures lay within. Kevin observed from below, offering a rather unsavory suggestion. This seemed rather unkind. The little squirrel had toiled hard to gather its belongings. Hermione, evidently moved by compassion, reasoned that merely taking a glance posed no harm, as she would return the items afterward. This logic compelled her. With newfound determination, she reached into the nook, far more resolute than Kevin had anticipated. The squirrel screeched in protest, gnawing at Hermione's hand with fervor, though it could not penetrate her defenses. Within the confines, Hermione discovered a handful of small fruits and a collection of assorted trinkets. Yet, upon inspection, she found the contents rather lackluster. However, the little squirrel was not pleased. It leapt from its burrow and pounced onto Hermione's face. A startled gasp escaped her lips. Despite the protective charm, the sudden assault startled Hermione, prompting an instinctive retreat, her arms flailing. Yet, with Kevin's supportive embrace, she found herself leaning backward. As Hermione teetered on the brink of losing her balance, Kevin swiftly lowered her to the ground, enveloping her in his arms just as they tumbled from the tree trunk. In the chaos, he lost his footing and fell alongside her, Hermione collapsing into his embrace. "Kevin, are you all right?" she inquired, momentarily forgetting about the squirrel, her eyes filled with concern. "I am unscathed, but perhaps you should remove that creature from your head. It seems to be entangling your hair," Kevin replied, bemused by the little squirrel's antics atop Hermione's head. Hurriedly, Hermione dislodged the squirrel, but the feisty creature persisted, scrambling back towards her. "Now, little one, it's time to return your provisions," Kevin said, lifting the squirrel and placing it among the scattered fruits. The small creature, seemingly quite resourceful, promptly began to transport its bounty back to its nest. With that, Kevin and Hermione made their swift exit. "Your hair resembles a bird's nest at present." Kevin chuckled, eyeing Hermione's tousled locks. "Stop laughing and help me tidy it up," she retorted, pinching his waist. All right, I will, just let go," he acquiesced, dutifully assisting her in restoring order to her hair. After some time spent in this endeavor, they realized they had gathered nothing of substance. However, truth be told, their venture into the woods was not merely about collecting firewood, but rather to savor the experience of foraging amidst nature. Kevin, with a casual tug, could have easily pruned the trees around them and returned with a bundle of firewood. As he helped Hermione with her hair, a faint rustling sound emerged from the nearby bushes, indicating the approach of some small creature. Upon turning to investigate, they were greeted by the sight of a rabbit bounding forth from the underbrush. Hermione's eyes sparkled with delight. What an adorable rabbit. Kevin's gaze, however, lit up for a different reason. What a delectable rabbit. In an instant, he brandished a crowbar, intent on securing the little creature. Hermione, quick to intervene, grasped his hand. "Kevin, please don't harm it. The rabbit is too precious." "Hermione, I assure you, its flavor will surpass its charming appearance." No, you cannot eat it," she exclaimed, clinging to Kevin like a sloth, her arms wrapped around him. With a sigh, Kevin resigned himself to the fact that a rabbit would not grace their outdoor meal today. "Hermione, the chicken you often enjoy was once a delightful little creature too," he remarked, eliciting a reluctant chuckle from her. Kevin attempted to undermine Hermione's resolve. But before he could finish, she let out a piercing scream and sank her teeth into his arm. "Ah, stop, stop. I won't say anything more," Kevin cried out, caught off guard by Hermione's sudden action and succumbing to the pain. Only then did Hermione release him, and Kevin fell back onto the ground, while Hermione perched herself on him in a somewhat ambiguous position, oblivious to the nature of their closeness. Unwilling to relent, Hermione playfully tugged at Kevin's face, exclaiming, "You scoundrel." "Kevin, stop it. I admit defeat." "Hermione." Kevin surrendered, realizing the futility of reasoning with a girl. Hearing his pleas for mercy, Hermione's anger began to dissipate. "Humph, that's more like it," she smirked, about to rise when a small rabbit, unafraid of humans, hopped onto Kevin's face. "Wow, a little rabbit. Let me pet you." Hermione, unable to resist the charm of the creature, reached out to embrace it. However, the rabbit darted away unexpectedly, causing Hermione to lose her balance and land on Kevin's face. Instead of feeling something soft, Kevin found it somewhat uncomfortable. "It's fine. Hermione is still young. She has room to grow," he consoled himself internally, unable to resist shifting slightly. Feeling the sudden movement against her chest, Hermione, startled like a frightened fawn, quickly propped herself up, inadvertently causing them to lock eyes. Her face flushed crimson, reminiscent of a ripe apple, as she attempted to rise. Yet, caught in Kevin's gaze, she found herself unable to move, both of them lost in the moment. Kevin, captivated by Hermione's delicate beauty, felt his heart race and breath quicken. "Hermione," he murmured, placing his hand gently on her waist, applying a slight pressure as if to draw her closer. Sensing the shift in the atmosphere, Hermione's gaze became hazy as she leaned in, their faces inches apart. They could almost hear each other's heartbeats and the soft rhythm of their breaths mingling in the air. Hermione cupped Kevin's face, nearly bridging the gap between them when suddenly a voice interrupted. "Kevin, Hermione, where are you?" The shout jolted them back to reality. Startled, Hermione sprang up, her shyness overwhelming her as she turned away, covering her face. Unable to meet Kevin's eyes, Kevin, feeling the loss of warmth from her presence, furrowed his brow in frustration. He turned towards the source of the voice, spotting a blissfully innocent Harry, who, upon seeing Kevin, approached joyfully. Calm down, Kevin thought, forcing a smile. It was just Harry. He waved him over. But as Harry drew near, a sudden chill washed over him. What is this sense of impending doom that feels even more terrifying than encountering Voldemort? He saw Kevin's kind smile, beckoning him to come closer, and then noticed Hermione, shyly retreating to the side, her ears flushed crimson. Could it be? Harry recalled a romantic subplot that Ron once shared with him, that his very existence was in peril. "I just remembered something I left in the tent. I must return," Harry blurted out, turning on his heels and sprinting away without hesitation. As he vanished in a flash, Kevin contemplated pursuing him to deliver a playful reprimand. Yet he could not abandon Hermione alone in this moment. An awkward silence enveloped them, both at a loss for words. Finally, it was Kevin who broke the stillness. "Let us head back, Hermione." "Okay," she replied softly. The atmosphere had shifted, and if he were to force an intimate moment with Hermione now, it might frighten her further. Kevin sighed inwardly, relieved yet conflicted. After all, Hermione had only just turned 14 this September. Perhaps it was wise to tread carefully. To his surprise, Hermione took the initiative. Grasping Kevin's hand, though she still averted her gaze, her head bowed low, revealing her crimson ears. Kevin discerned that Hermione was not resistant to his touch. Rather, she was merely unprepared, unwilling to let him sense her hesitation. After a moment of silence, he suddenly wrapped his arms around her, startled like a frightened fawn. Hermione squirmed briefly, yet upon realizing Kevin's embrace was gentle and devoid of further advances, she gradually settled into his hold. She reciprocated by wrapping her arms around him, nestling into his chest, her previously tumultuous emotions calming with his warmth. Indeed, Kevin was so tender, he would undoubtedly respect her feelings, Hermione thought to herself, nuzzling softly against his chest, reminiscent of a little kitten. It felt as though they had returned to a prior moment, waiting for the right opportunity to unfold. Chapter 46, Joyous Moments. Afterward, Kevin led Hermione out of the woods, dragging several branches behind him. He didn't pursue any grievances with Harry, merely casting him a glare before turning his attention to preparing lunch. He set about building a campfire, placing a large pot over it to simmer a light broth. Meanwhile, he constructed a grill, and together with Hermione, began washing and skewering the prepared ingredients. The group who had been playing in the water returned to assist. Though only Ginny was genuinely helping with the food preparation, the three boys were more captivated by the roaring flames, clearly more interested in the fire than the task at hand. Kevin shared their fascination but feared being reprimanded by Hermione for slacking off. So he diligently continued with his work. "All right, the broth doesn't need any more attention. You all can handle the skewers." Kevin began grilling. He could not comprehend how barbecue could yield such culinary disasters, where the tops were charred while the bottoms remained raw, slathered in thick layers of sauce and coated in soot. Clearly, These little ones have come to relish the joy of barbecuing, indifferent to the taste of the food. Well, as long as they are happy. Kevin began to prepare the grill, having brought plenty of stomach medicine, so when they inevitably suffer from stomachaches, they will know the consequences of their indulgence. However, he personally took the time to grill a portion for Hermione, not because the little witch was incapable, but simply out of a desire to assist her. Thus, Hermione eagerly awaited Kevin's offerings. "Kevin, you are such a fellow who prioritizes romance over friendship," Ron remarked with a hint of sarcasm. Kevin scoffed dismissively. "Indeed, I do favor romance over camaraderie. Kevin, the aroma of your cooking is delightful. Might you share some skewers with us?" The Granger couple approached their camp to join in the barbecue. "Hey, Draco, that was my creation," Harry shouted at Draco. "Scarhead, don't be so stingy," Draco retorted with a smirk as he snatched Harry's skewer. "That makes 3 times now. And what of it? Next time, I'll simply grill one for you." Draco had no intention of returning the skewer, biting into it without a care, only to be met with an indescribable foul taste that erupted in his mouth. "Haha, serves you right. I anticipated your thievery and added a flavor of dog excrement to it." Harry's expression shifted to one of glee as he laughed heartily at Draco, who was sprinting away to vomit. "Draco, if you're going to be sick, go to the river and make us a fishing spot," Kevin chuckled. Even Harry had become quite mischievous. This was truly entertaining. "Scarhead, just wait," Draco shouted indignantly from a distance as he retched. "By the way, Harry, how did you know it tasted like dog excrement?" Kevin shifted the focus to Harry. Harry's smile faltered, and a silence ensued. "Can we not discuss this?" Harry's reaction elicited laughter from the group. After their meal, the little ones tidied up while Kevin opted for an early afternoon nap. "Strange, where has Kevin gone? Didn't he say he was going for a nap?" Upon hearing Ron's query, Harry replied, "But I didn't find him in the tent." Harry paused in confusion. Just then, Ginny passed by, hesitating momentarily. "He is actually in the tent, but he ran off to sleep on Hermione's bed." Ginny's cheeks flushed slightly as she spoke. Earlier, Hermione had found her and asked her to delay returning to the tent to rest, as Kevin had gone to chat with her and, in the midst of their conversation, had fallen asleep. The tent had a partition to separate the male and female areas, and one could not enter the opposite side without permission. Kevin must have received Hermione's consent to enter. It was likely he and T anticipated dozing off inside. "You all need to search for him. If you wake him, Hermione will be furious with you," Ginny concluded, lowering her head as she hurried off towards the stream. Leaving Harry and Ron exchanging bewildered glances, both realizing they were increasingly out of the loop. Meanwhile, inside the tent, Kevin was peacefully slumbering on Hermione's bed. Noticing the ample space in the tent, he had bought several small mattresses, which were far more comfortable than sleeping bags, complete with pillows and duvet covers. The experience was utterly delightful. Hermione sat at the edge of the bed, gazing at Kevin's sleeping visage. Her cheeks flushed slightly, and a faint smile played at the corners of her lips, as if she were reminiscing about a joyful memory. After a while, she stifled a yawn and, after a moment's hesitation, decided to snuggle into Kevin's warm blankets. Kevin, sensing a rustling beside him, opened his eyes just a crack and, in a daze, saw Hermione burrowing into his embrace. Without a second thought, he wrapped his arms around her and drifted back into slumber. Hermione, startled by Kevin's sudden awakening, relaxed when she realized he had once again succumbed to sleep, though her little mouth puffed out in a pout of annoyance. Ultimately, she chose to remain quiet and nestled into Kevin's arms, gradually succumbing to sleep herself. Recently, whenever Kevin was in Hermione's company, he seemed to develop an affinity for afternoon naps, provided Hermione was by his side. An hour drifted by slowly, and soon someone entered the tent. It was Mrs. Granger, who stealthily approached the girls' area and peered inside. Her heart melted at the sight, Kevin cradling Hermione, who rested her head upon his shoulder. The two adorable figures resembled a small puppy cuddling with a kitten, utterly charming Mrs. Granger. Unable to contain her excitement, she dashed out to retrieve the camera from the common area, returning to capture the precious moment. With a series of clicks, Kevin and Hermione were jolted awake. "Mom, what are you photographing?" Hermione exclaimed, still groggy, as she spotted her mother snapping pictures of them. Her face turned as red as an apple, and she shouted in distress. "Darling daughter, I am merely documenting your beautiful life. You will thank me for this in the future," Mrs. Granger replied with a sense of pride. "Ah, give me the camera." Hermione scrambled to her feet, reaching for her mother's camera. "Oh dear, don't be hasty. I shall give it to you. But I doubt you will have the heart to delete these," Mrs. Granger teased, handing the camera to Hermione. Hermione seized the camera to examine the photographs, contemplating the idea of cutting the negatives. However, as she viewed the images, she hesitated, for she truly cherished this particular moment, though it also filled her with embarrassment. Thus began a mental whirlwind of thoughts. Meanwhile, Kevin, having awakened, remained sprawled on the bed, contemplating returning to sleep. Yet, after Mrs. Granger handed the camera to Hermione, she urged Kevin to rise, informing him that his friends were waiting to go fishing. With that, she exited the tent. Finally, Kevin got up and, noticing Hermione's cheeks almost steaming with embarrassment, affectionately ruffled her hair. It's just a photograph of us asleep. If you like it, save it in a place where no one else can see it. Hermione looked up, realization dawning upon her. Indeed, she could hide it away for her own enjoyment. By the way, let me take a look too, Kevin suggested, eager to see what had captured both Mrs. Granger and Hermione's admiration. No, absolutely not. Hermione blushed fiercely, clutching the camera tightly, unwilling to share it with Kevin. You will see it eventually. What is the harm? Kevin pondered in bemusement. Ultimately, Hermione entrusted the camera to Kevin. Indeed, she looked utterly adorable while asleep, a fact that Kevin candidly remarked upon. No more of that. You must leave now, Hermione exclaimed. Her cheeks flushed as she urged Kevin to depart. She feared she could no longer withstand the embarrassment. Confused, Kevin was ushered out, pondering whether he had erred in his compliment. He shook his head and exited the tent, making his way towards the small radishes by the stream. Kevin, come quick. I've caught a fish, Harry exclaimed upon spotting Kevin, excitedly holding aloft a wriggling little fish as a trophy. However, suddenly, a bucket of water was splashed over, knocking Harry down and causing him to lose his catch. Ha ha ha, now you have none. Draco laughed heartily, brandishing a small bucket. Draco, I'll get you for this, Harry retorted, scrambling to his feet and grabbing a bucket to retaliate. The two engaged in a fervent water fight, inadvertently splashing Ron, who was nearby trying to catch fish. Can you two not settle down? Ron shouted in frustration. Yet, he too seized a bucket and joined the fray. Noticing Kevin, who was spectating from the shore, Draco suddenly turned and drenched him with a bucket full of water. Harry and Ron burst into laughter upon witnessing this, and quickly joined in the splashing of Kevin. All right, fine, I hadn't intended to pick on you. But you asked for it, Kevin declared, picking up a bucket himself. Like a water wheel, he unleashed a torrent of water, single-handedly countering the trio's efforts. Kevin is too formidable. Let us all douse him together, Ron shouted, prompting Harry and Draco to join forces against Kevin in a chaotic water battle. In a swift motion, Kevin snagged a small fish and hurled it directly at Ron's head. Kevin, that is not fair. The four boys frolicked in the stream, creating a delightful mess that splashed even the surrounding banks. Meanwhile, Hermione had emerged early, watching alongside Ginny as the boys clumsily dodged and splashed water. Ginny chuckled helplessly, though her curiosity was piqued regarding the budding relationship between Hermione and Kevin, leading her to engage Hermione in hushed conversation. Whatever they discussed left their faces quite rosy. Once the boys finally settled down, they beckoned the girls to join them in the water for fishing. The quantity of their catch mattered little. It was the joy of the experience that prevailed. In a display of chivalry, Kevin cast waterproof charms over the two girls, ensuring their clothing remained dry while they played. Ron shouted accusations of gender bias, which Draco heartily echoed, and Harry hesitated before joining in. Kevin paid them no mind. At that moment, Mrs. Granger called out from the bank, "Children, I've heard there are plenty of wild vegetables and mushrooms across the stream. After you finish playing, you can gather some." Everyone responded in unison, but first, they were determined to catch fish. Humph, let us have a contest to see who can catch the most fish. The one who catches the least tonight will be responsible for cooking them, Ron declared, issuing a challenge to the group. Naturally, no competitive man would refuse such a provocation. Wow, that fish is enormous. Harry, Draco, surround it. Yet, as they continued fishing, they found themselves once again engrossed in playful antics, targeting only the larger catches. Got it. Harry seized a large fish, exclaiming joyfully. However, before anyone could utter a word, the fish suddenly thrashed violently, slipping from Harry's grasp with a swift flick of its tail. It then fell towards Ginny's direction. Without a moment's hesitation, Harry lunged forward, intent on reclaiming the fish. The fish landed in Ginny's arms, startling her, and she struggled to secure it. Harry arrived just in time, and together they endeavored to capture the fish. In a flurry of chaotic movements, their hands became entwined, firmly clutching the fish. When they lifted their gazes, they found themselves mere inches apart, both blushing crimson and instinctively attempting to withdraw, only to stumble and tumble into the water together. Harry instinctively shielded Ginny, enveloping her in his embrace. "Wow, Harry, you're quite bold," Hermione remarked, not missing the spectacle, as she hurried to assist the slightly embarrassed Ginny. Fortunately, neither sustained any injuries. After all, what is an outing without a few scrapes? Ultimately, the fish escaped, and Kevin nudged Harry, giving him a thumbs up, leaving Harry blushing profusely, unsure whether it was from embarrassment or awkwardness. Subsequently, the group ventured into the forest on the opposite shore to forage for wild vegetables and mushrooms. Ron, the foolish one, spotted an appealing wild mushroom, took a bite, and promptly fell victim to its poison. Draco shouted in alarm, and Kevin rushed over to administer an antidote. Thankfully, the mushroom was not highly toxic, merely inducing hallucinations and convulsions in Ron. Otherwise, he might not have made it to the grand finale. Chapter 47, The Prisoner of Azkaban. As night fell, the sky was adorned with countless stars. The crackling of the campfire occasionally broke the stillness in front of the campsite. The 6 friends sat in camping chairs, encircling the fire, each holding a skewer of fish, attempting to roast them over the flames. However, it soon became evident that cooking fish directly over an open flame was a true test of skill. Kevin fell silent as he gazed at the charred fish on his skewer. The others were in similar predicaments. They had already dined but wished to try roasting fish, which they had caught earlier that afternoon. Regrettably, they had not brought Crookshanks along, who would have relished this treat. "We certainly can't let him eat your burnt fish. Imagine the consequences," Hermione remarked dryly. Upon mention of Hermione's cat, Ron began to complain to Kevin. "Kevin, you should keep an eye on that cat. It's always trying to catch scabbers." "Ron, a cat catching a mouse is simply a sign of its prowess. There's nothing I can do," Kevin shrugged, expressing his helplessness. "You prioritize your romantic interests over friendship," Ron retorted indignantly. "By the way, Ron, how long have you had that mouse?" Kevin inquired. Ron paused, recalling. "It's been over 10 years, I believe. I remember it being around since I was quite young." 10 years? Mice don't typically live that long," Hermione interjected, surprised. "Is that so? Cats and dogs can live for over a decade. What is so strange about that?" Ron appeared oblivious to the lifespan of mice. "In reality, ordinary mice only live for about 2 to 3 years, Kevin clarified. "Are you suggesting that Scabbers is a magical creature?" Ron asked, somewhat astonished and with a hint of delight. Kevin was speechless. He intended to caution that the mouse posed a problem. Nevertheless, he deemed it inappropriate to speak of it now. "Children, it's getting late. It's time to rest, for there are activities awaiting us tomorrow." At this moment, the Granger couple approached as the clock struck around 10 in the evening. The little ones obediently tidied up and returned to their tents. However, it was evident that they would not retire for the night just yet, as everyone gathered in the tent's common area. A vast carpet adorned the space, encircled by soft cushions on which they could recline and engage in conversation. As they chatted, the topic of Hogwarts emerged. "Last year's class with Lockhart was simply a waste of time," Draco remarked with disdain. Indeed, it felt as though no knowledge of defense against the dark arts was acquired. Rather, they were regaled with tales from his year. "I am genuinely curious about the veracity of those stories. I doubt he could best us in a duel." Harry also wore a look of incredulity, recalling their previous classroom experiences. "It's a foregone conclusion. He wouldn't stand a chance. Even Ron could turn the tables on him." Kevin nodded in agreement, affirming the sentiment. "Are you complimenting me or mocking me?" Ron interjected, clearly displeased. The group shared a brief laugh. "Who do you think will teach defense against the dark arts next year? Is there any chance it could be Professor Snape?" Draco asked, directing the question at Kevin. Given his close relationship with Snape, undoubtedly not. "If it were Professor Snape, he would certainly send me a menacing letter to prepare myself," Kevin retorted. The others were momentarily puzzled, uncertain whether Kevin had received trust or hostility. As they continued their conversation, a sudden flurry of wings echoed from outside the tent, reminiscent of a bird. In the next instant, an owl swooped into the tent. Is this an owl delivering a message?" The group paused in surprise as Kevin beckoned, and the owl flew over, landing on his arm, dropping a letter into his hand. "A letter from Professor Snape?" Kevin exclaimed in astonishment. The others were equally taken aback, as they had just discussed Snape potentially teaching the defense against the dark arts and how he would send a letter to intimidate him. Kevin opened the letter, his expression shifting to one of bewilderment. "What is it, Kevin? Have we truly hit the mark? Is Professor Snape to be the instructor for next year's defense class?" The group inquired with curiosity. "No, he has requested that I bring Harry back to Hogwarts within 3 days." Kevin set down the letter and addressed Harry. "What?" The group gasped. With just over a week before the term began, why the sudden urgency for Harry to return? "Kevin, is there something amiss?" Harry sensed that something significant was unfolding. "Well, I personally believe it isn't a grave matter, but those in authority seem to regard it as such. In simple terms, Harry, there is a prisoner from Azkaban who has escaped specifically to find you. Isn't that touching?" Kevin said half-jokingly. However, the group did not laugh. Their faces a tableau of shock. "What? Azkaban?" Draco exclaimed, and the others were equally startled. "Calm down. Allow me to explain," Kevin interjected, cutting off the little one's anxious inquiries. "According to Professor Snape's intelligence, this prisoner is—" "Wait, Professor Snape forbade me from disclosing this information to you." "Never mind. The prisoner is Sirius Black, a former friend of your parents. It was he who betrayed your parents' whereabouts to Voldemort, which ultimately led to their demise and your tragic loss. Subsequently, he was imprisoned in Azkaban for 12 years, and now he has escaped, intent on eliminating you, Harry, to prevent future repercussions." This revelation is primarily from Kevin himself. Snape's letter merely indicated that Sirius had escaped and was coming to find Harry, instructing him to return to Hogwarts within 3 days. Kevin chose to initially share erroneous information with Harry, allowing him to uncover the truth on his own, as his own input would be of little significance. The young friends were momentarily taken aback by this startling news, astonished to learn of such a hidden secret from the past. Harry, too, was stunned by the sudden revelation. But soon his expression grew flushed with anger as he realized that his parents' tragic fate was the result of betrayal. Harry, this information should not have been disclosed to you. Be discreet, and do not mention that I was the one who revealed it, Kevin cautioned. Is that the crux of the matter, Kevin? The priority here is that a villain from Azkaban is intent on killing Harry, Ron interjected emphatically. Fear not. Azkaban is far removed from here, within 3 days. That individual will not pose a threat to Harry, Kevin reassured them. Oh, and Professor Snape mentioned that someone would assist us in procuring the textbooks for this academic year. We simply need to set off for Hogwarts promptly. Ron, exasperated, retorted, is the distance to Azkaban truly the focus? The real issue is that someone is intent on taking Harry's life. What do you plan to do? Hermione inquired, her voice tinged with concern and reluctance. We can just take the train together. This time, the school year has an early opening, with trains departing at the same time each day. Thus, everyone expressed their desire to return to Hogwarts together, as they were all united in this endeavor. Ever since he heard Kevin's revelation, Harry had remained silent. His expression a tumultuous mix of emotions, his fists clenched tightly. All right, you all should rest for now. We can discuss these matters with the adults tomorrow. It's too late for today. Harry, let us step outside to talk, Kevin suggested. The group cast worried glances at Harry. Realizing how profoundly shocking this news was for him, they had always assumed that Voldemort had sought them out, unaware that it was betrayal from within that had led to their doorstep. Now, this enemy, who had caused such devastation, was intent on eradicating the last remnants of that tragedy. Reluctantly, everyone returned to rest, while Kevin took Harry outside the tent. Harry, there's one more thing I forgot to mention. Sirius is still your godfather. Harry's eyes widened in fury. Why? Why did my parents place such trust in him? Only for him to betray them? He shouted, overwhelmed by rage. Kevin, I will not go back. I will wait for him to come for me. I want to confront him and settle this once and for all. Harry's emotions spiraled out of control, consumed by a thirst for vengeance. Hiss. That fellow should be without his wand now. Indeed, this is quite a clever plan. We can lay in wait and then strike back directly. To my surprise, Kevin is seriously contemplating this issue. Harry, upon hearing this proposal, is filled with excitement. He eagerly anticipates the moment when Sirius might come to him, so he can confront him directly. However, Harry, have you considered one crucial point? Sirius has no idea you are here. He only knows you will be attending Hogwarts. Thus he will undoubtedly go there to seek you. What if, in the end, you do not go and he is unable to find you? Harry paused, evidently taken aback by this possibility. In truth, this was Kevin's ploy to persuade Harry to comply with returning to Hogwarts. Sirius would surely find a way to track him down, yet Harry remains oblivious to this fact. Kevin gently patted Harry on the shoulder. Harry, when have I ever deceived you? For now, do not overthink it. Let us return to Hogwarts together, and should Sirius arrive, I will undoubtedly assist you. At that moment, Harry felt the firm hand upon his shoulder, and his heart gradually found solace. Kevin spoke the truth. Harboring anger would yield no fruit. He must return to Hogwarts, patiently awaiting that individual, for he yearned to avenge his parents. I understand, Kevin. Kevin smiled, draping an arm around Harry's neck, guiding him back to the tent for rest. Their trip would have to conclude abruptly. Chapter 48, An Urgent Return, Encountering a Dementor. The following day, Kevin briefly informed the Grangers of the situation, omitting details to spare them worry, merely stating that Hogwarts required their early return. The Grangers understood the gravity of the situation and thus decided to conclude their trip prematurely, gathering their belongings to head home. They planned to depart for Hogwarts the next day, using the present day to organize their luggage. Upon returning home, they received consent forms for travel to Hogsmeade, necessitating guardian signatures. Ron and Draco decided to send the forms home via owl for their families to sign before sending them back. Harry, however, did not expect his aunt and uncle to provide their signatures. Hermione found it straightforward, able to sign it directly. Kevin chose to disregard the matter, knowing he could attend whenever he pleased. Once everyone had finished packing, they settled in the living room. Observing the somewhat oppressive atmosphere among the group, Kevin felt a wave of exasperation. They were here to support Harry. Why the long faces? Aren't you at all concerned? This is the first person in history to have successfully escaped from Azkaban. Such a notorious criminal could very well be after Harry, Ron remarked, his face etched with worry. You faced Voldemort 3 times. Are you truly afraid of one of his minions? Is it the same? Voldemort was in a weakened state then. This time it's a living, breathing criminal, and last time, we had Professor Dumbledore's protection. Do you believe Dumbledore won't protect Harry this time? Ron paused, momentarily caught off guard. Stop fretting about matters that don't concern you. Professor Snape's instruction for Harry to return is in accordance with Dumbledore's wishes. This academic year will unfold as it must. We should focus on this year's curriculum instead. Kevin rallied the spirits of those around him, even Harry, who appeared less sullen than usual. Yet, thoughts of vengeance lingered in his mind. The others, having set aside the matter, busied themselves on the final day of their holiday. Hermione spent the day with her parents, knowing they would return to school the next day. Meanwhile, the others engaged in discussions about their experiences with spellcasting. Although it was primarily Kevin who spoke as they absorbed his insights. Before long, a day had swiftly passed, and the next morning, they all set off for the station. Bound for Hogwarts. To their surprise, they noticed several students had arrived early, suggesting that news of the impending arrival of Dementors had spread. The school wished for students to return promptly to avoid an encounter with these dark creatures. The 6 of them squeezed into a compartment, not overly cramped, but certainly lacking in space. It seemed unlikely they would have a chance encounter with Professor Lupin. And Kevin found himself curious about whether any Dementors would be present. It was said that these creatures fed on human emotions, particularly thriving on positive feelings. And that after an attack, one's joyful memories would be gradually consumed, leaving only the most sorrowful experiences. However, Kevin believed he had little in the way of tragic memories. He wondered how he would fare should a Dementor approach him. Would he feel neither joy nor sorrow? As the train gradually departed the city, Kevin gazed out at the dreary, rain-soaked landscape, feeling a sense of familiarity. Surely, they wouldn't he truly encounter a Dementor. Suddenly, a deafening screech of metal on metal pierced the air as the train came to an abrupt halt, sending ripples of panic through the passengers, unsure of what had transpired. "It feels like something is out there," Ron exclaimed, peering out into the dim surroundings. The next moment, the lights flickered and went out, plunging the entire train into darkness. A chilling mist began to form, the temperature plummeting unreasonably. Hermione felt a tightening in her chest. Surely, they were not facing another attack? Fortunately, this train had security. A guard entered each carriage promptly, reassuring the students with his authoritative voice. Yet, the calm was shattered by a piercing scream from the adjacent compartment. The guard's voice abruptly silenced, replaced by a wretched shriek that bore no resemblance to human sound. Something had boarded the train. Harry leaned out to glimpse a terrifying shadow at the far end of the corridor, crouched over the guard, siphoning off some ethereal energy. "Stay put," Kevin commanded. Rising from his seat, he flung open the compartment door and charged toward the shadow. The Dementor. While it was true that only the Patronus charm could repel such a creature, it seemed to possess a tangible form. Kevin delivered a powerful kick, but it felt as if he had struck a billowing curtain, yielding no effect. The Dementor, momentarily taken aback by the sudden assault, turned its attention to Kevin. Without hesitation, he raised his hand and cast the Patronus charm, a spell he had mastered the previous year, recalling the joyful moments he had experienced. A burst of white energy erupted, sending the Dementor hurtling away without causing any damage in its wake, revealing that the Patronus possessed no physical weight. However, Kevin did not return, as the temperature around him continued to plummet, suggesting that more than one Dementor had boarded the train. He handed the unconscious security personnel to a student in a nearby compartment, instructing them to care for him, before grasping his wand and leaping through the window, scaling the train's roof and landing atop it. Indeed, 5 Dementors were floating nearby. Expecto Patronum. A gentle orb of white light materialized from Kevin's wand, ultimately transforming into a Patronus resembling a golden fish. With a flick of his wand, the Patronus soared towards the Dementors above. Upon contact with the Guardian, the Dementors shrieked in agony and fled into the skies. Once the airborne Dementors had been dispelled, Kevin directed his Patronus into the train, traversing through the walls from the front to the rear, subsequently driving out 2 more Dementors. At last, the train's power was restored, and the surrounding temperature returned to normal. The golden fish Patronus swam back to Kevin, circled him a few times, and then vanished. Standing atop the train, Kevin surveyed his surroundings, ensuring no other shadows lingered. Before jumping back inside, security personnel from the train arrived, and Kevin entrusted them with the unconscious guard for further handling. He then returned to his previous compartment, anticipating that someone would seek him out for information upon their arrival at Hogwarts. "Kevin, what spell was that? Were those shadows Dementors?" Ron eagerly inquired upon seeing Kevin. Hermione, gripping Kevin's hand, scrutinized him anxiously, concerned for any potential injuries. "Yes, those were Dementors. The spell I used is the only one capable of repelling them. Expecto Patronum," Kevin replied, patting Hermione's head to reassure her of his well-being. "But aren't Dementors supposed to be confined to Azkaban? Why are they here?" Draco queried, perplexed. Though he harbored no disbelief regarding Kevin's ability to fend off the Dementors. "Perhaps they are here hunting Sirius Black," Harry speculated, clenching his fist. Realizing Kevin had not deceived him. "Everything is fine now. Once we reach Hogwarts, I trust Dumbledore will provide an explanation," Kevin reassured everyone. Reflecting that despite perceiving the 3rd year as the easiest, the atmosphere among his friends felt particularly oppressive. "It's all these Dementors' fault. When the time comes, I will surely confront each one." "Kevin, could you teach me how to cast Expecto Patronum?" Harry asked. "Of course, it's not overly difficult. Yet it requires a certain finesse. Essentially, you must deeply wish to protect something or recall a cherished memory. It's a highly subjective form of magic, driven by your strong conviction. I'll teach you all once we reach the castle. This year, I need to constantly seek out Professor Snape. So I will have more time," Kevin responded. Upon hearing this, Hermione was particularly delighted, as it meant they would share more moments together. Shortly thereafter, the train regained its momentum and resumed its journey towards Hogwarts. During the journey, a train attendant approached Kevin, acknowledging his role in repelling the Dementors and offering words of comfort. He also informed Kevin that upon arrival at Hogwarts, he should seek out Dumbledore to discuss the situation. The remainder of the trip passed without incident, and the train safely returned to Hogwarts. Chapter 49, Guiding Harry, Dumbledore's complete endorsement. Since they had arrived earlier than expected, there were still a few days until the start of Term Feast, a divergence from the film adaptation, though not significantly impactful. Upon returning to Hogwarts, Kevin, alongside his companions, made their way to the dormitory, parting ways with Draco, who headed to the Slytherin quarters. After unloading everyone's luggage, Kevin proceeded alone to Dumbledore's office. "It has been a while, Kevin. How was your holiday?" Dumbledore greeted warmly upon Kevin's arrival. "If I had not been interrupted, I believe I would have enjoyed a delightful journey." Kevin shrugged, comfortably taking a seat at Dumbledore's desk. He noticed the now mature Phoenix, Fawkes, and wished to greet it. But Fawkes, clearly displeased with him, vanished in a burst of flames. "That bird certainly holds grudges," Kevin remarked. Indeed, Dumbledore chuckled lightly. However, his expression soon turned serious as he addressed Kevin. "I presume Professor Snape has informed you of most matters. Currently, a fugitive is lurking towards Hogwarts, accompanied by the guards of Azkaban, those malevolent and indiscriminate Dementors." "Ah, yes. I should thank you for driving away the Dementors that attacked the train," Dumbledore continued. "Thus, your primary reason for summoning me is not solely due to the attack by those Dementors." Kevin discerned Dumbledore's implication that he had been called for a different matter. "Indeed, my child, this matter pertains to Harry," Dumbledore confirmed with a nod. "Then why not speak to Harry directly?" Kevin inquired. "It is not yet time for that child to know. Such knowledge could cloud his judgment and lead him into danger. Concealing the truth from him only increases the risk he faces," Kevin countered, shaking his head in disagreement with Dumbledore's perspective. "The Riddlemonger should leave Hogwarts." "It appears our educational philosophies differ," Dumbledore replied, unfazed by Kevin's retort, recognizing the unique insights of the young boy. "Let us not dwell on that. Please, tell me directly why you sought me out." Dumbledore rose and moved to the window, remaining silent for a long moment before exhaling deeply. "Sirius Black. He was once a friend of Harry's parents." Dumbledore proceeded to reveal Sirius's identity and the details of his betrayal. Information that in the film Dumbledore had withheld from Harry, which Harry later overheard while cloaked in invisibility, eavesdropping on the professor's discussions. "Do you believe this information would dishearten Harry?" Kevin's expression remained impassive, as Dumbledore was unaware that Kevin had already disclosed this information to Harry and others. "No. Harry will inevitably learn this, but my concern lies with the fact that Sirius's betrayal of Harry's parents has long raised my suspicions. To my knowledge, Sirius Black shared a bond with Lily and James so profound that the lines between them blurred. It is truly unfathomable to believe he would betray Harry's parents. However, during Voldemort's rampant attacks on the Muggle world, the ensuing chaos drew excessive attention, placing immense pressure on the Ministry of Magic, which could only imprison the sole suspect, Sirius. As a criminal, Dumbledore voiced his thoughts and then turned to Kevin. "Thus, with Sirius seeking out Harry this time, Kevin, I hope you can accompany Harry in uncovering the truth of those past events." Kevin gazed at Dumbledore with a hint of surprise, taken aback that he would confide in him. Yet, reflecting on it, it made sense, in the end. It was Dumbledore who suggested to Harry and Hermione to use the time turner to save Sirius. Dumbledore stood in solidarity with Sirius, albeit without clarity on the events of that time, to exonerate him. "I must declare in advance that I will share all of this with Harry, as he deserves the right to know these secrets," Kevin stated resolutely. "Of course, but Kevin, this may deprive him of many thrilling adventures in his growth," Dumbledore remarked. "Only you could perceive this as an adventure," he added with a knowing shrug, occasionally resembling a mischievous old child. "Would you care for some Bertie Bott's every flavor beans? Perhaps the dung flavor, which I shall bring for Harry." "Oh, indeed, that one is guaranteed to be authentic," Dumbledore replied, selecting a few genuine dung-flavored beans with expertise. The atmosphere between the two transformed unexpectedly, morphing into a scene of playful mischief. "Don't attribute this to me." Dumbledore winked adorably. "I rest my case," Kevin responded before departing Dumbledore's office, leaving the headmaster momentarily bewildered. Upon returning to the dormitory, Kevin discovered Harry and the others waiting for his return in the common room. Ginny, being young, was kept away from such matters by Ron. "Kevin, did Professor Dumbledore mention anything about Dementors and Sirius?" Harry was the first to inquire. "Indeed, he asked me to give you these beans to help you regain your composure." "I am perfectly composed. I wish to know more. Consume these first, and then I shall enlighten you." "Fine." Harry promptly popped several beans into his mouth, only to rush to the restroom to vomit, causing Kevin to laugh until tears streamed down his face. The other two exchanged puzzled glances, wondering what had just transpired. Don't look at me like that. I was merely attempting to lighten the mood. Kevin chuckled, noticing their expressions. He beckoned everyone to sit as they awaited Harry's return. Harry emerged, his eyes filled with reproach. It was Professor Dumbledore who suggested these for you, to help ease your emotions, Kevin said, feigning innocence. All right. I shall recount Dumbledore's words to you. Kevin proceeded to share Dumbledore's insights regarding Sirius's identity, his experiences, and his connection to Harry's parents. Although they were all somewhat familiar with the tale, this time the revelations were far more detailed. In the end, it was mentioned that Dumbledore harbored doubts regarding Sirius's betrayal of Harry's parents, hoping to uncover the truth of that fateful day. After listening, Harry fell into a prolonged silence. His fists clenched tightly. Are you suggesting that Sirius might not be the traitor? He found it difficult to reconcile this notion. Just moments ago, he had wished to kill Sirius, and now you tell me he could be a good man? What of his parents' vengeance? Who is the true traitor? Someone must face justice. Harry struggled to accept this new information, consumed by a desire for retribution. Thus, Dumbledore urged you to investigate, wishing for you not to be blinded by hatred. You must first comprehend the truth before rendering any judgment. However, Harry remained ensnared in a vortex of animosity, unable to heed Kevin's words. Kevin sighed and approached Harry. Harry, the crux of the matter is not whether Sirius betrayed you. To be frank, whether he did or not is of little consequence. It merely shifts one murderer to another. What truly matters is you. Do not allow hatred to cloud your judgment and lead you to foolish actions. Once you commit an irreversible mistake, regret will come too late. You must learn to think calmly and discern truth from falsehood, even among the words of your allies, for enemies may deliberately mislead you with false information. Kevin earnestly grasped Harry's shoulders, speaking with heartfelt gravity. If the murderer is indeed Sirius, we shall bring him to justice. If not, we must uncover the true culprit and restore his name. Gradually, Harry began to awaken from his fury. Kevin's words struck his soul like a hammer, resonating repeatedly within him. Who the murderer was became irrelevant. What mattered was his own self. As if struck by enlightenment, Harry's anger dissipated swiftly, replaced by a pallor akin to a drowning man suddenly gasping for air. The others, too, felt the weight of the somber atmosphere, rendered mute by Kevin's wisdom, which resonated with them as well. I'm sorry, Kevin, and thank you. Harry sat on the sofa in silence for a long while before finally lifting his gaze to Kevin. Here, eat this, and I will forgive you. Kevin had no intention of indulging in sentimentality and produced the last of the dog food-flavored Bertie Bott's every flavor beans for him. Harry winced. You owe me back that moment of emotion. Fine, I'll eat it, he declared, only to rush off to vomit shortly thereafter. The atmosphere lightened once again. Ding. Detected that the host has received the complete approval of the key figure, Dumbledore. Reward, spellcasting talent 5, magical power 5, intelligence 5. Kevin exclaimed in surprise. Huh? Chapter 50. Practicing the Patronus charm, Professor Lupin makes his entrance. Why does Dumbledore, much like Snape, enjoy using the disillusionment charm to spy on others? He must have been lurking nearby, watching the entire exchange unfold. These people are truly insufferable. The following day, Kevin sought out Professor Snape to extend his greetings and, in passing, to inquire about any intelligence regarding Sirius Black, those details not mentioned in the film. However, Professor Snape appeared to be in a rather foul mood, seemingly incensed by his inability to teach the Defense Against the Dark Arts class once again this year. His irritation was further compounded by the identity of the teacher appointed in his stead, leaving him disinclined to engage in conversation with Kevin. Yet, just before departing, he abruptly uttered the phrase, "The wolf is coming," and with a flick of his robes, he exited. Kevin understood the implication. Both Sirius and Professor Lupin were associated with wolves. Nevertheless, he remained unfazed. Even in a 1-against-2 scenario, he felt assured, especially since he had prepared a potion of wolfsbane, thus ensuring his stability. In the ensuing days, Kevin commenced instructing his peers on the proper use of the Patronus charm. As the school year had yet to begin, he specifically requested permission from Dumbledore to utilize an empty classroom. Upon learning that it was Kevin who wished to teach his friends this vital skill, Dumbledore readily consented, understanding the unique circumstances of the year and the importance of learning to repel Dementors. The Patronus charm requires one to summon a deeply joyful, positive, and powerful memory to conjure their guardian spirit. This guardian takes the form of a protective shield, safeguarding the wizard who calls it forth. However, this shield is effective solely against Dementors, as these creatures are profoundly malevolent and cannot penetrate a Patronus formed from the wizard's cherished memories. In simple terms, one must identify a memory that is exceptionally joyous, beautiful, and empowering, and while recalling it, recite the incantation, Expecto Patronum. The more potent the memory, the stronger the will to protect, thus resulting in a more formidable Patronus, potentially even manifesting the guardian spirit itself. Standing at the front of the classroom, Kevin eloquently explained, "What is a Patronus?" Hermione was the first to pose a question from the audience. Each person's Patronus is unique. It can be understood as something that belongs solely to your heart. My Patronus is a goldfish, he announced, waving his wand and pronouncing, Expecto Patronum. A radiant sphere of energy coalesced at the tip of his wand, ultimately taking the form of a goldfish, its vibrant tail trailing gracefully as it swam through the air. With the rhythm of his wand, the goldfish glided slowly before the eyes of the onlookers, eventually reaching Hermione, where it transformed into a flurry of luminous particles. Curiosity swept through the group. They were eager to discover what their own patron uses might resemble. Now, everyone, it's your turn. Recall a beautiful memory. One that is powerful and worth protecting. With that, they grasped their wands, immersing themselves in thoughts of their most cherished and joyous moments. Expecto Patronum. Harry was the first to utter the incantation. However, nothing occurred. Don't be discouraged, Harry. You need to summon a stronger conviction. Taking a deep breath, Harry closed his eyes, envisioning the faces of his parents. They stood before the mirror, where their parents smiled back at them. The mother gently rested her hand on his shoulder, while the father nodded encouragingly. This was the vision of the erased mirror. Although it was an illusion, the love was undeniably real. Expecto Patronum. Harry intoned resolutely, casting the spell. A radiant surge of energy erupted from his wand, transforming into a shield that stood protectively before him. Wow, the others exclaimed in admiration. Harry's expression mirrored their joy, having successfully conjured his Patronus. Well done. Although the incantation requires a bit of preparation, with practice, you can invoke it whenever you wish to protect something, he encouraged. Now it's your turn. Harry, continue, and perhaps share your insights to inspire everyone. Kevin provided Hermione with some extra guidance, attentively observing her practice. Hermione glanced at Kevin, closed her eyes, and began to reminisce about her happiest moments. Those days spent living with Kevin and the day she discovered his feelings for her. Expecto Patronum. A faint white light flickered from Hermione's wand, yet it lacked the grandeur of Harry's. Surprised, she realized that this cherished memory could not invoke her Patronus. Indeed, it was a profoundly joyful memory. While the memory is beautiful, it lacks the strength needed. A more fervent desire to protect is essential, Kevin commented. Hermione paused, deep in thought, and after taking a deep breath, she tried again. Expecto Patronum. With her incantation, a brilliant white light coalesced into the form of an otter, gracefully swirling around her. Hermione had summoned her Patronus. Harry and the others looked on in astonishment, witnessing her conjure a Patronus on her first attempt. This testament to the depth and potency of Hermione's memories was truly remarkable. Kevin affectionately ruffled Hermione's hair, and she beamed with delight. Hermione, what did you recall? Kevin inquired. She met his gaze and smiled slightly. I won't tell you. Kevin accepted her playful secrecy and continued to assist the others in mastering the spell. As Hermione maneuvered her Patronus, familiarizing herself with the sensation, she observed Kevin. She recalled the incident with the troll in their first year, when Kevin bravely shielded her from the creature, risking his life to draw its attention. In that moment, they had been utterly defenseless against the troll. Reflecting on it now, she wished she had possessed the strength to protect Kevin and act as his ally, preventing him from facing danger alone. It was this fervent desire that empowered her to successfully summon her Patronus. Hermione, Kevin heard her softly murmur. Did you call me? He responded, his keen hearing picking up her whisper. No, I was calling my Patronus, Hermione replied, playfully turning her face away, teasing the otter that danced before her. The day before the official start of the school year, Kevin continued to lead their practice of the Patronus charm, with those who had mastered it sharing their experiences, while others worked diligently to improve. Today, however, they welcomed a guest. I overheard the principal mention that a few students were independently studying the Patronus charm. And to my surprise, it was indeed true. A man, looking somewhat unwell, entered their classroom. He wore a long robe, patched yet impeccably clean, and sported a beard, with his bangs loosely hanging over the right side of his forehead. Greetings, students. It is a pleasure to meet you. I am your professor for this year's Defense Against the Dark Arts class. You may call me Professor Lupin. Professor Lupin appeared quite the gentleman, presenting himself with grace. Hello, Professor. Although the students were uncertain of Professor Lupin's intentions, they all set aside their wands and greeted him warmly. I happen to be familiar with this charm. May I observe your practice? Professor Lupin's tone was exceedingly friendly, as though he were an old companion, though he primarily directed his gaze towards Harry. Of course, Professor. To be honest, we've merely been practicing on our own, and if you wouldn't mind, we would greatly appreciate your professional guidance. Kevin spoke first, his demeanor earnest. I believe you must be the Kevin Mr. Principal spoke of, and indeed, you live up to his description. Professor Lupin approached, placing his hands on Kevin's shoulders, scrutinizing the boy thoughtfully. Yes, that's me. May I inquire what Mr. Principal said about me? Kevin asked, intrigued. He described you as a child adept at pleasing adults, with a charming way of speaking and a knack for flattery. Harry and the others nodded in agreement. Kevin, somewhat exasperated, retorted, what do you mean by a knack for flattery? I prefer to think of it as being clever and considerate. Be careful, or I might accuse you of slander. All right, no more jesting. Why don't you all attempt the Patronus charm? I would like to see how you fare, as I believe I can offer you some inspiration. Professor Lupin, eschewing a formal stance at the podium, leaned casually against a desk as he addressed the class. Observing the students' attempts at the charm, he quickly discerned their struggles, showcasing his experience. Yet rather than delving into complex theories, he instead employed encouraging words that stirred the beauty and protective spirit within them, rendering him somewhat akin to a spiritual mentor. With his guidance, Ron and Draco, who had been simmering with practice for several days, finally succeeded in conjuring their patron muses. Harry and Hermione also exhibited enhanced proficiency, with Harry summoning forth his Patronus, a majestic stag. Remarkable. You all possess exceptional talent and positive energy. Mastering the Patronus charm in just a few days is no trivial feat. Professor Lupin commended them at the conclusion of the lesson. He then turned to Harry, smiling as he said, "Harry, your parents would undoubtedly be proud of you." "Do you know my parents?" Harry asked, momentarily taken aback. His curiosity piqued as he yearned to learn more about them. "Indeed, I consider myself a friend of theirs. The moment I laid eyes upon you, I recognized you not because of the scar, but due to the depth of your gaze." Professor Lupin and Harry suddenly became sentimental, reminiscing about the past and sharing stories of Harry's parents. Kevin, ever perceptive, discreetly led a few inquisitive little ones away, leaving time for them to indulge in their memories. Chapter 51. I wager that your fortune today is dire. The following day marked the official commencement of the school year at Hogwarts. However, the grand feast would not commence until evening, leaving the day for everyone to attend to their own affairs. Kevin and Hermione strolled by the Black Lake, enjoying the fresh air. Yet, upon spotting the ominous Dementors floating above, they quickly decided to depart, preferring the tranquility of the library. In recent days, Professor Snape had not sought him out, much to Kevin's delight, while Hermione persistently urged him to study. This year introduced two new subjects: care of magical creatures and divination. Kevin had frequently conversed with Hagrid about the former, and Hermione, along with others, had acquired some knowledge on the subject, with Draco being the most well-versed, particularly regarding dragons. As for divination, both Hermione and Kevin expressed their disinterest. Hermione favored tangible information over the nebulous nature of divination, while Kevin, with a rebellious spirit, declared that if fate decreed his demise at midnight, he would take matters into his own hands well before then. The more perilous the divination, the more he was drawn to it, embodying a staunch disbelief in destiny. Thus, they largely neglected their studies in divination. As evening approached, the banquet for the new academic year commenced. As customary, the first-year sorting ceremony took place, followed by a grand chorus, after which Dumbledore rose to address the assembly. First and foremost, I am delighted to introduce to you our new defense against the dark arts professor, Professor Lupin. The students from all houses erupted in enthusiastic applause, relieved to no longer endure Gilderoy Lockhart's incessant boasting, which had squandered a whole year. Next, he announced that their esteemed professor of care of magical creatures would be retiring due to health reasons. Fortunately, the beloved Rubeus Hagrid would be stepping in. Once again, the hall filled with warm applause. The friendly giant was well-liked among the students. However, an unsettling announcement followed. As the applause subsided, Dumbledore's countenance shifted to one of grave concern, demonstrating his skill in the art of suspense. At the behest of the Ministry of Magic, Hogwarts will be hosting a number of special guests this year, Dementors from Azkaban. Until Sirius Black is apprehended, these creatures will guard every entrance of Hogwarts. Although assurances have been made that the Dementors will not interfere with our academic pursuits, I must caution you. They are exceedingly malevolent beings. Never attempt to approach them. They possess no understanding of mercy and will not distinguish between prey and obstacles. Therefore, I implore you to avoid giving them any reason to harm you. Yet, amidst this gravity, joy remains omnipresent. We need only to illuminate our hearts. After Dumbledore finished speaking, the students in the audience wore expressions of solemnity and concern. Suddenly, a solitary yet fervent applause erupted, reverberating through the hushed hall. To everyone's astonishment, it was Kevin, his mouth stuffed full. He was fixated on his plate, oblivious to Dumbledore, lost in his own world of applause. Upon realizing that no one else was joining in, Kevin looked up to find everyone regarding him with bemusement. It dawned on him that this was perhaps not the appropriate moment for applause. Hermione and her friends covered their faces, unable to bear the awkwardness for Kevin. Wasn't it customary to applaud after a leader's speech? Under the scrutiny of his peers, Kevin weakly remarked. Dumbledore, equally perplexed, thought to himself that this child was so accustomed to being the comic relief that he could not discern the gravity of the situation. Fear not, everyone. The school will ensure the safety of every student. Now, let the feast commence. Dumbledore clapped his hands, helping to ease the tension as he invited everyone to enjoy their dinner. At last, the focus shifted away from Kevin, the jester. Observing that Kevin was undeterred by embarrassment and began to eat, Hermione pinched him hard. Ouch, that hurts, Kevin exclaimed, perhaps due to Kevin's presence. The atmosphere of the banquet lightened considerably, and the gathering joyfully concluded, returning to their common room. As Kevin approached the window, he noticed the heavy rain outside. His keen eyes detected an increase in the number of Dementors wandering the outskirts of Hogwarts. Sirius must be on his way. Meanwhile, after Kevin's encouragement, Harry had finally set aside his worries regarding Sirius, patiently awaiting his arrival to uncover the truth of the past. Currently, he was enjoying some animal sound candy with Ron and a few other dorm mates, reveling in their merriment. Classes finally commenced today, starting with divination. Kevin accompanied Hermione to the divination classroom in the tower. Hermione had opted not to use the time turner to attend multiple classes at once, as they had previously experimented with it when they received it. It was indeed a remarkable object, as long as one could avoid encountering their past self. It proved to be a highly useful magical tool. Kevin had always felt that using it solely for learning was a waste. Although Professor McGonagall had repeatedly cautioned that it should only be used for educational purposes and never elsewhere, both Hermione and Kevin had agreed. Yet, in dire circumstances, who would adhere strictly to such rules? However, after his experience, Kevin believed that using the time turner for learning was counterproductive. It disrupted one's daily routine and posed significant risks. Should an unforeseen incident occur while traversing the past, and if an unsuspecting individual were to collide the two timelines, unpredictable consequences could ensue. Thus, Kevin firmly insisted that Hermione must not use the device frequently. Even when it was utilized, it should not be for an extended period, and during any temporal excursions. They must avoid engaging in perilous activities. Hermione had no choice but to comply, refraining from utilizing the converter, at least not to pursue additional courses. In truth, she wasn't accustomed to using it. Once activated, it would preclude her from accompanying Kevin. After all, in her former self, whenever Kevin was available, she would invariably be by his side. To traverse back in time would signify solitary study, a notion she found rather disconcerting after having spent so long learning alongside Kevin. Even the prospect of using the converter held little appeal unless it was in tandem with him. It was akin to playing a game alone in a past life, rather dull unless shared with friends. Thus, it became a strategic tool, reserved for moments of necessity, enabling them to unexpectedly appear in two places and alter the past. Soon, a group of students arrived at the divination classroom, where Professor Trelawney awaited their presence. Welcome, students, to the realm of divination. I am Professor Trelawney, and here you shall navigate the vast ocean of this mystical discipline, discovering whether you possess the gift of insight. This semester's focus would be on the art of tea leaf reading, delving into the mysteries contained within the remnants of tea. Professor Trelawney, embodying the essence of a seer, encouraged the students to examine the patterns formed by the dregs in their teacups. Perhaps there was some merit to divination, given its standing as an academic subject. However, Kevin remained skeptical. As Professor Trelawney made her way around the classroom, inspecting the students' cups, Kevin quietly poured himself a cup of tea. Hermione, observing, requested a cup for herself, sharing her indifference towards the divination class. Suddenly, Professor Trelawney halted before Ron, claiming to sense a peculiar energy, and invited him to show her his teacup. Ron, rifling through his books, announced that something joyous awaited Harry. Kevin paused, taken aback. According to the film's narrative, it should have foretold minor misfortunes for Harry, yet instead, it spoke solely of happiness. Was it possible that the prophecy indicated Kevin's intent to shield Harry from suffering? Unlikely. Harry, I intended to assist you, but now, it seems you are destined to face your trials. Kevin smirked slightly before finishing his tea in one swift motion. He had no faith in such divination. After all, the ominous tea leaves that foretold of a great black wolf in the movie had resulted in nothing of consequence. Harry, seated in front, inexplicably shuddered, as if sensing an impending misfortune. Professor Trelawney, noticing Kevin drinking his tea, promptly requested to see his cup. Kevin glanced down, falling into silence. He had gulped his tea so hastily that the leaves were swallowed whole, leaving the cup impeccably clean, save for a few scattered remnants at the bottom. Unable to comprehend the meaning, he handed it to the professor. Oh, my child, this signifies that you will endure significant losses, yet retain a few precious things. Professor Trelawney observed him with a look of deep concern. Professor, might it not also suggest that I will navigate my future with relative safety, encountering merely a handful of minor disturbances? Kevin countered her baseless divination with his own reasoning. Ah, dear child, the future is replete with vivid possibilities. Yet this teacup appears exceedingly vacant. Professor Trelawney clutched the teacup, hesitating to speak, reluctant to dampen the child's spirit. However, Kevin, unwilling to dwell on this matter any longer, curiously inquired of the professor. Professor, I am rather intrigued by other forms of divination. Is there a method that can predict the movements of adversaries, such as when and where they might appear, or perhaps their weaknesses and fears? Professor Trelawney was momentarily taken aback, surprised by the sudden shift in topic, and instinctively asked, Whom do you wish to divine? Voldemort, Kevin replied nonchalantly. An immediate hush fell over the classroom as the students gazed at Kevin in terror. Having just uttered that name which should never be spoken, Professor Trelawney recoiled, visibly shaken. Kevin continued, if divination were truly so beneficial, it should not merely be employed to avert misfortune, but rather to strategize against foes. I believe that learning such divination would hold greater significance. Do you not agree, Professor? Faced with Kevin's relentless questioning, Professor Trelawney found herself at a loss for words, her gaze a mixture of complexity as she regarded this audacious student. Child, divination is not a trivial pursuit, and one cannot cavalierly predict the actions of that mysterious figure. Kevin chuckled, bemused by the notion that Voldemort could not be predicted at will. If you possess such abilities, why not utilize them to eliminate danger rather than evade it? Does that imply that while Voldemort is beyond prediction, we are not? Or do you believe his fate is too elevated to be foretold? Kevin then took the teacup recently used by Hermione, calmly pouring himself a cup of tea, savoring each sip as he spoke. Nearby, little Hermione sensed a chill in Kevin's tone. And what of you, Professor? Perhaps you should pour yourself a cup as well and divine your fortunes for today? I wager it is dire. With that, Kevin produced a crowbar and placed it upon the table. Chapter 52. Care of Magical Creatures. Hurry, Kevin, Hermione exclaimed, grasping his arm. After all, this was a professor of the academy, and such antics were ill-advised. Though she too harbored disdain for the divination class, she recognized the importance of the Hogwarts faculty. Professor Trelawney was clearly alarmed by the implicit threat emanating from this student. Kevin had no intention of actually assaulting Professor Trelawney. He had never targeted the flamboyant Lockhart in his second year, let alone this diligent professor of divination. He merely sought to intimidate her. I apologize, Professor. I harbor no ill will. Kevin smiled, retracting the crowbar. I simply wish to convey that seeking signs from the heavens pales in comparison to taking charge of one's own destiny. This fortune-telling to evade misfortune seems futile. It is far more prudent to acquire skills, for only then can one grasp their fate. Kevin made a fist, emphasizing his point. The atmosphere in the classroom remained somewhat somber, and unwilling to remain the center of attention, he nudged Harry. Harry, show your cup to the professor. I suspect its inky depths bode ill tidings. Harry was momentarily taken aback, wondering why the sudden blame was directed at him. Nevertheless, he extended his teacup. Professor Trelawney cast a profound glance at Kevin before eventually lowering her gaze to Harry's cup. This sight startled the professor once again, and with concern. She informed Harry that it represented a gigantic, ghostly hound, an ominous sign foretelling death. Kevin and Hermione exchanged exasperated glances, acknowledging that the professor had quickly regained her composure. Harry found himself in a quandary, uncertain whether to embrace Kevin's fatalistic perspective or to heed the professor's ominous foretelling. The wolf could symbolize the threat posed by Sirius Black. Yet Kevin had also mentioned that Sirius might harbor secrets unknown to others and may not truly be the villain. Thus, the foreboding nature of this omen could also be misleading. Subsequently, the other students made their way to Hagrid's hut, preparing for the next class. Kevin was summoned to Professor Dumbledore's office to account for his disrespectful behavior during divination class. He readily acknowledged his mistake, assuring that he would not repeat it. And his earnest demeanor left Dumbledore momentarily at a loss for words. Ultimately, Dumbledore simply requested that Kevin find a suitable time to apologize to Professor Trelawney, to which Kevin agreed and promptly sought out the professor to offer a sincere apology. This left Professor Trelawney bewildered. The boy had transformed from a brash demeanor in the morning to that of a compliant child. However, she did not hold it against him, attributing his behavior to the common trait of skepticism found in many. Upon Kevin's return to his peers, they had already commenced their lesson on care of magical creatures with Hagrid. A group of students gathered around two winged beasts, observing with curiosity. One was a creature Kevin recognized, the magnificent Buckbeak, whom Hagrid now cared for, while the other was the large white creature they had discovered the previous year. Approaching Hermione, Kevin inquired about their progress. Yet, before she could respond, the large white creature spotted Kevin and trotted over joyfully, startling the surrounding students. Buckbeak, calm down, Kevin urged, stepping forward to soothe the creature, ensuring that the other students remained unperturbed and did not cause a panic. Kevin, please introduce your friends to the class, Hagrid requested. Having intended to use Kevin to help the students familiarize themselves with the winged beasts and alleviate their apprehension, Hermione also approached, bowing to Buckbeak, who reciprocated the gesture, recognizing her as the young witch who had fed her generously the previous year. Buckbeak, it's been a while, Hermione said, reaching out to stroke the creature's head. The other students, seeing how easily Kevin and Hermione interacted with the winged beast, grew increasingly curious and eager to try their hand at petting it. Children, the winged beast is an incredibly proud creature and is easily offended, so please refrain from any disrespectful actions. If you wish to approach and pet them, you must first bow and await their acknowledgement before you may proceed. Do you understand? Hagrid bellowed at the students, who responded in unison. All right, now pair up. Harry, Draco, you shall be the first to try. Harry approached Buckbeak while Draco made his way to the large white creature. Both bowed and received a courteous acknowledgement from the winged beasts, gently touching them. They were relatively experienced, having interacted with the white creature the previous year. Kevin stood beside the white creature, while Hagrid remained near Buckbeak, ensuring that the two winged beasts did not exhibit any signs of distress. This lesson unfolded without the chaos reminiscent of films, allowing the students to touch the creatures and absorb relevant knowledge, with Harry even taking to the skies for a brief flight. During this time, Kevin's attention wandered. Hermione, it seems you've grown taller since last year. Your head was barely above the white creature's back, but now it's almost level, he remarked, comparing her height to that of the white creature and noticing her growth. Perhaps she was entering a phase of maturation, although some aspects still required development. You too, as you always seem to tower over me, despite being younger, she replied. Kevin chuckled. That's simply because I am in good health. He scrutinized Hermione closely, realizing only now how much she had transformed. In their first year, she had been as cute as a porcelain doll, but now she radiated a more poised and striking elegance. Suddenly, Kevin produced a hair tie and fashioned a high ponytail for Hermione. Although perplexed, she accepted his assistance without protest. It was not the first time he had styled her hair. Hermione, you look absolutely stunning like this, Kevin declared, admiring his handiwork with satisfaction. Due to the warm weather, Hermione was not draped in her heavy wizarding cloak. She wore a slightly oversized white blouse, rolled up at the sleeves to reveal a slender portion of her arms, creating a striking contrast with the loose fabric. Her lower half featured a pure black skirt, complemented by black tights that accentuated her delicate legs, showcasing the young witch's figure. The simplicity of the two colors, paired with her high ponytail, presented a refined and sharp aesthetic. Hermione rolled her eyes. After all, it was rather silly to describe a girl as stunning. Nevertheless, she appreciated the compliment, as Kevin's approval meant the world to her. Thus, little Hermione maintained this appearance throughout the day, no questions asked. It was simply convenient. The following 2 days passed in relative tranquility at the academy. Today, Kevin and a few friends were studying in the Great Hall, with Kevin revising a third-year potions textbook. This was Hermione's textbook, and he was enhancing some of the rigid concepts while adding annotations to facilitate her comprehension in the future. In truth, it was mostly because Kevin had been idle lately that he chose to assist Hermione with these notes, serving as a means of revisiting what he had learned. The custom-made potions book he had gifted her was also updated regularly to ensure no knowledge was overlooked. Little Hermione sat beside Kevin, diligently working on her assignments. Suddenly, commotion erupted from their table's right side. Someone had spotted Sirius Black. A young wizard gazed at the newspaper and exclaimed loudly, immediately capturing the attention of the crowd. Harry was the first to rush over. Daffodil Town is quite near, he remarked. Kevin, upon hearing this, presumed they were nearing Hogwarts and wondered if he could utilize the Weasley Twins Marauders map to locate him. Although Kevin intended to accelerate the plot as he had done the previous year, he found himself at a loss. For Sirius Black would not reveal himself until well after Christmas. Not knowing what to think, he decided to let it be. Chapter 53, The Boggart. In the Defense Against the Dark Arts class, everyone stood before a quaking wardrobe. Has anyone guessed what lies within? Professor Lupin inquired. It's a boggart, Professor, a student answered. Precisely, it is a shape-shifting dark creature that can assume any form, embodying the fears of those who encounter it, Lupin explained. Elucidating the nature of the boggart. There exists a specific spell designed to combat boggarts, quite humorous indeed. He then encouraged everyone to practice the incantation, familiarizing themselves with it. This is a simple banishing spell effective solely against boggarts. Another method to confront a boggart is to laugh, to envision it as something utterly ridiculous. Soon, everyone had mastered the spell and formed a line to face the boggart one by one. The first was Neville. As he approached the wardrobe, Professor Lupin opened it, revealing Professor Snape, albeit a false apparition, who scanned the room with caution, eventually locking eyes with Neville. Quickly, Neville, recite the spell. Imagine him in your grandmother's clothing, Lupin urged, encouraging Neville to cast the spell. Ridiculous. With a flick of his wand, Snape began to spin and transform, suddenly donning an antiquated woman's dress, Neville's grandmother's attire. The room erupted in laughter. The scene was utterly comical. Kevin discreetly took out his camera. Click. A picture of Snape in women's clothing. I must hang this in my living room. Hermione shot him a disapproving glance, warning him that if Snape were to discover it, he would face dire consequences. Next was Ron, whose boggart morphed into a colossal spider, sending him into a fit of panic. Trembling, he waved his wand, and the enormous spider's legs suddenly donned roller skates, awkwardly sliding in place. After a few more students, it was Harry's turn. Kevin craned his neck to catch a glimpse. Given his association, Harry had never been attacked by a Dementor. Would the Dementor still be his greatest fear? Harry stood before a clown doll, the creation of the previous student. As the clown wobbled, the boggart swiftly transformed, the surroundings igniting into a sea of flames. A hooded figure emerged amidst the inferno, and beneath its feet lay two lifeless bodies, those of Harry's parents. The hooded figure then removed its hood, revealing the grotesque grin of Sirius Black. He seemed to mock Harry, as if taunting him for the death of his parents, leaving him powerless. Harry's breath became labored. His eyes filled with crimson veins, his jaw clenched tightly. The group of young wizards gasped, and Professor Lupin sensed the gravity of the situation. He had no time to ponder how Harry had come to know about the events of that fateful day. He was about to intervene. How ludicrous. Harry raised his wand, resolutely uttering the incantation. The scene before him spun and transformed, eventually materializing into a small black dog, which amusingly bore the face of Sirius. Professor Lupin, who had been poised to shield Harry from the dog, paused in surprise, only to be struck by the humor of the moment, pointing at the creature and bursting into laughter. Ha ha ha, a dog with a human face. How delightfully absurd. Indeed, they were good friends, sharing a laugh at the expense of the situation. Snap. Kevin captured another photograph. Harry, when you and Sirius reconcile, I'll show this picture to him, Kevin mused. Perhaps Lupin's infectious laughter had lightened the mood, for Harry suddenly found it amusing as well, joining in the laughter. The next in line was Hermione. As she approached the little dog, it spun and transformed into Kevin's likeness. Kevin, the version of Kevin before them, wore a cold expression, dropping a few papers signed by Hermione that bore the score of 0, stating indifferently, I want to play with idiots. Hermione observed this scene, initially startled, but soon regained her composure, her expression shifting to one of danger, evidently furious. Kevin, not cool, buddy. I'm the one who will suffer here. The real Kevin, standing beside Hermione, felt a cold sweat bead on his forehead. Sure enough, the next moment, Hermione's hand clamped down on his side. Ouch, that is not me. Hermione, Kevin exclaimed innocently. Hermione paid no heed, angrily waving her wand. The boggart then spun and morphed into Kevin dressed in women's clothing. Uffed. Ha ha. Hermione's expression brightened instantly, erupting into laughter. Soon, Harry and the others joined in, with Draco laughing the loudest. Next, it was Kevin's turn. Gaze upon me, you wretched creature. Kevin glared fiercely at his feminine counterpart. He drew his wand, determined to confront whatever would emerge next. The boggart twisted once more, transforming into a massive syringe, its needle glinting ominously. Yikes. I've always dreaded injections. Kevin gasped, his hands trembling uncontrollably. How absurd. The boggart changed again, this time into a large-headed duck, quacking in an oddly comical manner, sounding as if it were laughing maniacally. Kevin was taken aback. Wasn't this reminiscent of the viral animal videos from his previous life? Although the other young wizards did not grasp what was amusing about a duck, they too succumbed to laughter, enchanted by the absurdity of the situation. Before long, the class concluded in a joyous atmosphere. Kevin, did you forget to sign the permission slip for the trip to Hogsmeade? Harry inquired of Kevin. Tomorrow marks the day we embark on our journey to Hogsmeade. No worries. If you wish to go, I shall take you, Kevin replied nonchalantly. Simply have Professor Hop sign it for you, or alternatively, my parents could assist with the signature, Hermione interjected. Only children require parental consent, Kevin declared with pride, hands on hips and chin held high. In response, Hermione playfully pinched his side. Ouch, Kevin winced, clutching his waist. Why has she taken to pinching me so often of late? However, Kevin, are you certain this is wise? What if we get caught? Harry expressed a hint of concern. Harry, you can simply wear the invisibility cloak, Ron suggested. Harry's eyes brightened, recognizing the merit in the idea. The following day, Saturday, was the designated time for third-year students and above to visit Hogsmeade, contingent upon obtaining a guardian's signature. Professor McGonagall gathered all third-year pupils in the Hogwarts gardens, leading them through the back entrance towards the village, which was not far from the school. Kevin and Harry chose not to mingle with the crowd, but instead stood boldly outside, surveying the excitable younger students. Professor McGonagall noticed them and felt a pang of sympathy. She was aware that both boys were orphans, yet rules were rules. With a sigh, she led the group onward. Once the crowd had departed, Kevin patted Harry on the shoulder. Come on, Harry. Instead of using the disillusionment charm, Kevin opted to share Harry's invisibility cloak, ensuring they could see each other and not become separated. He also cast a silencing charm, and together they stealthily followed the main group. As the larger party boarded the carriages, Kevin swiftly hoisted Harry onto his back and dashed to catch up. The Marauder's map? I have no need for it. This visit was unlike Harry's first cinematic adventure, which took place after the Christmas holidays, as there was no snow in sight. It was merely a quaint wizarding village, seemingly unremarkable. Before long, upon arrival, Professor McGonagall gathered everyone once more, reminding the young wizards to explore responsibly and avoid causing mischief, lest they be barred from future visits. With that, the little wizards dispersed, pairing off to wander the charming village. Hermione, Ron, Kevin called out, spotting the two waiting by the roadside. Glancing around to ensure no professors were in sight, only wandering students, he and Harry removed the invisibility cloak. You arrived so quickly? Ron exclaimed, astonished, as they had only just arrived. Of course, it's merely a short distance. Your carriage couldn't possibly be swifter than I, Kevin boasted, hands on his hips. Yet, Hermione poked him again, cautioning him against hubris, warning that if they were caught, Gryffindor points would surely be deducted. After a bit of playful banter, Kevin spoke up. Let us embark on an adventure together, shall we? We shall explore this quaint village and discover its novelties. Should it prove tedious, I shall not return. Harry can make his own way here. Harry, in silent exasperation, would rather traverse the distance alone than endure the discomfort of being carried. The group first ventured to the beloved sweet shop, a treasure trove of peculiar confections. Kevin sought out candies that bore the flavor of dog dung. Determined to procure a couple for Dumbledore, though Snape was altogether a different matter. To believe that Snape indulges in sweets is akin to believing I am Qin Shi Huang. Chapter 54, Hogsmeade Village. Hermione, shall we indulge in a cup of tea here? Kevin suggested, pointing towards a petite tea house, Madame Pootafoot's, which, although modest in size, was adorned with whimsical Valentine's decorations. Upon glancing in that direction, Hermione quickly recognized the tea house's purpose, her cheeks flushing slightly, yet she nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, Harry and Ron had dashed off to the magical joke shop, enticed by the array of gag gifts, clearly more captivated by that venue. Thus, Hermione and Kevin relished their moment of solitude. As they entered, the tinkling of a bell announced their arrival, and a plump lady with her hair elegantly styled approached them. She wore a warm smile and regarded the pair with gentle eyes. Oh, you adorable young ones, are you here on a date? Madame Pootafoot teased, observing their entwined hands. At this, Hermione shyly lowered her gaze, attempting to mask her embarrassment. We merely came for tea, she stammered. Kevin, finding Hermione's adorableness endearing, chuckled, feeling that an explanation was unnecessary. Madame Pootafoot, still smiling warmly, guided them to an empty table and inquired about their preferred refreshments. Unfamiliar with the menu, Kevin randomly ordered 2 signature pastries. Once the lady departed, Hermione regained her composure, casting a playful glare at the grinning Kevin, playfully kicking him beneath the table. Ouch, Hermione. Why do you keep hitting me? Kevin complained, feigning pain. Humph, Hermione replied, turning her head away, unwilling to respond. Undeterred, Kevin shamelessly shifted his chair closer to Hermione. He took her left hand with his right, prompting a token struggle from her before she relented, allowing him to hold her hand. Both wore silver bracelets, and as they leaned closer, the gems emitted a barely perceptible soft glow. Hermione's hand was soft and pleasant to hold. They began to engage in light conversation. Hermione, it appears we shan't return home for Christmas this year. Is it because of Sirius? Hermione seemed to have anticipated this. Indeed, and also due to the Dementor situation. There was an incident where Dementors attacked a train, and it seems we were not the only ones subjected to such an attack. Therefore, the school's intention is to have everyone remain on campus for Christmas this year, as revealed by Dumbledore previously. Fortunately, the Dementors do not prey upon owls, allowing them to deliver letters to my parents. Otherwise, they would surely be worried again. Hermione naturally leaned against Kevin's shoulder, speaking with a hint of exasperation. Why is it that every year at Hogwarts, some event occurs? It seems to me that such occurrences were rare in the history of the school. Isn't it rather delightful? Every year brings new adventures, Kevin replied. Do you really consider dealing with Voldemort an adventure? Hermione rolled her eyes. Who says it isn't? Kevin chuckled. Soon, their tea and snacks arrived, and the pair relished a rare moment of comfort. Afterward, they strolled hand in hand through other shops. They only parted ways when it was time to return, with Kevin heading towards the village entrance, where he had previously arranged to meet Harry. The village entrance was essentially the train station, with Hogwarts on one side of the tracks and Hogsmeade on the other, illustrating just how close the two locations were. Kevin, could you please not carry me on your shoulder? Harry complained while Kevin sprinted towards Hogwarts, carrying him. If I don't carry you, should I cradle you like a princess? Kevin replied, unperturbed as he ran. Harry actually didn't mind, but he feared Hermione would object, so he kept quiet. Before long, Kevin brought Harry back to Hogwarts. By the way, how did you enjoy your day? Perhaps next time, you might venture out on your own. Hermione and I were considering a trip to the library instead, Kevin suggested. Hogsmeade was quite small, with only a handful of bustling shops, mostly eateries or establishments selling peculiar items. It felt like a commercial district for wizards who had been studying for an extended period, providing them a place for leisure. I find it quite interesting, Harry remarked, puzzled by Kevin's high expectations. Well, as long as you enjoy it, Kevin shrugged. The two engaged in light-hearted conversation in the backyard, primarily with Harry recounting his day with Ron and sharing some sweets with Kevin. Upon tasting the candy Harry offered, Kevin spat it out. What a dreadful flavor. Harry, you've deceived me. Haha, whose fault is it that you made me eat several pieces of that disgusting dog food-flavored candy last time? Harry laughed heartily. All right, you little rascal. You're getting increasingly devious, Kevin exclaimed, snatching the candy from Harry and stuffing it into his mouth. Harry, terrified, struggled, yet he fought back, pulling out another piece of dog food-flavored candy from seemingly nowhere and shoving it into Kevin's mouth while he laughed. The two engaged in a playful exchange of the vile candy. When Professor McGonagall returned with a group of young witches and wizards, she found the two at the door, retching, and looked on in disbelief. Rolling her eyes, she was reluctant to acknowledge that these two were her students. "You two, clean up before you leave," she commanded before departing. Hermione, too embarrassed to assist Kevin, simply watched. "Haha, you two have eaten dog food. Haha." Ron and Draco laughed heartily as they approached, oblivious to the situation, but delighted to mock. Kevin swiftly clamped his hand over their mouths, while Harry, in unison, shoved a foul-tasting candy into their mouths. The two boys doubled over in disgust. Hermione, unable to endure the childish antics any longer, hastily departed, exclaiming, "You two clean this mess up before you leave." Mimicking Professor McGonagall, Kevin dashed away, with Harry hot on his heels, leaving Ron and Draco to share a pained glance, feeling quite foolish. Kevin and Harry, reveling in their prank, sprinted towards the common room in fits of laughter. However, their mirth was short-lived as they spotted a crowd gathered around the entrance to their common room. The portrait door had been viciously torn, and the fat lady was nowhere to be seen. What has happened? Harry realized something was amiss and rushed over to inquire. Ginny happened to be there as well, responding. "The fat lady's portrait has been shredded, and she has vanished." Kevin scanned the area, recalling that the fat lady had sought refuge in a nearby painting. "There she is." Kevin suddenly pointed towards another portrait. A throng of curious young witches and wizards quickly gathered at the indicated spot. Inside the painting was a large hippopotamus, with the fat lady cowering behind it, her head peeking out in panic. "Fat lady, what has transpired?" Harry asked urgently. Just then, Dumbledore arrived with Filch. Noticing the congregation of students, "Sirius Black has come to this castle. He intends to infiltrate Gryffindor's common room," the fat lady exclaimed, her voice trembling with fear. Harry clenched his fists, glancing at Kevin, who shook his head, signaling him to remain calm. "Filch, notify the professors to secure the castle. All students, assemble in the Great Hall," Dumbledore commanded, his brow furrowed, recognizing the gravity of the situation. At that moment, he could not ascertain whether Sirius was friend or foe. Imprisoned in Azkaban for 12 long years, such an ordeal could very well have driven him to madness, rendering him volatile and unpredictable. As headmaster, Dumbledore had to prioritize the safety of the students, hence the decision to gather them for protection. On their way to the Great Hall, Harry seized Kevin's arm, insisting, "Kevin, we must find him and uncover the truth about what happened back then." "Harry, I doubt you'll find him now," Kevin replied, shaking his head. Sirius likely intended to take advantage of the fact that most people are in Hogsmeade today to sneak into Gryffindor's common room when it was less populated. But he has failed. This has also exposed his whereabouts, so he certainly wouldn't dare remain at Hogwarts, where Dumbledore and the professors could easily discover him. I suspect that after being unable to enter the common room, he has fled Hogwarts, likely hiding in the Forbidden Forest or some nearby deserted place, waiting for another opportunity. "Harry, Kevin's words hold merit. Your anxiety serves no purpose at this moment." Ron joined in to counsel Harry, urging him to calm down. Harry fell silent. He comprehended Kevin's sentiments, yet the mere thought that the only person privy to the truth was nearby rendered him restless. "Rest assured, Harry, since he has arrived, he certainly will not depart easily," Kevin reassured him with a pat on the shoulder. "For now, let us convene in the Great Hall. We can contemplate our course of action once this lockdown is lifted." Harry nodded in agreement, recognizing that the current circumstances indeed precluded any planning on their part. Subsequently, they all proceeded to the Great Hall, speculating about Sirius's absence and the headmaster's arrangements, yet they had no choice but to comply with the unified management in the hall. These matters were beyond their control. Chapter 55, The Two Classes of Werewolves. In the dead of night, students from all houses sprawled upon makeshift bedding within the Great Hall. The headmaster, uneasy about separating the students until the thorough investigation was complete, opted for this arrangement. Snape and Filch were reporting the search results to Dumbledore. "The astronomy tower has been searched, as has the Ollery, and nothing was found," Filch stated. "Neither the third floor nor the basement yielded any results," Snape added succinctly. "Thank you for your efforts," Dumbledore acknowledged, yet his brow remained furrowed in concern. Filch turned to resume his duties, while Snape followed closely beside Dumbledore. They walked amidst the slumbering students, their feet surrounded by the resting bodies. An individual infiltrating Hogwarts unaccompanied and without leaving a trace. "Do you not find that suspicious, headmaster?" Snape inquired pointedly. "I warned you at the start of the term about the professor you appointed." Before Snape could finish his thought, Dumbledore interjected, "Severus. No professor at Hogwarts would allow Sirius Black entry." Dumbledore spoke with unwavering conviction. "I firmly believe Hogwarts is secure. Once the search concludes, if all is well, we shall permit the young wizards to return to their respective houses. What about Potter? Shall we warn him?" Snape shifted the topic from the previous inquiry to Harry's situation. "No need. Your precious pupil has relayed everything to him. Now, we can only hope that Sirius refrains from foolish actions. Otherwise, regardless of the truth from those years past, he cannot evade the Ministry's judgment. Dumbledore gazed at Harry, who lay a short distance away, turned away, and lost in thought. Harry was far from asleep. His eyes were wide open, contemplating the implications of the recent dialogue. Is Snape questioning Professor Lupin? But why cast doubt upon him? Harry held a favorable view of Professor Lupin, as he had shared many stories about Harry's parents and was a close friend of theirs, often confiding in Harry. How could he possibly assist someone who betrayed Harry's parents? Wait, a friend. Sirius was also a friend of his parents. Did this imply that Sirius and Professor Lupin were likely acquainted? And if he indeed aided Sirius, did that not suggest that Professor Lupin was also aware of the events from that time? Harry's eyes widened with urgency. He was eager to seek out Professor Lupin for clarification. The following day, as the curfew was lifted, Harry immediately seized Kevin and the others, sharing his suspicions. Professor Lupin must know Sirius Black, and their relationship must be significant. Otherwise, Snape would not harbor doubts about him. If it were indeed Lupin who admitted Sirius, it indicated they had met, and perhaps they could locate Sirius through Lupin. Harry also divulged the information he had overheard the previous night and expressed his thoughts. However, Dumbledore remained steadfast in his belief that Lupin would not admit Sirius. Kevin reminded him that it was worth inquiring, as one could never be certain. Harry, however, was resolute. This was the only potential lead regarding Sirius. Hermione hesitated for a moment before speaking, but all of this hinges on the assumption that Sirius is not a traitor. If he truly were a traitor, could Lupin, who permitted him entry, be trusted? Harry fell silent. This was a reasonable doubt. If Sirius were indeed a traitor, then Lupin's act of allowing him in would imply a sinister intent. Yet, he did not want to doubt Lupin. Since the beginning of the term, Lupin had been the most beloved professor among them. He was amiable, gracious, humble, and humorous with students, enthusiastic yet meticulous in his teaching, which endeared him to all. Particularly in his interactions with Harry, there was an unmistakable warmth. Dumbledore trusted Professor Lupin, and Harry placed his faith in Dumbledore. After a long moment of contemplation, Harry lifted his head and spoke with conviction. When he uttered these words, a flicker of hope had already ignited within him, wishing that Sirius was not a traitor. The people he believed in all trusted Sirius, leading him to consider the possibility that Sirius might indeed be wronged. Having reached this point, they decided to speak with Professor Lupin. Fortunately, they had defense against the dark arts class that very afternoon, providing them the perfect opportunity to inquire. Kevin was also quite curious about how much Lupin knew regarding the events of the past, as the films had not addressed this at all. When he first watched it, he was perplexed, initially thinking Lupin was the antagonist. Their first encounter was filled with a barrage of incomprehensible dialogue, failing to elucidate what had transpired back then and why the traitor had transformed into Wormtail. Harry agreed with Kevin's assessment and planned to seek clarity after class. However, when the class began, it turned out to be Professor Snape who entered. Snape strode into the classroom with swift authority, waving his wand to close all the windows and draw down a curtain. Everyone, turn to page 394, he commanded in an unmistakably authoritative tone, providing no explanation for his presence. Harry, unable to contain his curiosity, asked, Professor Snape, where is Professor Lupin? Why isn't he here? Snape replied curtly, that is none of your concern, Potter. Let us just say that Professor Lupin's current situation renders him unable to teach you. Now, turn to page 394. Severus Snape spoke with unyielding authority, disregarding the curiosity of the young witches and wizards, and commenced the lesson with an imposing demeanor. Kevin opened his textbook to find information on werewolves. The academically inclined Hermione was the first to voice her confusion. We have just finished studying Red Riding Hood and Sinkpank. How have we suddenly arrived at this topic? Because there are werewolves at school now, Kevin replied, his implication clear. Snape shot a glare at Hermione and Kevin, showing no intention of elaborating. Silence. Now, can anyone tell me the difference between an animagus and a werewolf transformation? Hermione immediately raised her hand, yet Snape paid her no heed. Kevin, you answer, he commanded. Huh, can't you see the hand raised so high next to me? Kevin protested. Hermione glared at Snape in indignation, then pinched Kevin. Ouch, why are you pinching me? Pinch Snape instead. Kevin complained inwardly, clutching his side. An animagus is a form of transfiguration that allows one to willingly transform into a specific animal, which is controllable. In contrast, werewolf transformation is uncontrollable. They cannot transform into a werewolf at will, but only during the full moon, when they lose their rationality and cannot distinguish friend from foe. Werewolves are categorized into two main types: purebred werewolves, who remain in their wolf forms and possess a certain pack mentality. The wolf venom is transmitted by this type of werewolf. After extensive eradication efforts by the Ministry of Magic, their numbers are now severely limited, with only a few residing in the Forbidden Forest. The other type is the wolf-turned, also known as the infected. These individuals are bitten or scratched by werewolves and subsequently become infected with wolf venom. Before transformation, they appear just like ordinary people, but during the full moon. They uncontrollably transform into werewolves, and the venom they carry is also infectious. While the Ministry does not restrict the freedom of these infected individuals, if they lose control and harm someone, they will be arrested and imprisoned in Azkaban. However, in their normal state, werewolf transformers can still maintain their rationality, posing minimal danger. If they consume wolf venom potions before the full moon, they can retain their reason during the transformation, preventing them from becoming monsters, though this state still carries certain risks. Kevin relayed the knowledge he had acquired, along with some personal insights. Very well articulated, Mr. Kevin, but you erred in one detail. Werewolf transformers, even before transformation, are inherently dangerous. Remember this well, Snape said coldly. The term werewolf derives from. Snape swiftly transitioned into lecture mode, elucidating the origins, dangers, and transformation processes associated with werewolves until the end of the class. By Monday, each of you must write a paper on werewolves, detailing how to identify them, with a minimum length of 2 rolls of parchment. After assigning the homework, Snape departed without a backward glance, leaving the young witches and wizards lamenting their fate. Once Snape had left, Hermione immediately questioned Kevin, "Do you know something?" Kevin nodded and led Hermione, Harry, and the others to a more secluded location to converse. "Let us be frank. Professor Lupin isn't infected by wolf venom," Kevin stated, preempting their inquiries. "Previously, Professor Snape inexplicably warned me about wolves and advised caution. Later, I detected the scent of wolfsbane potion on Professor Lupin. Coupled with Professor Snape's persistent suspicion of Lupin, I concluded that he must indeed be a werewolf. The presence of the wolfsbane potion was merely a fabricated excuse to substantiate his identity. Furthermore, you may not have noticed that last night was a full moon, and today Professor Lupin was absent from class due to ill health. This constitutes direct evidence." Upon hearing this, Hermione nodded in agreement, having sensed Snape's insinuations. All these explanations seemed quite rational. They did not feel repulsed or frightened by Lupin's werewolf status, as his reputation among them was exceedingly positive. Even with suspicions regarding his connection to Sirius, they did not cast him in a negative light. "Harry, refrain from seeking out Professor Lupin for the next few days. After transforming into a werewolf, he will likely be quite weakened. Focus your attention on tomorrow's Quidditch match instead." After hearing this, Harry nodded obediently, recognizing that the timing was indeed unfavorable, and regrettably resolved to wait a couple of days before seeking clarification from Professor Lupin. Chapter 56, Quidditch, the Dementor Attack. The exhilarating moment of the Quidditch match had arrived once again. Exhilarating was an understatement for Ron. "Harry, there are numerous Dementors lurking near the Academy, particularly in the skies. Do not chase the golden snitch too high. It's merely a matter of winning or losing a match, which is not of paramount importance," Kevin reminded Harry before the match, recalling that Harry would encounter a Dementor attack during this event. "I understand. Thank you, Kevin." Harry smiled and, broom in hand, proceeded to gather with his team for the game. Kevin and the others made their way to the stands. The weather that day was dreadful, gale-force winds, torrential rain, and thunderous lightning. Yet, this did not dampen the enthusiasm of the young wizards. Kevin cast a rain-repelling charm over their section of the stands, ensuring that no raindrops could reach them. As a result, many spectators crowded into their area. Kevin had to embrace Hermione, shielding her from the throng, while Hermione relished his protection, enjoying the closeness as she watched the match with delight. Plan successful, Kevin thought. The opposing team in this Quidditch match was Hufflepuff, and Kevin noticed a strikingly handsome player among them, Cedric. This year he was in his 5th year, and next year he would be in his 6th. According to the narrative of the films, he had but 1 year left to live. Yet, Kevin was still troubled by how to approach next year's Triwizard Tournament. Even if he dealt with Peter Pettigrew this year, there could be other Death Eaters assisting Voldemort's resurrection. If all else fails, perhaps he could kidnap Cedric and force him to forfeit the final task. With that thought, Kevin ceased his musings and began to survey the entire Quidditch pitch. Neither wind nor rain could obstruct his vision. Sirius might also make an appearance at this match, for when Harry pursued the golden snitch, he glimpsed a shadow of a wolf in the sky. However, after observing for quite some time, nothing seemed amiss. Suddenly, the commentator's voice surged with excitement. Harry was on the move, having spotted the golden snitch. He darted through the tempest, accompanied by Cedric, the seeker from Hufflepuff. Together, they soared into the heavens on their broomsticks. Clearly, Harry had forgotten Kevin's earlier admonition. After all, this was Wood's final year participating in Quidditch, and he was likely eager to help Wood secure victory. Soon, a figure plummeted from the sky. It was Cedric, evidently struck by lightning from the storm clouds. Fortunately, timely assistance ensured that he would not meet his end prematurely. Kevin sighed, sensing that Harry might soon follow suit. His keen eyes detected a swarm of dark dots approaching from above. Indeed, moments later, it was Harry. He was falling. Ron exclaimed in alarm. A horde of Dementors hovered nearby. At this point, Dumbledore could no longer remain seated. He sprang to his feet, commanding, "Slow his descent." With a mere gesture, the speed at which Harry fell diminished, allowing him to gradually touch down safely. However, a terrifying swarm of Dementors followed closely behind, drawn by the intense emotions of the Quidditch match. Patronus Charm. Dumbledore invoked once more, unleashing a torrent of brilliant white energy that erupted from his presence, expanding outward in a spherical wave that enveloped the entire Quidditch pitch. The relentless force swiftly repelled all the Dementors. Kevin cast a levitation charm upon himself and leaped from the stands, rushing to Harry's side. Harry had completely lost consciousness. The Dementors directly attacked the soul, and it would likely take some time for Harry to regain awareness. Nevertheless, Kevin administered a restorative potion to him. With the match concluded, everyone swiftly returned to Hogwarts. After dispelling all the Dementors, Dumbledore's voice resonated across the pitch, laced with restrained fury. Professor McGonagall soon arrived at Harry's side to assess his condition, and together with the others, they returned to Hogwarts, escorting Harry to the infirmary. Inside, several gathered around Harry's bedside. Draco also stopped by for a moment, but, upon seeing that Harry had not awakened, promptly departed for Slytherin. I have never seen the headmaster so furious. I heard he went to the Ministry of Magic to lodge a complaint. Hermione reminisced about Dumbledore's demeanor at that moment. His face was a mask of anger as he briefed the professors before vanishing with a disapprobation. It could hardly be termed a complaint. It was more akin to settling scores. The Minister of Magic was likely in for a difficult time. Kevin casually munched on an apple, remarking, "That was meant for Harry." Hermione swatted Kevin's hand. "Harry hasn't woken yet. I'm merely tasting the apple's sweetness for him." Kevin rubbed his hand in mock grievance. Hermione rolled her eyes, exasperated with him, unable to truly scold him or bring herself to strike him. "Could you two cease your flirtatious banter? It seems Harry is about to awaken," Ron interjected, his tone laced with annoyance. "As I tend to Harry, I wonder why I must endure your dog food. What a cruel fate indeed." Indeed, Harry's brow began to stir, and before long, he roused from his slumber. "How does it feel to be kissed by a Dementor?" Kevin jested upon seeing Harry awake. "You should try it yourself, Kevin." Harry chuckled in response, lying on the bed. If given the chance, Kevin laughed in return. "How do you feel now?" Hermione inquired, pinching Kevin's side before turning her attention to Harry. "I feel splendid. I'm perfectly fine," Harry replied, propping himself up on the bed. Ron, sitting beside Harry, with a look of trepidation, remarked, "You truly frightened us, mate. You fell off your broom, and a horde of Dementors followed suit. What happened next?" "Naturally, Dumbledore chased away all the Dementors." "And what of the match? Who emerged victorious?" Upon hearing this question, Ron hesitated. However, Kevin was quick to answer, "Gryffindor lost." Once the Dementors were driven away, the match was halted, and Gryffindor's score fell short of Hufflepuff's, resulting in defeat. "No one blames you, Harry." The interference of the Dementors was unforeseen, even for Dumbledore, which infuriated him. Hermione pinched Kevin again, urging him to refrain from his incessant chatter, and then comforted Harry. "Ouch. Her grip grows ever stronger," Kevin silently lamented, nursing his side. "And there's another piece of news, Harry. Your broom fell into the Whomping Willow and was shattered by it." The ever-contrarian Kevin shifted position to continue his teasing. Hermione wished to give him a piece of her mind. Why could he not be a touch more tactful? She then chased after Kevin, intent on admonishing him, while he darted about the infirmary. Observing the playful banter between them, Harry found it difficult to feel despondent. "Could you two find another place for your flirtation?" He internally sighed, sharing a glance with Ron, who merely shrugged in resignation. "Kevin," Harry suddenly called, prompting Kevin to halt, while Hermione, still gripping his face, regarded Harry with a peculiar expression. "When I encountered the Dementors, I heard a woman scream." Harry spoke uncertainly, his mind in disarray at the time. "Ah, this marks Harry's first direct encounter with a Dementor," Kevin mused, adopting a more serious demeanor. Dementors feed on people's positive emotions, awakening the most painful memories buried within. Thus, when attacked by a Dementor, you may hear the echoes of your deepest sorrow. A silence enveloped them as Harry absorbed this, with Ron and Hermione casting worried glances in his direction. "I believe that voice belonged to my mother." Harry's tone dipped, revealing his melancholy. Kevin offered a supportive pat on Harry's shoulder, his own lightheartedness fading. "That is why I must teach you the Patronus charm, that memory should not bring you harm. For your parents sacrificed themselves to protect you, a testament to their love. Next time you encounter a Dementor, summon your Patronus using that memory and give those wretched creatures a good thrashing, reminding them who holds dominion over such cherished recollections." Upon hearing Kevin's words, Harry couldn't help but chuckle, and the atmosphere among the group finally lifted. After exchanging a few light-hearted remarks, Kevin seized the moment and addressed Harry. "Harry, Professor Lupin has returned. Once you've recovered, let us seek him out to inquire about past events." Harry nodded, and from his tightly clenched fists, it was evident that the recent memories had rekindled a sense of urgency within him, a desire to uncover the truth of what had transpired. Who was it that had brought ruin upon his family? Chapter 57, Professor Lupin's Revelation. Harry spent a full day in the infirmary and fully recovered. The following day, After attending classes, the group made their way to Professor Lupin's office. "Good afternoon, Professor Lupin." "Good afternoon, students." "Harry, I heard you were attacked by a Dramione yesterday. I trust you are feeling better?" Upon noticing the unexpected visit from the children, Professor Lupin, though uncertain of their reason, greeted them warmly. However, Harry and the others could discern that Professor Lupin appeared somewhat unwell, his countenance slightly haggard, confirming that he had indeed just transformed back from being a werewolf and was feeling quite weak. "It's nothing, Professor. We heard you've not been feeling well yourself these past few days." "It's nothing to worry about," Professor Lupin replied with a faint smile. It seemed the two were about to engage in some small talk, but Kevin directly cut to the chase. "I apologize, Professor Lupin, but we actually came here today to ask you about Sirius Black." Kevin fixed his gaze on Professor Lupin. Surprised, Professor Lupin hadn't anticipated Kevin would broach such a topic. He had never mentioned his acquaintance with Sirius to them. Kevin nudged Harry, encouraging him to speak as well. Harry, disregarding any pretense, straightforwardly inquired, "Professor Lupin, I've heard that it was Sirius who betrayed my parents, leading to their demise, yet he was once a friend of theirs. You are also a friend of my parents. You must know him, right? Did you see him recently? Do you know what truly transpired back then? Was it really him who betrayed my parents?" The urgency in Harry's voice was palpable as he unleashed a flurry of questions. "Who told you all of this?" Professor Lupin's tone was laced with complexity and caution. He was taken aback that Harry was already aware of the past events. "Dumbledore," Kevin replied coolly. Upon hearing Dumbledore's name, Professor Lupin felt a wave of relief wash over him. It seemed Dumbledore wished for these children to uncover the truth of the past. "Professor, the headmaster does not believe that Sirius would betray Harry's parents. We are here solely to seek the truth," Kevin continued in a calm manner. "If you truly know something, we hope you can share it with us." Harry also implored Professor Lupin with anxious eyes. Professor Lupin regarded Harry, took a deep breath, and finally sighed, "I am sorry, Harry, but I too do not know the truth of those events. No one does. I did know Sirius. We were all friends with your parents, very close friends. I can state with utmost certainty that Sirius Black would never betray your parents, absolutely never." Professor Lupin spoke with unwavering conviction, rising from his seat as if to vociferously defend his friend's innocence. However, he eventually sank back into his chair, cradling his forehead, and lamented, "But I possess no evidence to prove Sirius's innocence. I never anticipated his escape, and he has not approached me, leaving me unable to provide you with any information." Harry took a deep breath. He had already discerned what he needed to know. Dumbledore was correct. Professor Lupin had not allowed Sirius to enter. Lupin was trustworthy. But was the Sirius Lupin believed and also worthy of trust? Harry resolved not to dwell on this question any longer, realizing that only when Sirius appeared would such inquiries be addressed. Nevertheless, he wished to pose another question. "Professor, if you believe Sirius is innocent, how do you think Voldemort discovered my parents' whereabouts?" "I do not know," Lupin replied, a hint of despair creeping into his tone. "At that time, I was working elsewhere while James and Lily concealed themselves to evade Voldemort. No one knew their location, save for the secret keeper who had been enchanted to keep their whereabouts hidden. Sirius was the secret keeper. Yet, I am certain that Sirius would never betray his friends, not even to death. However, the Ministry of Magic later declared that Sirius had murdered 13 Muggles, and his dear friend, Peter Pettigrew, was also found dead, leaving only a bloody finger as grotesque evidence. Consequently, Sirius was apprehended as a traitor and murderer. If that were indeed the case, then Sirius certainly appeared to be the prime suspect." Harry nodded, understanding that this information closely mirrored what Dumbledore had conveyed. The only new name was that of the deceased Peter Pettigrew, which could not serve as a clue in any capacity. Yet, through this revelation, Harry felt a weight lift from his heart. He no longer harbored such animosity towards Sirius. He found solace in the belief held by those who trusted Sirius. Still, they had returned to the starting point. Only Sirius knew the truth of those past events. "Harry, I believe that Sirius will not harm you. His return to Hogwarts must serve a purpose. There is no need to worry. He will undoubtedly appear, and we can clarify everything then. For now, you must focus on your studies and strive to become an exceptional wizard, thus equipping yourself to effect change." Upon seeing that Harry had finished his inquiries, Professor Lupin spoke earnestly. "Once we locate Sirius, we can swiftly bring this farce to an end." Harry's spirits visibly lifted. Sirius was no longer a burden on his heart, but rather a figure he began to anticipate meeting. They bid farewell to Professor Lupin, leaving the matter of werewolves unmentioned. The group revitalized their spirits, for they had academic responsibilities to attend to. As Christmas approaches, the weather gradually turns cooler. This year, the young wizards have chosen to remain at Hogwarts to celebrate the festive season. The school has begun to adorn itself with decorations in anticipation. After a conversation with Professor Lupin, Kevin ventured off to seek out Dumbledore, sharing the current situation for the sake of keeping him informed. It is always prudent to report to the higher-ups. It yields nothing but advantages. He also inquired whether Dumbledore had caught any sight of Sirius Black. but Dumbledore remained unaware of his whereabouts. It is indeed a testament to Black's cunning that he managed to escape from Azkaban and continues to elude capture. Notably, due to the absence of the winged beast incident from the films during the Care of Magical Creatures class, the Ministry of Magic did not impose a death sentence on Buckbeak. Hagrid's domain remained peaceful, and friends frequently visited for companionship. Norbert, the baby dragon, after Hagrid's training, had taken to frolicking in the Forbidden Forest, for it was unreasonable to confine a dragon indefinitely. This Christmas, everyone planned to gather at Hagrid's hut, which he welcomed wholeheartedly. Consequently, Kevin retrieved his tent from before and set it up beside Hagrid's abode. Draco, having caught wind of the festivities, arrived with enthusiasm. Chastising the group for not extending an invitation, Kevin retorted, questioning how one could invite someone who perpetually lurked in Slytherin. With the first snow falling, the Christmas spirit truly began to unfold. Chapter 58. Unable to sleep, chatting with Hermione outside Hagrid's hut. The group had set up a large table beside a grand oven that served both to roast meat and to provide warmth. Norbert, having mysteriously appeared, snatched away several pounds of meat, and although he had shrunk, his appetite remained insatiable. Eating raw meat was one thing, as there were plans to feed it to creatures, but now he was stealing the roasted meat. Scoundrel! That was meant for Hermione, Kevin shouted, pointing at the dragon flying above. This was the third time Norbert had swooped down to snatch the roast from Hermione's hands while Kevin tended to the grill. He brandished his wand, ready to confront Norbert, but Harry and Draco intervened, preventing Kevin from tasting dragon meat that day. Hagrid had prepared ample meat, thinking that any leftovers could be consumed later or saved for Norbert. Yet the dragon had claimed a significant portion, showing no signs of satisfaction. Norbert laughed disdainfully from above, relishing in his cunning, daring Kevin to retaliate. All right, Kevin. Just roast another batch, Hermione soothed, knowing Kevin would otherwise exact his frustrations on Norbert. Draco, go prepare some side dishes, Kevin commanded as he calmed down. Draco replied, huh? Stop with the huh. You've done nothing but tease Norbert with the roast. Of course, he'd come to steal our food. Kevin defended. Draco, unwilling to concede, pointed at Ron, who was voraciously devouring chicken legs. That redhead hasn't he done anything either. He has been hogging nearly 10 chicken legs like a pig. Hey, don't twist my words, you. I roasted these myself. Ron protested. I call this self-sufficiency, a means to abundance. Ron immediately retorted. And then there was Kevin, the one who prioritized romance over friendship, giving all the grilled meat to Hermione. If it weren't for Harry and Hagrid, you wouldn't even have a chance to eat. Ron continued, taking the opportunity to complain about Kevin. This time, it was Kevin's turn to be displeased. Is it not reasonable for me to take care of Hermione? Do you expect me to feed you big men as well? The three of them were at an impasse, accusing one another of laziness, almost resorting to physical confrontation. Hermione sighed in exasperation. How could Kevin, who was usually so mature, behave so childishly at this moment? She then decided to assist with the grilling, realizing that relying on these ineffectual men was less prudent than depending on herself. Harry, with a smile playing on his lips, watched the banter among the trio, quietly grilling meat. It was only in the company of such friends that he felt truly joyful and relaxed. Hagrid laughed heartily at the commotion caused by the little rascals. A festive atmosphere was indeed most enjoyable. Noble, come eat some grilled meat, Harry called, preparing a large piece of meat that was perfectly cooked on the outside, yet still tender within, just right for Noble. Without hesitation, Noble swooped down and seized the oversized morsel, flying away triumphantly. Amidst the ruckus, Kevin noticed Noble's descent and, with quick reflexes, tapped Noble's head with the tongs he held. Struck on the forehead, Noble let out a yelp, dropping the meat from his mouth. Gah! Due to his diminutive size, even his roar lacked intimidation and enraged. He planned to unleash a fiery breath upon Kevin. However, Kevin was quicker. As Noble opened his mouth, he hurled a snowball directly inside. Noble emitted a human-like sound, choking on the unexpected projectile. Draco and Ron erupted in laughter, finding the scene irresistibly comical. Oh, Kevin, you ought not to be so rough with Noble, Hagrid said sympathetically from the side. The grill has gone cold. Go gather some firewood for me, or you shan't have any meat. Kevin showed no leniency towards Noble, grasping him by the neck and bringing him to the grill. He tossed a handful of kindling into the fire and signaled for Noble to breathe flames. With his neck tightly held, Noble had no choice but to comply. Noble is far more useful than the two of you, Kevin teased, holding Noble as he breathed fire to ignite the wood, not forgetting to mock Draco and Ron. They exchanged glances, clearly insulted, and decided to join the grilling efforts. The large grill accommodated their creations without issue. Kevin leisurely settled into a nearby lounge chair, eagerly awaiting Hermione's assistance. Shameless, Ron and Draco derided in unison, casting disapproving looks at Kevin. Kevin chuckled. I have Hermione to feed me. What need do I have for shame? Just as the group enjoyed their delightful barbecue feast, a black wolf dog appeared on a distant hill, its silhouette stark against the pristine white snow. It quietly observed the gathering outside Hagrid's hut, where everything seemed so idyllic. Regardless of whether this visit would lead to capturing Peter, one thing was certain. Harry was surrounded by remarkably dependable friends, and his life was filled with joy. Sirius gazed at this scene from afar, feeling a sense of comfort in his heart. Indeed, I must prepare a gift for Harry. Given his remarkable prowess in Quidditch, I shall present him with a new broomstick. Harry, we shall meet soon. After gazing at the hillock for a considerable time, Sirius finally turned to depart. Harry, sensing something amiss, glanced towards the direction where Sirius had vanished, feeling an inexplicable sense of loss. What troubles you, Harry? Hagrid inquired. Noticing Harry's pause as he stared into the distance, concern etched across his face. Turning back, Harry realized that everyone was watching him, although they spoke not a word. Their eyes reflected their worry for his well-being. Not merely admiring the snowy landscape, Harry replied with a smile. For he was surrounded by the finest companions one could wish for. What reason had he to feel melancholic? They spent a delightful Christmas Eve outside, barbecuing and playing in the snow, reveling in merriment in front of Hagrid's hut. Subsequently, they settled into their tents, foregoing a return to the common room at Hogwarts. Where's Kevin? When the following day arrived and Harry and the others emerged from their tent, they discovered Kevin was not in their boys' quarters. Harry queried with a hint of confusion. Ron and Draco, equally perplexed, shook their heads as they donned their clothes and stepped outside. To their surprise, they found Kevin emerging from the girls' quarters, yawning comfortably. He appeared to have enjoyed a splendid night's rest. Kevin, you slept over there last night. Ron exclaimed incredulously. Kevin, unfazed, responded, well, it's your fault, really. You were making strange noises in the middle of the night, claiming spiders were dancing the tango with you, and your snoring was quite loud. Ron, astonished, turned to Harry, who nodded resignedly. Indeed, Ron had been rather vocal during the night. However, Draco seemed to have slept soundly, entirely oblivious to the commotion. Wait, is that the crux of the matter? Shouldn't the focus be on the fact that Kevin spent the night with Hermione? Just then, Hermione also emerged, noticing the curious stares of Harry and the others, but feigning ignorance as she walked past briskly. Yet, a faint blush graced her cheeks, and her steps quickened. Once more, their eyes shifted to Kevin, seemingly seeking an explanation from him. Well, last night I couldn't sleep, so I decided to visit Hermione for a chat. In the midst of our conversation, I inadvertently dozed off over there, Kevin stated, scratching his nose somewhat sheepishly. Now, in their adolescence, the group was no longer the naive children they once were. They regarded Kevin with a mixture of surprise and envy. Kevin swore that he had genuinely fallen asleep by accident and had engaged in no other activities. The events of the previous night unfolded as follows. Unable to find slumber, Kevin stealthily ventured into the girls' quarters, where only Hermione was present, as Ginny had not come. Hermione, startled by the noise outside, looked up to see Kevin's head peering in. What are you doing awake at this hour? Hermione exclaimed, tossing a pillow at him. Hermione, Ron was talking in his sleep and snoring over there. I couldn't rest, so I thought I would check if you were awake. Shall we have a chat? Kevin admitted, a hint of guilt in his tone. Come in, Hermione replied. Hermione gazed at Kevin's pitiful expression, letting out a resigned sigh before finally allowing him to enter. Immediately, Kevin beamed, picking up the pillow that had been thrown at him, and scampered over to Hermione's bedside. His mood shifted faster than the turning of a page. With a flick of his hand, he summoned a glimmering light that enveloped them both. Hermione, may I sleep over here tonight? Kevin, having abandoned all pretense, bluntly stated his ultimate intention. Hermione was momentarily taken aback by his candor. While she had imagined Kevin might shamelessly linger for the night, she had not anticipated such audacity. Blushing, she playfully swatted him with a pillow, her voice tinged with embarrassment and confusion. Did you not say it was merely for a chat? I never claimed it was merely that, Kevin retorted unabashedly, inching closer. Hermione, flustered, used the pillow to shield herself from his advances. Oh, come on. I'm sleeping in the next bed. What are you so flustered about? Kevin observed Hermione, who resembled a startled fawn, and grinned mischievously. Go away. Hermione's face flushed crimson, and she could no longer contain herself, delivering a playful punch, her fist wrapped in the pillow, straight to Kevin's abdomen. Oof. Kevin feigned injury, collapsing onto Hermione's bed as if he were dead. Hermione, you hit like a ton of bricks, he exclaimed, lying dramatically. In a flurry, Hermione panicked, concerned she might have struck too hard, unsure how to handle Kevin's antics. Deep down, she longed to sleep beside him, but there had to be some semblance of decorum. Ouch, that hurt. Hermione, will you rub it for me? Kevin whined, adopting a pitiful demeanor as he burrowed into her blankets. Hermione, well aware of his ruse, knew her small fist could not possibly harm him. Watching Kevin shamelessly invade her space sent her heart racing, yet she did not push him away. Taking a deep breath, she endeavored to steady her racing heart. Ultimately, with a blend of exasperation and affection, she extended her hand to gently massage his stomach. Clad only in a sleep shirt, Kevin's firm abdomen was easily within reach, radiating warmth. Hermione's breath quickened, her cheeks turning the hue of a ripe apple, yet she persisted, gradually leaning into Kevin's embrace. "Still hurt?" she inquired softly, her tone laced with tenderness, evoking a sense of endearment. "Just rub a bit more, and it won't hurt anymore," Kevin replied, his playful demeanor softening as he pulled Hermione closer, savoring the softness of her form. Without resistance, Hermione nestled against him, recalling how she had previously fallen asleep in his arms. It was winter, and Kevin's embrace was so warm and comforting that she wished to remain there indefinitely. Like a small kitten, she burrowed into him, adjusting her position for comfort. As she caressed Kevin's warm belly, drowsiness gradually enveloped her, leading her into a deep slumber. Kevin, too, held Hermione close, consumed by the warmth and softness, drifting into sweet dreams. The flickering light, ever considerate, slowly faded away, leaving their night undisturbed. Morning arrived with the crowing of Hagrid's chickens. Chapter 59, The Appearance of the Little Star. "What is the matter, children? You all seem rather listless this early in the day," Hagrid inquired with a puzzled expression as he observed the trio seated neatly on the bench, contemplating the mysteries of life. "Nothing is wrong, Uncle Hagrid. Winter has arrived, and spring is just around the corner. They are merely awaiting their own spring," Kevin remarked with a smile, recognizing that the trio had reached the threshold of adolescence, likely beginning to experience the stirrings of youthful infatuation. However, the good-natured Hagrid failed to grasp Kevin's cryptic allusion, scratching his head before dismissing it from his mind. He had preparations to make for next year's magical creatures class. Hermione, her cheeks flushed, playfully pinched Kevin. One by one, the group's Christmas gifts were delivered by owls, each of which seemed to possess a certain intuition, knowing precisely where to drop off the packages at Hagrid's cottage. "Kevin, this is my Christmas gift for you," Hermione announced, presenting a box. Upon opening it, Kevin discovered a silver pocket watch adorned with intricate azure patterns. Hermione had noticed Kevin's penchant for frequently checking the time, a habit likely cultivated during his potion-making endeavors. Or perhaps it was simply inherent to him. Whenever he found himself idle, he would often pull out a watch to check the hour. Thus, she had taken the initiative to consult Professor McGonagall, seeking the assistance of a craftsman to commission a custom watch for him. As Kevin opened the pocket watch, he was greeted by a classic interior featuring dark golden hands and numerals, accompanied by the faint ticking of its gears. The real treasure lay within the cover, where a photograph resided, captured by Mrs. Granger during their camping trip, depicting the two of them peacefully asleep in each other's embrace. In the photograph, Hermione appeared soft and endearing, nestled comfortably against Kevin, their sleeping faces radiating a profound sense of happiness. Noticing Kevin's unwavering gaze on the photograph, Hermione felt her cheeks warm and, attempting to sound nonchalant, remarked, I simply could not find a better photograph, so I chose this one. I truly cherish it, Hermione," Kevin replied with a joyful smile. He set aside his old pocket watch, which he had used for several years, replacing it with the one Hermione had gifted him, tucking it close to his heart. From that moment on, each time he opened the watch, he would be reminded of Hermione. In turn, Kevin produced a slender gift box for Hermione. Upon opening it, she discovered a beautiful quill. "You frequently lament about running out of ink while taking notes, so I sought long and hard for this. It is a quill that will never run dry, and it has been enchanted to write automatically according to your thoughts. By the way, I replaced the feather with one from Fox's tail, which I discreetly plucked while Dumbledore was away." Kevin winked at Hermione. "Careful, you fool. Fox and Dumbledore might just tell on you," Hermione teased, laughter bubbling forth at Kevin's words. She cherished the quill immensely. The thought that Kevin had remembered her complaints and sought a solution brought her immense joy. After their secretive exchange of affection, they finally shared their other gifts with the remaining trio, which included snacks, clothing, and toys. During the holiday season, the castle was adorned with festive decorations, and Dumbledore organized numerous engaging activities to ensure the young wizards did not feel weighed down by the shadows of the Dementors. The Academy merely requires the young wizards to remain within the confines of Hogwarts, imposing little else in terms of restrictions. During this time, many young wizards caused mischief. Yet Dumbledore refrained from casting blame upon them. He even took the lead in orchestrating a fireworks display with a group of young wizards, inadvertently setting the lawn ablaze. Consequently, everyone, including Dumbledore, received a stern reprimand from Professor McGonagall. Meanwhile, Kevin and his companions set up camp at Hagrid's hut, enjoying a week of relaxation and comfort during their holiday. Ginny even stayed for 2 days, much to Harry's delight. Though Kevin felt a twinge of sorrow, not because he couldn't sneak into Hermione's bed. Sirius seemed to have vanished completely, with no rumors circulating about him. However, the very absence only served to confirm that Sirius had not departed from Hogwarts, but was lurking nearby. Aside from Quidditch practice, Harry frequently sought out Professor Lupin for heart-to-heart conversations, discussing recent discoveries and past events. Notably, several Quidditch matches were held subsequently, featuring Gryffindor, Ravenclaw, and Slytherin. Kevin noticed a woman with East Asian features on the Ravenclaw team, undoubtedly the upcoming character, Cho Chang. It turned out that she had caught Harry's eye during this time. Regrettably, Harry seemed to be more interested in Ginny. Although Harry's Firebolt 2000 had broken down, he managed to catch the golden snitch on a regular broom during both matches, proving that he could triumph in Quidditch without relying on superior equipment. In subsequent visits to Hogsmeade, Kevin and Hermione chose to study together at Hogwarts instead. Harry would secretly follow Ron to Hogsmeade. However, on the last occasion, his footprints in the snow were discovered by the Weasley twins, revealing Harry's presence without Kevin's company. In a turn of events reminiscent of the film, Harry came into possession of a crucial artifact, the Marauder's map. He excitedly shared this discovery with Kevin and the others. Ron, upon hearing this, became irate. I am their little brother after all. Yet, they disregarded Ron's complaints and spread the map out for examination. Harry, this is quite a valuable item. Perhaps one day you might locate Sirius on it and ambush him, Kevin remarked as he scrutinized the map, noting the prominent figure of Dumbledore, wondering idly what he occupied himself with in his office. Harry nodded in agreement, having approached Kevin and the others with that very notion in mind. Harry, if anything arises, do not act alone. We still do not know whether Sirius is friend or foe, Hermione cautioned. Kevin then took the map and began to browse through it. Hey, look at this name. Doesn't it seem somewhat familiar? Kevin suddenly pointed to a name on the map. The others immediately crowded to see. Peter Pettigrew. They exclaimed in unison, shocked. Isn't he dead? Ron exclaimed in disbelief. Let us go investigate, Kevin decisively declared, leading the group to seek out the whereabouts of Peter Pettigrew as indicated on the map. If possible, let us seize the rat immediately. However, due to their considerable distance, the rat was constantly on the move, seemingly heading towards the direction of Hagrid's hut and the Forbidden Forest. By the time they burst out of the castle, the map had already lost track of the rat's whereabouts. What is going on? Surely the Marauder's map cannot be faulty? Ron harbored significant doubts about this creation of his twin brothers. Let us visit Hagrid's hut and inquire whether he has seen any suspicious individuals, Hermione suggested. Kevin had a hunch that the rat must have scurried off to Hagrid's. In the latter part of the film, Scabbers had gone missing for quite some time, presumably to evade Sirius Black and Crookshanks, hiding out in Hagrid's hut until the snow melted, only to be found by Ron and the others on the day Buckbeak was sentenced. However, the timeline had undoubtedly shifted considerably. The group made their way to Hagrid's hut. Oh, Ron, just the person I needed to see. Your pet has come to visit me, Hagrid exclaimed upon opening the door and spotting Ron. Scabbers, what brings you here? Ron took the rat in his hands and addressed it. Kevin could already envision Ron's expression upon realizing that Scabbers was a rather portly creature. I must capture this heartwarming scene. Kevin pulled out his camera, capturing the moment as Ron held Scabbers close, gazing affectionately at him. The others exchanged puzzled glances at Kevin's sudden photography. Just documenting the joyful reunion of a pet and its owner, Kevin chuckled. Harry, however, did not linger on the matter. His focus remained on the issue of the rat. Hagrid, have you spotted any suspicious individuals passing through nearby? Harry inquired. Suspicious individuals? Does that include you lot? Hagrid replied, momentarily taken aback, as the only people he had seen were these four enigmatic youths. Harry rolled his eyes, dismissing the comment. Perhaps the map is indeed faulty. How could a dead person be here? Harry remarked, exasperated. We should inform Professor Lupin about this situation, Kevin proposed. He intended to bring the rat into the castle, and with both the confirmation of the Marauder's map and Professor Lupin, expose its whereabouts. The group nodded in agreement, but suddenly, Scabbers, in Ron's hands, seemed to be startled by something, squeaking loudly and biting Ron's hand before wriggling free. Scabbers actually bit me, Ron exclaimed in disbelief, staring at the wound on his hand. Without hesitation, Ron dashed after the escaping rat. The others exchanged glances before pursuing him as well. Hagrid scratched his head, bemused by the lively antics of the young ones. Youth truly was a splendid thing. Chapter 60, The Arrival of Sirius Black. Scabbers, Scabbers, Ron shouted as he chased after the large rat, his feet crunching through the snow. The rat, Scabbers, agile and alert, darted through the snow, seemingly sensing impending danger. Ron, wait, that direction leads to the Whomping Willow, Harry called out from behind, attempting to warn Ron. Yet, Ron was intent on capturing Scabbers and showed no signs of stopping. Meanwhile, Kevin and Hermione leisurely followed behind. Kevin, hurry and catch him, Harry shouted in vain, while Hermione urged Kevin to act swiftly to prevent any mishap. However, Kevin abruptly halted, gazing in another direction. Intrigued, Hermione followed Kevin's line of sight, and the next moment, she exclaimed in astonishment, Harry, it's the big black dog, it's Sirius. Harry immediately turned in the direction Hermione indicated, spotting a robust black dog sprinting towards Ron. Ron. Panic surged within Harry, his voice laced with urgency. Ron, it's Sirius. He's charging towards you. The group watched as the fierce, menacing black dog barreled toward Ron. Despite Professor Lupin's previous assertions that Sirius was a good man, those words were mere conjecture lacking evidence. The ferocious creature before them certainly did not appear benevolent. Meanwhile, Ron had finally captured Scabbers when he heard Harry's frantic call. Sirius? He turned curiously, only to see a large black dog leaping towards him. Alarmed, Ron quickly raised his hands to shield his head. Yet in the next instant, a spell enveloped Ron, and Sirius collided with him, rebuffed by the protective charm. Sirius shook his head, noticing Kevin rushing towards him and glancing at the rat in Ron's grasp. Ultimately, he chose to retreat. Sirius, wait, we need to talk, Kevin shouted. However, Sirius did not pause, instead darting into a concealed passage beneath the Whomping Willow. Kevin sought to follow, but just then, the Whomping Willow sprang to life, swinging a thick branch toward Kevin and Ron. Reluctantly, Kevin halted his pursuit, scooping Ron up to evade the tree's assault. Ron, protect your head, Kevin suddenly yelled. What? Before Ron could react, Kevin maneuvered them away from the Willow's attack and swiftly tossed Ron into the passage. Ron screamed as he tumbled inside. After ensuring Ron's safety, Kevin dodged another strike from the Whomping Willow and returned to Harry, lifting him as well. Cover your head. Without waiting for Harry's protests, Kevin dashed to the passage and hurled Harry inside. Finally, it was Hermione's turn. After evading another branch, Kevin embraced Hermione, and they both leaped into the passage. Kevin, you prioritize looks over friendship. Ron groaned, clutching his aching waist and accusing Kevin. Stop complaining. If it weren't for me, you'd probably have been caught and carried off by Sirius. Ignoring Ron's grievances, Kevin helped Hermione to her feet, brushing the snow from her hair. Let's go and catch up with Sirius to clarify what has transpired. Scabbers, still squirming in Ron's grasp, seemed eager to escape, but Kevin swiftly held him tight. This rat sure loves to fidget. I'll hold on to him for now. Applying a firm grip, he secured Scabbers as they delved deeper into the passage. On the other side, Professor Lupin noticed the commotion outside the window and gazed into the distance, recognizing the movements of the Whomping Willow. Could it be? He placed his steaming cup down and rushed out of his office, sprinting towards the castle's exterior. Meanwhile, Professor Snape, who was in Dumbledore's office, also observed the activity of the Whomping Willow from the tower and, realizing the implications, promptly exited Dumbledore's office, hurrying in the same direction. Kevin and his companions emerged from the secret passage into a dilapidated shack. The interior was thick with dust, and even a single breath could choke one. Where are we? Ron asked anxiously, glancing around. This must be the Shrieking Shack in Hogsmeade, Harry deduced at once, recalling that the passage led towards the village. He had visited Hogsmeade with Ron several times and had always been intrigued by the Shrieking Shack, sensing it held untold secrets. With a firm grip on Scabbers in one hand and a crowbar in the other, Kevin boldly led the way inside, ascending the staircase without hesitation. Footprints. The thick layer of dust revealed scattered tracks on the stairs. Kevin climbed to the second floor and entered a room where a broken piano stood. On the dilapidated sofa to the right sat a disheveled man, clad in tattered robes and sporting a wild beard. He appeared gaunt, with sunken eyes. This was none other than Sirius Black. As he observed Harry and the others enter, a manic smile spread across his face. Welcome, Harry, and your friends. And you too. Peter, long time no see. He laughed heartily, his gaze fixated on Scabbers, which went unnoticed by Harry and his companions, who were focused on the man before them. You were Sirius Black? The large dog was you, wasn't it? Harry bravely stepped forward, inching closer to Sirius. The initially erratic and frightening expression on Sirius's face softened as he saw Harry approach. He gazed into Harry's eyes and at his face. Oh, Harry, it is so wonderful to see you. Trembling, Sirius raised his hand, filled with nostalgia, yearning to embrace Harry. You look just like your father, except for the eyes. He reached out with his dirt-stained hand to caress Harry's face. Despite it being their first meeting, Harry felt a profound warmth emanating from Sirius. Could such a person truly have betrayed his parents? Suddenly, a figure burst into the room. Sirius, let go of Harry. Professor Lupin raised his wand, aiming it at Sirius. He was still uncertain of Sirius's mental state and whether he might pose a threat to Harry. Oh, Remus, you remain as ragged as ever. Sirius chuckled. Sirius beamed upon seeing Professor Lupin enter, rising to his feet with a hearty laugh. Ah, at least you are 1,000 times better than you appear now. Hearing that familiar tone, Professor Lupin chuckled as he set aside his wand. He hurried forward, enveloping Sirius in a tight embrace. Remus, I have finally found him. Sirius exclaimed, his voice tinged with the emotion of joyful tears. Who have you found? Lupin inquired. Sirius, you have met these children. You must explain to them what truly transpired back then. Lupin clasped Sirius, offering him solace. It was Peter Pettigrew. That scoundrel. We conspired in secret, with me drawing Voldemort's attention while switching the secret keeper to him, a fact even Dumbledore was unaware of. Ultimately, he turned and betrayed James and Lily. Then that coward murdered a dozen innocent muggles, framing me. Following that, he severed a finger, feigning death. As Harry and the others absorbed these words laced with fury, they recalled seeing Peter on the Marauders' map, exchanging glances with one another. Professor Lupin was clearly shaken, having believed for so long that Wormtail was dead. Yet, If that were true, everything would make sense. At that moment, Kevin's mouse began to thrash violently in his grasp. However, despite the mouse's frantic attempts to escape, it remained firmly ensnared in Kevin's hold. Ah ha ha. Peter, why do you look so wretched? Sirius exclaimed, his demeanor exaggeratedly wild as he approached Kevin, fixated on the mouse in his hand. Harry and the others were astonished by Sirius's behavior. Is Peter a mouse? You are Peter, Lupin finally realized, recognizing that the mouse before them resembled the form they had transformed into long ago. Peter, he is an animagus. He betrayed Harry's parents. He forsook his oath. Thus, after severing a finger, he transformed into a mouse to hide. Lupin, at last grasping the events of that fateful time, raised his wand, aiming it at the mouse in Kevin's hand. No, wait. Scabbers could not possibly be Peter. He has lived in my home for many years. Ron interjected hastily. 12 years, right? How could an ordinary mouse live for so long? Sirius retorted loudly. Ron was momentarily at a loss for words. Just then, another figure burst into the scene. Disarm. Stupefy. Professor Snape made his entrance, casting a spell that disarmed Lupin and sent Sirius flying with another incantation. From Snape's perspective, Sirius appeared to be menacingly poised before Kevin, while Lupin pointed his wand at him. Believing Kevin was being held captive, he acted decisively. Lupin, I have finally caught you, Snape declared, directing his wand at Lupin and positioning himself protectively in front of Kevin. Oh, Severus, wait, this is a misunderstanding. Lupin quickly raised his hands in surrender. Kevin was on the verge of interjecting to halt Professor Snape. Professor Snape, no. However, Harry, with unwavering resolve, had already made up his mind that Sirius was one of their own and promptly drew his wand, aiming it at Snape. Disarm him. Professor Snape was utterly unprepared for Harry's attack and was swiftly disarmed. Wow. Professor Lupin caught the wand as it flew through the air and pointed it back at Snape. Raising an eyebrow, the roles of offense and defense had dramatically shifted. Snape regarded Harry with incredulity. Chapter 61, Capturing Pettigrew. The scene descended into chaos as both factions began to engage without discernment. Kevin, exasperated, placed a hand on his forehead. Can't we communicate properly? He lamented. As the skirmish erupted, he waved his wand at the three combatants. Stupefy. A spell ensnared Harry, Professor Lupin, and Professor Snape in a state of paralysis. Their pupils still darted about, yet their bodies remained immobile. Can't you start with a proper conversation? Kevin remarked in frustration. He maneuvered around Snape and pulled the frozen Professor Lupin away from Snape's vicinity, deftly seizing the wand from his grasp. Professor Snape, I believe there has been a misunderstanding. Professors Lupin and Sirius are not the villains. The true focus is this rat in my hand. Kevin addressed the immobile Snape while shaking the rodent. In their frozen state, they retained their senses, able to see and hear, yet unable to move. Harry, Professor Snape intends to protect us. Please, remain calm and do not act foolishly, he advised. Turning back towards Harry, Kevin then revived the unconscious Sirius with a wave of his wand, casting a spell to awaken him. Severus, you. Sirius began to rise, ready to unleash a tirade at Snape, but was halted by Kevin. Mr. Black, please calm yourself. The rat is in my possession. He cannot escape. We shall address any grievances today. Upon hearing this, Sirius noticed the bizarre atmosphere. Snape, Lupin, and Harry were all frozen, unable to move. He regarded Kevin with uncertainty, but ultimately chose to quiet himself. Only then did Kevin wave his wand, restoring movement to the three. They did not immediately speak, but fell into a tense silence, gazing at one another. Kevin approached Snape and returned his wand. Professor Snape, allow me to take the lead from here. Snape regarded Kevin, silently reclaiming his wand with a huff and positioning himself at the door, tacitly acquiescing to Kevin's request. Sirius and Professor Lupin exchanged astonished glances at Kevin's ability to sway the old bat. Kevin nodded at Snape and turned to Sirius. Mr. Black, you claim that Scabbers is Peter. Let us examine the evidence. He waved his wand, causing Professor Lupin's wand to levitate and land in Sirius's hand. Oh, of course. Well done, my boy. You are quite impressive. As Sirius chuckled, he patted Kevin on the shoulder and seized the mouse from his grasp. Although Ron wished to speak, he understood that words would be futile at this moment, and thus he silently observed the unfolding events. Peter, dear Peter, will you emerge willingly, or shall I compel you? Sirius taunted, gazing at the mouse in his hand. Professor Lupin also took hold of Harry's wand, and together they encircled the creature. With a swift motion, Sirius waved his hand, and the mouse on the ground suddenly enlarged, ultimately transforming into a balding, buck-toothed, and lewdly rotund man. Witnessing this transformation, Ron stood stupefied, while Kevin gently urged him, "Be strong, Ron." Hermione and Harry were equally astonished. The mouse that had accompanied them for so long was indeed a man in disguise. Even Snape's eyes widened slightly. Peter was not dead? Oh, Remus, Sirius, my old friends. Upon regaining his human form, Peter quivered and exaggeratedly addressed the two with a theatrical tone. However, the two were unimpressed. Sirius swiftly kicked Peter to the ground. Peter writhed like a child afflicted with polio, glancing around until his gaze fell upon Harry. "Oh, Harry. Harry, you resemble your father so much. I am a friend of your parents." He attempted to placate Harry, seeking an opportunity to escape. Yet, Sirius swiftly approached, yanking his hair and thrusting him to the ground, wand pointed threateningly. "How dare you speak of James to Harry? You treacherous coward. You betrayed James and Lily to Voldemort." Snape, observing from the sidelines, felt his breath quicken upon hearing Lily's name, his wand drawn again, poised for action. He began to comprehend the situation. He recognized Peter, having long believed him to be deceased. According to their revelations, the true betrayer who caused Lily's demise was not Sirius, but that wretched traitor, Peter Pettigrew. No. You do not understand the means at Voldemort's disposal." Peter vehemently attempted to deflect blame. "If it were you, Sirius, you would have betrayed them too." He accused Sirius. "You are talking nonsense." Sirius vehemently retorted. "Even in death, I would never betray my friends." Sirius delivered another forceful kick to Peter. Peter scurried across the ground like a filthy rat. Harry, your father would forgive me. He would not kill me." Peter crawled to Harry's feet, clutching his pant leg and pleading for mercy. This time, it was unnecessary for Sirius to intervene. Harry, fully comprehending the situation, kicked Peter over. It was clear now that this very man had betrayed his parents and had caused his godfather to bear the blame. "Remus, let us end him," Sirius declared, wand raised as he approached, joined by Professor Lupin, prepared to act. "No, wait," Harry interjected. "If we kill him, no one will be left to vindicate Sirius." The actions of several individuals paused, particularly Sirius, who was engulfed in rage due to the 12 years he had spent imprisoned because of this wretch. However, Harry's words resonated with reason. Eventually, the two slowly lowered their wands, though Sirius still delivered a few kicks to vent his frustration. Peter was utterly defenseless, cowering on the ground, trembling in fear. They resolved to take him to the castle, to hand him over to the Dementors, and to the Ministry of Magic, ensuring that the true culprit of those past crimes would be revealed. Harry gazed down at the whimpering Peter, devoid of any sympathy. It was this very individual who had caused his family's destruction. He harbored an intense desire to end Peter's life to alleviate his own anguish. Yet he knew he must clarify Sirius's innocence and restore his godfather's honor. Even Snape, rarely one to align with others, maintained a broader perspective. Though he too yearned to cast a few cruciatus curses at Peter, he restrained himself, calming from the earlier emotional upheaval. Hermione exhaled with relief. It seemed that this ordeal would conclude satisfactorily. Ron, however, felt a pang of disappointment, realizing that his companion of many years, Scabbers, was nothing but a loathsome creature. "Shall we return together?" Sirius inquired, addressing Severus. Snape cast a sidelong glance at Sirius but offered no reply, instead sweeping his dark cloak aside and exiting first. His intentions clear. "Professor Lupin, may I ask, have you taken your potion in recent days?" Kevin suddenly queried as the group prepared to leave. "It seems today is a full moon." Professor Lupin froze, his expression shifting dramatically. "Oh no, I intended to take it, but upon noticing the movement of the Whomping Willow, I hurried over." Outside, Snape stared at him incredulously. "You received the Wolf's Bane potion I delivered at noon, and you only plan to take it this afternoon? The crucial point being, you didn't take it at all. You all must hurry and leave. Don't worry about me," Professor Lupin urged in a state of urgency. "Professor Lupin, fret not. Upon learning of your condition as a werewolf, I prepared Wolf's Bane potion," Kevin said, retrieving a vial of potion from his bag and uncorking it. Steam rising from within. Lupin glanced at Snape, seemingly seeking his affirmation of the potion's efficacy. However, upon witnessing Kevin's potion, Snape relaxed, merely nodding without approaching to inspect it. He trusted Kevin's expertise. Brewing Wolf's Bane was no trivial task. Lupin, having taken a position at Hogwarts this year, had heard of Kevin's status as Snape's apprentice, yet he was surprised by the level of trust Snape placed in Kevin's potion-making abilities. Without further hesitation, he drank the potion. "This is perfect. The Wolf's Bane potion is spot on." "Excellent." Lupin's demeanor calmed considerably, ensuring he would not lose control that night. The group felt reassured and prepared to depart. "Wait a moment," Kevin interjected once more. The others turned to him in confusion. "Do you not think this criminal requires some form of restraint?" Kevin gazed at the trembling figure of Peter Pettigrew on the ground. Although this time there was no Professor Lupin transforming into a werewolf to cause chaos, the Dementors still loomed behind. Kevin remarked, "He is an animagus. He might transform into a rat at any moment, escaping while we are unaware." The others looked at Peter and realized that Kevin's concern was indeed justified. At this juncture, caution was prudent. It was precisely because he could transform that binding him was unnecessary. Ropes and chains could not restrain him. He could simply shrink and slip away. Severus Snape dismissively countered Kevin's words, seemingly irritated that Kevin did not comprehend the situation fully. "Of course I know. I do not intend to bind him." Kevin shrugged, believing that action spoke louder than words. He approached the trembling Peter Pettigrew, disregarding his panic, and seized his hands, rendering his struggles futile. Then, placing a foot upon Peter's back, he applied a slight pressure. Crack. Oh! A horrific wail emanated from Pettigrew. The others were startled by Kevin's actions, except for Snape, who wore a faint smile of satisfaction. Do not look at me like that. I merely dislocated his arm. It is not broken, Kevin quickly clarified, observing the fearful expressions around him. Was that not sufficiently cruel and terrifying? Harry and the others, hearing Pettigrew's agonizing cries, felt no sympathy, but inwardly criticized Kevin's remarks. Enough noise. With that, Kevin cast a silencing charm on Pettigrew, plunging the world into silence. He then calmly grasped Peter's feet, which were filled with panic and fear. As if pleading for mercy, though no sound escaped his lips, Kevin tightened his grip on Peter's ankles, exerting a little force. Crack. This time, it was a real fracture, a shattering one. However, Kevin remained silent about this, and Harry and the others misinterpreted it as merely a dislocation. Sirius and Professor Lupin, understanding the severity, felt both dread and discomfort. Snape's smile grew wider. All right, let us depart, Professor Lupin. Shall I come to fetch you tomorrow? Having completed his actions, Kevin beckoned everyone to leave and casually inquired about Lupin. The professor hastily waved his hand. No need. He felt a profound lack of security in being alone with Kevin. Kevin nodded, using the levitation charm to lift the silently screaming Peter, and the group made their way back through the secret passage to the Whomping Willow. Strangely, the tree remained still this time. He suspected that this Whomping Willow was somehow controllable. Chapter 62. A resounding slap from the Dementors. Bathed in moonlight, Sirius seemed to embrace freedom once more. Walking towards the castle, gazing at Hogwarts in the snowy night. Harry accompanied him, standing by his godfather's side. Harry, this scenery is truly beautiful. I still remember the first time I stepped into Hogwarts. In this place, one can cultivate friendships, love, and even familial bonds. It is essential to cherish this fleeting moment. Harry stood beside him, gazing at the castle cloaked in snow. Indeed, I believe I have gained something meaningful. Harry smiled, and Sirius clasped Harry's shoulder, and together they shared a laugh. Peter Pettigrew had fallen into the hands of Snape, and it was uncertain whether he was secretly up to something. For his countenance had grown increasingly wretched and tormented, yet he remained silent. Kevin observed the full moon behind them and remarked to Hermione, "The moonlight is truly beautiful. Isn't it, Hermione?" Hermione also gazed at the moon and replied, "Yes, today's moon is indeed lovely." Little Hermione did not grasp Kevin's underlying sentiment, but nodded in agreement as she admired the moon. Friends, although I hesitate to interrupt your moment, it appears we have a new wave of guests. Ron, who had been lost in sorrow, suddenly looked up at the snow-laden night and spotted a cluster of ominous shadows. The group turned to follow the direction of Ron's finger, revealing hundreds of Dementors drifting through the sky, heading towards them. Back to the castle. Dementors cannot be reasoned with. Sirius shouted, fully aware that his frequent confrontations with Dementors meant he was still a fugitive, needing Dumbledore's intervention to clear his name. The group immediately sprinted towards the castle, while Pettigrew floated beside Snape. However, their speed was no match for the approaching Dementors, and Kevin's attention remained fixated on Pettigrew, wondering if he possessed any means of survival. As the Dementors drew nearer, Harry and his companions swiftly brandished their wands. Expecto Patronum. Streams of white energy erupted forth, and amidst them, a stag and an otter materialized, forming a protective barrier in front of the group. Snape gazed at the stag Patronus, momentarily lost in thought. Hermione and Ron's Patronuses faltered first, leaving only Harry's stag standing strong. Harry's Patronus proved formidable, emanating waves of white energy that momentarily repelled dozens of Dementors. Upon contact with the Patronus's power, the Dementors scattered in fear. Yet, they only retreated a short distance, escaping Harry's protective range, preparing to charge once more when his strength waned. Wait, why aren't these Dementors fleeing like they do in the movies? Kevin pondered, perplexed, yet he had no intention of hesitating and prepared to act. Just as he readied himself, Professor Snape acted swiftly, seemingly in a rush. Expecto Patronum. With a flick of his wand, a doe Patronus emerged, leaping in front of Harry and radiating energy that drove away the encroaching Dementors. Harry glanced at Snape in surprise. Their Patronuses were remarkably similar, differing only in gender, his being a stag and Snape's a doe. The Dementors were once again repelled, but they did not retreat far enough. This could not continue. Expecto Patronum. At that moment, Kevin also cast his spell, summoning a goldfish Patronus. However, the goldfish did not repel the Dementors by emitting the protective energy like Harry and Professor Snape's stag. Instead, it concentrated all that energy within its tail. The goldfish's tail grew larger and more resplendent, captivating all who beheld it. Then, with a mighty leap, it soared into the sky, its magnificent tail sweeping through the air, instantly dispersing dozens of Dementors with the force of the Guardian's power. Simultaneously, the energy within the tail erupted, creating a fan-shaped shockwave that scattered the remaining Dementors. "Wow, Kevin, did you hold back when you taught us?" Ron exclaimed, unable to contain his awe at the spectacle. "It's not some profound technique. It's merely the flexible application of guardian energy," Kevin replied. The dispersed energy was too weak, so he gathered it and struck with precision. Had Kevin possessed Dumbledore's strength and magical reserves, there would have been no need for such strategy. A mere wave of his hand would suffice to unleash overwhelming force. After that, no Dementors pursued them, and the group returned safely to the castle. Upon reaching the castle's entrance, they discovered that Dumbledore was already waiting for them. He had noticed the commotion outside and had intended to intervene when he thought they could not hold out any longer. However, he was pleasantly surprised by Kevin's clever manipulation of the Guardian's attack pattern, which had effectively dispelled all the Dementors. "Oh, Headmaster Dumbledore, it's wonderful to see you," Sirius exclaimed joyfully upon spotting him, knowing he was safe now. The rest could be entrusted to Dumbledore. "I am equally delighted to see you, Sirius. And I share in Harry's joy. His family is returning," Dumbledore responded with a smile, indicating his intention to take charge of the situation. Upon seeing Peter Pettigrew, he immediately deduced that Sirius had indeed been betrayed by him. Sirius stepped forward and embraced Dumbledore. The happiest among them was undoubtedly Harry, while Snape grunted in displeasure and dragged Pettigrew to his basement. Before the Ministry of Magic arrived, he intended to give Pettigrew an experience he would never forget. Meanwhile, Dumbledore instructed Kevin and the others to return first, assuring them that once everything was settled, Sirius would meet them again. This year's events had come to a close, the pace of which was still swifter than that depicted in the films. They had found Padfoot ahead of time and successfully lured Sirius out. At this point, even the snow had yet to melt. They still had approximately half a semester's worth of classes before the holiday could commence. The following day, a visibly weakened Professor Lupin returned. However, he did not encounter Sirius, for early in the morning, the Ministry had sent personnel to take both Sirius and Pettigrew away, with Dumbledore accompanying them. Unless unforeseen circumstances arose, Sirius would soon regain his freedom. Notably, when Pettigrew was taken away, he was frothing at the mouth, convulsing, and in a state of confusion, clearly having endured a most terrifying punishment. This brought Harry immense delight, as it was the first time he felt a certain fondness for Snape. After resolving the matter concerning Sirius, everyone resumed their regular classes. During this period, news regarding Sirius had vanished from the newspapers, including the Muggle's wanted poster. However, they remained oblivious, preoccupied with their impending final examinations. "Kevin, please help us prepare for this term's potions exam," Harry and Ron implored Kevin, seeking his guidance. In the previous 2 years, they had studied potions with him for a while, but this year they had completely neglected it. One was constantly preoccupied with thoughts of Sirius, while the other yearned to venture into Hogsmeade. Ron might have a chance, but as for Harry, he was likely doomed this year. Daring to confront Professor Snape, he could surely conjure up 100 reasons to assign Harry a 0. Kevin patted Harry on the shoulder, expressing his own helplessness. "How can this be? Snape is indulging in personal vendetta," Harry protested in discontent. Has he not done so before? Harry recalled numerous instances of inexplicable targeting. Perhaps that is indeed the case. "What should I do?" "Worry not. It is merely one failed subject. You are destined to become the king of Quidditch. Why bother with potions?" Kevin deliberately urged Harry to abandon his studies. Hermione, standing nearby, pinched him. "Stop instilling such negativity in Harry. It's not conducive." "Ugh, Hermione, let go. This is a method of reverse psychology. The more I advise against it, the more Harry will rebel, and that will be beneficial," Kevin declared earnestly, clutching his side. "Is it possible that I might actually heed your advice and choose to give up?" Harry retorted. All right, I'll teach you," Kevin conceded reluctantly, retrieving the textbook to explain to them. "Kevin, you prioritize romance over friendship. I never saw you so chatty when teaching Hermione," Ron remarked with displeasure. "Come now. It's amusing. Hermione can give me kisses and hugs in the future, can you?" Just as they were studying, Professor Lupin approached. He came to Harry's side and said, "Harry, someone is waiting for you in the headmaster's office." Professor Lupin wore a mysteriously amused smile. Harry paused, immediately recalling something, and excitedly dashed off towards the headmaster's office. "Is Sirius back?" the astute Hermione quickly surmised and inquired of Professor Lupin. "Shoo. This matter cannot be disclosed until it appears in the papers in a few days. We are in the Great Hall, bustling with people. It is not appropriate to discuss Sirius here." Professor Lupin gestured for them to speak quietly. "You should all come along. You have all played a part in this and have the right to know the full story." With that, they all followed Professor Lupin to the headmaster's office. Chapter 63, The Escape of Pettigrew. When they arrived at the headmaster's office, Sirius was embracing Harry, reminiscing about the past. Dumbledore, understanding the moment, refrained from interrupting them, instead selecting peculiar Bertie Bott's every flavor beans. "Headmaster, I've brought them," Professor Lupin announced as he entered. "Ah, splendid. Please, everyone, make yourselves comfortable," Dumbledore replied. Kevin gazed at the three chairs, all occupied by Dumbledore, Harry, and Sirius, and a moment of silence ensued. Greetings, children. It appears I have yet to formally introduce myself. I am Sirius Black, a former student of Hogwarts and now Harry's godfather. It is a pleasure to meet you all. And I am delighted that Harry has the opportunity to know you. Sirius introduced himself with remarkable elegance. His appearance was now meticulously curated. Shedding the image of a disheveled man, dressed in an opulent black suit, he exuded a demeanor of poise and understated sophistication, reminiscent of a true gentleman. This transformation left Kevin and the others feeling refreshed and invigorated. Subsequently, the trio took turns introducing themselves. Once Dumbledore perceived that they had become sufficiently acquainted, he began recounting recent events. With his endorsement, a tragic incident from over a decade ago was reopened, subjected to scrutiny by the Ministry of Magic, employing various methods including, but not limited to, memory retrieval and truth serum. Ultimately, it was established that Sirius was innocent, while Wormtail was sentenced to imprisonment. Unlike the meaningless endings often found in films, this concluded with a sense of collective satisfaction. Harry, Sirius has signed the consent form for Hogsmeade. Please refrain from sneaking over again, Dumbledore suddenly addressed Harry. Instantly, Harry felt a twinge of guilt. He had always believed his actions were well concealed. Unaware that he had been discovered, his notion of being discreet was rather comical, considering he had been openly shopping with Ron. And you, Kevin. It was unnecessary for you to sneak over when you could have simply asked Dean Hops for a signature. Dumbledore then turned his attention to Kevin. Headmaster, be cautious with your accusations in the absence of evidence. I might just sue you for defamation. Kevin retorted defiantly, hands on his hips, unwilling to concede. He had only ventured over once and doubted the headmaster had any photographic proof. You may be unaware, but Madame Putafoot has a habit of capturing a photograph of every couple who visits her tea shop, Dumbledore remarked with a chuckle, observing Kevin's continued defiance. Hermione blushed, both shy at the mention of the word couple and embarrassed for Kevin. Denial aside, the evidence remained. I shall sue Madame Putafoot for infringing on my right to privacy, Kevin exclaimed in an awkward yet defiant shout, eliciting laughter from everyone present. Nevertheless, Kevin agreed to seek Dean Hop's signature afterward, as his primary intention had been to accompany Harry and prevent him from feeling isolated at school. Sirius extended an invitation to everyone, suggesting they gather during the holidays. Now that he had regained his freedom and inherited the Black family estate, he could easily find a spacious residence. Harry immediately expressed his desire to move out of his uncle's house and live with Sirius, who readily consented, having intended for Harry to reside with him all along. Just as they were enjoying their conversation, a sudden blaze erupted in Dumbledore's office, interrupting their discourse. The flames ultimately transformed into a letter. Dumbledore furrowed his brow slightly, and with a flick of his hand, the letter flew into his grasp. Upon opening the correspondence, his expression deepened into a frown. It was a missive from the Ministry of Magic, informing him that during the transport of Sirius Black, an unknown assailant had launched an attack, resulting in his escape. Sirius and the others were instantly taken aback, rising to their feet in disbelief as they gazed at Dumbledore. The scene bore no traces of information, save for a signal sent by an Auror in their final moments, which was how the Ministry became aware of the incident. Just as the group grappled with the shocking news, Kevin's system emitted a sudden chime. Ding! Host successfully alters the course of the narrative, completing the Prisoner of Azkaban arc. Prisoner of Azkaban concluded. Reward for the host, 10 freedom attribute points. Altering the narrative trajectory, resulting in the liberation of a key figure, Sirius Black. Rewards the host with an Animagus skill card. Kevin was momentarily taken aback. This time, the plot had not yielded extensive additional rewards, but rather a reward for altering the storyline. This marked Kevin's inaugural acquisition of an item-based reward. He had begun to feel that the system's inventory was merely a decorative feature, incapable of storing items or providing him with any. A complete waste of memory. The Animagus skill was something Kevin had neither learned nor pursued, deeming it unnecessary and cumbersome. However, given that it had been bestowed upon him, he had no reason not to utilize it. Animagus skill card, upon use, grants the host perfect mastery of Animagus transformation. As Kevin examined the item description, he noted its lack of specificity regarding the form one would assume. Such a lack of rigor warranted a negative review. While Kevin was engrossed in studying the system, Sirius and Dumbledore began an intense inquiry. Sirius was eager to discover the location of his capture, intent on retrieving his counterpart. However, Dumbledore refrained from divulging many details, advising them to remain vigilant and cautious of potential retribution, as there was undoubtedly a conspiracy lurking behind this event, but it was premature to discuss it further. The previously jubilant atmosphere had suddenly turned somber. Kevin, regaining his composure, patted Hermione beside him. Why the solemnity? It was not as if Voldemort had resurrected. What havoc could a mere rat wreak? Mr. Black, allow me to show you something delightful. Kevin produced a photograph and handed it to Sirius. Though perplexed, Sirius accepted it. his expression shifting to one of peculiar amusement. Harry leaned in to catch a glimpse, instantly feeling the awkwardness wash over him. The photograph depicted the first defense against the dark arts lesson of the year, where Harry had transformed a boggart into a dog with a human face. Professor Lupin also leaned in for a look, erupting into laughter. Ha ha, Sirius, this is the finest boggart transformation I have ever witnessed. Observing the atmosphere rejuvenate. Dumbledore raised an eyebrow, noting how Kevin possessed a remarkable ability to manage the emotional climate of the group. Now then, the subsequent matters will be handled by designated personnel, so there is no need for you to dwell on them. Sirius, refrain from making any public appearances for the next few days until the papers publish a clarification of your innocence. Afterward, you may go wherever you wish. With that, Dumbledore clapped his hands, ushering everyone away. Subsequently, Sirius transformed into the guise of a large dog, temporarily residing in Professor Lupin's office. It was not until 2 days later that the newspapers published the latest news. Originally, Sirius's wanted poster had been altered to feature a smaller version, and the wizarding newspapers disclosed information regarding his status as an animagus. They cautioned the public to be vigilant of unfamiliar animals and insects, as they might very well be an animagus. At last, Sirius could reveal himself to the public. He had metamorphosed from a notorious criminal and traitor into a valiant hero who had endured 12 years of hardship. However, he did not immediately appear at Hogwarts. Instead, he sought out a residence. He had no intention of returning to the ancestral home of the Blacks at 12, Grimmauld Place, having left it behind after his departure. He harbored disdain for that old mansion, filled with unhappy memories. Though it now belonged to him, he still preferred not to reside there. In the film, he was portrayed as a fugitive, which necessitated his return. Now a free man, having inherited the Black family fortune, he could purchase a home wherever he desired. He aimed to find a larger residence before Harry's holiday, one that could accommodate both Harry and himself while also being suitable for hosting their friends as guests. Chapter 64, Matters of the End of Term. Hermione, do you know where Kevin has gone? I haven't seen him for 2 consecutive days. He hasn't returned to the dormitory nor attended class, Harry inquired, alongside Ron. Did he not mention it to you? Hermione asked, perplexed. Mention what? Replied Harry and Ron, both bewildered. He has been out with Snape for the past 2 days, claiming he is to establish his own potion sales channels and supply sources. In Kevin's words, he is transitioning from a mere worker to a shop owner, Hermione explained, her tone tinged with a hint of pride. My Kevin is truly remarkable. Harry and Ron pondered why Kevin had only confided in Hermione. Clearly, the bond had weakened. Most potion ingredients were monopolized by prominent families, who managed numerous potion fields and artificially bred animals for their unique products. They merely needed to negotiate cooperative arrangements with the shopkeepers. However, a small portion of potion ingredients proved difficult to acquire, necessitating the hiring of specialists for assistance. This type of delegation was fraught with pitfalls, as many had fallen victim to scams. The official channels were notoriously slow and expensive, rendering the official delegation association an unappealing option. Thus, it was best to seek out familiar individuals for such challenging materials, as many frequented the black market venues like Knockturn Alley. After 2 days of following Professor Snape, Kevin finally realized that the initial fee of 1,000 galleons charged by Snape was indeed a modest price for the connections he was gaining. It was time for him to establish his own workshop. A room of requirement? It could suffice for a few years, but it's not a long-term solution. I should consult Dumbledore to see if he could provide me with an available room. Soon, I too shall rise to the occasion. I will brew potions and sell them myself. No longer will I toil under Snape's shadow. However, it must be said that Professor Snape prepared all the materials for him, which was quite convenient. Perhaps, managing the various channels on his own was the final lesson Professor Snape imparted to him. Once completed, he would truly be independent. Kevin reflected on this as he gazed at Snape's retreating figure. By the time they returned to Hogwarts, night had fallen. Upon entering the common room, he discovered that little Hermione had yet to return. After inquiring with her dormitory mate, he learned she was studying in the library. My dear Hermione is truly diligent. Kevin made his way to the library and searched thoroughly, finally finding Hermione nestled in the back, engrossed in a book related to runes. Despite Kevin's exceptional intellect, he had devoted most of his time to potions and spells, leaving him somewhat unfamiliar with certain elective courses, and the knowledge he did possess had largely been taught to him by Hermione. While Kevin was a master in his chosen field, Hermione seemed to excel in all areas. Still competing, are we, little academic overachiever? Kevin chuckled softly, wary of drawing the librarian's ire. Kevin, you're back, Hermione exclaimed, a touch of excitement in her voice, just as the librarian's reprimand echoed through the aisles. Quiet in the library, they both instinctively shrank their necks, but exchanged knowing smiles. This was not their first reprimand. They settled into a comfortable silence, and Kevin observed the book in Hermione's hands, joining her in study. Whether it would prove useful was uncertain, but not studying would certainly yield no benefit. They continued their reading until curfew approached, prompting them to leave the library. Kevin, how did things go with Snape these past few days? Hermione inquired once they were outside. Everything went smoothly. I even picked up a little something for you, Kevin replied, producing an adorable cat-shaped keychain. Here, you can use it to keep our keys together. How cute. Hermione beamed as she accepted the keychain, playfully nudging Kevin. As they walked and chatted, Kevin asked, has anything happened in the house these past few days? Not really. It's been quite peaceful. Oh right. In yesterday's divination class, Professor Trelawney once again predicted misfortune for Harry, claiming he has a short lifespan. I don't know about the short lifespan, but she is certainly right about the misfortune. Something targeting him seems to occur every year, Kevin remarked with a chuckle. Is that so? I can't help but feel you might share some blame, Hermione said, amused. Nonsense. When have I not been at the forefront? Kevin retorted. By the way, yesterday Sirius sent Harry a broomstick, the Firebolt, claiming it's the fastest broom currently available. He was so thrilled that he took off flying around the school and then lost 10 points for Gryffindor from Professor McGonagall. Professor McGonagall is quite strict, even penalizing her own house members. He had it coming, Hermione and Kevin laughed together. Due to Kevin's influence, Hermione had long since lost interest in the hollow prestige of the House Cup. Points were merely points. It was akin to being in school when the class was labeled an exemplary 1, yet it held no real value and could not be included on a resume. When they returned to the common room, still in high spirits, they found that Harry and Ginny had yet to retire for the night. Unbeknownst to them, they had gathered in front of the fireplace, engaged in conversation. The flickering flames illuminated their faces with a warm glow. It seemed we had returned at an inopportune moment. Kevin, observing Harry spring to his feet in a fluster, jested, Oh, Kevin, that's not the case at all. Where have you been? We've missed you dearly over the past 2 days. Harry's cheeks flushed as he spoke, his tone tinged with nervousness, fidgeting every second with his shirt, scratching his head, and adjusting his glasses. The sight of Harry in such a state amused the others. Hermione exchanged a knowing wink with Ginny, who stifled a chuckle. All right. I've been quite worn out from traversing various places with Professor Snape these past couple of days. I must retire for some rest now. Hermione, you should do the same. Hermione replied understandingly, nodding as she bid farewell, and the two departed for their dormitory. Kevin gave Harry a thumbs up before he too retreated. Let us leave this common room for Harry and Ginny. Hey, Ron, that fellow is blissfully unaware that his sister is nearly whisked away by a friend. And yet he sleeps so soundly, Kevin mused. Oh well, I suppose I shall take my leave as well. Good night, Macapaka. The next day, Ron rose at his usual hour to freshen up, greeting Kevin as he did so. Morning, Kevin. When did you return? Ron inquired, gazing at Kevin with a bewildered expression, as if still in a state of slumber. You were dancing with spiders last night, remember? How could you forget? Kevin teased. How is your preparation for the final exams going? Kevin, if you're really out of topics, we could simply enjoy the silence, Ron replied, feeling exasperated. He resolved that if Kevin were to vanish for 2 days again, he would not miss him next time. At that moment, Harry awoke, and upon seeing his beaming countenance, Kevin surmised that Harry had experienced a successful evening. Harry, how did it go last night? We have plans to take a stroll by the Black Lake today. Harry replied, understanding Kevin's inquiry, albeit a bit shy, he still answered. What successes? Who are you meeting for a walk? Ron, oblivious to the context, looked on in confusion at the cryptic exchange between the two. Never mind, Ron. Go find Draco to play with. It's just you two left now? Kevin clapped Ron on the shoulder and laughed as he departed, leaving Ron perplexed. In the ensuing days, the final examinations commenced as scheduled. Aside from Harry inexplicably losing points in potions due to Snape's capricious grading, the others fared quite well. Although Ron often appeared dim-witted when he applied himself, his talent shone through. After studying alongside Kevin for so long, the final exams posed no challenge. All other subjects were passed with flying colors. However, the day after completing all the courses, news reached them that Professor Lupin had resigned from his position as the Defense Against the Dark Arts instructor. His identity as a werewolf had been exposed, seemingly due to an inadvertent slip by our dear Professor Snape. Nevertheless, Professor Lupin bore no ill will. He felt a sense of indebtedness to Snape, acknowledging that had he been in Snape's shoes years ago, he too would have harbored resentment. Harry, along with Kevin and the others, promptly sought out Professor Lupin. Professor Lupin, no one cares about your identity as a werewolf. There is no need for you to leave. However, Harry, those parents will care. I cannot make it difficult for Dumbledore. Professor Lupin remains as affable and easygoing as ever, devoid of any negative emotions from losing his job. Do not worry about me, Harry. I have faced greater challenges than this, and I assure you, I am capable of handling it. Harry bowed his head in silence, feeling a deep sense of reluctance toward this mentor and friend. Professor Lupin, here are 3 vials of Wolfsbane potion for you. Kevin extracted 3 potions from his bag and handed them to Professor Lupin. The ingredients for the Wolfsbane potion are rather difficult to procure, and I could only prepare these 3 vials in this time. However, in 3 months, I can prepare more, and I will send them to you via owl. Professor Lupin gazed in astonishment at the 3 vials in his hand, fully aware of the potion's value. Preparing 3 vials in such a short time was indeed a considerable feat, Kevin. I appreciate your kindness, but it is unnecessary. I cannot continuously accept your generosity. The value of these potions is too high. Ultimately, Professor Lupin shook his head in refusal. Then I shall purchase them from Kevin and present them to you, Harry interjected. No, my dear child, I sincerely thank you for your goodwill, but you need not worry about me. Trust me, I can manage the situation with the werewolves. Professor Lupin said earnestly, patting both their shoulders. At the very least, please accept these 3 vials. They hold no use for me, and I cannot sell them. Consider them a parting gift from your student, Kevin insisted, placing the 3 potions into Professor Lupin's belongings with heartfelt sincerity. The Wolfsbane potion is indeed hard to sell. Though many werewolf patients require it, those afflicted with lycanthropy generally cannot afford it. Very well, my child, I am immensely grateful. I will make good use of your gift. With Kevin's insistence, Professor Lupin found it difficult to refuse any longer. Do not fret, my children. We may very well meet again soon. There is no need for sorrow. In the end, Professor Lupin bid farewell to the group and departed from Hogwarts. His silhouette appeared somewhat forlorn, yet remarkably upright. Chapter 65, Harry and Ginny. Although Professor Lupin had left, life in the castle remained unchanged in the final days. It was not a matter of life and death. There was no need for such melancholy. Tomorrow marks the beginning of the holiday, and everyone was looking forward to a rare moment of relaxation. Kevin and Hermione chose not to immerse themselves in books, but instead strolled through Hogwarts, unwinding and reminiscing about the semester's events. They were not alone in this. Many students paired off similarly. Before them strolled Ron and Draco, acting suspiciously. What are those two up to, sneaking around? Hermione remarked, puzzled by their dubious behavior. We'll find out if we follow them, Kevin suggested, and thus he and Hermione stealthily trailed behind the duo. Meanwhile, Ron and Draco were indeed following Harry. Lately, Harry had been acting strangely, often venturing out alone without inviting them to join. Neville had mentioned that he saw Harry spending time with Ginny. Thus, we find ourselves in the present scene, where Ron and Draco stealthily follow Harry, intent on uncovering the truth. Look over there, Redhead. Scarhead is actually flirting with your sister. Draco nudged Ron, whispering conspiratorially. At the far end of the corridor, Harry awaited someone around the corner. Before long, Ginny appeared, and the two strolled away, engaging in cheerful conversation. Stop pushing, I can see, Ron remarked, his tone tinged with annoyance. He never imagined someone would be wooing his sister, especially not his close friend. Quickly, let us follow and see, Draco urged, disregarding Ron's displeasure as he pulled him along to witness the unfolding drama. Meanwhile, Kevin and Hermione, trailing behind, also spotted Harry and Ginny. Wow, Harry actually managed to ask Ginny out. Kevin exclaimed, intrigued by the scene. What could be more entertaining than a budding romance? Let us go, Hermione, we must see this. And so, the 3 groups hurriedly made their way to the Black Lake. At the front, Harry felt an inexplicable chill creeping down his spine, as though several pairs of eyes were fixated upon him. Yet, every time he glanced back, he saw nothing amiss. Am I just being overly anxious? Harry pondered. What is wrong, Harry? Ginny inquired, noticing his unease. Oh, it's nothing. What were you just saying? He quickly waved off. I was asking how you plan to spend the holidays. Moving in with Uncle Sirius should be a lot more enjoyable than before, right? Ginny subtly probed into Harry's holiday plans, contemplating how to encourage this dense boy to invite her over. With Kevin and Hermione constantly displaying affection, it seemed their group of friends was prematurely entering the throes of adolescence. I imagine it will be at least 100 times better than staying at my Uncle S place, Harry replied, his spirits lifting at the mention of Sirius. Ever since he welcomed Sirius into his life, Harry's emotional state had been improving day by day. Suddenly, the world felt vibrant and his friends appeared more enchanting than ever. His emotional intelligence was awakening. Ginny, would you like to come over to my new house during the holidays? I hear it's quite spacious, he ventured, testing the waters with an invitation. Sure, Ginny responded immediately, a radiant smile illuminating her face. This moment sent Harry's heart racing, his cheeks flushing with warmth. Noticing Harry's sudden blush, Ginny realized her reaction was overly enthusiastic and quickly lowered her gaze. However, as Ginny brushed her hair aside, Harry noticed her ears had turned crimson as well. Both of them, blushing like besotted fools, wandered aimlessly. Meanwhile, Ron grew increasingly agitated. Damn it, my sister is being courted. What about your sister? Why don't you have a sister for me to flirt with? Draco shared his own frustration, questioning why Scarhead had managed to secure a girlfriend first. What makes me, Draco Malfoy, any less deserving than him? Ha ha ha, Hermione. Look at Ron and Draco enviously biting their nails. This is too funny. Kevin observed the two individuals brimming with resentment behind him and could not suppress a chuckle. Fool. Refrain from laughing so loudly. You might disturb Ginny. Hermione, though equally amused, stifled her laughter and pinched Kevin. It's quite all right. I cast a charm, rendering them unable to see or hear us. When did you perform the spell? Hermione inquired, having noticed none of Kevin's magical actions. Upon seeing Ron and Draco swaggering behind, I feared discovery and decided to act. Otherwise, do you think Harry would remain oblivious to our pursuit? Hermione paused, realizing that Ron and Draco were almost tailing Harry, and yet Harry remained unaware. So it was your doing, she remarked. Kevin, Hermione, what brings you both here? Harry queried, oblivious to their presence while Ron and Draco, however, had discerned them, as Kevin had not taken precautions against the duo. Seeing you two sneaking about piqued our curiosity, Kevin replied nonchalantly, striding over without a hint of embarrassment. After all, they too were following someone. None could chastise the other. Ron, are you not thrilled that Harry is to become your brother-in-law? It will only bring the families closer. Kevin approached Ron, playfully nudging him, but Ron, already in a foul mood, erupted. No way. Ginny is far too young. I will not consent. I must bring her back. Ron, in a fit of fury, attempted to storm off, but Kevin quickly restrained him. Hey, Ron, do not be so unromantic. Ginny is no child anymore. Fearing Ron's continued outrage, Kevin hastily added, consider it. You know Harry's character well. Allowing him to court your sister is far preferable to her being taken by someone of dubious reputation, wouldn't you agree? Kevin sought to placate Ron, and though Draco was also displeased with Harry finding a girlfriend, he nodded in agreement. Hermione, however, pinched Kevin again, exclaiming, what do you mean by taken? Could you choose your words more delicately? Upon hearing this, Ron seemed to reconsider. It is better to entrust her to a friend than to a stranger, he mused, acknowledging the underlying truth. However, he still felt conflicted. Do not overthink it. They are nearby. Should any trouble arise, we can intervene at any moment, Kevin reassured him. Ron nodded, accepting this reasoning. Though his real turmoil lay not in Ginny's potential abduction, but rather in the perceived betrayal of his close friend finding love without him. Meanwhile, Harry and his companions had returned to a state of normalcy. They found a picturesque spot to sit and converse. With the conclusion of the serious incident, the Dementors in the vicinity had been withdrawn, and the Black Lake, free from such dreary presences, appeared quite splendid. It would be impolite to continue their surveillance. Sensing the moment had arrived, Kevin led everyone back, suggesting that any matters could be addressed the following day. The next day, the group boarded the train home. Harry noticed that Ron had been casting him glances filled with resentment since the previous night, leaving him somewhat perplexed. He nudged Kevin, asking, what is up with Ron? Nothing. He'll be fine in due time, Kevin shrugged, chuckling lightly. Well, speaking of which, will you come to my house during the holidays? I mean Sirius's home. Harry inquired of Ron. Do you wish for me to attend, or do you prefer Ginny? Ron replied with a hint of sarcasm. Nearby, Ginny realized that perhaps her connection with Harry had been uncovered, causing her to blush slightly. I wish for both, Harry responded awkwardly, pondering if his relationship with Ginny had indeed been revealed. But wait, what could Ginny and I possibly have? Harry seemed oblivious to the point that had irked Ron. I won't be going. This holiday features the Quidditch World Cup, and my parents are taking me to watch, Draco proclaimed smugly. His parents, aware of his passion for Quidditch, had recently donated a sum to St. Mungo's Hospital for Magical Maladies and Injuries, which garnered them an invitation from the Minister of Magic to view the match from a box. Although he harbored some discontent towards his father's actions, he still cherished his parents, believing his father to be overly conservative and timid. Thus, he felt compelled to step forward and transform his family and his father's mindset. They were a family, never enemies. Kevin had no intention of meddling in Draco's affairs with Lucius. As he had previously stated, Lucius was always welcome to reclaim his honor. But if Lucius dared to come, he would certainly face consequences. He had considered the possibility of swaying Draco, and subsequently Lucius, to act as his informant while in Voldemort's presence. If Lucius were wise, they could reach an understanding, but should he prove obstinate, he would have to reckon with the repercussions of past assaults. Returning to the topic at hand, Harry was not surprised by Draco's words. Given the affluence of the Malfoy family, well, Sirius actually wishes to invite you all to watch the Quidditch World Cup. Harry continued to extend the invitation. Upon mention of the Quidditch World Cup, Ron's interest was piqued, and Harry's image swiftly transformed from a traitor to a loyal friend. That sounds great. Let us all go to your house together, Ron exclaimed excitedly. Harry, he added, is the change of heart really that swift? Chapter 66, simply drive away the obstructors. Subsequently, they arranged to visit Harry's house a week before the Quidditch World Cup commenced and then attend the match together. Upon returning to the Muggle world, it was the first time someone came to fetch Harry. The visitor was none other than Sirius. Sirius, Harry exclaimed joyfully as he rushed to embrace him. This godfather and godson duo now represented each other's soul family. The children are delighted to see you. Harry must have mentioned it. Don't forget to visit us during the holidays, Sirius greeted the others. Uncle Black, is your room prepared? Just to clarify, I do not wish to share a room with Ron, Kevin joked, while Ron looked incredulously at his friend for expressing disdain towards him. What is this about, mate? Ron protested. Of course, my boy, would you prefer to sleep alone or share with your little girlfriend? Sirius teased Kevin without hesitation. If Hermione is amenable, I would certainly prefer to share with her. Kevin, devoid of any sense of embarrassment, candidly expressed his desire to share a bed with Hermione. The straightforwardness of his words left Hermione blushing fiercely. She swiftly kicked him and dashed away to find her parents. Yet, neither of them contested the term girlfriend. It appeared that your little girlfriend was simply shy. Kevin, wincing in pain, rubbed his foot and stubbornly retorted. He then bid farewell to a few friends before pursuing Hermione. The young Hermione shot him a glare, her cheeks flushed, and chose to ignore him. With no choice but to obediently follow behind, he trailed her until they exited the station, where the Granger couple awaited them outside. At that moment, Hermione regained her composure and ran to embrace her parents. "Mom and Dad, I've missed you so much," she exclaimed joyfully, and the Grangers warmly returned her embrace. "We've missed you too, our darling daughter," they said, affectionately ruffling her hair. Having not returned home for Christmas this year, nearly a year had passed since they last saw one another, making their reunion all the more poignant. Once their embrace concluded, Kevin approached to greet them. "Uncle and Auntie, thank you for your patience." Mrs. Granger noticed Kevin standing there alone, his youthful face betraying a sense of maturity and understanding. Feeling a pang of sympathy, she beckoned him over, and he dutifully stepped forward. The Grangers opened their arms, enveloping Kevin in their warm embrace. Whether Kevin acknowledged it or not, over the years, they had come to regard him as their own child. The sudden surge of emotion caught Kevin off guard, but he quickly regained his composure. As he savored this warmth, he thought that perhaps this was not such a bad experience after all. He had never harbored the arrogance of believing that his second chance at life rendered him exceptional, nor did he feel the need for the affection of elders. In his previous life, he was merely an inexperienced youth stepping into society, longing for the comfort of home, the taste of home-cooked meals, and the embrace of family. Thus, he never aspired to grand ambitions. The strongest wizard? Uniting the wizarding world? Achieving immortal fame? None of these mattered to him. He simply wished to relish the journey of his new life, ensuring he left no regrets, and to remove any obstacles in his path. At that moment, Hermione's bracelet emitted a gentle white glow. She seemed to sense Kevin's emotions, tinged with a hint of sadness and nostalgia. Although she was unaware of why she suddenly felt attuned to Kevin's heart, her concern for him was palpable. Even Harry had family, yet Kevin appeared to remain solitary. Hermione stepped forward and embraced him as well. Meanwhile, Draco was greeted by his mother, Narcissa Malfoy. "Draco, welcome home." "Mother, I'm back," he replied. Narcissa approached and hugged her son, her face radiating maternal affection as she observed how much he had grown. "Come along, dear, your father is waiting for us at home." Draco nodded and followed his mother as they departed the station, embarking on their journey back to Malfoy Manor in their carriage. At that moment, Lucius sat in the living room before the fireplace, leisurely reading the newspaper with his legs crossed. "Father, I'm home," Draco announced as soon as he entered, seeking to greet his father. "Ah, Draco, welcome back." Lucius set down his newspaper and regarded Draco, noting with satisfaction that he had grown taller. "How was your year at Hogwarts? How did you fare in your examinations?" Lucius inquired, picking up the newspaper once more as he spoke. "Excellent in charms and potions." "The other subjects were satisfactory," Draco replied. "Oh, did Severus agree to tutor you?" Lucius asked, a hint of surprise in his voice at Draco's commendable performance in charms and potions. "No, it was Kevin who guided me," Draco said, shaking his head slightly. At the mention of Kevin, Lucius's expression soured immediately. "Humph, that muggle-born wretch. I cannot fathom how he managed to catch Severus's attention." "Father, Kevin is my friend," Draco retorted, displeasure evident in his tone. Lucius, taken aback by his son's audacity, pressed his lips together, surprisingly refraining from reprimanding him. This was largely due to Narcissa standing behind Draco, arms crossed and glaring at Lucius, as if to say, "Dare to insult my precious son, and you will face my wrath." Last year during the holidays, they had discussed Draco's friendships with Kevin and others. Narcissa did not oppose this. Rather, she wholeheartedly supported it. For this was the first time Draco had stood up to his father on his own accord. She recognized his growth with great pride. Lucius, on the other hand, had initially been displeased and had scolded Draco, only to be chastised by Narcissa in return. She had expressed her disbelief that he could not contend with a second-year wizard and yet had the audacity to hire someone to attack the Hogwarts Express. If she had known of such plans, she would have never allowed Lucius to act so recklessly. If Dumbledore had caught wind of it, their family would have been ruined. Ironically and fortunately, the hired assailants had failed, suffering the loss of 9 of their number, with the remaining 2 captured and sent to Azkaban. What a disgrace. Now, she forbade Lucius from interfering in any of their son's affairs at Hogwarts. Otherwise, she would take Draco back to her family. Although Lucius was quite displeased, he chose not to lash out. He understood that for his son, his wife was indeed capable of turning against him. "Very well, if you wish to remain silent. So be it. Draco, come to the back garden. I wish to assess your academic progress this year." Lucius's expression was stern as he used the pretense of evaluation to prepare a proper lesson for his son. Draco, undaunted, even felt a tinge of anticipation. He was eager to demonstrate his growth to his father. One day, he would seize control of the family legacy from him. He would personally restore the Malfoy name to its former glory. Meanwhile, Kevin and Hermione returned to their cozy abode. They enjoyed a long-overdue family dinner with the Grangers, reminiscing about the amusing events of the past year. Afterward, they returned to their little haven. Kevin had gathered enough money to hand over to Mr. Granger, requesting his assistance in securing the ownership of the house. Young Hermione was overjoyed. She could hardly envision how wonderful their future would be. Living together with the one she cherished, freely and without constraints, while still being close to her parents, whom she could visit at any time. Truly, it was bliss. Kevin had originally taken this into account when he chose a house that was as close as possible, regardless of the price. However, he soon realized that Mr. Granger seemed even more eager than he was, repeatedly offering to contribute if the funds fell short. Kevin assumed this was Mr. Granger expressing his concern for him, which touched him deeply. Yet, Mr. Granger remarked, "How could I not be anxious? The precious daughter I have nurtured for half a lifetime is about to marry and move next door. I could wake from a dream with a smile." Chapter 67, Hermione's Tummy. Welcome home, Harry. Sirius brought Harry to their new abode, a 5-story apartment building just 3 kilometers from the station. Indeed, the entire building belonged to him. Recently, he had sought the assistance of Arthur Weasley to find this apartment building that was up for sale. Mr. Weasley, who worked at the Ministry of Magic, had already met Sirius and was delighted to see him vindicated. Subsequently, when Sirius approached him for help in finding a spacious residence, Mr. Weasley was more than eager to assist. In the heart of London, where skyscrapers dominated the skyline, there were no individual villas nearby, leaving only the option of purchasing an apartment building. Initially, he had intended to hire a renovation team to convert the space into a single cohesive unit, rather than maintaining the segmented layout of an apartment building. Unfortunately, time constraints dictated that he would have to make do for now, opting to convert one room into a common area while leaving the rest unchanged. Once Harry began school, he could arrange for a comprehensive renovation. Harry, gazing at the entire building that was now his home, felt utterly astonished. Clearly, he did not possess a clear understanding of the wealth he held. He thought he could buy something like this. Although it had yet to be remodeled to his liking, he was confident it would be in the future. Harry, choose a room you like. You can decorate it however you wish afterward. Sirius winked at Harry, who immediately dashed inside, brimming with excitement. Though the interior had yet to be adorned, it was not outdated. Rather, it was a rather ordinary Muggle structure, with 4 rooms on each floor, all similar in layout. It appeared that many had lived there before, as each room bore a distinct style. Ultimately, Harry selected the room at the far end of the 5th floor, where he could gaze out at the street below through the window. He envisioned having Kevin and the others reside on the 5th floor as well, where they could all enjoy the rooftop together. He was filled with anticipation for a future filled with family and friends. At that moment, Sirius joined him, observing the room Harry had chosen. Good taste. I initially wanted to live here too, but then I thought the stairs would be too cumbersome. So I opted for the 1st floor. Sirius, this place is so large. Won't it be a hassle to clean? Harry asked the question that had been on his mind. To be frank, with just the 2 of them living there, such a vast space seemed excessive. Well, I hadn't really considered that. Sirius pretended to ponder for a moment before deciding to be candid. Sirius, I have a friend, a free-spirited house elf, who could assist us. However, he is different from other elves. He requires payment for his services. I can cover his wages. Would it be possible for him to live here and help with the cleaning? At this moment, Harry thought of Dobby. Ever since Dobby was granted his freedom last year, he had to fend for himself. However, his constant demands for wages made it exceedingly difficult for him to find employment, resulting in an ongoing struggle to secure a job. Thus, Harry contemplated finding a position for Dobby, a mutually beneficial arrangement. Oh, a house elf demanding wages, what a sight to behold. Sirius Black, upon hearing this, expressed his astonishment. It is ingrained in the very essence of house elves to serve wizards, and it was his first encounter with such a rebellious elf. He relished such defiance. Harry, you are also the master of this house. You have the authority to arrange matters as you wish. However, you must also learn to take responsibility for your arrangements. I trust you comprehend my meaning, Sirius affirmed while imparting wisdom to Harry. I understand. Thank you, Sirius, Harry nodded, feeling a peculiar yet delightful sensation. The concern and guidance from friends at school, as well as the encouragement from professors, felt distinctly different from what Sirius provided. It was akin to the genuine care of an elder, a paternal form of education. Sirius patted Harry on the shoulder and said, "Very well. You may arrange matters concerning the house elf as you see fit. Oh, and those little ones can move in whenever they wish. You may coordinate with them." With that, Sirius departed, leaving Harry to tidy up his spacious abode, an expansive area of around 300 square meters across 4 rooms and a communal space on the 1st floor. Managing such a 5-story residence was no small feat, and having a house elf would certainly be advantageous. Soon after, Sirius took Harry out for shopping and dining, while also purchasing some essential supplies. However, during their outing, Sirius transformed into a large black dog in an isolated area and dashed off to frolic, leaving Harry alone to navigate the joys and tribulations of shopping. He found himself unable to carry many items, having arranged for delivery instead. It was no surprise that since gaining his freedom, Sirius relished the exhilarating air of liberty, taking to the streets daily as a dog. The ensuing days unfolded with remarkable tranquility. Upon returning to the Muggle world, Kevin and Hermione occasionally ventured out shopping. In this rapidly changing era, the Muggle realm often introduced novel curiosities. Although Kevin did not study under Professor Snape this year, he frequently explored new spells. He even conceived a spell that combined solidification, levitation, magical attachment, and property attachment. One day, armed with a crowbar, he envisioned cleaving through others' spells without the constant need for a wand. He had mastered several wandless incantations, with the wand merely enhancing the fluidity of his magic and serving to deflect others' spells. If he could imbue the crowbar with magical properties, he would be able to effortlessly counteract spells with it. Furthermore, if he could achieve property attachment, he could wield his crowbar, dazzlingly pursuing and striking down foes with sparks and flashes. Although it was not an absolute necessity to use a crowbar, he found it exceptionally convenient. However, this year he has not encountered any formidable adversaries to challenge him, but next year should present opportunities. If necessary, he could always seek practice with Professor Snape. Kevin, it appears that Harry's Hedwig has delivered a message. That evening, after dinner, Hermione leaned against Kevin while engrossed in a book, having grown accustomed to their close proximity. Suddenly, a white owl swooped in from outside, clutching a letter in its beak. Kevin beckoned, and the letter gracefully fluttered into his hands. He had mastered several convenient spells, enabling him to perform magic silently and wandlessly, such as this summoning charm. Upon opening the envelope, he discovered it was addressed to Kevin and Hermione. The content conveyed that their new home was ready for their visit at any time. Furthermore, Sirius mentioned that they would need to pitch their own tents upon arrival, hoping Kevin would bring along the previous tent. Harry had prepared everything quite swiftly. However, we agreed to wait until a week remained before heading over. After reading, Kevin suggested to Hermione. Naturally, she had no objections. While she enjoyed visiting, she preferred the intimacy of their little home together. Subsequently, Hermione penned a reply to Harry, confirming their plan to visit in a week. As Kevin watched Hermione writing at the low table, his gaze drifted. Hermione, with her hair elegantly arranged, revealed the alluring curve of her neck, a sight that extended enticingly towards her slightly loose collar, prompting Kevin's imagination to wander toward the concealed beauty beneath. Had Hermione matured a bit? He pondered. Am I of an age where such thoughts arise? His soul felt 40, yet his body was engulfed in youthful fervor. Shaking his head vigorously, he sought to regain his composure. In the next moment, Hermione stretched languidly, and her adorable midriff became visible. Reason, farewell, compelled by an impulse. Kevin reached out and poked her belly. It was soft and her skin delicate. Ah! The unexpected touch startled Hermione, who promptly restrained his hand. You, Kevin. What are you doing? Her cheeks flushed crimson as it was the first time he had touched her body through clothing, and though it was merely her belly, she felt utterly flustered. No, I just couldn't resist a little poke to test the sensation. Kevin's hand was captured by Hermione, and he suddenly became acutely aware of the situation, akin to being caught in a misdeed, his face reddening as he awkwardly avoided her gaze. Are you an idiot? Testing the sensation? Hermione chided, glancing at Kevin, who had turned his head away. However, she then realized that his hand remained pressed against her belly. It felt large and warm. So how does it feel? Hermione lowered her head, her voice trembling slightly. Quite nice. Kevin, taken aback by her question, responded instinctively and honestly. Idiot. A smile crept across Hermione's lips. She applied a gentle pressure, prompting Kevin's hand to envelop her belly more snugly. Recently, I have been experiencing discomfort in my abdomen. Could you kindly assist me with a gentle massage? Hermione, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, dared not meet Kevin's gaze as she spoke softly. Oh. Kevin was momentarily taken aback. What did Hermione mean by this? Was she permitting me to touch her stomach? The words felt eerily familiar, reminiscent of my audacious pleas to Hermione in the past. Thus unfolded a peculiar scene. Hermione settled on the floor like a duck, leaning over the low table in the hall to write a letter. Kevin sat behind her, gently kneading Hermione's abdomen. He sensed her body quivering slightly, her ears flushed crimson, and the warmth emanating from her stomach persisted. It seemed as though an unusual awakening had transpired between them. When Harry received Hermione's reply, he eagerly tore open the envelope. The initial lines appeared quite normal, the handwriting neat, detailing her plans with Kevin. However, Harry was baffled by the subsequent lines, which were scrawled in a twisted manner akin to incomprehensible scribbles, filled with nonsensical ramblings. Surely, these were written by Kevin's foot. Chapter 68, Hermione's subtle thoughts. That night, the living room was shrouded in darkness. Kevin and Hermione sat on the sofa, engrossed in a midnight horror film. The vintage horror movie heightened the thrill in an unexpected way. Wrapped in a blanket, Hermione nestled in Kevin's embrace, torn between fear and curiosity. Since that day she allowed him to touch her abdomen, their interactions had become increasingly intimate. Previously, when Kevin held Hermione, his hands rested around her shoulders. Now, they comfortably encircled her waist. Despite her flushed cheeks, Hermione offered no resistance. At that moment, she curled into Kevin's embrace, his hands naturally resting on her belly. Soft and comforting. Suddenly, a ghostly figure leapt from the screen, prompting Hermione to shriek and burrow deeper into Kevin's arms. Kevin, unfazed throughout the film, seemed oblivious to its content. The fragrant softness of Hermione in his embrace left little room for concern about the movie. If you're truly frightened, why not avert your gaze? He teased, gently ruffling her hair. No, I must know how the protagonist escapes. Hermione insisted stubbornly, covering her eyes with her palms while peeking through a gap between her fingers to watch the film. Kevin found her demeanor amusing and decided to playfully provoke her. As the film's suspenseful music escalated, he suddenly exhaled a breath against her neck. Ah, Kevin. Hermione, startled like a frightened kitten, sprang up in alarm. Upon seeing Kevin's hearty laughter, she indignantly shouted, "You scoundrel, Kevin!" Without hesitation, she pounced on him like a playful kitten, sinking her teeth into his shoulder. Ouch! That's enough. Hermione, please let go. Kevin pleaded for mercy, but she remained relentless, gnawing at him until they missed the final segment of the film. By the time their playful skirmish concluded, Kevin's shoulder and neck bore several bite marks. Little Hermione, with a pout of indignation, poked Kevin's belly and exclaimed, "It's all your fault. I missed the final scenes. You had already guessed most of it, so what does it matter whether you watched it or not?" He replied. "It's not the same." She retorted. "All right, I admit my mistake." Kevin surrendered, sprawling out on the couch, allowing the still fuming Hermione to twist and pinch him. Her small hands, soft as they were, felt like a reward to him when they playfully struck him, except for when she pinched his waist. "Humph, I'm ignoring you now. I'm going to sleep." She huffed, lifting her chin defiantly as she picked up a blanket from the floor and tossed it onto Kevin's face. However, as Hermione intended to ascend the stairs to her room, she glanced at the dimly lit staircase and felt a sudden wave of fear wash over her. Her mind flooded with the chilling scenes from the film. "Hermione, if you find yourself too scared to sleep tonight, you can always come find me," Kevin teased, removing the blanket and noticing her hesitation. "I won't be scared. You wish." Hermione's body stiffened momentarily, but she quickly flushed with indignation. After taking a deep breath, she dashed up the stairs to her room, her footsteps echoing. Kevin chuckled to himself, tidying up the living room before retreating to his own chamber. At that moment, the rain began to pour outside. The gentle patter of raindrops was heard, and it seemed to be quite a downpour. How wonderful, just as I want to sleep. The rain arrives, Kevin mused, gazing out at the rainy night. Listening to the rain while drifting off to sleep was the most comforting experience. Yet, shortly after, a flash of lightning illuminated the street for an instant. Boom. Thunder followed not long after. This scene eerily resembled the terrifying moments from the film. Just as the thunder subsided, hurried footsteps approached, and with a bang, Hermione flung open Kevin's door and entered. Clutching a pillow, her face bore traces of panic as she looked at him helplessly. "Kevin, I can't sleep alone," she murmured, her head bowed and cheeks slightly flushed. Who was it that claimed they weren't afraid? Kevin stepped forward and gently ruffled her hair with a chuckle. Although her face reddened, Hermione did not retort. Just then, another clap of thunder startled her, prompting her to leap into Kevin's embrace with a gasp. All right, we're merely teenagers. We shouldn't be afraid of thunder." "What a laughingstock that would make us," Kevin reassured, wrapping his arms around her and gently patting her back. "It's your fault for scaring me downstairs." Hermione nestled deeper into his arms, refusing to let go. "See, can I sleep in the same room as you tonight?" she asked softly. "As long as you wish, anytime," he replied. Hermione smiled as she released him suddenly, darting into his bed like a flash. She then curled up beneath the covers like a little bundle. "Why you come up here quickly?" she called out, her head buried in the blanket, her voice lacking confidence. Observing her in such a state, Kevin found it amusing. The nervous excitement he felt earlier had dissipated. It seemed their relationship was meant to be like this, sometimes naturally intimate, at other times shy and hesitant. Kevin turned off the room light, plunging the space into darkness. Hermione shivered beneath the covers, her voice emerging pitifully from within. Here comes. Look at how frightened you are." Kevin approached the bedside and lay down. Upon seeing Kevin join her, Hermione opened the quilt and wrapped him snugly within. Feeling her warmth, reminiscent of a curled-up kitten, Kevin gently caressed Hermione's head with one hand while embracing her with the other. The storm outside showed no sign of abating, with the thunder rolling incessantly. There, do not be afraid," Kevin murmured, lightly patting her back, akin to soothing a child. "Fool, Are you treating me like a child? Hermione protested, nudging Kevin's chest in mild annoyance. Isn't that so? Very well then. Hermione, finding a certain charm in being coddled, hesitated but did not refuse. Listening to the hypnotic sound of the rain outside and feeling the warmth and comfort of Kevin's presence, drowsiness began to envelop her. She shifted into a more comfortable position and gradually fell asleep, her last thought being that the plan had succeeded. Watching horror films indeed provided a legitimate excuse to snuggle with Kevin, she mused with a smirk. However, Kevin remained blissfully unaware of her thoughts. As the gentle rain continued to fall, he too succumbed to slumber, cradling her close. The next morning, Kevin felt a stirring in his embrace and slowly began to awaken. Before he opened his eyes, he was met with a soft, warm touch against his cheek, a familiar yet strange sensation reminiscent of Hermione's playful kiss from their first Christmas holiday. Rather than immediately opening his eyes, he feigned sleep, shifting slightly. After a moment, he opened his eyes to behold Hermione's adorable sleeping visage. However, the unnatural flutter of her eyelashes and her flushed cheeks betrayed her feigned slumber. Little Hermione was pretending to be asleep. Should he reward her with a gesture in return? Kevin leaned forward slightly and placed a gentle kiss on her forehead. Hermione remained still, though the deepening blush on her cheeks spoke volumes. How infuriatingly adorable she was. As he gazed at her, vulnerable and at his mercy, his heart began to race uncontrollably. He yearned to take their relationship a step further in this moment. However, it seemed Hermione had been holding her breath for too long, as her body quivered slightly. Then, she pretended to wake up, blinking her sleepy eyes. Good morning, little sleepyhead. Kevin greeted, quickly regaining his composure. Good morning. Hermione, still nestled in his arms, averted her gaze, feeling shy about their shared bed and the recent events. They both pretended to be oblivious to the stolen kiss, silently rising from the bed. After getting up, Hermione dashed out of Kevin's room, clutching a pillow, and retreated to her own room to change and freshen up. Kevin watched her leave, his fingers brushing the spot where she had kissed him. This side of my face can go unwashed. Meanwhile, back in her room, Hermione covered her forehead, recalling the kiss from Kevin. Though her face was flushed with embarrassment, she couldn't suppress the smile tugging at her lips. Hee. In the following days, Kevin and Hermione appeared to grow even closer. Or perhaps, they were always quite intimate.